win. They split the 4-game series with Milwaukee. The scoring would get done early. Both the Diamondbacks and the Brewers scored all of their runs prior to the 4th inning, and it would be Taylor Rashi who in his MLB debut earned a 3-inning save. The Snakes will now head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers. That starts tonight at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU will open their season tomorrow night against NAU, and ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini says for the first time since 1998, Mountain America Stadium will be sold out for a season opener. And the Phoenix Mercury edged out the Chicago Sky last night on Kalia Copper's birthday, 83-79. Copper would have 28 points in the win. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sepulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. We have made it to the end of a long week. Football season here, ASU football, a day, 24 hours away, whatever it happens to be. A lot of excitement happened this weekend, Vinny.
Oh, can't wait.
How about it? You heard in that heard in the update, the first home sellout in an opening game since 1988 for ASU.
98, yeah.
98?
I think that was the last time they were ranked.
Oh.
I can't believe that. I'm stunned by that stat.
Yeah.
Because even though that first game is not always a high-profile game, it's the first game of the year.
On Labor Day weekend
But
in Tempe,
right.
Arizona, when it's hot as hell.
And,
I get that.
and a program that has that hasn't always been all that. So, you know, ASU football pre-Kenny Dillingham, the quality of opponent really was directly correlated to the amount of people who show up.
I'm on the train.
Well, I know. But that year there was at least intrigue. I'm just surprised that there hasn't been a year where – because they've never been, coming off a playoff berth or whatever. But there's been years going into the season where there has been excitement in the last, 27 years.
Yeah, but that just shows you how different this year's feeling is.
Well, yes, and how you have to level up to get to this level to create that kind of organic excitement.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. You would go, oh, that doesn't make sense, but it kind of does.
The list of sellouts at any point in the season is pretty small. And that's even since they reduced seating capacity. I will be there. I'm taking my kids.
Nice.
We're going as fans.
All right.
I'm going to go buy some new shirts. I'm all in.
This may be a controversial take, but
Oh, boy.
I'm not a go-to-football game guy. I would much rather go to a baseball or basketball game.
I agree with you.
I'm with you on that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
I, from a fan standpoint and from a media standpoint, I would agree on both fronts.
The college football experience could be really, really fun if you throw yourself into it and you tailgate and you have the true, alumni sort of allegiance and all that stuff, and you sit and you stand and you sing the songs and stuff like that. The NFL experience, man, for a live game sometimes could just be, there's so many commercials. There's so, kind of move so slow when you're in person. I agree with that.
I mean, I wouldn't say I dislike it. I prefer the television.
Well, if you're
home television
right,
experience.
yes. If you're ranking though, the comparisons of in-person versus
Sure.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not a person that also understands the hubbub about tailgating. I think it's cool. I just don't think it's ever worth the work that goes into it. When you see those elaborate tailgates,
and plus
people planning all week.
Man, dude,
when you eat it,
now you're preaching to the choir. I see some of the lengths people go to set up their tailgate gear And it's like, wow.
That's nicer than my place.
I live my life where I eat unhealthily and drink excessively all day long, every day.
Yeah, right. You don't.
I don't need a tailgate for that.
You don't need to confine it to Sunday morning.
But you mentioned it also. Like, this is one of the least Friday feeling like we have a 3-day weekend coming up Fridays I can remember for some reason. Maybe it's because Labor Day is so early this year.
Not for me.
I'm stoked. Yeah. It's gonna be a great weekend.
I don't know. It snuck up on me.
It's not that much earlier. It's the first Monday of every September, Jeremy.
But it couldn't be a much earlier Monday than, what is it, September 2nd?
All right, we got a lot of ground to cover. Start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Dbacks gutted out a 6-4 win over the Brewers, the final game of a 4-game series at American Family Field. Dbacks manufactured 3-run innings in the second and third, all 6 runs driven in by the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. And Tyler Locklear, Alec Thomas, and Ildemaro Vargas. That's a nice change. Nabil Crismatt decent in his starting role, but the story of the game, Taylor Rashi, the 29-year-old rookie making his big league debut. Rashi pitched 3 innings, threw 62 pitches, and earned the save. He got Christian Yelich to ground out to second for the final out. D-backs split the series in Milwaukee. They win the season series over the Brewers, who have the best record in baseball, winning 4 out of 7. D-backs right back at it tonight in L.A. against the Dodgers to start a 3-game set at Chavez Ravine. Zach Gallen on the hill for the Diamondbacks against 2-time Cy Young Award winner Blake Snell. First pitch 7:10. Catch it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6:30. We'll get into it a little bit more. That was pretty cool yesterday. That was a fun watch.
Yeah.
That whole series was a fun watch.
No, it really, really was. And that scene yesterday was it had absolutely everything. And Tory Lavell putting himself out there. Poor Taylor Rashi or Rashi, I don't know how it's pronounced.
Rashi.
I heard it both ways during the broadcast. Had he gotten that 9th inning, people would be killing Tory Lavell.
Well, you know what's coming up next. He's going to get sent down to Reno today, and he's going to get killed anyway.
They could have won all 4 of those games, too.
They could have.
And then we'd really be talking about something right now.
How about it?
Kyle Schwarber, the Phillies, smacked 4 home runs, drove in 9 in Philadelphia's 19-4 win over the Braves. Schwarber had a solo home run in the first, a 2-run blast in the fourth, a 3-run shot in the fifth, another 3-run round tripper in the 7th. The 21st player in history to hit 4 in a game, the 3rd this season. Joining Gino Suarez of the Diamondbacks back in April and Nick Kurtz of the Athletics, who did it in July. First time in baseball history, there's been 3 4-home run games in the same season. Isn't that crazy? There was, before Gino Suarez did it in April, the last one was J.D. Martinez in 2017.
That's insane.
Everybody gets
really
a 4-home run game. Cardinals made some roster moves on Thursday after initially making the 53-man roster on Tuesday. They placed defensive lineman Justin Jones on injured reserve. With the designation to return, they re-signed long snapper Aaron Brewer. Jones has been bothered throughout training camp with a knee injury. Cardinals also did add a quarterback to the practice squad, Keaton Slovis, the Scottsdale native who played his high school ball at Desert Mountain and then collegiately at USC, Pittsburgh, and BYU. Spent last season on the practice squad of the Houston Texans. The team also signed offensive lineman DeMontre Jacobs and cornerback Chigozie Newseum to the practice squad. Massive news from the NFL yesterday. The Cowboys blinked. They trade Pro Bowl edge rusher Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for defensive tackle Kenny Clark and 2 first-round picks. Parsons also agrees to a massive 4-year, $188 million deal with the Packers, $120 million guaranteed at signing, $136 million in total guarantees. He is now the highest-paid non-quarterback in league history. Parsons headed into his 5th year in the league. He's been a Pro Bowler all 4 years, 2-time first-team AP All-Defensive selection, and has had double-digit sack seasons in each of his 4 seasons. And now he's a former Dallas Cowboy.
Hours after Michael Irvin was on ESPN saying Jerry Jones wouldn't be so crazy as to trade Micah Parsons. What a joke.
College football is here tomorrow night. We'll get our first look at Kenny Dillingham's 11th-ranked Arizona State Sun Devils as they host NAU at Mountain America Stadium. Devils, of course, coming off an 11-3 season, a Big 12 championship, and a college football playoff appearance. NAU coming off an 8-5 season and an FCS playoff appearance. The Jacks of head coach Brian Wright ranked 18th in the FCS preseason poll. ASU has won the last 11 meetings between the schools dating back to 1938. Sun Devils favored by 28.5. Kickoff 7 o'clock. You can catch all the action on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 4 o'clock. And we'll have our first weekly visit with Kenny Dillingham today, coming up at 7 o'clock. In Tucson, year 2 of the Brent Brennan era at University of Arizona gets started tomorrow night with the Wildcats hosting Hawaii at Arizona Stadium. Cats favored by 17.5. That game kicks off at 7:30. TNT and HBO Max have the TV coverage there. What did you call Brent Brennan?
Lots of things.
Goober McGinty?
Many, yeah.
Thursday night in
I'll
college
call him some other things at 9:30. Stay tuned.
Thursday night in college football, South Florida roughed up number 25 Boise State 34-7 in Tampa. He didn't score a touchdown, but I think we're going to get a weekly update on the stat line of South Florida wide receiver Chaz Nimrod. 3 catches for 96 yards in the Bulls upset win.
I can't believe homie didn't change his name. That is just...
My cousin used to have a friend whose first name was Nimrod.
Really?
I guess it's a biblical name.
How did it become such a pejorative then?
I don't know. I have to look that up, but what a silly...
You Nimrod.
Boise State, by the way, ran for 122 yards as a team. Last year, Ashton Genty was held under that number by himself only once, and that was in the Fiesta Bowl against Penn State. 4 Big 12 teams were in action on Thursday. UCF got by Jacksonville State 17-10. Oklahoma State beat Tennessee Martin 27-7. Houston shut out Stephen F. Austin 27-0. And Cincinnati fell in a neutral site game in Kansas City to Nebraska 20-17. That was all secondary. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were there.
Yeah.
Another win for the Mercury. They topped the Sky 83-79. Kalia Copper 28 points. 24-14 on the season are the Mercury. They will continue their homestand Saturday night at PHX Arena when they welcome the New York Liberty to town. And in tennis, Yannick Sinner, he cruised into the 3rd round of the US Open with a straight set victory over Australia's Alexei Popyrin. 14th-seeded American Tommy Paul advanced as well. On the women's side, Coco Gauff and Amanda Anisimova both advanced in straight sets. 2nd seed Iga Swiatek needed 3 sets to dispose of Suzanne Lemons of the Netherlands.
Hey everybody, I am from Holland. Isn't that weird?
It is. But now you're going back home to Holland. Not so weird. There you go. There's your splash for Friday, August 29th, our first football Friday of the season. Coming up next, a blockbuster trade that changes the power in the NFC. Will react to what Jerry did in Dallas next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 to Yelich. Is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
The Dbacks split the series with one of the league's best. Now they head to L.A. to face another of the MLB's elite teams. Dbacks at the Dodgers. Game 1 tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Turf Monsters. If you're a homeowner in Arizona, chances are really good you've had a very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. It happens to all of us in Arizona. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard oasis of your dreams. Anything from fire pits to barbecue pits, hardscapes like patios, shading structures like pergolas. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you a beautiful green lawn without the water bills. They're great at custom state-of-the-art putting greens. They even build pickleball courts right now. But what's really cool about Turf Monsters is they believe in doing what they say they're going to do. They believe in professionalism, staying on schedule, sending devoted crews to your house so you're not dealing with different workers every time you look out the window. And they believe in your happiness with the finished product. Customers rave about Turf Monsters. Find out more. Check them out online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
The Texas Rangers visit Chase Field for a 3-game series starting September 1st. Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
Affordability and selection are back at Tim Hobig's Santan Ford. The Labor Day sales event is on. $10,000 off 2025 Bronco Sports, $5,000 off Explorers. Leases from $319 or zero down, zero APR, and zero payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Over 1,300 vehicles ready for inspection. Then you take it home. It's the Santan Ford Labor Day sales event with affordability and selection. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. See santanford.com for details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvise here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We will preview ASU's Week 1 matchup against NAU and tell you what we're looking out for. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
My understanding is there were multiple suitors. Multiple. Now, do I think that the Dallas Cowboys engaged in long, drawn-out conversations where they drove up the price in the green? No, I don't believe that to be the case. But I believe, I kind of know that they got multiple teams that inquired, that they at least talked with at some level. And obviously, I don't think it's all that dissimilar to what the Dallas Mavericks did with Luka Doncic. It sounded like the Mavericks are on a path to deal him to the Lakers. I don't think the Mavericks ever had any conversations with any other team. I do think the Cowboys absolutely spoke with other teams, but I don't think that they got very far down the road with very many teams other than Green Bay.
That's Adam Schefter, kind of the aftermath yesterday of the massive news, the bomb that dropped in the middle of the afternoon with the Dallas Cowboys trading Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers in exchange for Kenny Clark and 2 first-round draft picks. I had that thought yesterday, too. This was obviously rumored for a long time, and it was way more public. But when it picked up steam yesterday, the reporting was, okay, this is starting to get serious. There was actually even one report from Jeremy Fowler-Bick that included the Cardinals as a team that might be in on Micah Parsons. And before that could even be digested, this trade was done. And Micah Parsons, with that unbelievable resume and skill set, now a part of the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
I didn't think you've been saying the whole time you were of the belief it was headed for a divorce. The divorce has been finalized.
Yeah, there was just something that felt different about it, and the reporting of Adam Schefter kind of made me think that this was at a different level. Man, I don't know how Jerry Jones is going to get out from under this. This is very much like the Luka trade. Isn't it weird too that we're talking about two stars from Dallas with first names that sound alike, Luka, Micah, traded for
in their prime,
pennies on the dollar.
To historic franchises on the other side.
Right. So Green Bay gives up Kenny Clark and 2 first-round draft picks, and they're going to be Green Bay is going to be good. So these are not going to be good draft picks.
The 30th pick.
Yeah.
Something like that.
25 to 30, somewhere around there. So how did this happen? That is really the question at the root of it, because Jerry Jones as an owner, no matter what you think of him, no matter what you think of his need for attention and the drama that he loves to create, there was always this idea that Jerry gets the deals done. At the end of the day, Jerry gets the deals done.
Yeah.
And whatever his motive is along the way, at the end of the day, he gets the deals done. This time it didn't happen. So maybe that's not Jerry. Maybe Jerry Jones is just cheap, or maybe he's losing it. Maybe this is one of those things where you got to get the car keys from Grandpa.
I asked that question to Steve Weiss. Is the NFL passing him by? And he didn't necessarily jump on board, but didn't necessarily shoot it down either.
Right.
Jerry Jones also had a press conference yesterday that, of course, was vintage Jera. Here's some of it.
Micah Parsons did an outstanding job for us for 4 years. And a little bit of the way Herschel Walker may have had his greatest contribution to the Cowboys. What he brought to us when he left could be a tremendous thing for our fans and the success of this team.
This is a perfect example of how Jerry Jones operates in the year 2025. He's looking back at a trade that, yes, it planted the seeds for 3 Super Bowl champions. That trade was made in 1989.
That trade brought the Cowboys way more assets than this one did.
Yes, it was 6 draft picks as opposed to 2.
Right. Right.
And look, it was robbery back then in 1989. Herschel Walker was an okay player at that point.
Right.
Never really did much the rest of his career. Had one 1,000-yard season the rest of his career. But let's go back to the Luka example. What was people were on mountaintops shouting, "You don't trade away 25-year-old superstars. You don't do it." Mm-hmm. And Dallas did it again. Different team, same story.
But same market, same year. And so it's really, really crazy. This is not the actions you would expect from Jerry Jones, and it has had massive reverberations across the NFL. The Green Bay Packers are now betting favorites to win the NFC North. They passed the Detroit Lions with this trade.
Mike Tannenbaum of ESPN said this.
Green Bay won 11 games last year, and Malik Willis started 2 of them. And, depending on the various metrics, look, Green Bay is one of the youngest teams. Like, there's a couple different ways to look at that, guys. But bottom line is this: they had trouble, holding on to the ball last year. That's well documented. In my mind, Matthew Golden was the best receiver in the draft. I think this team, now that they didn't have to give up Rashawn Gary to get Micah Parsons, hard pressed to think that they're not the best team in the NFC.
Yeah. So not just the division, the conference.
Yeah. Well,
they got to be celebrating in Green Bay.
If you're the Eagles, you now are like, okay.
But if you're the Vikings, how about if you're the Lions?
I just said the Lions.
Like that division was the Bears, who are on the come up. That was already the toughest division. Now it's crazy, but this is it just felt so personal with Jerry Jones, right? At a certain point, you're just so stubborn. You're not going to get the better of me. This is how I do business, and if you don't like it, you're out of here. Because if you're not paying the best player at his position in his prime, why pay anybody?
Yeah, there was a lot of rationalization from the Cowboys owner, including this golden nugget.
The facts are, specifically, we need to stop the run. And we haven't been able to stop the run at key times for several years. And when you have the kind of extraordinary pass rush that Michael had, then the way to mitigate that pass rush is to run at you. If the pass rush doesn't get you ahead pretty big time, and you're playing even or behind, then you've really got a problem in stopping the run.
I wonder what the reverberations from the Dallas fan base are going to be. Are they going to continue just to be spoon-fed this line of garbage?
You're getting gas That's gaslighting.
Yeah, it's the same exact thing as you win an NBA championship with the defense. That's why we traded Luka.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the difference is the Mavericks. I mean, are the Cowboys going to get the number 1 overall pick and get Arch Manning next year? There's no lottery in place, so it can't be maneuvered. But we'll see. But the Mavericks are still in pretty good shape roster-wise.
Mm-hmm.
You get a player. That's exactly what you hope for in a player that you draft that comes up through your organization to turn into a Micah Parsons, a consistent wrecking ball on the defensive side, and you can't come to terms with him?
No, I know. Listen, and then there's also the question of, were the Cardinals involved? Should they have been involved?
Two first-round picks and one...
all day long. All day long.
Yeah, for what that came out to be, again, you take the 2 first-round picks. Incredibly valuable.
Yes.
I think they're overvalued in the NFL, quite honestly. But what are the odds you even hit on one of those picks to the degree of a Micah Parsons?
Right.
It's very small percentage.
It's all about the money.
Like, look at the last 2 first-round picks for the Cardinals, both of which were not starting the season. And granted, I hope they become really good players, but if it's a guy for like Micah Parsons, you don't blink. I get you have to pay him, but he's the best player at his position, and it's not even close.
They traded a first-round pick for Hollywood Brown.
Yes. Great points. Great point.
That is a very sad drop-in, Jarrett.
Yeah,
listen
that's
all
very
day
accurate.
today at 7:15, 11:15, and 4:15 for your chance to win ASU tickets. Listen for that sounder. That will be your cue to call in to win for your chance to see ASU take on NAU tomorrow night. Coming up next, if you're the Dbacks and trying to win a close game versus the best team in baseball, what do? Do it, Jarrett.
Call Russia. Call Russia.
We'll get into it in Dbacks Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe. Get your entire ASU football game day experience Saturday afternoon, beginning at 4 on ESPN 620. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer. Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $6.99 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks team continues to show some fight after dropping the first 2 games to the Milwaukee Brewers. The Snakes would take the next 2, including a 6-4 win yesterday, and all 6 of their runs would come via the 7, 8, and 9 hitters, and Taylor Rashi would make his major league debut in style. A 9-out save and held off the best team in baseball. The Snakes will now head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers. That starts tonight. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The maroon and gold with Sparky helmets will be back on display Saturday night in front of the first season opener sellout crowd since 1998 in Tempe. Kickoff will be at 7 tomorrow as ASU will welcome NAU to start their season. And in the NFL, superstar Dallas Cowboy Micah Parsons has been traded to the Green Bay Packers after the two sides were unable to settle his contract situation. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Bedding.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs ending their stay in Milwaukee, trying to earn a series split and win the season series over the team with the best mark in baseball, the Brewers. Jose Quintana pitching for the Brew Crew. He'd retire the top of the order in the first. Not the same could be said for D-back starter Nabil Crismatt. By the way, did you see the note? Really rare pitching matchup of 2 starting pitchers, both hailing from Colombia. Only happened 3 times, I think, in Major League Baseball history.
I missed that. Wow, that's good. That's interesting.
Yeah, Nabil Crismatt facing leadoff man Sal Frelick of the Brewers.
As Frelick drills one out towards deep right field, on its way, leadoff homer. 10th of the season for Frelick. 1 batter up, 1 batter in. It's 1-0 Milwaukee.
All right, Vic, you got to set me up. That started halfway through the highlights.
All right.
I need the crack of the bat. Thank you. Even though it was for the Brewers, it just seems right.
There you go.
2 pitches into the game, the Brewers led 1-0. Chris Garagiola on the call. Later in the first, Crismatt allowed a 2-out triple to Bryce Terang, but stranded him there by getting Andrew Vaughn to bounce back to the mound. D-backs would get the bats going in the second against Quintana. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Gabby Moreno singled followed by a Blaze Alexander walk. Bases loaded, nobody out. Tyler Locklear, he'd get an RBI the hard way.
There's the 0-1. Inside, it hit him on the hand, and that's going to be a hit by pitch. And if that counts, that's going to bring home the game's first run for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, and it would count. Tied at 1-1, bases still juiced, no outs until Alec Thomas struck out Ildemaro Vargas, the next hitter.
As 2-1, swung on. That's it towards left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Moreno will score. Alexander going to be waved around third. The throw cut off by Monasterio. And Vargas chips in with a 2-run single.
Yeah, 2 runs batted in for Vargas. 3-1 Diamondbacks lead. They could not extend it as Ketel Marte popped out to Geraldo Perdomo lined out to second base. Milwaukee would answer in the bottom of the second. Chris Matt walked. Isaac Collins then allowed a single to Danny Jansen. Collins would take third on a Blake Perkins F9. That brought up Andrew Monasterio.
Right-handed hitter, first pitch. Swings, bouncing ball left side. Perdomo has it. Quick throw to second. There's one. On to first. Not in time. Bang, bang play at the bag. Really difficult double play to turn with that ball deep in the 6-hole. And the D-backs still nearly pulled it off. Collins scores. Fielder's choice for Monasterio.
You think audiophiles really like Monasterio? Because his last name is both mono and stereo.
Wow.
Fielder's choice RBI, and the D-backs lead was shrunk to 3-2, but the D-backs responded in the third. Corbin Carroll walked, stole second. Gurriel walked. Carroll took third on a Moreno flyout. Then the struggling Quintana walked Blaze Alexander to again load the bases for Locklear. Don't hit him!
And now the 3-1 pitch. Swung on, ground ball up the middle, backhanded by Terang. Jump throw to first in time. Whoa, what a play. Carroll will score. It's a productive out for Locklear as it's now a 4-2 lead, but that was Jeter-esque over there.
Yeah, it was a great play by Terang, and the first example of Tyler Locklear can't get a break. There's another one coming up in Dbacks Daily. 4-2 at that point. Alec Thomas, the next hitter with 2 outs.
3-2 on the way. Breaking ball served into shallow right. Freeland can't reach it. That's down. Gurriel will score. Here comes Blaze. It's a 2-out, 2-run single. And the D-backs now extend their lead. It's 6-2.
Yeah, 4-run lead. Guess what? The Brewers responded again. Chris Matt would strike out Caleb Durbin, but then William Contreras reached on an error by Alexander at third. Terang followed with a single, sending Contreras to third with Andrew Vaughn at the plate. Chris Matt uncorked a wild pitch. That allowed Terang to move into scoring position, and Isaac Collins would make it hurt.
His 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hard hit ground ball past Perdomo into right center, a base hit. Contreras scores, Terang right behind him, and it's now a 6-4 game.
Yeah, things would slow down at that point. Quintana would not make it through the 4th inning. In the 5th, it looked like the D-backs would tack on, runner on first, nobody out for Tyler Locklear facing reliever Tobias Myers. Another tough break here.
And the first one to Locklear from Myers is swung on. That is skied out to fairly deep right center. Perkins back onto the track, times his jump, and he robs a homer. Alexander gets to third. Oh, what a play by Blake Perkins to deny Locklear a 2-run homer.
Yeah, great catch by Perkins. Made it look easy. Kept the score at 6-4. Chris Matt gutted through 5 2/3 innings before giving way to Jalen Beeks, who recorded the last out in the 6th. Still leading 6-4, Tory Lavell handed the ball to right-hander Taylor Rashi, 29 years old, making his major league debut. He worked through trouble to post a 0 in the 7th. He retired the Brewers 1-2-3 in the 8th. And then, due to many relievers being unavailable, was asked to close things out in the 9th. Durbin got him for a 1-out double. Then Rashi walked Contreras to bring the winning run to the plate. Rashi got Terang to fly out to left for the 2nd out of the inning. And then Pat Murphy called on former MVP Christian Yelich to pinch hit for Vaughn. Dramatic.
The 3-2 to Yelich is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
Taylor Rashi. What a moment. That was awesome.
Well, listen, it isn't just there's a lot more about yesterday's game than Taylor Rashi.
Yes.
What he did in his major league, not many pitchers come up in a major league debut and are asked to give or produce a 3-inning save.
Yeah, 62 pitches.
But Nabil Crismat and what he's given the team, Nabil Crismat, he throws about as hard as a Coco Gauff serve, Vinny. I don't know if you've ever heard that before.
Never heard that.
Never heard that before? And he's been tremendous.
The nose strip.
Have you ever seen a pitcher with a breathe right?
No.
No. And so
I didn't even know they made him in different colors either.
This is a guy the Diamondbacks signed to a minor league deal like 2 weeks ago.
He's their second best starter.
He's been fantastic, and he's so anonymous. He's pitched 3 times already, and every time he pitches, I say, "Who the hell is that?"
Right, exactly. But
Nimrod Christmas is his name?
No,
Nabil.
Oh, sorry.
No, but yeah, listen. So
Don't
Taylor
take any
Rashi
glory
comes
from
in,
our
and
Nimrod.
after the first inning, I thought, what a solid major league debut. And then he goes back out for the 8th. I'm like, oh, they're really pushing this. Then when he come in, and the story that everybody knows now is he got into the dugout after the 8th inning, and nobody shook his hand.
Yeah, here he was talking to Todd Walsh.
I knew it was going to be the final 3 after I got out of the 8th. I walked in, they didn't shake my hand, so I said, all right, we'll go another.
I really liked his hardcore demeanor. I really did. He for the kid to kind of just be like, yep. He wasn't smiling and, oh, look at me, look what I did. I really liked his vibe, man. I'm telling you, and that was super memorable. And then you can extrapolate to the manager like I did in a column, and we'll get into where this season is going, might be going. This team that just will not roll over and play dead.
They won't.
But again, the risk of putting a rookie out there in that 9th inning, that was very real. Because you could have ruined what was already a great major league debut.
Well, Tory talked about it afterwards. He said it was his game to win or lose at that point. They really didn't have a choice, although they had John Curtis up and warming up, hoping for the best from Rashi. But even if he didn't get Yelich out, they tied the game somehow, he was coming out of the game after Yelich.
John Curtis? The newsman with the mustache?
That's Mark Curtis.
Oh,
yeah, right.
Man,
right.
he's quite a different bullpen.
The highlight of the post-game interview, though, I think I saw your tweet, too. The Milwaukee grounds crew just driving right through Todd Walsh and Rashi.
Todd Walsh asked the question about, hey, when did you think this was a possibility? When did you start to dream about the major leagues? And he's in the middle of his answer, and he's given a great answer. And the camera is probably 15 feet away from them, and a tractor just drives right through the shot.
This is when you know you've gotten in the kitchen of an opposing team when that stuff happens, when it's the last game of a series and there's no etiquette going to be shown.
They were like, let's get this thing ready to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's when you know you've gotten in the other team's kitchen, when they're going to do that to you afterwards.
I was like,
what
come
a
on,
day.
give the guy his moment.
What a day.
Yeah, that was a fun, really, really fun series in Milwaukee. Coming up next, this is the last weekend without Cardinals football for a while. So how are the Cards getting ready for game week? We'll tell you next. Bickley Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
A lot of times the teams that are winning the national championship are kind of in college towns. It's a little unique to be a team in a major city like this. Well, there's a lot of distractions because you're in a major city, but it's also easy to get lost in the shuffle again if you don't go out there and repeat it. You know, if the Cardinals go out there and they make the playoffs and ASU stumbles a little bit, Cardinals are always going to have part of the spotlight because it's the NFL. But they're going to have all of it if that's the case. But if ASU goes out there and follows up what they did last year, they're going to have people's attention.
If ASU goes out and follows up what they did last year, this year, this place is going to be nuts.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, I've got 3 great reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Number 1, they are reputable and highly decorated, talking about an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Reason number 2, they're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. I've told you about my plumbing emergency. Call Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. Got a live person on the phone. Couldn't believe that, but you get a live person on the phone every time you call Parker & Sons. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house. Incredibly impressive. Reason number 3, they're trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. All have passed drug tests and background checks. You don't let anybody into your home. This is your sacred space. You've got to be comfortable with the technicians you let in your front door. That is never a concern with Parker & Sons. You call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Automation.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Arizona Cardinals player stood out to Lorenzo Alexander during the preseason? We'll ask the 15-year NFL veteran at 11:30. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Play within the rules. I don't know. There's probably pros and cons to both of it. Our guys, we worked this week. We're going to practice today. They'll be off Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Catch their breath a little bit, and they know when they come back, really the week starts Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, their health bucket, getting to bed early enough. And then when we come in here on Monday, it's all business, and you gain kind of that extra day versus New Orleans. For the coaches, they've had everything broken down since the schedule came out, so, but it's going through the process again, tying up all the loose ends and making decisions. You got to start making decisions now pretty soon here.
Jonathan Gannon kind of laying out the timeline for preparation for week 1, which the Cardinals will be in when they get back to work on next week in preparation for the New Orleans Saints, their week 1 opponent. That was in response to a question about, and he kind of deflected it, and we've talked about this too. Do you like the current format of having a mini bye after the preseason games? I say no. You say no. I think most people involved would probably say no, but you can't criticize too much because that's the system that's in place. You got to deal with it, and that's what the Cardinals are doing.
Yeah. This has been. I have found this to be very, very awkward. This entire week before game week, which begins next week, and it's really made me question what are they doing, even playing exhibition games? If exhibition games aren't right there on the runway to the regular season, what's really the point? But whatever. Like you said, it is their system, and you just hope that the Cardinals have done all the right things. We've talked about Micah Parsons. I'm curious if they even had that discussion or if that's something that is just fantasy land to the Arizona Cardinals.
And I mean, people have pointed out the similarities of that trade between the Lakers and the Mavericks, where the Cowboys and Jerry Jones just dead set on getting him to Green Bay because that was the first offer that he felt moved by. So that's where they were going.
Yeah.
Maybe they were formulating something. We'll probably never know the answer to that question.
Well, it just gets down. It gets down to the basic question. How much would the Cardinals spend to win a championship? And it's a central question, but it also requires some fairness because the Bidwell family business is the Arizona Cardinals. They are not coming to the NFL with a billion-dollar enterprise as their day jobs, if you know what I'm saying. So if you're Michael Bidwell and you consider yourself an NFL owner, how much money do you need to make? How much money do you need to take from the team's profits to feel like an NFL owner? So I think you got to be sensitive to that fact, that when it comes to the salary cap and the money the Cardinals spend, it's never going to be what other teams spend whose owners have billion-dollar enterprises in the background. Does that make sense?
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think there's a level of understanding that has to go along with that, but you also want this team to go after the big trophy. So the question becomes, will that be this year? Bernsey made a point yesterday when it came to should the Cardinals get involved in the Micah Parsons, should they have gotten involved in the Micah Parsons trade if there was even a window to get into it. And his point was you give up that draft capital, now you don't really have an escape plan if Kyler Murray doesn't work out this coming year. That you might need that draft capital in the next couple of years to secure a quarterback some way, somehow. It's a fair point. It's a fair point.
It is. It is.
I think the Cardinals signing, like going out and spending on Micah Parsons the way the Packers did would be 5 times what we felt like when Ken Kendrick went out and signed Corbin Burns. It would be like they did what?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I think there's a couple of reasons for that. So do the Cardinals, with how they're constructed, have enough to be more than just the 7th seed in the NFC playoffs? It's a question.
It is a question, but at least going in, Jonathan Gannon about that roster construction says he's pretty good with it.
I feel good with the construction of the roster, where everybody's at. Some continuity, I think, more so in the last 2 years, not thinking too far back, but continuity with some of the groups I like. But we also have some new guys, too, doing some things. So, there's these next week, these next couple games, that's where we got to figure out, how we know what the recipe is to win, but what that looks like in a game.
There is a lot to like. We went over it early in the week when the first 53 was released. There's already been a change on that 53, as we said. Aaron Brewer is back as the long snapper. Surprise, surprise, you got to have one of those. But to make room for him, Justin Jones went on the injured list with a designation to return. This is being tested already. This new built depth on the defensive line. We've already got 3 guys that are counted to contribute starting the season on injured reserve. Far from ideal, but much better equipped to deal with it than they were a year ago.
Yeah, listen, and again, the Walter Nolan thing, I'm gonna hope that it's not gonna be an extended 3/4 of the season kind of thing, but I don't think that piece is going to prevent the Cardinals from doing what they want to do defensively. I think it really comes down to, does this offense really have enough to be elite in terms of its skill players and in terms of his quarterback? Look, if Kyler Murray puts it all together, and he's shown flashes, we know that the ceiling instantly gets raised about 400 feet, right? If he's on one of those roles, and all of a sudden now Dan Graziano and all the football experts are going, look, that's a top 5 quarterback.
Dan Orlovsky has a breakdown piece on his...
Right, yeah, and because we've seen that happen. Now, if he finds a way to sustain it and be a real problem, there was a time, you can feel it. When Kyler has been on a roll in the past, you can tell he is a problem for other NFL teams. They don't know how to deal with him when he's right. That's what we need. If that kid can bottle up the best of himself and put it out there every week of the season, then this team's got a shot.
Yep. And, of course, the new rivalry uniforms were a big topic of discussion throughout the Cardinals facility yesterday, including with the head coach.
Sick. Yeah, I like them. They did a really good job, I thought. It was brought to my attention at the owners' meetings and, met with Nike and all that stuff. I thought they did a really good job. That'll be cool. Our guys will be juiced up. It's a long way away, but I'm sure, too, the merchandise with the fans, they'll get those colorways, I think, right? It'd be pretty cool. Kind of like that, what do you call it? I'm still kind of new to the area, but the haboob that hit on Monday. The amount of texts I got about that, are you okay? I'm like, I think, yeah. It was kind of a sight to see, though. I was taking out the garbage, and I was like, whoa. So, yeah, that's awesome. Long way away, but that'll be a cool little deal on Thursday night.
There are certain Phoenix-centric things that I'm kind of over. Like when the first really hot day of the summer and everybody takes a picture of their thermometer in their car and post it on social media. I'm over that one. I heard some people complaining about, oh, great, more haboob pics. I can't get enough of those. Those pictures.
The haboob pics, Vinny.
The haboob
pics.
Okay. The pictures of
You certainly can't get enough of
that's
those.
what I'm saying.
Right.
I was making sure he was
Go
talking.
ahead, I'm sorry.
How dare you question my love of meteorology?
Sick.
Jonathan Gannon is sneaky funny.
He is.
But come on, finish your point about the haboob.
I can't get enough of those pictures or videos with the storm rolling in. It looks so biblical.
It does.
I think it's breathtaking. So
It does.
Stop complaining about that. Keep those photos coming.
Did you see the Sun Devil fan who put the Sparky logo at the front of the haboob if it's the ASU storm that's coming?
Did you see the footage from Mountain America Stadium that they got with the haboob coming over the? It was awesome.
There was one night I was flying back from Seattle with my family, and we landed just before a haboob came to the valley, and I was tripping because I'm like, this plane might turn around. We might not be getting in tonight. And as soon as we landed, that kind of thing happened. So they're no joke, man.
Yep.
They are no joke.
Coming up next, speaking of the haboob at Mountain America Stadium, the storm is brewing. Season opener for the Sun Devils. We'll talk to Kenny Dillingham, the head coach, for the first time this season next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sometime last season, I went to a Suns game with the great Ted Chapman. We had dinner beforehand, and the waiter began raving about the car he had just purchased from the Chapman Automotive Group, how the service was incredible, how the price was way better than he expected, and how happy his wife was with the overall experience. Super cool moment for me to witness, because it was proof of what I've been telling you guys for years. Chapman BMW, a cut above your premier destination for luxury and performance, a family-owned, award-winning business since 1966 with a great reputation for making luxury attainable, which means they've got something in every price range at Chapman BMW. Also a great reputation for elite service and handling. You feel it the minute you walk into either location, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. And you also have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, so take a test drive, find what you like, ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovig's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power. From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovig's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Check it out. At Gila River Resorts and Casinos, no one does it better. So, make a splash. Taste all the flavors. Pop in bottles all night long. And shake it till you break it. However you do you. No one lets you take it to a legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Life's a sprint, and you need a quick pick-me-up. Meet G2G Protein Bars, your ultimate grab-and-go meal replacement. Whether you're hustling in the office or conquering the daily grind, G2G is the perfect fuel. Quick, delicious, protein-packed. Score an 8-pack in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local grocer. Or go online at g2gbar.com. G2G Protein Bars, setting the pace for your energetic lifestyle.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks got a 6-4 win against the Brewers yesterday for their second win in a row. The scoring would get done early. Both the Diamondbacks and the Brewers scored all their runs prior to the fourth inning, and it would be Taylor Rashi on his major league debut. He would earn a 3-inning save. With the win, they split the 4-game series with the Brewers, and now they'll head to LA for 3 with the Dodgers. That starts tonight at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU will open their season tomorrow against NAU, and ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini says for the first time since 1998, Mountain America Stadium will be sold out for a season opener. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Starting September 7th, NFL watch parties take over Sundays at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, football promotions, and more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Sun Devil season opener tomorrow night in Tempe against NAU. And for the third straight year, it's our pleasure to have the head coach of Arizona State football, Kenny Dillingham, on for a weekly visit, the first of which is today. Coach Dillingham joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Coach, good morning.
Teddy.
Good morning. How you doing?
Doing well. I wanted to start with something that just came up, and you probably heard it when you were on hold on Sammy's update. The attendance announced as a sellout. First time in 27 years an Arizona State football home opener has been announced as a sellout. With all of the efforts that you have put into activating the Valley, building a brand, and all those efforts that you've had over the last 2+ years, what does that mean to you to have a sellout in this first game?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's what we envisioned, when I took this job, was this place sold out, this place being the talk of the town, this place being the place to be on Saturdays. And to sell it out for the first time in week 1 in 27 years, there's not one player on our team that was alive when that happened. And put that in context, that this is the first time in their life that this stadium will be sold out for a week 1.
Kenny, you've talked about expectations. You've talked about ASU sort of defying their own history when it comes to duplicating really good seasons. What do you do you think the message is getting through with your players, and how important is it to kind of close the book on last year?
Yeah, we closed the book a long time ago. I mean, obviously everybody else keeps the book open. We try to keep closing it. And, I like to explain to people history because I think there's a reason why history repeats itself, right? This is such a lifestyle city. There's so many things to do. There's so many distractions. So once people taste success here, it's so hard to keep your focus on what got you here, whether that's collegiate sports, professional sports. So I want them to understand that the Valley as a whole has struggled, having successful seasons back to back. And it's not just a football thing, it's an everything thing. And that's the challenge we face. And if we want to do something that's really not been done, well, you got to do something that nobody's ever done before. You have to work harder and stay more focused than any sports team has in the last 40 years.
Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, our weekly guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I was thinking this week, Kenny, about the subject of curiosity when it comes to opening a football season. And there's a lot of curiosity among fans, and there's a lot of curiosity among media members when it pertains to your team. Is there a level of curiosity from a coaching staff? Do you have any sort of feeling of like, hey, let's see what this team is made of? Or do you have a pretty good idea of what you're going to see?
I have a decent idea, better than I have in the last 2 years. I would say my curiosity, it's continuing. I continue to say it with our team, is, when some teams you can look at and they're going to be undeniable. Like you can tell by how you look at them on game day that they're going to empty everything in the tank. I believe we have that, but until we see that look in their eye, that hunger in their eye on game day, that's my curiosity is, are we still going to be that team that everybody loves to watch because just how hard we play and how much it matters. I think our guys have shown that we're going to do that through the work they've put in. But I'm excited to actually see that and to see what this identity of this team is going to be on Saturday.
Kenny, there was a great story in AZ Central that's focused on your family life and your wife Brianna, and there were a lot of great details in there. The fact that she bakes 200 cookies a week for the football team, the fact that you've got your entire extended family just right around you where you live, which kind of speaks to how do you tell recruits and their parents that I'm going to treat your son like family if you really show that in your own life. And then came the admission from you that you would be useless in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know how to survive. I'm not patient one. So like when I go do things and like people move slowly, I'm like, God, this should have taken 12 seconds. It's been 4 minutes. Like this is not that difficult, people. So I think there's a combination of things why I would probably struggle outside of an element of high intensity, 24/7. And ironically, she just baked all those cookies. They're in the back of my car right now. I'm about to unload them to bring them upstairs for the team today.
That's fantastic.
Kenny Dillingham, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Obviously, there's lots of eyes on the running back position. Cam Scadaboo wearing the uniform of the New York Giants this year, and he was electrifying, and we talked to you pretty much every week about Cam's performance last season. But some really good players in that room. How do you see the early season playing time being distributed? Is it going to be even? Is it going to be situational, hot hand kind of feel? How are you viewing that going in, Kenny?
Yeah, I mean, I think all of what you just said. I think it's going to be situational. I think it's going to be hot hand. I think Sip and Ralik have really done an unbelievable job this camp. Kanye has had a really good camp. He's gotten better and better and better, transitioning from a triple option scheme to our scheme. There's a lot more protections that are involved and things like that. So there's a bigger learning curve there, but he's had a good camp as well. So when you look at it, I view it as it's going to be all three. I think there's going to be situations where we want Kanye, situations where we want Sip, situations where we want Ralik, and then if Sip is having a great game, feed the hot hand. If he's feeling it, same thing with Ralik. So I think it's kind of a combo of what you just described, and I think in my history, me and Coach Aguano have both been blessed to be around good backs. Coach Aguano has been more here's my one guy and let's roll with him. In my history, going back, Oregon, Auburn, Memphis, we always had 2 to 3 guys that we rotated at a pretty high rate. So I think it's going to be way more of kind of my background and how we rotate, as opposed to Coach Iguano's history here with all of his guys that have gotten drafted.
Yeah, there was so much attention on Sam Levitt, and deservedly so. I've heard people wonder, how are you going to replace the heat that Cam Scadaboo brought to the football field? And I sense a lot of that smoke with Sam. How do you straddle the line between empowering him and maybe harnessing him so he doesn't feel like he has to do too much? What's the game plan to get the best out of Sam Levitt this year?
I mean, it's a good question because, I mean, I think some people force leadership upon people, and they force them and they put pressure on them to lead to a point where they actually change to try to lead. And I think the best form of leadership is being who you are and showing that you actually care. Like, just leadership is action. And I think when you have a guy like Sam who prepares as good as anybody I've ever prepared or I've ever seen prepare, he cares as much as anybody I've ever seen care. And then he's a good player. He plays physical. He plays with passion. He plays with a broken rib, comes back in a game, right? And just be you. Your leadership is people watching you every single day. And I think through this offseason, he's kind of changed his leadership styles, trying to figure out his style. And I think in fall camp, he finally settled in on, I'm just going to be me. This is the best leadership, is me being me. And I think the team has really rallied behind him since he settled into just being him and, putting everything on the line like he does every single week.
Kenny Dillingham, head coach of ASU, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The week one opponent, NAU, they're coming off a good season. They're ranked in the FCS. They made it to the playoffs at their level last year. So they're coming in here looking to accomplish a goal. And their head coach, Brian Wright, he just coaches teams that win a lot of football games. What does this NAU team do well that could challenge your team in week one, Kenny?
Yeah, they create pre-snap chaos. On offense, they line up in a ton of unbalance, ton of motioning to unbalance. They play the game of who's on, who's off the ball, which you can play in college football, not in the NFL, with some eligibility rules. So they really challenge your pre-snap communication on offense. And then defense, they do the same thing. They line up in as many fronts as I've ever seen a team line up, especially going into week one. And they challenge you to all get on the same page in terms of who you're blocking. And then the second thing they do really well is they play to win. They do not play scared. They'll play cover zero and blitz the house on 2nd and 10 in the first quarter on the -30. Like, they play to win the game from a perspective of they're not scared at all. They play aggressively. And I think those are the two things when you're looking at a week one opponent, you look at how he turned that program into a top 25 program. It's he forced teams to communicate, got his guys on the same page, and then he coached an aggressive mindset that we're not going to sit back, but we're going to be the attackers on offense and defense and special teams. And you can really see the team buy into that. So that's the challenge I put in front of our guys is we've got to be great pre-snap communication, and then we have to attack when they attack. The best way to attack somebody who attacks is to try to knock them out, right? You can't keep jabbing somebody that's eventually going to try to knock you out. So you got to eventually, fight back.
Well, Kenny, thanks so much for the time. We're thrilled that you're on weekly with us again all season long, and best of luck tomorrow night. We'll talk to you next week.
I appreciate it. Go Devils.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of the Arizona State Sun Devils, again joining us weekly here on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Wait.
Yes. Coming up next are the Green Bay Packers, now the favorites to win the Super Bowl after a huge trade. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Santan Ford's Activate the Valley, presented in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos, Arizona State's official sports headquarters, and Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. We are Santan Ford.
Your home for Sun Devil football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of chronic joint pain. And I say that because QC Kinetics helped me avoid surgery 5 years ago when I tore my meniscus. And I'm currently in round 3 of treatment for a real bad case of tennis elbow. And it's making it markedly better already. Advanced regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics, transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. These treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and the patient satisfaction rate is an amazing 92%, and that includes Emmitt Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage his joint pain caused by years and years in the NFL. Make this 2025 the time you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, your ability to walk and run and play and live the way you want to. QC Kinetics can be found in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
It's kickoff time, Sun Devil Nation. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, we're proud to stand with Arizona State football. And just like Sparky on game day, trucks from Tim Hovic's Santan Ford bring the fire, the fight, and the power. From the F-150 to the unstoppable Super Duty, Ford trucks are built tough and built for Arizona. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford is an easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista and Gilbert. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, proud partner of your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Hey, Sun Devil fans, get ready for another rockin' season with a better tasting, healthier protein shake. Rockin' Protein. Whether you enjoy hiking, jogging, working out, or simply cheering on your Sun Devils, you need Rockin' Protein. Locally made right here in Arizona, this high-quality protein shake helps you get the results you want. And it's made with real Shamrock Farms milk, so it tastes delicious with no chalky aftertaste. Look for it in the dairy cooler. Rockin' Protein, proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. Forks up.
Forks up, Sun Devil fans. Bar S, America's #1 selling hot dog brand, is a proud partner of Sun Devil Athletics. From hot dogs and sausage to bacon, lunch meat, and corn dogs, Bar S serves up an all-star lineup of mealtime and game time favorites. Craving something delicious at the stadium? Grab a Bar S pitchfork dog or a 100% beef frank and taste the tradition. Then swing by your local grocery store and bring home the flavor that fuels Sun Devil Nation. Bar S, proud partners of Sun Devil Athletics. Go Devils!
Everyone needs a checking account, so get the one with built-in benefits to complement your unique lifestyle. Mountain America's My Style Checking has perks no one can pass up. You'll enjoy sizzling restaurant deals, peace of mind mobile phone protection, timely telehealth access, built-in identity protection, and clutch loan rate discounts. Make My Style your lifestyle at Mountain America Credit Union. Visit macu.com/mystyle. Insured by NCUA. Membership required based on eligibility. Some benefits require no cost registration or activation. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. You've known us as the Valley's leading AC company for over 25 years. But did you know that we're also a full-service plumbing company? From garbage disposals, sinks, toilets, clogged drains, water heaters, sewer pipe relining, we do it all. So for your next plumbing decision, make the precision decision and call us at 602-765-PIPE.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Sun Devil football fans, time to activate the season.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
It is time to activate the season, Sun Devil fans. We are looking for a specific caller number. That caller number is what, Dan Bickley?
Let's say caller number 8.
Caller 8. Was that Jordan Crook of ASU last year?
I have no idea.
602-260-9870. Caller 8, 602-260-9870. That easy. If you're caller 8, you're going to win 2 tickets to see on ASU. Take on the Lumberjacks tomorrow. Caller 8, 602-260-9870. You don't win this time? Be listening at 11:15 with Wolf and Luke for your next chance to win.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
If you add the premier pass rusher in the NFL right now, you instantly become the top of the list Super Bowl contender. I know we were talking about Mike T's list yesterday and who can actually dethrone the Philadelphia Eagles. Would the Eagles be in that mix even? I think above the Eagles. If this happens to the Green Bay Packers, they are instantly the representative coming out of the NFC that you expect to be in the Super Bowl.
That is Courtney Cronin from ESPN Radio yesterday. Well, guess what? The premier pass rusher, one of the premier pass rushers in the league, got traded to the Green Bay Packers yesterday. So I guess under the assumption, some people say the Green Bay Packers are the favorites to get to the Super Bowl from the NFC. I'm not sure I'm there, but what a coup for the Green Bay Packers right before the season. And on the flip side of it, what a popping of the balloon in Dallas right before the season starts. You're 6 days away from your season opener, and they traded their best player and didn't get, most people will say, didn't get nearly enough in return.
No, listen, and I think that I know that I am taking a lot of perverse enjoyment in watching this happen to the Dallas Cowboys.
You're not wrong.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because it's one of those things where we have to deal with the incessant focus on the Cowboys for things that are just so ridiculous. But to watch their owner misfire the way he did, you can't treat the Cowboys like America's team, like a premier franchise anymore. So that's what I love. I love the fact that this franchise that has just been so full of arrogance and just leave it at that. So full of arrogance, sort of step in it the way they have. It is quite something. And then I think about the Green Bay Packers. What a coup for them. Because there was a clear front runner in the NFC, the Philadelphia Eagles, obviously.
Yeah.
But this is the Packers going, look, we gave you guys a game in the wild card round of the playoffs, and now we're coming for you. And then I think about the Green Bay Packers, and how do you even pull that off? So your GM is Brian Gutekunst. Do you have to go to your board of directors? Because the Packers are famously owned by the fans, by the community. So you got to go to the board of directors, and somebody's got to make the case that, listen, $188 million is a lot of money, but this guy might win us the Super Bowl. Do you remember what Reggie White did for us, y'all? And then it happens, right?
By the way, Green Bay in Dallas, Week 4, Sunday Night Football on NBC. That's going to be a zoo. Judging again from the letting the air out of the balloon in Dallas. So many of their players responded on social media. Cavante Turpin, this league blank crazy, LOL. Des Bryant, former Cowboy. We are about to see Micah Parsons in a Green Bay Packers jersey. WTF. Jonye Thomas, a gif of Steve Harvey pouring alcohol into a glass and crying hysterically. Trayvon Diggs, broken heart emoji. Former Cowboy DeMarcus Ware, facepalm. DeMarvion Overshown, kind of in that realm too. Michael Irvin, cannot believe this, full reaction on YouTube. Jerry Jones is just operating as kind of a rogue owner at this point, and he backs up everything he has done to this point.
Well, listen.
No, not at all. And nothing at all in terms of regret. You mentioned, you're asking if I regret. No, I don't regret that at all. I'm very, very excited about the prospects of what we've done for the Cowboys here. I wouldn't have done it. I had total control over being able to have it the other way. So I'm excited. We got what we wanted.
Yeah, he just does what he wants, and it's all good.
Okay, but yeah, right, exactly. And all throughout that press conference last night, he kept calling Micah Parsons Michael Parsons, and I don't think that was on accident. I think that was one of these petty, I'm a billionaire, I'm gonna rub your nose in this a little bit, I'm gonna disrespect you.
Dang, I had that in my reboot.
Oh, you can. You can bring it up. So listen, I there's so many thoughts that I have about this, and it's you look at the timing of this, if you really wanted this outcome, trading him around the NFL draft would have certainly reaped a much better offer in return than what you got.
Absolutely.
So in that regard, it is very much like Nico Harrison trading Luka Doncic. And then you think about what stopped Jerry Jones and David Mulugheta. How about the victory that he scored? When did he begin negotiating with the Green Bay Packers? There's a lot about this story we don't know. Jerry Jones likes to insist, hey, you all don't know what I was going to pay him. Okay, well then tell us what you were going to pay him.
Yeah, you tell us everything else.
Yeah,
why not?
Tell us if you want us to understand the context.
That is such a good point. These negotiations dragged on in some form or another from March until yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And yet at the drop of a hat, David Mulugheta, who's got this reputation as holding out for getting the most for his clients, got $188 million right after a trade from Green Bay, a team that he presumably had not talked to before.
Right. Exactly.
On that front.
Right, exactly. So a smart person would assume that this thing that they started to engineer this well before yesterday, well before the last 48, well before the last week. And the whole idea that Jerry Jones insisting on being the guy that can go right to the player and claim that verbal negotiations with the player are somehow binding. I have not been able to get by that. Why in the world would he die on that hill?
As a successful business person, I have no idea.
There are a lot of agents in the NFL who claim the Dallas Cowboys are going to pay a gigantic price for this because no self-respecting agent is going to steer any client towards Dallas. There's going to be reverberations from this.
Yeah, but this situation might pop up again if the Cowboys and one of these draft picks or one of their own draft picks, they hit on somebody else and 4 or 5 years into their career, they're dealing with the same situation. Those are situations you can't avoid as an agent. But, yeah, it's just, I can only imagine what Cowboy fans are thinking today. Congratulations to Scott Chan. He was caller number 8. He's going to help activate this season. Headed to ASU NAU, your next chance to win a pair of tickets to the season opener for the Sun Devils. Coming up at 11:15 with Wolf and Luke. Also, want to remind you, catch every headline. Visit the watch page at arizonasports.com for the latest on the Cardinals and Dbacks, or join us live and watch along. Coming up next, Sammy's got the big stories on this Friday morning in the reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 to Yelich. Is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
The Dbacks split the series with one of the league's best. Now they head to L.A. to face another of the MLB's elite teams. Dbacks at the Dodgers. Game 1 tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sports fans know better than anyone that wins and losses matter, results matter, scoreboard matters, and if you're injured in an accident, winning in court becomes essential. And I'm going to give you a story that proves why you need to hire the attorneys at Sweet James if that ever happens to you. So one of our listeners was injured in an accident, in a trucking accident, thought that the insurance companies would be reasonable, thought he could settle at a fair number. The insurance companies offered him nothing for his injuries, zero. Indignant, angry, he picked up the phone, he called Sweet James. Sweet James not only got him the medical care he needed, they went out and secured a whopping $10 million victory. Compare that to the zero the insurance companies were offering. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes, no law firm can, but in our legal system, having the right attorney on your side makes all the difference in the world, and that is why you call Sweet James. They win 98% of the time, and they win big. 1-800-9-MILLION, that's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Close out the summer with a Saturday night showdown. Phoenix Rising host El Paso Locomotive on Saturday, August 30th at 7:30 p.m. with great soccer and even better value. Score big with the 4-3-3 menu featuring a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials during the match. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Hot dogs, cold drinks, one fiery rivalry. Don't miss it.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together.
When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks team that continues to fight after dropping the first two games to the Brewers. The Snakes would take the next two, including a 6-4 win yesterday. All 6 of their runs would come via the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. And Taylor Rashi would make his major league debut in style, a 9-out save, and held off the best team in baseball. The Snakes now will head to L.A. for 3 games with the Dodgers. That starts tonight. First pitch will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The maroon and gold with pitchfork helmets will be back on display Saturday night in front of the first season opener sellout crowd since 1998 in Tempe. Kickoff will be at 7 tomorrow as ASU will welcome NAU to start the season. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event going on now at your Valley Chevy dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
All the big stories on this Friday. Sammy's going to give them to us in the reboot. What do you got, Sammy?
Yeah, good morning. It is Friday. Happy Friday. And no bigger story in the sports world than Micah Parsons getting traded to the Green Bay Packers. And we talked last segment about Jerry calling him Michael. This is what we were talking about.
Did I talk to Michael?
Micah.
I firmly made a commitment to Michael this spring. Micah.
First of all,
I think they did it like 3 or 4 more times throughout.
You briefly gave your thoughts on that. Do you think that was intentional?
I don't know. I do know this, though, that when I look at some owners in the NFL who want you to know who's in charge and who want you to know who really has the power, Jerry Jones is at the front of that list. So it would strike me as something he would do on the way out to just kind of be petty. But you know what? The alternative is worse. if he's got early onset dementia and can't even remember the first name of his best player.
Look, I think it's more that just a slip of the tongue.
But repeatedly? He did it 7 times.
I mean, we hear mispronounced names all the time.
Okay.
And so this
but
is.
I want to know during the course of his career in Dallas, when things were copacetic between the two sides, was he calling him Michael? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, and this
because I think he's been off the rocker for 5 years.
We've played so much Jerry Jones audio over the last year or two. I've never heard him call him Michael before.
Me neither.
And he did it like 5 times.
Yeah, it was just nonstop in that. It got to the point where his son had to correct him. Sammy played that cut.
Right.
Micah.
It's Micah.
Yeah. I want to keep it local just for a second, and it's not like what they didn't do, but do you think the Cardinals should have maybe made a more aggressive push to double down on this defense and get Micah Parsons?
Well, listen, for all the money they didn't spend the last 2 years and for all their salary cap space they still have available this year, I can't imagine why you wouldn't.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, when NFL people are saying Arizona's a really good fit for when you talk about dropping him into an otherwise really good defense, I would hope that they wouldn't just brush it off like, oh no, that's too much money. That's too much money for us. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah, and I know I saw some reaction on social media from Cardinals fans saying, when it became known what was going to Dallas in the trade, all right, it probably would have cost the Cardinals Jordan Burch and 2 first-round picks. First of all, it would have been more than that because Jordan Burch is an exciting young prospect, but Kenny Clark is a proven defensive tackle in this league. He's a Pro Bowler, so it would have taken more than that. But by all means, yes. I hope at least the phone was picked up, and it was reported that they were a team that was in.
Right.
Again, we'll probably never know the depths of how far it got, but absolutely they should have.
Yeah, that was before they went out and spent big money on Josh Sweat. So what I'm saying is that there's some teams that dig really deep to spend to win. Cardinals have never gone to those lengths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I hope that this situation they were at least involved.
Yeah. So now moving to college football, we'll bridge it with the Cardinals a little bit, but we've talked in this offseason about expectation a lot, whether it's with the Sun Devils getting back to the college football playoff or the Cardinals getting to the NFL playoff. Which team needs to look better in their opener? Is it ASU against NAU tomorrow, or is it the Cardinals next weekend against the Saints?
I would probably lean towards the Cardinals. No disrespect to NAU. I think they are a good FCS team, and they're. I asked Kenny Dillingham about it. Their head coach is 39-11 at Pittsburgh State and NAU over the last 4 years, so he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But I think they're just the superior team from a talent standpoint and everything they got going. If the Cardinals don't look good in week 1, or if they somehow lose in week 1, that sets a tone for the whole season. And I think that's honestly more possible than seeing ASU struggle tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we're all in trouble if ASU ends up in a real tight game with NAU. I'm hoping this is a demolition with all due respect to the Lumberjacks. It's got to be the Cardinals opener.
Yeah, ideally they both would look good, and we can talk highly about it. Aside from the ASU game tomorrow, which is on our minds and will be on our television screens, what are you expecting as a whole from a loaded week 1 of college football?
I want to save some of it for the weekend checklist.
Yeah, we can.
The lineup is fantastic. I couldn't ask for a better. I don't think any college football fan could ask for a better lineup, and especially when you get 5 straight days of football. Now, Boise State, they looked horrific last night, so that was kind of a disappointment for those who were looking for close competitive football, but the next 4 days are going to be awesome. I don't know what stands. Obviously, the game tomorrow morning at 9, the Texas-Ohio State game, is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking forward to most.
Yeah, I'm also very, very curious to see what Bill Belichick at North Carolina look like on Monday, now that his girlfriend Jordan Hudson has filed for 5 trademarks, including the term gold digger.
Saw that. Good stuff out of the camp over there. At
Oh,
UNC,
yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
We'll wrap things up real quick with the Diamondbacks. They split the series yesterday with the Brewers. Taylor Rashi, a great moment in his major league debut. At this point in the season, Is all you can ask for just what they're doing right now and kind of playing fun and hard baseball? Or do you want to see something else, something more from maybe the team or guys? Obviously, Jordan Lawler's hopefully coming up soon. But
yeah, no, I'm not. I'm done with the expectations. I'm just gonna sit back and watch this thing unfold, and because I'm real curious to see what they can do now between now and the end of the season.
Yeah, if they're talking about jobs being won or lost at this point for next season, that's what I'm looking for as well. I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the grittiness. I wish it would have popped up a little earlier in the season when things were a little bit more within reach. But yeah, Jordan Lawler, guys like Andrew Saalfrank, Blaze Alexander. I'd love to see Tyler Locklear get going to give Diamondbacks, the organization and their fans, some faith that they have an option at first base going into next year.
He got robbed out of a homer yesterday.
And that play that Terang made up the middle, he still got an RBI on that, but what does a guy got to do to get a hit? For goodness sakes.
When you're struggling, that's the stuff that happens to you in that sport.
It is. Well, there you go. Happy Friday, and football is fully back.
We're here.
We are here.
We are here. Hey, Cardinals fans, home opener is almost here. We want you in the stand starting next Tuesday. We're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. What you got to do is head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to Arizona Sports YouTube page to get entered. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks still with a losing record, still on the outside looking into the wild card chase, but they also look like a team that's playing hard to save their manager's job. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe, and Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to the game. Listen today for your chance to win. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Labor Day weekend is here. Vince Murata letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa has already kicked off its Labor Day savings, and they're going on this weekend and all month. No bull, folks. We're talking enormous savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV. You could save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing on approved credit. Earnhardt Buick GMC even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on brand new 2026 Buick Encore GX models. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end September 2nd, 2025. So hurry in to Earnhardt Buick GMC this weekend. They're located right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard in Mesa. You can stop in person, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're not alone, and you don't have to settle for temporary fixes or frustration. At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently, with instant lasting results tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. But hurry, this offer won't last. Call Spark Men's Health now for your free consultation at 480-550-8579. That's 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the September 6th Dbacks game against Boston and secure your Greek Heritage giveaway jersey, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. The Diamondbacks start a series against the Dodgers tonight, and we'll check in with manager Tory Lavell at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
You can hear him celebrating right now. This is a great moment for him. It's a great moment and a story of perseverance and believing, and gets the opportunity and goes out there and gets the 3-inning save. Basically, everybody was down in the bullpen. You could see the people we had available. Curtis was going to basically be the last man standing and backing him. So on a day when we needed it most, I think he blocked all that out. He was, for me, oblivious to what was going on around him, and just made pitches and got a massive, massive save for us.
That was Tory Lavell on Taylor Rashi coming up big in his major league debut in yesterday's game. 3 innings, 62 pitches for the save against the Brewers. They salvaged the split against the Brewers. They win the season series. What that means moving forward, not a whole lot, other than another indication, Bick, of a team. And people roll their eyes a lot when Tory Lavell says at this point of the season, I'm proud of the way these guys are fighting. They're grinding, they're clawing, they're scratching. It will get the eye roll. But you know what? You can't deny that it's happening. This Major League Baseball in late August and September, the history of it has been defined by teams that are like, okay, this is not us. We're not part of this party this year. Let's just kind of shut it down. And it's not even a conscious decision. It just happens because it seeps through the whole clubhouse and onto the field, and you can see the results. And are the Arizona Diamondbacks a great baseball team? No. But they look like a team that's fighting pretty hard for their manager still.
Well, or just fighting pretty hard. Whether it's for their manager or not, they're fighting pretty hard, and that alone is worth something. I do agree with that, and I've seen many examples of teams that do that. I've seen many examples of managers who are in the midst of a terrible season, understanding that I'm probably going to get fired here. This whole thing with one of my best players just blew up. I've got $5 million coming to me next year. I could have a year just chilling out, resetting. Let's just take this to the house. And Tory hasn't done that at all. Tory is every bit the life force of this team that he's been all year long in terms of the everyday smiling optimism. Let's go present the best version of ourselves. Roll your eyes. Yeah, all that stuff, but it's working now, and that to me, it's very, very interesting. So why is it working now? That's really a big question. Well, I do think the idea that Ketel Marte would be traded, or the Diamondbacks would be open to trades, I think that has sent shockwaves through the clubhouse, because they're probably thinking, well, maybe it's not just him. Maybe the whole team had a moment where they kind of said, you know what, we got it pretty good here. This manager we got here, we could do a heck of a lot worse. And I agree with one of your pet theories that that Geraldo Perdomo has kind of really morphed into that alpha clubhouse presence that maybe the team needed at the beginning of the season.
When we were talking to Derek Hall yesterday on the subject of Geraldo Perdomo, and I mentioned leadership, and Derek kind of elaborated on that. He said Geraldo Perdomo is the guy in the locker room that will, and these are his words, will get into anybody's face and has. So, look, you want me to give my pet theory? When that Ketel Marte situation got to a head and Geraldo Perdomo spoke up in defense of his teammate and said, all right, enough is enough. It's weighing on him. He just wants to play baseball. Okay, that's a leadership move, and he did it right in front of his manager during his press availability. But I also happen to think that Geraldo Perdomo probably got in the face of Ketel Marte.
I'm guessing
said,
he did.
You know, when you look at the styles the Ketel Marte days off situation, it's been talked about ad nauseum. But Geraldo Perdomo attacks his job the exact opposite way. He's played through numerous injuries.
Yeah.
And
So is Corbin Carroll.
And he's played through injuries. So I think that probably happened.
Listen.
Again, total speculation on my part.
No, I think you're on the money here, and I also think that Bob Nightingale piece put something in front of Ketel Marte that he had not seen before, that he had just believed. Now, again, I think Tory Lavell definitely bears some blame for everything that happened along those lines, because it was pretty clear Ketel Marte didn't understand the enormity of his actions and how it was affecting other people. And so I do think that Geraldo Perdomo has grabbed that proverbial bull by the horns and is now that alpha in the clubhouse that Tory's needed all along. And that is why when you start gauging what to do with this manager after the season, look, if this team continues to play and ends the season in this lane that they're in, I am completely fine with Tory coming back next year, because I think there's been lessons learned. And I also believe that you've got a true alpha leader in that clubhouse now. But I'm not Ken Kendrick, and you don't know what the top of this organization feels about this season. And because at some point in time, like I said, during that Brewers series, I was the emotions I felt those first two games were like, this is really cool that this team on the road in a series where everyone is saying, all right, your time's up, Dbacks. It's all coming to an end starting now. Schedule's really tough on the way out. Your bubble's about to get burst. And that to come back in the first couple of games, then win the last couple of games, and then to do it with Nabil Chris Matt, sorry, and Taylor.
Who the hell is he, Jared?
And Taylor Rashi. It's like, what? Could you have ever envisioned a world like this? This whole season has been bizarro world for this baseball team, and yet they're trying to make the best of it at the end. Look, they're 3 games under 500. They're not out of this yet.
They're 6.5 games out of the final wild card spot going into the weekend against the Dodgers. And the Dodgers, look, they've got issues of their own. They're fighting for first place in the division, but the Dodgers don't. To me, right now, this could change at the drop of a hat. But they're not putting off that invincible vibe that they have in recent years, because they've been so susceptible to injury too. It seems like every Friday we're talking about this. Well, if they sweep, we're going to have some interesting conversations on Monday or Tuesday morning. It has been very encouraging.
Well,
and the encouraging loss category this year is a very small one for the Diamondbacks. And I think they just had 2 in Milwaukee that were kind of eye-opening for this team, because they were down and getting dominated 6-0 in both of those games and made both of them competitive.
Well, listen, and I think that, so I think a couple things about that, but I think primarily the idea that they're playing tough teams now doesn't scare me one bit, because it brings out the best in this baseball team. I worry when they play the bad teams.
Yeah, I mean, when it's all said, wouldn't that be terrible if when the season is done and there are a couple games out that we're going to be pointing at the weekend series in Colorado where it looked like the wheels fell off?
Yeah.
I mean, they've lost five times to Colorado.
5 times to Colorado
Right.
this year, which
That's
is
right.
really not acceptable.
No. But
I think more likely, though, you're going to see them continue to play hard and continue to play about 500 baseball.
Yeah,
that's the problem. I mentioned earlier, they could have and maybe should have won all 4 games against Milwaukee, the best team in baseball, and they only won 2 of them because that's just kind of how the team is made up right now. And you can only ask so much. Playing hard only gets you so much when you have the talent that you have that's missing and injured and on the roster.
I mean, that's what we're talking about. So again, but I've stripped all the expectations out of this. I'm just going to watch this thing and try to enjoy it. And who knows? Maybe a miracle happens for them. But I think if they finish with a winning record, I think that would be an achievement given where this team was after the trade deadline.
Yeah, but I think one thing that's going on too that's been maybe a little bit under talked about is, yes, the bullpen's ravaged. They're down to, Nabil Crismatt getting plucked to start games. But what's happening right now with some of those pitchers in that group is they're creating competition. Nabil Crismatt is creating competition. What we saw from Rashi yesterday, Jake Woodford's been pretty good in a long relief role. I mean, Andrew Saalfrank, again, has been a revelation again this year. So there's certain positives happening in what's been a very rough year that they can benefit from down the road.
I still am stunned that Taylor Rashi went back out there in the 9th inning, because that could not have been a pregame plan. Like, okay, this new kid we just brought, we're giving him 3 innings.
His answer to that question, I knew I was going out for a 3rd inning when nobody shook my hand after the 8th.
Yeah.
And a great answer.
Right. But again, I'm telling you, if he would have gotten that 9th inning, and if Yelich had gone deep or the Brewers would have rallied, Tory would have had to wear that, because that's dangerous ground. Yep. When a pitcher is making his major league debut and he gives you 2 innings of scoreless relief and you ask for more, you risk ruining what should be a great debut that you will remember for the rest of your life. Now it's Hall of Fame like. But that was quite a risk to take, and it worked. So if you're into symbolism, maybe it's a sign that things are changing for Tory Lavell.
That was a really cool moment. I really enjoyed watching yesterday's game. Listen today at 11:15, 4:15 for your chances to win ASU tickets. Be listening for the sounder. That will be your cue to call in to win. And some tickets to see ASU take on NAU tomorrow night. Coming up next, the halfway point of the Friday show.
Fire!
Bick's got the blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lots of people use the Labor Day weekend as a great time to cash in on car deals, and I want to tell you what's going on at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. It's Vince Marotta, and Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling out specials all weekend long, just as they've done all month long. And it's an Earnhardt dealership, locally owned. They treat you right. They treat you like family. So now is your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. If you're looking for a sedan, they've got a selection of 2025 Kia K4s, SUVs. Earnhardt Peoria Kia has those too, like the popular 2025 Telluride. They've even got the 2025 Carnival MPV in stock. Gas, hybrid, all electric options. They've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia, great dealership and a place to shop for a car. And these new Kias are amazing. So you got to check them out. You can even shop remotely with No Bull Express. So discover what drives you at 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Dreaming of escaping the Arizona heat in your own backyard oasis? Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are making dreams come true. Get ready for the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. You could win a beautiful brand new custom pool for your home. One lucky winner will receive a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking. Perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now through September 7th. Visit dbacks.com/splash to enter or for more details. That's dbacks.com/SPLASH.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jan from Toyota here, with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's National Sales Event, with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that! What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks got a 6-4 win against the Brewers yesterday for their second win in a row, and the scoring would get done early. Both the Diamondbacks and the Brewers would score all their runs prior to the fourth inning, and it would be Taylor Rashi who in his MLB debut earned a 3-inning save, and with the win, they split the 4-game series with Milwaukee, and now we'll head to LA for 3 with the Dodgers. That starts tonight at 7:10 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU will open their season tomorrow against NAU, and ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini says for the first time since 1998, Mountain America Stadium will be sold out for a season opener, and the Phoenix Mercury edged out the Chicago Sky last night 83-79. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Call it a sequel, call it an encore, call it anything you want, but Arizona State's football program has an enormous task in the months ahead. How do you follow up a truly magical season? Answer, you can't. You don't. You take the 2024 Sun Devils and put them under glass in a snow globe, and you shake it up whenever you're feeling nostalgic. You also must understand what the Sun Devils are reaching for is much bigger. They want to make that magic logic in everyday reality. They want to crack the oligarchy of college football, where newcomers are not wanted nor tolerated. They want to become the Big 12 power heavyweight for years to come, and they want the U in ASU to stand for unbeatable when it used to stand for underachieving. If Kenny Dillingham pulls this off, he will not only be the next great star in college football, he might change the entire landscape in Arizona, because we are no longer a major league sports town after losing our NHL team. And imagine if a metro area of 6 million people suddenly becomes obsessed with a college team. So, can that really happen? Yes, it can, because Dillingham is the Cinderella story we've always needed, and because he understands a very important point. You either let history repeat itself, or you go about changing history. Today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Yeah, we closed the book a long time ago. I mean, obviously everybody else keeps the book open. We try to keep closing it. And, I like to explain to people history, because I think there's a reason why history repeats itself, right? This is such a lifestyle city. There's so many things to do. There's so many distractions. So once people taste success here, it's so hard to keep your focus on what got you here, whether that's collegiate sports, professional sports. So I want them to understand that the Valley as a whole has struggled, having successful seasons back to back. And it's not just a football thing, it's an everything thing. And that's the challenge we face. And if we want to do something that's really not been done, well, you got to do something that nobody's ever done before. You have to work harder and stay more focused than any sports team has in the last 40 years.
That's Kenny Dillingham, the head coach of ASU, on with us earlier this morning. He'll be our weekly guest on Fridays all season long, but talking about that very subject. And starting that statement with, we've closed the book on last year. And then to hear Kenny Dillingham elaborate on the challenge ahead. When you talk about great teams in Arizona State football history, Bick, you talk about the 75 team. You talk about the 86 team. You talk about the 96 team. The goal is not to mention 1 year in those great moments in history. You want to talk about an era, or even college football is very ripe to go past eras and just have a powerhouse. It is a massive undertaking.
No doubt.
But if they got the guy for it really seems like they got the guy for the job.
Yeah, I agree with that. I had mentioned this great piece in AZ Central that centered around Kenny's wife, Brianna, and how she's sort of the rock in Kenny's life and what they do. Kenny's got a very interesting setup. So he and his wife and his son, they live in a house. Right next door are Kenny's parents. Right behind them is Kenny's sister. So they literally pass kids over the wall, so they can play with each other. You know what I mean? There's cousins here and there's grandparents here. So it really paints a picture of a guy that really has roots here and wants to stay here. That will always be a fluid situation. If ASU can't pull it off because of things like resources, then I'm sure at some point in time, Kenny Dillingham might get an offer from Texas or LSU or something like in the $18 million a year range, something that is just too rich for ASU to pay. Who knows where this whole thing is going to go. But this guy has got the best chance to turn ASU football into everything we've always wanted it to be. Because he gets it. He gets everything. I'm reading in that piece, and he talks about how so many college coaches tell the parents of recruits, "Hey, we're going to treat your kid like our own son, like family," and yet those coaches don't spend any time with their families. So Kenny's like, "So who's lying here?" Right? So everything that he models and everything that he says is so sharp and so on it. I've marveled at his messaging. I say this constantly. I've marveled at his messaging for years. He just gets it, and he's local, and we've got a magical season in the background. This is going to be fantastic to watch.
Yeah, and Kenny Dillingham also. We started the conversation first time since 1998 that ASU has sold out a season opener at Sun Devil / Mountain America Stadium. That's what's on tap for tomorrow, and he appreciates that fact.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's what we envisioned, when I took this job, was this place sold out, this place being the talk of the town, this place being the place to be on Saturdays. And to sell it out for the first time in week 1 in 27 years, there's not one player on our team that was alive when that happened. And put that in context, that this is the first time in their life that this stadium will be sold out for a week 1.
And there are similarities. We talked about it when the preseason poll came out. ASU ranked number 11. Highest they've been ranked in a preseason AP poll since 1998. They were ranked number 8 that year. They opened up the season against Washington. They lost that game. That damn Brock Eward. He beat him that night. But that's what they're trying to avoid is that lull, because that season didn't go very well for ASU. They finished 5-6 with all those preseason expectations. This town, we focus a lot on the psychology of sports towns and that we're immersed in Phoenix, and I think this is a fascinating place to be immersed in sports fan psychology. They love a winner.
Yeah.
And this is a winner right now, and the crowd can reciprocate and help this effort.
What they've done is they've already reinvigorated the fan base and the alumni for ASU. They've done that already in Kenny Dillingham's first couple of years. What they are now starting to do is get non-alums and non-fans to get on the bandwagon. People who just like football, people who just like sports, people who just like winners, like you said.
Or people who don't have an affiliation to a college team that happen to live here in town. He's an easy guy to root for. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt about it. So listen, so it all begins, and let's hope it all just kind of plays out the way we envision it playing out, because if this is going to happen, then it's not absurd for what I want to happen to become reality. And that is for ASU to simply outclass the rest of the Big 12. We all believe that this is a very, very wide conference in terms of quality of teams, that it's not top heavy, but it's very wide heavy, if you will. There's nothing that says ASU can't be better than every team in this conference every year.
Yeah.
There's advantages that ASU has that schools in Manhattan, Kansas don't have, that schools in Ames, Iowa doesn't have. So and you've got the right guy to make it happen. So dream big, think big, but also understand that it's don't compare it to last year, because it won't live up.
Yeah, the goal is to make everybody forget about last year because this year was so good.
Yeah.
And we've already seen about the landscape of the Big 12. We've already seen 6 of the Big 12 teams play.
Mm-hmm.
I think only 2 of the teams that we've seen glimpses from, and that was the game last week in Ireland between Kansas State and Iowa State. Those teams are going to be in the mix. And nothing really stood out to me last night as, hey, UCF under Scott Frost, they can really challenge this year.
Mm-hmm.
Even Cincinnati in that game against Nebraska, I don't think they're a challenger. Very curious to see what some of those other challengers look like in their season openers, like Texas Tech, like TCU.
Yep.
I was really we saw Kansas last weekend too, so we've seen 7 teams. I was actually impressed with Kansas with what they did against Fresno State. But football season is here, and the optimism is in the air. And coming up later on in the hour, not only will we talk college football with David Pollock, we will also project our own college football playoff fields for this year. Will ASU be in our projections? Wait and see. Also coming up, the
Cardinals coming up next. My bad. I thought we were doing that next. That's my mistake.
The Cardinals are not quite.
He's not this confused. It's my fault.
I am
listeners.
confused. The Cardinals, not quite in game week, but they're getting there. We'll tell you what their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, had to say about all those things next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 to Yelich is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
The Dbacks split the series with one of the league's best. Now they head to L.A. to face another of the MLB's elite teams. Dbacks at the Dodgers. Game 1 tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say two birds with one stone. We say two damages with one deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in one storm, you only pay one deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our one deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Arizona Cardinals player stood out to Lorenzo Alexander during the preseason? We'll ask the 15-year NFL veteran at 11:30. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, there's a lot of optimism, coming out of training camp, just because now that, Gannon is going into this part of his career with the team, they seem to know what they want. They're starting. They may not be exactly where they want the roster to be, but they've got it a long ways, in that area. So a lot of optimism. And I think you made a great point that the NFC West seems a little bit more unsteady, where it used to be top heavy, the Rams and the 49ers. Now you don't know so much about the 49ers. The Rams are one Matthew Stafford injury tweak away from struggling, and the Seahawks look like they're going to be a really good team, but okay, what Sam Darnold are we going to get?
Right. So, that's Steve Wyche, NFL Network. He joined us yesterday to talk football, taking his look at the Cardinals and their place in the NFC West as we are one Sunday away. The last footballless Sunday for a while. Cardinals will get at it next Sunday in New Orleans, week 1. Look, we spent some time earlier in the show, Bick, talking about the Micah Parsons trade, what it does for the power balance in the NFC. And look, Micah Parsons on Dallas, I don't think they're a favorite. Micah Parsons away from Dallas on Green Bay, yeah, it does have an effect on the conference look. So he might be one of the most pivotal players in the conference. But if you look at the division and pivoting on something that Steve Weiss said there, I don't think there's a more important / pivotal player in the NFC West this year than Matthew Stafford. If he guts it out, is healthy, and plays Matthew Stafford football, I believe the Rams are the team to beat. I have serious doubts that he is going to be able to do that.
I agree with that as well. I heard a week ago that the Rams might be thinking really outside of the box with Matthew Stafford in terms of giving him like a 3-week vacation in the middle of the season, right? Just sort of get us to here, then we're going to give you a couple of weeks off around the bye week, and then we'll hopefully have you for the stretch run, which if true, if that contingency planning is actually happening, it tells you what a concern Matthew Stafford's back is. And I agree with you. You take Matthew Stafford out of that mix, then this division is truly wide open. But if this is an issue to the point where it's an issue, how sustainable is Matthew Stafford? I think I don't think this is a black and white issue. I think this is nuanced, and I think this quarterback's very damaged, and he's very, very tough. So I don't know where it's going to go. You know he's going to try to play.
That's the thing, is the idea doesn't seem to be that he's healthy to start the season. It's that he's healthy enough to play through the pain to start the season. Yeah, to last this season.
So I think it's a great opportunity in that regard for the Cardinals. I've already shared my thoughts on the Seahawks. I think the Seahawks are a very, very good defensive team, but I'm not sure I'm buying that quarterback. And the 49ers, I don't know what we're going to see from them. I really don't. So this is it's a great opportunity for the Cardinals to seize the moment. Like I said, I would love for them to kind of grab this year and just make the next 5 years their time to be the team in the NFC West.
Kyler Murray is still young enough that if he takes the leap this season, you could project that, like you said, the next 5 years could be the Cardinals' years.
Yeah, right. And I know that a lot of people roll their eyes on that because a lot of people think that what we have gotten from Kyler Murray, zero-sum game, what we have gotten from him after 6 years, we already know what we're going to get. And I understand that. And in most cases, I would kind of sign up for that thinking. But like I said, there have been moments, there have been portions of seasons where Kyler Murray is busted out of that. Yeah. And he's been something very dangerous. If he can find a way to bottle that up and bring it every week, then the ceiling gets raised.
Yeah. Well, Bick, you mentioned the landscape of the NFC West creates an opportunity for the Cardinals. The early season schedule creates an opportunity for the Cardinals. They are playing two of what most people believe are the lesser teams in the NFC from a bad division, the NFC South in New Orleans and Carolina in weeks 1 and 2. Jonathan Gannon was asked about it. Hey, what kind of traps can you run into heading into a week 1 game? Here's what JG said on that.
Week 1, you can run into the trap of doing, taking yourself completely out of a normal routine game week of how you prep and prepare and come to your decisions. You got to be careful you're not using all that time to do that, Drew and Jeff, I'm not really worried about that. They got a really good prep. Nick, he likes to go back and go back and go back and go back, I got to tell him, hey, man, what you see is what it is. Just, put the plan together.
So let's combine those two things, the opportunity created by early season schedule and the landscape of the NFC West. The Cardinals have the easiest 2-week stretch to begin the season in the division. Again, at New Orleans, home against Carolina. Week 1, San Francisco plays at Seattle. One of those teams is going to get a loss.
Yep.
The Rams have a tough opener at home against the Houston Texans. And then week 2, Cardinals come home to play Carolina. And elsewhere in the division, the Rams are on the road at Tennessee. Not a great team. San Francisco's at New Orleans. Okay. And the Seattle Seahawks, they're on the road at Pittsburgh. So Seattle's got it real tough those first 2 weeks.
So the Saints are opening with home games against a pair of NFC West teams?
Yes.
That's wild. That's really weird.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. Yeah, listen, so 2-0 is...
And then they play Seattle on the road in week 3, by the way.
That's crazy.
It's like 3.
That's insane.
That's sort of the weirdness of the scheduling now, putting more division games at the very, very end of the year, maybe, so they get you out, the non-conference ones out of the way early. But that is weird.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that when we get to week 17/18. The fact that those division games being guaranteed the last week, it can work out, but normally it works against you. Those games should have the utmost importance, and playing them the last week of the season gives you a chance that it's not going to mean that much.
Yeah.
I mean, you're only playing 6 of them.
Well, yes, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. I also think that when you take a look at the Cardinals and where are their weaknesses, well, we know that the wide receiver room isn't the greatest, the cornerbacks room isn't the greatest, and inside linebacker might be the worst room on the whole team. When you look at the cornerbacks, you can make a case that 2 of these guys that they're counting on, Max Melton and Will Johnson, their upsides are such that they're going to get better as the season progresses. So having some manageable teams out of the box might help that room grow faster, which I think is important. You know what I mean? Because I think we all know that Garrett Williams is terrific already. Will Johnson and Max Melton have got to really grow and be good players. They've got to be – they're both second-round picks. They need to play to that level.
Yeah, and if they do play to that level, I think they got something. It's a huge if.
Then that cornerback room goes from one of the worst rooms on the team to maybe one of the better ones.
Yeah, and we were wondering yesterday, too, with Clayton Tune moving on to the practice squad of Green Bay, what the Cardinals were going to do in that spot. And look, it's a practice squad quarterback, but it's the 3rd quarterback on the roster right now. They go out and get a local kid in Keaton Slovis, who's not taken an NFL snap yet, spent last year with Houston, but a native. And I think I've always been somewhat intrigued by him as a prospect.
Oh, yeah.
Intrigued mostly by the fact that early on, his freshman year at USC, it looked like he was going to be a Heisman candidate. And things kind of calmed down at that point, but I think he's a talented kid.
And
I've been an upgrade at that position.
I've always been intrigued that his name sounds like something Jerry Lewis would scream. Keaton Slovis!
Timely.
Yeah. Wow.
It is Labor Day weekend. That's when the Jerry Lewis tells us.
That's true, yeah. The old
air.
Wow. Jerry Lewis reference.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can, catch us live. Find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, college football is here. ASU makes its season debut tomorrow. Will the Sun Devils make the college football playoffs for a 2nd straight year? We'll give you our projections next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Mountain America Stadium sells out its first ASU season opener since 1998. Dbacks manager Tory Lavell is fighting for 2026 amid one of the strangest seasons in Arizona history, writes Dan Bickley. And NAU's kicker predicted an upset over ASU on his Instagram, and Sam Levitt commented, bet. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YRefi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know you gotta go big, as in big screen televisions with football season here. These games that we love so much cannot be watched on phones and laptops, on tablets. They have to be larger than life. It's one of many reasons you get in your car and head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance. They're going to give you real expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff, and that's important because not all televisions are built for live action sports. You need to have somebody pointing you in the right direction. You'll get that from Waltz. You also get great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. You'll also get great pricing, and to prove it, if you found a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz. Watch them match it. Waltz can be found right behind the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Go visit their wonderful staff. Go check out their great inventory, great outdoor televisions, great audio components as well. Everything you need to take your fandom to the next level. You can always find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Affordability and selection are back at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. The Labor Day sales event is on. $10,000 off 2025 Bronco Sports, $5,000 off Explorers. Leases from $319 or zero down, zero APR, and zero payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Over 1,300 vehicles ready for inspection. Then you take it home. It's the Santan Ford Labor Day sales event with affordability and selection. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. See santanford.com for details.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. This Dbacks team continues to fight. After dropping the first 2 games to the Brewers, the Snakes would take the next 2, including a 6-4 win yesterday. All 6 of their runs would come via the 7, 8, and 9 hitters, and Taylor Rashi would make his MLB debut in style, a 9-out save, and held off the best team in baseball. The Snakes now will be in LA for 3 games with the Dodgers. That starts tonight. First pitch will be at 7:10 here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The maroon and gold with the pitchfork helmets will be back on display Saturday night in front of the first season opener sellout crowd since 1998 in Tempe. Kickoff will be at 7 p.m. tomorrow as ASU will welcome NAU to start the season. And in the NFL, superstar Dallas Cowboy Micah Parsons has been traded to the Green Bay Packers after the 2 sides were unable to settle his contract situation. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in-store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
In order to play football, you have to play football before you play football.
The longest, toughest postseason climb in the history of the sport. And after all that, it's Ohio State together at the mountaintop.
That's the way it ended last year. Ohio State wins the first expanded 12-team college football playoff, beating Notre Dame in the championship game 34-23. And here we are. It all gets underway tomorrow. Of course, ASU in that field of 12 teams. Who will be the teams meeting for the championship on January 19th at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida? This was an interesting exercise to go through.
Yeah.
Because with 12 teams still in the field, Bick, you know you're going to get a domination of Big Ten teams and SEC teams, which in paring down who I thought could participate, I've got 7 of the 12 coming from those two conferences.
Okay.
Will there be a second team from the Big 12? Will it be a second team from the ACC? What is Notre Dame's role in all of it? Who's the group of 5 team? So I first ranked all of my teams 1 through 12.
Oh, okay.
My top seed, the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's very close to what I have.
I don't feel great about that pick, but I don't think Clemson's going to have the resume to do it. I have them as the number 2 seed, but I think Penn State will be able to capitalize about what everybody else lost in the Big Ten. Ohio State is the defending champions, and they're going to be good.
They're always good.
So much new talent on that team that I don't know what to fully expect.
Yeah.
So how did you want to unveil these? Just our participants?
Listen, I've got my 12 playoff teams. I've got my championship game, and I've got who I think is going to beat ASU because I do have ASU making it. I do not have a full bracket. Though.
Okay, I did 1 through 12. I did the bracket matchups and paired it all the way down. But
go ahead.
Participants: Penn State 1, Clemson 2, Texas champions of the SEC 3. Even though they may lose this weekend. Alabama 4, Notre Dame 5, Arizona State 6, Georgia 7, LSU 8, Ohio State 9, and this is where it got fuzzy for me. Oregon 10, Baylor 11, Liberty 12.
Okay. I like that. I like that.
Wow. It's pretty good. Go ahead, Sammy. What you got?
So we have the same 4 different order. I have Clemson, ACC winner, number 1 seed. Penn State, Big Ten winner, 2 seed. Texas, 3 seed SEC winner. And I have Bama, my 4 seed winner of the SEC. My 5 seed is Ohio State. My 6 seed is Notre Dame. My 7 seed is ASU, winner of the Big 12. I have Texas A&M as my 8 seed. Oregon as my 9 seed. And then my 10 seed is Miami, 2 teams from the
I considered them as well.
ACC. And then the 11th team, I battled with a Big 12 team, another Big 10 team. I ended up on Florida, so I have 4 SEC teams.
Okay.
And then my 12 seed, the non-power 4, I have James Madison.
That's a popular pick too. And I want to know the record. I want the record to show that I made these projections before Boise absolutely soiled itself on ESPN last night.
Mine as well.
All right, so my 12 teams, and again, I don't have them ranked, but there are a lot of the usual suspects.
Okay.
I've got Ohio State, I've got Texas, I've got Penn State, I've got ASU, I've got LSU, I've got Oregon, I've got Notre Dame, Alabama, Georgia, Miami, Baylor, and I picked this before I saw them last night when they were not very impressive, but Matt Rule in Nebraska.
Oh, I like that.
Wait.
Wow.
So who would be your
you need
non-power 5?
Yeah, non-power 5.
Yeah, that's right.
So
I
like
do.
a Boise or a Liberty or
I forgot that also.
Yeah, that's right. That makes sense. Okay, I'll take a Liberty.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Give him Liberty or give him death.
They're not going to go anywhere in the actual bracket.
Yeah.
So I'll just tell you what I had. I had ASU losing to Bama in a great matchup, and I've got Penn State beating LSU for the national championship.
Wow, LSU.
Now, listen, a lot of people go, James Franklin can never win the big game, right?
I can't believe all you guys believe in Penn State so much.
Well, you know why I'm doing it? I'm doing it because 2 years ago, the window opened for Michigan, and they cashed that ticket. Last year, the window opened late for Ohio State, and they cashed that ticket. This is the year he's got the quarterback.
Yes. But, Jarrett, I just said Penn State was my number 1 seed. That doesn't mean they're going to win the bracket.
Well, but to be the number 1 seed mean they had to win a bunch of big games along the way to get there.
Yes.
Have you looked at their schedule? They play about 2 big games.
Yes, and they're going to lose. I have Oregon as the number 1 seed because they have a really easy schedule. Their only big matchup is against Penn State, and Penn State never wins the big one. So Oregon's going to win that one.
That is their narrative, and that's what they're going to change.
It's in Happy Valley at night, though. They don't lose those games.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, just wait and see. And they lose to top 5 teams. I have Clemson number 2 because I think if they beat LSU, then they have a pretty manageable schedule. Then I have Ohio State, Georgia, Notre Dame, Alabama, Penn State, ASU 8th, Texas 9. I think Texas is going to lose twice, at least. Then Miami, then LSU, and then I also forgot a mid-major, but I'll go with Liberty also.
All right, so here's the problem with my seedings, the way I pointed it out. My first-round matchup would be maybe a Big 12 championship game rematch between ASU and Baylor, which seems almost impossible.
Yes.
ASU would win that, move on to the second round for a matchup against third-seeded Texas, avenge that loss, and then I've got ASU losing in the semifinals, maybe at the Fiesta Bowl to Clemson.
Okay.
And I've got Alabama against Clemson. The old traditional matchup for all the marbles.
Wow.
Yeah, see,
and I don't know. I'd probably favor Clemson at this point.
Yeah. See, I had ASU first-round matchup home, and the U comes to town. Miami being the 10 seed, ASU the 7. I have ASU winning, and then they'll play Penn State, who I think just has too much for them. My final 4 is Clemson against Bama, and then Penn State against Texas, and I have Texas and Clemson. And my national champion is Arch Manning.
You're buying into the hype.
Man,
So I assume you have Texas beating Ohio State this weekend.
I do. And Clemson beating LSU, Notre Dame beating Miami.
Miami is very much like Penn State. It's that they're always ranked high and they never can win the big one.
Yeah. I didn't have Georgia in here. That's my kind of big surprise, but that's it.
It's so hard to try to project. Like Indiana was in the field last year. I don't think they're back this year. In fact, I'm actively rooting against them because their schedule is such a joke.
I'm with you on that. I so agree with that.
And because their coach is so braggadocious, and that he's playing like junior college teams.
I agree. And when you look at all the schedules with these teams, there's so much overlap. Like A&M plays LSU, and if you like A&M, you almost have to like them over LSU. And if you like Florida, they play Georgia, Bama, and Texas, and you have to like them to maybe win 2 of those games. It's a real mess trying to figure it out.
It is fun.
It is,
but it's so much more fun when you can actually consider a team that you root for and playing for a champion.
The fact that every one of us has ASU in the college football playoff.
Yeah.
And do all you guys have another Big 12 team in there?
I do.
I do not.
I do.
I don't.
You had Baylor as well?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's one of the picks I admittedly don't feel great about.
Right. It's one of those.
But
Once I got down to like 10, 11, 12, I found it very difficult. It could be another Big 12 team could sneak in there or something.
It's one of those things where, like SMU last year, Indiana, like it's just all about how the conference plays out. And if the Big 12 has 2 10-win teams and Miami has 9 losses, then the Big 12 is probably going to get another team in.
Yep. Regardless, we're on the doorstep of it all unfolding. It's also all happening here at Cardinals, Dbacks, and more. Visit the watch page on ArizonaSports.com or tune in live and stay in the know with us. Coming up next, we'll continue to talk college football. David Pollock joins the program straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. at least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Hey, it's Luke. What will Jordan Simone be looking for when the Sun Devils open their season Saturday against NAU? We'll ask the former ASU safety at 12:30. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yep, ASU with their season opener tomorrow night against NAU. First full weekend of college football in the swing. Got a great lineup of games all weekend long. Here to talk college football with us is college football analyst and host of the C-Ball Get Ball podcast, David Pollock, our guest via video link. David, good morning. Happy college season to you.
You ain't lying. It's like Christmas. It's like opening presents, man. And the games are so good. It's like a playoff. That's what's really cool about this week compared to a lot of weeks. So we get to kick off the season with a bunch of top 10 matchups and a lot of excitement.
Yeah, we just went through, David, our projections on what we see the college football playoff bracket looking like in December when it rolls around. And I'll admit, I'll speak to it. I'm a homer. I went to ASU. I'm really bullish on the Sun Devils, but everybody else on the show has them in the field too. What are your thoughts on Kenny Dillingham's program in what looks to be a very winnable Big 12 again?
Yeah, I think he's a stud. Kenny Dillingham's a stud. And I remember meeting him at Oregon at game day, and I was just like, that dude's different. Like he's got some energy to him. And so I just remember spending some time with him, and then you listen to his philosophy, and continues to grow. Obviously, he's still a very young coach, but I loved all the clips coming out of camp. Like, absolutely loved it. Like, just taking shots at his team and holding them accountable. And you got to do that, man. You got to connect with them. You got to love on them, and you got to hate on them, right? Like, those are the necessary components to be a good coach. I have them going to the playoffs too. Listen, I have some question marks, just like all y'all do, that we can get into. But you got Leavitt, you got Dillingham. You got so many returning guys that have experience. You got Tyson as a known commodity that you can move around and have some fun with. So I think this team is definitely a team that's going to be – I think they're going to be in the playoffs. I think they're going to be in a fun Big 12 and maybe become that team in the Big 12 where people start believing like there is a national championship type contender.
Yeah, David, for years we've wondered, ASU has so many recruiting advantages that other schools don't. What is holding this program back? And now Kenny wants this team to be one of those perennial powers. You played at one in Georgia. How difficult is it to get into that grouping of the elite in college football?
Dude, it's almost impossible, right? Like you watch it year in and year out, and you'll see blips and you'll see, moments of greatness, but you don't see sustainability except for at a handful of programs year in and year out. So it's not easy, man. It's a very difficult thing to do. I do think the world of college football now is different. And everybody who wants to complain about NIL, I'm here for it. You can complain all you want, but it's also the reason we have competitive balance now. It's also the reason not everybody's going to the same rosters to go develop and look long-term. Now they're like, I can go get paid and develop my skills. So the game is so spread out. The competition is better than ever. So many people that are fighting for spots. So I think we felt the same way, though, like visiting all the campuses and stuff. When you go there, you're like, oh, this is awesome. Like, obviously the weather and then the fans and then obviously everything that can go into it. So I saw – you got to sell out, right, to start, too. So you got the momentum and everything going in the right direction.
David Pollock, C-Ball, Get Ball podcast host, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned the landscape of the Big 12, and we've been talking about it, too, even last year. Deep conference, not a real top-heavy powerhouse program established yet. But who are the programs? I mean, we saw Kansas State and Iowa State. They look both pretty good at this point. Who are some of the programs you think could challenge? And do you think the Big 12 could be a two team conference when it comes to putting teams in the college football playoff?
It's the most fun conference to watch year in and year out. And listen, I'm not saying this because I'm on your show. If you listen to my show, you're going to hear this. Like I think almost 50% of the games last year were decided by 7 points or less. I mean, it's just the games are always great. They always deliver. So the football's so good. It's exciting. I think Utah is a big bounce back team this year. I think they could double their wins from a year ago. And Kyle Whittingham's proved he's laid a foundation that no one can question. And he's only had 2 losing seasons in the 3,000 years he's been there. So I expect it to bounce back in a big way. Their offensive line, and then the name you keep hearing and you will hear when you watch Utah is Devin Dampier. Yeah. Like, dude, he's a running back playing quarterback. With that offensive line, tailor the system, maximize the receivers that you have, but it's not a lot of obviously explosive players on the outside. But I think Utah has a big bounce back. I can't wait to watch Baylor. Like, I can't wait to watch Baylor Auburn tonight. Like, that's going to be one of the better games that I've been looking forward to all summer, because I think both of these teams could be playoff type contenders. Like, they really could. And I loved watching Sawyer Robertson down the stretch. Baylor got hot. Aranda saved his job. I'm interested to see the defense and to see if that's what he's been known for throughout his career, is great defense. And they were ungood last year. Okay. That's the nicest way I can put that. Okay. They were very ungood. And so can he flip some of that around, and then they run the football with Washington and company, and they, because I think they have a good chance to be a really good football team as well. Obviously Texas Tech, resources, starting to come around in this league. TCU, they've got a quarterback. They can create some explosive plays playing, North Carolina week 1 will be fun to watch. But I think we don't even talk about BYU. I mean, you talked about Kansas State and Iowa State. Like, that's why it's so much fun, man. So many leagues in the Big Ten and in the SEC, the Big Ten mostly, and the ACC, a lot of those teams, that they can bring their C game, the best teams in the league, and they're still going to win.
Yeah.
It's not the case in the Big 12, man. You got more parity and more teams that can hurt you.
Last year, 3 unranked teams ended up in the college football playoff. Boise State, ASU, obviously, and Indiana. Are there any sleepers out there that you like that might crash the party this year?
Well, mine's not as much not unranked. I don't know where A&M's ranked. I'm not a poll guy. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie to you. But the polls, especially early in the season, they don't mean as much to me. But I think A&M's got a real chance to be good. And I don't know if y'all saw Le'Veon Moss's comments the other day, but it reaffirmed my love for him. And it reaffirmed my love for the Aggies, because here's the thing, man. They played a bunch of different offensive linemen a year ago because of injury. They're all enormous, big physical monsters. They got one of the best wide receivers in the portal in Casey Concepcion. That is a perfect fit for that offense. Like, you're going to see him on jet sweeps and now routes, all those quick game stuff that will be perfect for Marcel Reed. But Moss said in his comments the other day, they said, "Are you going to run out of bounds? You had a knee injury a year ago." He goes, without hesitating, "I'm a man." That's what he said. Like, I'm a man. Like, are you really questioning? No, I'm not running out of bounds. Are you serious? Big 220-pound running back that runs downhill and physical. I think A&M, I know their schedule's tough, but I think they can be a physical team that week in and week out make you earn it, and a team that could sneak into the playoffs.
You mentioned the capper of the weekend, Monday, TCU and North Carolina. You mentioned it from the TCU standpoint. How interesting is this whole North Carolina, experiment, if you will, with Bill Belichick going to be? What do you expect from the Tar Heels this year?
It's super interesting. And if you wanted to do yourself a favor and have a good laugh, the reason it's even more interesting is go look at their schedule. There ain't much on North Carolina's schedule, man. They play 4 of the bottom 5 teams in the ACC. Like, this is going to be one of their better, more competitive games. Yes, they play Clemson. You can chalk that up for a loss, but like, they don't play the Miamis and the Louisvilles. Like, they're dodging everyone that's in that division. That's going to be, kind of a good challenge for them. So it's going to be interesting. I think they turn it around. I think defensively, like, listen, Bill has always been one of the best minds, and he finds a way to make you play left-handed, and he finds a way to make you earn it. Offensively, if I look at their receivers and their skill, I'm not sure who can hurt you. Like, that's the problem. That's the only thing I see with them is offensively. Like, they obviously have they went and got Gio Lopez in the transfer portal, and he's a great fit for Belichick, I think, because he doesn't turn it over, doesn't make those mistakes, really good athlete. So can this offense be revolved around him and his legs and where they're good enough? But I know they'll be good on defense, and I know with that schedule, they're going to be a team that won 5 games a year ago, and you can plus on, 3 or 4 more just because of the schedule.
David, it was a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining the show. Appreciate the insight, man.
Yeah, great stuff, man. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for having me on, guys. Good luck to you guys this year.
Thank you, David Pollock. See Ball, Get Ball, the podcast on the Believe Network, wherever you get your podcast. And they'll be doing live episodes after the games on Saturday night. So definitely tune in. You get that top-notch college analysis from David Pollock and company. Coming up next, the 9 o'clock hour is upon us. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe.
Get your entire ASU football game day experience Saturday afternoon, beginning at 4 on ESPN 620. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All 3 offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No-charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks got a 6-4 win against the Brewers yesterday for their second straight win. The scoring would get done early for both sides as the Diamondbacks and Brewers scored all their runs prior to the 4th inning, and it would be Taylor Rashi who in his MLB debut earned a 3-inning save. With the win, they split the 4-game series with the Brewers, and now they'll head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers. That starts tonight at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And ASU will open their season tomorrow against NAU, and ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini says for the first time since 1998, Mountain America Stadium will be sold out for a season opener. And the Phoenix Mercury edged out the Chicago Sky last night thanks to Kalia Copper's 28 points and an 83-79 win. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools and the Diamondbacks are giving you the chance to win $40,000 towards a new pool. Enter now at dbacks.com/splash. That's dbacks.com/splash for the Presidential Pools Summer Pool giveaway.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies.
Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hours here. Time for some social studies with Sammy.
Yes, indeed. It is the Friday edition of Social Studies. You know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata, Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook, and at Arizona Sports on YouTube. Like Jared says, we are everywhere. Our first question. Bang. It doesn't get me anymore. I'm locked. I just
locked in. All right.
I assume it's coming now, but
Yeah,
it's
it's
still good. So we've talked a lot about ASU today, and rightly so. Their first game to open up the season is tomorrow, and so we put out a poll question. We asked ASU fans, what will the team do this year and why? Will they win the national championship? Will they make the playoffs and win some games? Will they make the playoff and lose in the first round? Or will they miss the playoffs, you Nimrod? There it is again.
Nimrod, Chaz Nimrod, our new favorite college football
He's a good player. Transfer from Tennessee.
Yep.
Not bad.
I mean, I gave my projection.
Yep.
I said make playoff, win games.
Yeah.
Plural.
Yeah.
I got them going to the semifinals.
Yeah, that's big time, man.
I have them winning one game, but the vote, 41% of the vote says they'll make the playoff and win some games. 27% of the vote says they'll miss the playoff entirely. 18% say make the playoff, lose in the first round. And shout out to the 13% that say the Devils will win the national championship. In the responses, Brian gives it how it's going to play out. Brian says they'll win the Big 12, receive a good seed for the playoffs, embarrass Alabama on national television, squeak by Penn State, and then lose to Arch Manning by a field goal. Print it out.
Ooh.
Print it and lock it down.
Want to know a way you can get me to actually root for ASU? Is if they're embarrassing Alabama.
You would actually root for them?
I'd root against Alabama. Let me put it that way.
To Jared's point, we both went to U of A. I would find myself rooting for ASU over a majority of good college football teams.
Yeah.
I
see, on the flip side of it, I would find myself rooting for the Arizona Wildcats against nobody.
I get it.
Really?
Nobody.
Man, that's fair. And then on the flip side, Colby says 3 of the 4 being playoff bound in the hardest playoff field to make in all of sports. He thinks we should pump the brakes a little bit. All right, so our next question is on the regards of Micah Parsons getting traded from the Dallas Cowboys.
He got traded?
I guess so. From the Dallas Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers. And it's also in regards to the same state in Dallas trading Luka Doncic from the Mavericks to the Lakers. So we asked, what is the dumbest trade in sports history and why?
I mean, we referenced it in my mind earlier today. The Minnesota Vikings, what they gave up for Herschel Walker in 1989, just pretty dreadful.
In retrospect, it was, yeah. Herschel Walker was at least a good player at that point in time, if not a really good player. I would probably say the Luka trade is soared to the very top of my list. Prior to that, I always thought it was super dumb. Mike Ditka in New Orleans because he didn't want to put in the work. Or he wanted just to bow out of the draft. Traded his entire draft and picks the following year for Ricky Williams.
He just wanted the weekend off, and he kind of bragged about it. Like, you suckers are going to be working this weekend.
Had some tea times.
Yeah. It was brutal. I mean, that's just dumb.
That time Ditka traded his whole draft for that pot-smoking running back from Texas.
See, for me, like, in my lifetime, maybe it's just recency bias, too. Like, the Luka trade, the way it came about, the way it had no legs before it happened, like, what Micah Parsons was traded for should have been included in the Luka deal. That's how fleeced I think they got. Like, they should have added 2 more picks and, heck, give him a defensive end as well. Some of the responses, we've got Mark McGuire to St. Louis for Eric Ludwig, TJ Matthews, and Blake Stein. I don't even know who any of those players are, so it sounds like a pretty dumb trade. And then Babe Ruth for cash. I don't know if that was actually a trade.
Yeah, that was.
It was a trade.
That was actually a thing.
Okay.
There was a lot of local nominees as well.
Yes, we'll refrain from that. We're optimistic on this.
Sean
Friday.
Marion for Shaq. The Bradley Beal trade, the Kevin Durant trade, all got referenced.
Yes.
Rick Roby for Dennis Johnson, that's another one for me.
Yeah, the one that, I mean, kind of in a positive light, the Cardinals getting D-Hop for a kind of washed-up David Johnson.
How about the Diamondbacks getting Luis Gonzalez for Kareem Garcia?
That worked out pretty good.
That worked out really well for the D-backs.
I don't know who Kareem Garcia is, so yes, thumbs up on that trade. All right, and then to wrap things up, it is college
Kareem Garcia, of course, formerly known as Lou Al Garcia.
That made up for the Jerry Lewis sound effect from earlier today, Jared.
We talked about at the top of the show about it's college football week 1, great games. Vinny, you'll be at the game tomorrow night in ASU or at ASU. So we asked which sport is the best to watch in person and why, and which sport is the best to watch on TV and why.
I mean, the way I'm kind of framing it is the difference between the two experiences.
Yes.
Watching, it would be real if you only watched hockey on television, it would be a really hard sport to get into, in my opinion. To see it live,
it's fantastic.
That's why you get hockey, rabid hockey fans. That's the biggest difference to me. I'm sorry, I think all sports are better on TV.
All sports?
Well,
basketball and hockey get my vote in person. Football gets my vote for television.
Yeah, the experience at a baseball game still might outweigh the television experience, just because of the romance to it and just the sights, the sounds, the feel of it.
Especially if you're at a baseball game with someone that you can like talk baseball with.
Yeah.
And, drink and eat.
It's really the one sport that lends itself to conversation.
But if the panels are closed and the roof's closed,
I'm with that.
I'm not down with that.
Like going to a game in a dome, if your team is kind of mediocre, as opposed to going to, again, Fenway and Wrigley are they're one of ones.
Yeah.
But an outdoor feel, like a kind of a cool, crisp fall night,
Totally.
like that's something I can get
a
behind.
nice breezy summer night. Like, listen, I'd hate to be a Rockies fan, but I've attended baseball games there in the summer, and it's heaven.
I would love to go there.
Yeah. A couple of the responses. Tony Height says hockey, and it's not even close. The energy of the cold arena, the sounds on the ice, the goal horn, etc. is too good. I haven't been to a hockey game in God knows how long, though.
Wow.
It's sad. And then...
Especially here, they really... Well, not that we have that option... ASU hockey, I suppose, but going into a very freezing cold rink in Arizona, especially like in April and May, that's something to be savored.
When the Coyotes made the playoffs, that was the place to be, just because of the temperature.
Is that unbelievable?
And then Joey Kennedy, this is on a bucket list of mine, but going to the UFC, I've heard nothing but amazing things. He says the UFC is the greatest show in person, and it's not close. The whole environment is electric, filled with anticipation every single second. Is that something? Would you guys go to a UFC fight?
It's the sport's too violent for my tastes.
Okay.
I might try it out. I mean, I did go to a wrestling event way back when, in the late 90s. I gave it a shot.
Yeah.
The good old WCW, remember?
Oh, yeah,
Jared?
sure.
Yeah.
I
walked out of
WCW,
there shaking my head and thinking, oh my God, I belong to the same species as these people.
Yes, you do. And then something, this is just, maybe it's just my taste, but going to horse races is, there's no better experience, at least in my opinion.
I would agree.
Like a high-level horse race for the whole day.
Yeah, I mean, but it's just I've never been to a high-level horse race, but my dad used to take me to the track at Turf Paradise when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a cool experience, yeah.
I just bought my World Championships horse racing tickets.
Wow.
November.
I didn't even know there was such a thing.
I didn't either.
It's called the
what track? What
the
track?
Breeders' Cup. It's in Del Mar.
Oh, Breeders' Cup.
It's
Yeah,
the Breeders' Cup. It's the World Championships.
Okay. I've known the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah. So
thanks, Sammy. Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. Sammy. This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child or a student you know could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620 for Character Counts. Coming up next, 6 games remaining in the WNBA regular season for the Mercury. They're making their push toward the playoffs. We'll talk to their head coach, Nate Tibbitz, next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He won the Chuck Bednarik Award and the Thorpe Award as a college player. And he was a unanimous All-American. 5th overall pick in the 2011 NFL Draft. He's Patrick Peterson, P2, and he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a no-brainer question courtesy of Life Changer Loan. If you could pay off your mortgage in 5 years without changing a penny of your spending habits, would you do it? Of course you would. And this is why if you're looking to buy a home, if you need to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. See if you're a good fit. If you are going to save a ton of money. It's an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first, and as a result, you're going to wake up one day shortly down the road, and that mortgage is going to be gone. I mentioned 5 years in the beginning of this, and that is because 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, and then that client now has decades to build personal wealth, while everybody else they know stuck with that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. And even if you think you've got a good interest rate on your 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, go look at the amount of interest you still end up paying. It is ridiculous. And when you get decades now to build that personal wealth, you also have 24/7 access to your equity, which is a great thing. Now, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. You've got to be a good fit. They'll be upfront with you at Life Changer Loan if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I can tell you this, you are absolutely going to love the results. You can find Life Changer Loan at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Affordability and selection are back at Tim Hobick Santan for the Labor Day sales event is on. $10,000 off 2025 Bronco Sports, $5,000 off Explorers. Leases from $319 or zero down, zero APR, and zero payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Over 1,300 vehicles ready for inspection. Then you take it home. It's the Santan Ford Labor Day sales event with affordability and selection. Restrictions apply. Not everyone qualifies. See santanford.com for details.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of
Fulton Homes. Proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. The Diamondbacks start a series against the Dodgers tonight. We'll check in with manager Tory Lavell at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we continue here on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports. 6 games remaining in the regular season for the Phoenix Mercury. They're riding a 3-game winning streak, heading into tomorrow night's game at home against the New York Liberty. And here to talk about the Mercury's playoff push, the head coach of the Merc, Nate Tibbitz, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coach, good morning. How are you?
Nate.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. 24-14 at this point. 3 straight wins over Golden State, L.A., Chicago, and this is a big push. And there's a logjam at the top of the WNBA standings. How confident do you feel about your team's ability to finish strong and make a push into the playoffs?
Yeah, I like how we're playing. You know, I feel like we've gotten into a routine. Our rotations are kind of set. You know, there's a lot of teams playing for positioning right now in the upper echelon of the standings, and so every game matters. You know, last night we didn't play our best game, but we figured out a way to win, which is important at this time of year. And you know, we're going to need to play better tomorrow night.
Nate, for years, the Mercury were about Diana Taurasi, and then Brittany Griner came. You guys turned the roster around dramatically, and here in year 2, it's really, really working. Is this the blueprint, and what went into the forming of this era of Mercury basketball?
Yeah, I think anytime you move on from 2 pillars like DT and BG, you know you need to go get great players. We felt like we had one in Kalia Copper, but we needed to find another piece or 2. And so what our front office did and coaching staff did in the off season, just during free agency and going and get Alyssa Thomas and Satsu Sabli, it's really kind of set us up for a great year. Both those players were all-stars and playing at, you know, AT's playing at MVP type level. And it's just a fun brand. It's a great group. We're super competitive. We share the ball, and you know, the hope is that we can keep playing better and better basketball.
Nate Tibbitz, the head coach of the Phoenix Mercury, our guest here on Arizona Sports. Kind of along those lines, I mean, you mentioned the roster turnover, and it featured, you guys have as much talent as anybody, any roster in the WNBA, but we know that talent doesn't always equal chemistry. It doesn't always fit right together. From your perspective as the head coach and your influence included, what has been the key to blending this team with all this star talent together and a new group? What's been the biggest factor in this gelling the way that it has?
Yeah, I would say the people. Nick, our GM, has done a great job of getting good people. The most important thing when it comes down to it, once you get good people, is understanding how to win. Alyssa, AT is the ultimate winner. You know, that's really all she cares about. And she does it in a different way than a lot of other great players. You know, a lot of great players do it with their scoring. She sets the tone for our defense and the way she passes it. And then everyone kind of just understands their role. There's a newness to this group, which is a good thing, because everyone is kind of trying to find their way. But it's also, I believe this is only our 15th game with this starting lineup. So we're playing catch up a little bit to some of the teams that have been around. You know, obviously adding DeWanna Bonner back to the organization has been a great addition. Just her experience and size and shot making is really helped us and given us a very legit player coming off the bench. There's a lot of teams that she would start for, and she's really extremely accepted her role.
Nate, there was a time when you were on track to be an NBA head coach. I remember you rising up the ranks. I think you even got all the way up to associate head coach in Portland. I'm not sure if you ever thought you would be coaching a team in the W, but I'm curious what you think about it now. Did it feel like a risk at the time? Has it been as rewarding as you hoped? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you know, I've told people this, that, you know, you're kind of in that NBA circle, and it's kind of closed, right? And you're just kind of chasing a dream and doing your job. And had never really spent a lot of time thinking about the W, but I always wanted to be a head coach. I kind of felt like my opportunities in the NBA had passed a little bit for whatever reason. And so when this opportunity came and just talking to them, I thought it'd be a great opportunity, and it's lived up to every expectation and everything, me and my family were hoping for. Obviously, our commitment from Matt Ishbia and our facility. I mean, our women are treated, the way we travel and where we stay and our facility is just like the Suns. And it's neat to see that. I know that this league has fought and battled for many years, and I'm extremely lucky to join it when I did, because the national media, the fan base, everybody is kind of getting it behind it in this country, and it's a really exciting time for our women.
Nate Tibbitz, the head coach of the Mercury, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You referenced Alyssa Thomas as the ultimate winner. There was a piece, and I'm sure it got talked about in your locker room and around the organization, that also described her as the ultimate trash talker in the WNBA. Now, you've coached against her. You've coached her now as part of your team. Can you speak to AT's trash talk prowess?
Well, I don't hear everything. I hear some. I would say it's pretty high level. She doesn't back away or step away from anything or anybody. There's a competitive spirit about her. DT was probably a lot the same way. You need players that have an edge and players that care each and every night, and she does. She doesn't take possessions off. She competes at the highest level, and she really sets the tone for who we are.
Now I'll give you a chance to campaign as her head coach. And what she's doing, especially in the second part of the season with the triple doubles and influencing winning, has been amazing. Is she the MVP of the WNBA this year in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I for me, she is. Obviously, there's Collier and Asia are having great years too. I think when you talk about MVPs, there's always going to be discussion back and forth, but what she's doing with the triple doubles is historic. No W player has ever done this to the level that she's doing it at. She's leading us defensively. Also, not just MVP, but I think she should be talked about for Defensive Player of the Year too. But yeah, I mean, she impacts winning in so many areas, and I think a lot of people, when they think MVP, they think scoring. And that's the thing that I love about AT is she kind of does it her own way.
Well, Nate, thanks for the time. It was good to talk to you. Congratulations on the turnaround franchise-wise to this point, and here's to a strong finish starting tomorrow night against New York.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Nate. Nate Tibbitz, the head coach of the Phoenix Mercury. They do have a home game tomorrow night against the New York Liberty. That homestand wraps up Tuesday night against the Indiana Fever. Sans Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
But only 6 games remaining in the Mercury,
Yeah,
right in the fight for a championship.
That conspiracy theory that people brought up about Caitlin a month ago might actually be true.
About her not coming back at all this season?
Yeah, but nobody wants to put words to that.
Yeah, that is true. Thanks again to Nate Tibbitz for joining us. Also want to remind you, you can take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, Jared's got the Friday Sports Kebab. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 to Yelich. Is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
The Dbacks split the series with one of the league's best. Now they head to L.A. to face another of the MLB's elite teams. Dbacks at the Dodgers. Game 1 tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When was the last time you hopped out of bed without that knee or back screaming at you?
Or walk down a flight of stairs without groaning, step by step? Let me guess, this is in the back of your mind. Maybe it'll disappear. I'll just tough it out. But nothing changes. It's time to call and schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics. There are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner. They turned around their lives with QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Natural cellular therapies. No scalpels, no pills. Bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation to see if you're a good candidate. Give QC Kinetics a call for your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain, also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, Stuart Willis. Stuart, retirement right around the corner for me. Annuities, good or bad? Should we look into them?
Let me just tell you this. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Some of them are oversold. Some are great, some are terrible. I'll tell you this. If you're considering buying one, make sure you buy the right one. And we think it's important to get a second opinion from a real fiduciary. And that's what we're offering to the public today.
Free second opinion. So if you're thinking about an annuity, you're heading into retirement, call Stuart Willis. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Annuities might be right for you, or they might be wrong for you. Find out more by going online at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com. Or get a free portfolio review right now by calling 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. This Dbacks team continues to show some fight after dropping the first two games to the Brewers. The Snakes would take the next two, including a 6-4 win yesterday. All 6 of their runs would come via the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. And Taylor Rashi would make his major league debut in style, a 9-out save, and held off the best team in baseball. The Snakes now will go to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers. That'll start tonight. First pitch from LA will be at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The maroon and gold with pitchfork helmets will be back on display Saturday night in front of the first season open sellout crowd since 1998 in Tempe. Kickoff will be at 7 tomorrow as ASU will welcome NAU to start their season. And in the NFL, superstar Micah Parsons has been traded to the Green Bay Packers after the two sides were unable to settle his contract situation in Dallas. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Labor Day deals are heating up now through September 3rd. Snag 30% off everything online or in store. Sleep better, save bigger at Brooklyn Betting.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is the Cardinals dropped their Nike Rivalries uniforms yesterday, right here on our show as well. What is your favorite part of the new gear? Is it the state flag patch? Is it the helmet? Or is it the sandy jersey?
Ooh, for me, it's one of the first two. The state patch is awesome. In fact, I now have a picture of it as my screensaver on my phone.
Wow.
Yeah, but the helmet, I'm kind of a helmet fan too.
Okay,
I'm into like what they look like. So I think the helmet is just awesome.
Yeah, I'll vote there too.
All right, so the state flag patch got 44% of the vote, the helmet 36%, and the jersey only 20%. But I will say all three combined, it's a pretty good new look.
Yeah, and to see pictures of it later in the day that came out without all the funky red lighting, that was way better.
100%.
The lighting for all the teams. By the way, I can't stand the Seattle Seahawks, but their rivalry uniforms are awesome. They are so nice. That's today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
All joking aside.
What jokes?
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
And here to answer that question, what jokes?
What
our
jokes?
very own Jared Carlin.
I'm afraid that I wasted my Kareem Abdul-Garcia joke there. Whatever.
Yeah, that one always kills.
That was hit. That was a hit. But this is the Sports Kebab, guys, and my eyes are still drawn to the brand new Cardinals helmet that we unveiled yesterday. You could see it right over Vinny's shoulder if you're watching on YouTube. I hope you are. Now, I'll be honest, guys, I was going to wear the helmet for the Sports Kebab today, but then I noticed that the logo on it is slightly different than what I'm used to. And even though the tiny change in logo does not affect me at all, I am completely disgusted, outraged, and if you can believe it, I'm going to whine and complain nonstop for a week about something as ridiculous as a logo change until they change it back, okay, guys? No, I'm just kidding, actually. I love the new helmets. They're really cool. They're really slick. And the real reason I'm not wearing it right now is that every other person at the station wore it yesterday,
Not
put
me.
it on. Not you, I know,
Nope.
thank goodness. But on the other shows, my goodness, good gravy. The inside of that helmet has more dirty hair in it than Guy Fieri's goatee. Wolf tried it on. Gambo tried it on. Hell, even producer Jesse tried it on.
Rick.
Yeah, Jesse, otherwise known as Rick, from the Wolf and Luke shows, of course, being famous for being the only person whose head could actually stretch out the inside of a solid helmet. Goodness gracious. For those not familiar, I'm not saying Jesse has a big head, but one time he laid down in a field and was mistaken for a contestant in the county fair largest gourd growing competition. I mean, that is a big head.
How big is it?
It's so big when Jesse walks down the street on Thanksgiving, local children grab his limbs while marching bands play around him. That head is so big it makes Roger Clemens look like Vern Troyer. Have you seen that thing?
Who, Vern Troyer?
No.
Oh, his head.
His head.
Yeah.
This is Rick, the producer of the midday show. I mean, if it were any more of a big meat head, it would have gotten engaged to Taylor Swift.
Oh, boo.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's how you do it.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Yes, America's sweethearts, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce, are officially engaged, and the news got a ton of instant reaction from Kelce's friends and teammates. Patrick Mahomes wished Travis good luck. Chris Jones told Travis congrats. And Harrison Butker said he's just happy Travis's fiance is finally giving up her little singing hobby and settling down to become a housewife. But yes, Patrick Mahomes said he immediately texted Travis when he heard the news, and his wife, Brittany Mahomes, immediately messaged Taylor. Now, Patrick's brother, Jackson Mahomes, also wanted to reach out and say congrats, but unfortunately, he already used his one phone call.
Wow.
Now, I'm sure you can imagine the upcoming wedding is expecting to be the event of the century. Tons of celebrities, family, friends, hell, even Travis Kelce's head coach, Andy Reid, is expected to attend. In fact, the original idea was for Andy Reid to walk Taylor Swift down the aisle. But the idea was nixed when they realized this would not only damage the ego of Taylor's real father, but it would also damage the aisle. Now, the other big football news, I wanted to see Taylor Swift. I wanted to see Andy Reid walk Taylor Swift down the aisle because I thought they'd look like the number 10. Now, the other big football news is the blockbuster trade between the Cowboys and Packers. Dallas traded star pass rusher Micah Parsons to Green Bay at the behest of owner Jerry Jones, outraging Cowboys fans. Man, this was such a ridiculous example of Dallas unnecessarily trading a superstar in his prime that out of habit, Adam Silver awarded them the first pick. Now, Jerry seems to have taken it personally and refused to negotiate with Parsons' agent, all because he said he and Micah had a handshake deal. Now, to be fair to Parsons, I can understand why he wouldn't think anything of a handshake deal, because at Jerry's age, his hands shake no matter what he's doing, to be fair. I mean, he's old, though. The guy is getting old.
How old
Did you hear his press conferences? He's wheezing more than late-season Tony Soprano. And all this was over money for the franchise that's worth the most in the NFL, $13 billion. Meanwhile, they traded him to the Packers, the small, cute little team in Green Bay, Wisconsin, a team whose equipment department was once so cash-strapped that their quarterback had to play football in jeans. And now they're paying their football players. And speaking of football, in conclusion here, college football season truly begins this weekend. And while there is so much excitement around here for Kenny Dillingham and ASU, there's not much optimism over in Tucson. Yeah, U of A, led by Coach Brennan, is trying to improve over last year's very, very disappointing year. Now, one big change, did you see this, is Coach Brennan said that because of how bad he did, he expects that he will no longer wear the lays he wore every game.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yep. He will no longer wear them this season. Not only that, because of how bad they did, none of the players are expected to get laid this season either. Wear the necklaces either. Wow. They're not going to wear the necklaces either, apparently.
I have so many thoughts.
There you go.
You idiot, Jared.
Thank you. It's the nicest thing anyone said.
Oh, the sports kebab. By the way, I'm sure Taylor Swift, being the biggest celebrity in the world, was thrilled about spending her Thursday night at a Cincinnati, Nebraska football game.
What is that? That's where you want your big unveiling.
Oh, you can follow Jarrett on Twitter all the time at JarrettGC, JarrettGC. Also, want to remind you, listen today at 11:15 and 4:15 for your chance to win ASU tickets. When you hear the sounder, listen for the caller number you have to be. Call in, win tickets. It's that easy.
You could be like Scott Chan.
Like Scott Chan, who did it at 7:15 this morning with us. And that is your chance to see ASU take on NAU tomorrow night. Sold out season opener for the Sun Devils. Some final thoughts, including checking off the weekend checklist next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe, and Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to the game. Listen today for your chance to win. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and there are a lot of ways to know when your home needs new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them. The age of your house is a factor. If it's at least 15 years of age, you might be in the danger zone. Then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that prove my windows are shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where their motto is to treat customers like friendships. They're co-owned, by the way, by Nate Orchard, former NFL linebacker, former Utah legend, by the way. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do that because they are the manufacturers. There is no middleman, no markups. They will build your windows, they'll install your windows, and they will guarantee them for life. Guaranteeing them for life is a big deal with windows in Arizona. Anything ever happens, they will replace it, no questions asked. Even better, they're offering a great special right now. Buy 10 or more windows, you get a $2,500 discount. I took advantage of that, so should you. Give them a call, 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Now that's a great pull for Song of the Day today, huh? Not only the first song off Van Halen's first album.
Does that make it their first song? Is that the way you look at it?
I don't know. Because
was it their? I don't know what their first single was. I don't have it in front of me, but track one on the debut album.
It was right. Yeah. And boy, did that album hit!
Took the world by storm.
It did.
35 minutes of thunder. The Van Halen debut album. Released February 10th, 1978.
Wow.
They've been known to play this at Mountain America Stadium.
Yeah, they should, right?
Absolutely.
So I haven't heard a lot of Van Halen in my day. I have a flight today. Should I listen? I need an album to listen to.
Yeah, definitely try that one.
This one?
Oh, absolutely.
You would recommend this as the intro to Van Halen?
This or 1984.
Yeah.
But it I don't know how you don't listen to the genesis.
How long is your flight?
It's just to New Orange County, so about an hour, 10 minutes.
Do you like all kinds of music?
You can listen to both of these albums in an hour.
You could. I didn't know Van Halen 1, that the debut album was as short as 1984, because I've commented very frequently that 1984, it's only 34 minutes of music, but man, is it... Try 1984. Go there first. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The longest song on this album is Ain't Talking About Love. Whiskey's quicker staple.
Absolutely.
3 minutes, 47 seconds. Running with the Devil, Van Halen, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Look at Sammy getting shamed by the generation gap game and listening to older music. I love it.
Love it. Yeah.
My dad would be proud.
Absolutely.
As a father, I can say I take great pride in when my kids know an older song or an older reference that I get. And they're both kind of old souls anyway, so
I've taken a lot of pride in getting my dad into country music.
See? It works both ways.
It does.
All right. Weekend checklist. There's a lot to pick from now. Football's here.
Woo! I did it again, Vinny.
You crumpled up your weekend checklist?
I did.
I do that after the weekend because I never hit on any of them.
Okay, my predictions. LSU is going to upset Clemson in college football.
Ooh, take that, Klubnik.
Yes, right. ASU is going to win by more than 40 points tomorrow, and the Diamondbacks are going to take 2 of 3 in L.A.
Wow.
All right, I got a similar subject matter. I'm going 2+ touchdown runs for Arch Manning in Texas's loss at Ohio State. I've got 6 different Sun Devils scoring touchdowns. ASU wins, but they don't cover. 45-21.
Okay.
And because he only has 2 home runs in his last 13 games, and because Kyle Schwarber just hit 4 last night, we're going to see a binge from Shohei this weekend, unfortunately. He's going to hit at least 3 home runs against the Diamondbacks.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Jarrett?
He's about due for that late season. Remember that ridiculous late season push he made last year? Yeah, I think it's coming.
U of A will not cover the spread versus Hawaii.
Will they win, though?
They will win, but it's going to be, for 3 quarters, it's going to be extraordinarily annoying, and they'll win by like 10.
Hawaii's got a game under its belt already, and they beat Stanford last week.
Arch Manning is going to have 3 turnovers versus Ohio State. And I also had the Dbacks are going to win 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers, but I could change that to something else.
You can take it if you want, right?
Yeah.
Is that our new thing? We could use one that somebody else used?
It's our own checklist.
Yeah.
All right, they'll win 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers.
All right. I have Texas is going to win outright. Don't care by how many points. Arch Manning is going to play great. Texas is going to win. I also think Clemson is going to win. They're going to beat LSU.
Ooh.
I know Bick has LSU upset. And I think ASU destroys NAU. I like them to cover the spread. I like them by more than 30 points this weekend.
We're all over the place. I like this. A little bit of variety, the spice of life.
Yes.
We mentioned early in the splash today, Chaz Nimrod, wide receiver.
Did I forget?
South Florida. We got to have some production made up for Nimrod. Check his stat line every week. I wish he could be on my fantasy team, really. But I'd found another name I belong to a public address announcers group on Facebook, and somebody posted this from the Colorado State football press release. It's the longest name I've ever seen in sports.
Oh.
And right in the Colorado State pronunciation guide in their press release, it says, good luck next to the name.
Wow.
The guy's name is Aitor. His first name is Aitor, Aitor. The last name is spelled Urionabbarrenechea. It's 17 letters. It's 9 syllables. Here he is. Let me shut off Van Halen. Shut up, David Lee Roth. Here he is pronouncing his own name.
Aitor Uriana Barrenechea. Aitor Uriana Barrenechea.
Wow.
Well done.
Good luck is right.
Wow.
And thankfully, he's a lineman, so they don't get called on the PA very often.
I told you my cousin used to have a friend whose first name was Nimrod.
Yes.
And as a nickname, you would think, well, he must go by Rod.
Mm-hmm.
He went by Nim. No joke.
Wow.
I thought you were going to say they called him Johnny or something like that. That's going to do it for us on this Football Friday. Thanks to Kenny Dillingham, David Pollock, Nate Tibbitz for joining us. Have a great and safe Labor Day weekend. We got the day off on Monday. We'll be back in full force on Tuesday at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next. We leave you with this.
You're wearing shirtless sleeves all the time, right? Sleeveless shirts. That's what I'm trying to say. Not shirtless sleeves.
Like assless chaps.
Jesse, the latest yo-yo to come in.
The only guy with a head bigger than the helmet.
Loves Arizona. He loves where he lives, and he's a fraud.
You sozzled fop. You tittering futz. You schmeckle.
El crapo el succo.
Pitchy woo-woo.
Pitchy woo.
Yeah.
Pitchy woo-woo.
I'd be talking like that, first of all. Like, that's
my guy.
Not for nothing.
Bernard Psychovitz.
Psycho. What are you becoming?
I don't think there needs to be an agent present for negotiation. Taking my heels in even more.
We already had a contract.
We had a handshake deal. I bought the Cowboys on a handshake deal. I had my old lady bake him a chicken pot pie. I thought that was good enough. That's the way we close things where I'm from.
Cut it out.
Another big deficit. 2 rings.
CBS experts don't really like the Sun Devils.
Give us more. Top of the morning to you. Did you see what the Iowa State Cyclones did on Saturday?
Nay, I did.
How can they put him back on 4th string? This is a travesty.
Freaking laser beam.
You sound a little bit like you're doing like this. Yeah. The Phoenix Coyotes are in us.
Hey, good morning and welcome to Bickley and Morning. Second verse, same as the first.
Call Rashi. Call Rashi.
I love a buffet.
Bam.
Bring on that next haboob.
He's a blank hole.
Scoochie Parnucci.
Woohoo! I made the team.
What a dumbass.
What's the deal with what's his name?
I listened to that thing in full yesterday, and it was even dumber than I thought it was going to be.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks got a 6-4 win against the Brewers yesterday for their second win in a row. The scoring would get done early for both sides. The Diamondbacks and Brewers scored all their runs prior to the fourth inning, and it would be Taylor Rashi who in his Major League debut earned a 3-inning save with the win. The Diamondbacks split the 4-game series with the Brewers, and now they'll head to LA for 3 games with the Dodgers. That starts tonight at 7:10 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. ASU will open their season tomorrow against NAU, and ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini says for the first time since 1998, Mountain America Stadium will be sold out for a season opener. And the Phoenix Mercury edged out the Chicago Sky last night thanks to Kalia Copper's 28 points and an 83-79 win. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Find huge savings at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, like on a 3-row 2025 Kia Carnival. Shop local at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this, I think we can say Football Friday.
Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, Ron Wolfley reporting for duty.
That is how you would report for duty, too, right there.
That's exactly it right there. The Wolf and Luke Show, broadcasting on a Football Friday. Is this officially, can we say this is the first Football Friday? No, not really.
Well,
it kind of feels that way, but we can't say it's the first.
Are you saying we've already had one?
Okay,
yeah,
we did.
This is for real, though. This isn't like preseason.
Okay.
This isn't. I said this earlier. Preseason's like when you're hungry and somebody hands you a picture of food. Like, it's great. Yeah, no, I'm even hungrier. This is real football. There were a couple real college games last week.
Yeah, there were.
But none of them involved ASU.
It was pseudo-football Friday.
Yeah, it was.
We should have said that.
We should have.
We should
Let's
make
go
that
back
a
and
yearly
redo that
thing
show
as well. The pseudo-football Friday.
Yeah.
Happens once a year.
And we missed it.
This is the actual football Friday.
This is the actual football. And ASU has sold out their game against NAU tomorrow. That's a pretty big stadium for a sellout against NAU. Here's Kenny Dillingham on with Bickley and Murata this morning.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's what we envisioned, when I took this job, was this place sold out, this place being the talk of the town, this place being the place to be on Saturdays. And to sell it out for the first time in week one in 27 years, there's not one player on our team that was alive when that happened. And put that in context, that this is the first time in their life that this stadium will be sold out for a week one.
You know what? Kenny said he was going to do it as well. Did he not say he was going to activate the Valley?
Very activated.
He was going to activate the Valley.
He said something like that.
I'm a little jacked up. And by the way, Rick, once again, because it is our first Football Friday, a special request here that every rejoin blows your face off. Okay, just something there, a little tip from your Uncle Ron, but it is
no elevator music.
Yeah, no, there's not going to be any of that. No soft stuff. We're just going to go ahead. We're going to blow your face off. Ron Wolfley reporting, and here it is. ASU getting ready to go. What do you think about Kenny Dillingham and ASU selling it out against NAU and their prospects of going out playing well and thrashing NAU?
Well, I mean, this is what you're trying to you have a couple different jobs as a college coach, right? You talk to Kenny Dillingham and he'll tell you he's not getting caught up in what the experts are saying about his team or what the analysts are saying about his team. He's never gotten caught up in that, and I respect that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you do want to build up hype for your program. I mean, that is a portion of activating the Valley. More so the fans showing up, I think, in Kenny's mind. He doesn't care what somebody writes about ASU at some news outlet in Washington, D.C. or something. He cares that fans are showing up and they're passionate about this. You got a sold-out crowd against NAU.
Yeah.
Nothing against NAU. They are FCS ranked, but
Sure,
this
yes.
it's not like you're playing Alabama tomorrow. It's not like it's not like this is a rematch with Iowa State for the Big 12 championship. It is your first game, so there's excitement.
Sure.
But I'm guessing there's not going to be a lot of people there to see NAU tomorrow.
No. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure there's going to be NAU fans that will come down.
There will.
Of course.
But they were going to show up either way because
should be.
it's NAU and it's close.
Yes, and I do. I cheer for any school, of course, that is in Arizona for the most part, other than the U of A. But it's interesting the way that works. Can I also say this right now? I loved what Kenny Dillingham said in regard to this game, and I'm going to just read it to you. Okay, you probably have the cut over there, but I want to read this where it says, the challenge, and that is the challenge for us throughout the game. It always will be. It's not about the opponent. It's about us. And I love that. Once again, here it is, the head coach framing it up for his guys. It's about us. I want you to focus on us, not externally. Not anything externally. I want you internally focused on us and how we play the game of football. Not the opponent so much, but on us. I think especially in this game. That's what you want. You hear me say it all the time, Luke. You need to be internally motivated, not externally motivated. Yeah. You need to be internally motivated if you want to have good football players and have a good football team. Doesn't matter who you play. I play the game in an alley, bro, and it doesn't matter who we're playing. It's never going to change how I play the game of football. That's the guy you ideally want. But as we all know, there are dogs and there are cats in every locker room. And sometimes you need those dogs to get those cats right.
Well, with ASU, they're in this unique situation where they already know who most of their guys in their locker room are. They can look around. They know who the dogs are. They know if there are any cats at this point because they basically all played together last year. I think what you're saying about just focus on yourself if you're ASU, if they are able to do that all season, and I believe that they will be able to, again, set injuries aside. If they're able to do that all season, they're going to be in a real good place by the end of the Big 12 schedule. But it's maybe never more true than tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
If ASU just goes out and doesn't, who cares who the other team is? NAU is a ranked team. They're a ranked FCS team. They're in a whole league below you in theory. Now, they're good for what they are, but if ASU plays to their potential tomorrow, they should win that game easily.
Yes.
So just go out there and focus on what you are, what you're doing. And again, there's only 12 college football games. It's not like baseball where it's like, hey, we got some time to kind of get tuned up. We got 162 of these. You've got 12. You better get tuned up tomorrow. Get ready to go tomorrow because then you've got an SEC school and you're on the road next week.
Yes. Every head coach, Basinonians, they know that there are two types of players inside their locker room. Every head coach knows this. Two types of player. Those that are internally motivated and those that are externally motivated. And he knows which are which for the most part. This is one of the reasons why I think Kenny Dillingham is very, very happy that NAU's kicker came out and actually implied what he implied.
Oh, boy.
I'm just saying because, again, a head coach has got to set the table for his guys. He knows they're internally guys. There's internal guys in there that are motivated as dogs. He knows that. And he knows there are also the cats in there that sometimes are externally motivated. Well, you know what? NAU's kicker helped him out in a big, big way.
Yeah, for people who didn't see this, Samuel Hunsaker is NAU's kicker, and for whatever reason posted on Instagram 5 days away from NAU making history versus ASU.
And, yeah, he's from the Basin as well. We love you, Samuel.
And somebody got the attention of Sam Levitt with this because Sam Levitt actually responded on Instagram with bet. I don't think Sam Levitt needs external motivation, although he has said in the past he likes to kind of create that external motivation. He's always kind of had it up until this point in his career because to a certain extent he's been overlooked. He really isn't this year, but that's an internally motivated guy. But to your point, and if you're NAU and if you're the kicker who's not, I mean, if I'm his teammate, I'm going to be like, hey, we're going to be the guys potentially getting run over by linebackers and defensive linemen out here. Maybe don't post this stuff before the game.
Yeah, more on this as the show unfolds once again. Kickers from time to time, they have been a little wordy, Basinonians, and I would say that Samuel, unfortunately for NAU, was a little wordy because he just made Kenny Dillingham's job 10 times easier because now all of a sudden everyone's on point where you're going in thinking you are the favorite. You are the favorite. And by the way, I think it was 28.5, 28.5.
Yeah, that's the point spread.
In terms of, the point spread. So, again, ASU is the favorite going in, and I'm sure NAU knows that as well. You make a great point about the kicker coming forward and actually writing a check that everyone else is going to have to cash.
Yeah, I mean, if this game goes the way odds makers believe it's going to go, he might not even be out there kicking very much. He may have a shot at a couple field goals. Look, if this comes down to the last kick of the game and he's out there, then more power to him, although I sincerely hope he misses the kick. But it's just, even if it was NAU's best player on defense saying this, it's still like, why give Kenny the bulletin board material? But when you're a player that's not going to be out there very much of the game, you just really put your teammates in a tough spot.
We're going to talk about this later in the show, Basinonians, but I will say this right now. The coach did not make him take it down. Did he?
I wonder what that feeling is like, though, when you post it and ASU's quarterback responds to you on Instagram. They did see it. I'm guessing if Sam Levitt saw it, the whole team knows about it at this point. Hey, Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here, and we want you in the stands starting next Tuesday. We're going to give you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. And when we come back, speaking of the Cardinals, how has Darius Robinson gotten better this offseason? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 to Yelich. Is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
The Dbacks split the series with one of the league's best. Now they head to L.A. to face another of the MLB's elite teams. Dbacks at the Dodgers. Game 1 tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You know, you might want to go there because if you're tired of not being able to smile for those family portraits or not being able to bite into some of the food that you love, like a steak, well, you know what? You need to go ahead and see Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe, of course, has done over 2,000 all-on-fours. Dr. Joe, he owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center. He has for over 20 years. And what I love about Dr. Joe Basinonians, he travels all over the world. He travels all over the world, and he trains and lectures about dental implants. And he just happens to live right here. And Aria Dental will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. And one of the big reasons why they are locally owned and operated, and they pass the savings on to you. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Automation.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Mountain America Stadium sells out its first ASU season opener since 1998. Dbacks manager Tory Lavell is fighting for 2026 amid one of the strangest seasons in Arizona history, writes Dan Bickley. And NAU's kicker predicted an upset over ASU on his Instagram, and Sam Levitt commented, bet. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
I guess to be fair, NAU's kicker just predicted history would be made. I mean, if ASU goes out there and wins by 80, that's technically history.
Yeah.
Would you say Rick's 1 for 1 on the music?
He is definitely 1 for 1 on the rejoin, ladies and gentlemen. Sit in the angry chair, metaphorically speaking, of course. As you're in between the white lines, tap into the rage tree, as I used to like to say. There was nothing wrong with that, because when you play the game of football, my brothers, you're trying to drive the other guy into the ground, aren't you? If you just happen to slime him and just literally body surf the dude on the ground, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, as a matter of fact.
I'm going to tap into the rage tree if I can't get a pen that works at some point. I've gone through like 8 today.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's the worst.
It is the worst, actually.
Come on, man.
So Rick's 1 for 1. We're going to keep track of this throughout the show. We've got about 14 of these you got to do. So this is good. That was a great start. Darius Robinson spoke earlier this week, Wolf, and this is one of those guys that I think if you're expecting good things from the Cardinals, it doesn't all hinge on Darius Robinson, but man, it would really. It would help the cause if he goes out there and is able to play like a first-rounder this season. He was asked where he's gotten better.
Knowledge of the playbook, I feel like last year, it's obviously 11 guys on the field, and then I was whatever position, and I just focused on doing that. Versus now, I can do that and understand what we're really trying to gain on defense and really know, when I could take my shot or not take my shot and just really understand our playbook. Because, like I said, Nick always puts us in great positions to be successful, so that's why it's just as long as you focus on your technique, you can make plays in our defense. So, honestly, that and just confidence, too, knowing I can compete, and just excited to have fun this year.
I just want to see what this guy can do. That's it right there. Wolf, I want to see what this guy can do. I mean, Rick brought up a good point before the show. We talked so much about defensive line depth, but all offseason, once they made their moves, and they still have it, but a lot of those guys are on IR right now, like Justin Jones. Not a lot, but I think the guys you thought maybe would end up getting cut before the season. Or something to whatever they had to massage to get the numbers down, they were going to lose some guys, whether it was those guys or not. They have enough guys on IR where I think you're just kind of trimmed down to what you have. If this team's going to have depth, if this is going to be a strength, Darius Robinson's a big part of it.
It's going to be a huge part of it. You know what? I love the fact he was talking about knowledge of the playbook, just knowledge of the playbook. You have to know what to do before you can do it. Does that make sense? Think about that, based on it. You have to know what to do
out a lot in life
before you can do it. Think about it, Luke. Think about some job you're doing, some menial job you're doing around the compound, whatever it may be. If you know how to do it, you feel confident doing it, and you do it with certitude. If you really don't know what you're doing, you kind of tiptoe around it, and you're not sure. This is the reason why.
You try to make it look like you are sure, though. You're just drilling things. The screws in here, no problem at all.
What do you think? I don't know what I'm doing out here?
Obviously, the table legs go in the wall. What kind of table do you want?
So you get it. You driving around right now, you understand what he's talking about. Now he feels really comfortable. He feels like he knows what to do. That is going to make him feel more confident, and that's exactly what he followed that up with. Man, my expectation for Darius Robinson is huge.
He was also asked how his second training camp went, and obviously it went a lot better than the first because he didn't get to finish the first one, but he did look good at the start of camp last year. So anyway, this is Darius Robinson's perspective, though, on camp number 2.
Yeah, I think it was fun, honestly. I definitely feel like I took steps in the right direction, but I ultimately had fun. honestly. And then just kind of reflecting because I got hurt last year on the 22nd, so that kind of been in my mind a little bit these past few days, and just being grateful to go out there each day right now and just be in the present sense and do what I need to do. So honestly, it's just been fun.
I just love the way Darius talks. He's just kind of laid back, and man, this is the coolest thing. I'm just going to go out there. I'm just going to, he's just chill. I love that, except when he gets in between. I was
going to say chill on a Wednesday.
Yeah, until he gets in between the white lines. Can I also say this? This is good. Maybe I shouldn't say this out loud. But again, it's never a good thing when somebody gets banged up, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that, right? It's never a good thing that somebody gets banged up. Unless, of course, you're Darius Robinson, and this is just me, and you're coming back in year 2, and year 1 was really not a great year for you because of all the injuries. Frustrating for Darius Robinson, and the fact that he had to come in midstream. Now, all of a sudden, the Arizona Cardinals follow it up. Back-to-back number 1 picks in the first round. Back-to-back defensive linemen in the first round. And suddenly, Walter Nolan comes in here, and the fact that Darius Robinson did not have to compete with Walter Nolan right now, I'm going to put that in the positive category for Darius because he didn't have any distractions whatsoever, which might be the reason why he is more confident. Here's what I know. You're going to start Calais Campbell. You're going to start Dalvin Tomlinson. And you're going to start Darius Robinson.
I feel good about that. That's starting
I love
3
that. Now listen.
A lot of teams, but especially New Orleans.
Exactly, yes. Walter Nolan, oh, man, I can't wait to see Walter Nolan. I'm very excited about this guy, and I feel badly for him that he got hurt just like Darius Robinson did. But when I think specifically about Darius Robinson, base audience, it might not be the worst thing. That could have been a real distraction in training camp. Might not be the worst thing for this young gun.
Here's more from Darius Robinson. He was asked if he's noticing an ability to get to the quarterback more this year.
Yeah, definitely Calais. I don't want to share too much information, but the way he thinks of ways to get sacks and get pressures and stuff like that. It definitely, when you sit back and look at it, I can definitely see how everything can work out, especially with Dalvin. So, honestly, all of us just playing hard and playing together. I expect a lot of good things for us. But, it's a process, too, just learning one another each day at practice. So, I'm super excited to play with them.
He went on to talk about Calais Campbell.
Yeah, he did.
As well.
Yeah.
It's the impact. And unless you're a guy that has sat in a locker room and really got some good advice from a teammate, it really has extra meaning for the most part when you get to a high level of playing the game of football as well. Not that a high school kid talking to another high school kid can't have a huge impact. Of course it can. But, man, when you get into the NFL, when you get into playing football at the highest level we as a species can generate, man, a word of advice can turn into gold.
Yeah, especially when it's from a guy that's in year 18.
Yes.
I mean, there's nobody better for Darius Robinson to be talking to or following around right now than Calais Campbell. Darius Robinson was also asked what it means to him to take on a bigger leadership role in year 2.
Yeah, it means a lot, but at the same time, it's just I just want to have fun this year and play ball and just be a good teammate and just do the little things that Calais is teaching me and stuff like that, and not say too much, just show it. Honestly, just put it on tape each week, and but it's awesome. Having him here is it's a lot because he's probably the best team I've had my whole life, and we've only been together for a month or 2, but he's just so I think it's when you visually can see somebody do big things and see what it looks like each day, I feel it gives everyone else the opportunity to realize it's really possible. And that's kind of what I think I channeled through Calais is knowing that it's possible to have as much success as you want in this game. So just taking it one day at a time.
His impact and his example. His impact as a football player. Calais Campbell going out and playing the game of football. There is real impact that is there, and yet he is the example as to what a dog is in that locker room, and it's a beautiful thing.
You think Darius Robinson's ever been a part of a defensive front like that where he's not the big guy? I mean, Calais Campbell is a giant. What he's given up about 50 pounds to Dalvin Tomlinson. I think Darius Robinson's a little bit taller, but I'm sure he's used to playing on a defensive line, and everybody else is looking up at him, and it's not really the case on this one with Dalvin Tomlinson and Calais out there. Take us with you wherever you go, and if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back. In case you missed it, one of the biggest trades in recent NFL history happened last night. How does it affect the Cardinals and the rest of the NFC? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bro.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe. Get your entire ASU football game day experience Saturday afternoon, beginning at 4 on ESPN 620. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and arizonasports.com.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Gather around, Basinonians. The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Betting. Everything in store, and online is 30% off now through September 3rd. That's right, it's the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Betting, and it goes now through September 3rd. 30% off everything in store and online, and there's another 5% off for active and retired military. That's right. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top. Comfort and value with advanced cooling technology. And the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top. Superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. And remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them. 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpractice your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. The Diamondbacks start a series against the Dodgers tonight. We'll check in with manager Tory Lavell at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports. I'm going to say this is 2 for 2 on the rejoin.
Way to go, Rick. Yes, indeed. 2 for 2 on a Football Friday rejoin. Blowing your face off on the Wolf and Lube Show. So you don't have to. Who'd want to blow your face off, metaphorically speaking, anyways?
I tell you, as far as trades that blow your face off go, that one yesterday was pretty significant. Micah Parsons dealt to Green Bay by Dallas. All the guys every offseason that are like Myles Garrett started the offseason. I don't want to play for Cleveland anymore. I want to go somewhere else. It's important to me to win. Hey, Myles, here's more money. I love Cleveland. I never wanted to leave. All these different guys that are like, okay, I kind of want out. I'm kind of getting frustrated, maybe requesting a trade. And it's, it's different for each guy. I understand different situations. But Micah Parsons is right up there as one of the biggest names of them all on defense. And he actually got moved.
Unbelievable. That's a guy that is a franchise guy. And Micah Parsons, to me, is a franchise guy that they actually moved him. Now, Kenny Clark, they got him back, of course. Kenny Clark is a good football player.
Three-time Pro Bowler.
Three-time Pro Bowler, of course. They also got 2 number 1s back as well. But I am shocked that Micah Parsons is no longer a Dallas Cowboy. And now, all of a sudden, the Green Bay Packers, by the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes.
Yeah, the Green Bay aspect of this is fascinating because I understand, the first-round picks are a big deal. I get it. But I think by and large, people look at this and it's like, dude, they just got Micah Parsons. You shouldn't be able to get a player like that. A player like that is somebody you should have to draft. I'm guessing whoever Dallas gets with those 2 first-round picks from Green Bay in 26 and 27, and they're probably going to be, mid to late 20s with those picks, I'm guessing they're not going to find anybody as good as Micah Parsons with those 2 picks. Kenny Clark, 3-time Pro Bowler, he's not Micah Parsons. I'm really surprised. You can't say stunned because it's Jerry Jones, so there's always that wild card factor, right? And we were getting within a week of their first game. Their first game's against Philadelphia next Thursday, and Micah Parsons still wasn't back. But I think we all thought he was eventually going to be back. And Dak Prescott was just talking the other day, like, yeah, this always happens with Jerry. He'll be back.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he's not only is he not back, he's on one of the teams, if you're Dallas, you're probably competing with for a wild card spot this year.
Yes. It was interesting. I think it got personal at some point in time. Would you agree with that?
Sure seems like it.
It seems like it did, and that always is the wild card in these negotiations. If it suddenly loses that professional feel, that air of professionalism, if it is lost, now all of a sudden you've got all sorts of issues. And I think that's what probably happened in this trade was the fact that Micah Parsons did not want to be a Cowboy anymore.
In case you're wondering, yes, the Cowboys do play the Packers at home September 28th. So Micah gets to go back to Dallas to play against Dallas in Week 4.
Boy, that is going to be, honestly. That would be maybe cause, in and of itself, if Jerry Jones looked at the schedule and said, man, we do not want that to happen.
Especially early.
We do not want that to happen.
When the emotions are still raw. That's less than a month. That's a month from today.
Exactly.
Like, why would you want to have that happen?
Here's the one thing we're not doing, and that's trading him to the Green Bay Packers, because we're going to see him again in less than a month.
Let's trade him. Let's trade him in conference to a team that we're probably, like, if Dallas's path to the playoffs is probably not winning the NFC East, it's probably as a wild card, as long as Philadelphia is set up the way they are. Green Bay, maybe they win their division, but either way, I mean, I think yesterday at this time you thought they would be a wild card team or contender. So Jerry trades Micah Parsons. All right, that in itself is crazy. Trades him to a team they're competing with for a playoff spot this year. All right. And he trades him to a team they're playing at home. So you know Cowboys fans aren't going to be real excited about this either in less than a month.
Yes.
That's the trifecta right there from Jerry.
Yeah, that is absolutely nuts. And when you think about it as well, the Green Bay Packers, they did a really good job last year generating some real pressure. Number 10, as a matter of fact, based on in sacks per attempt. Number 10. Now, that is a big metric, but once again, if you're getting sacks where you're number 10 in the National Football League, you're also getting a lot of pressures during games. And that's what you're really looking forward to is pressuring the quarterback, of course, and then getting those sacks, paying it off. The fact that the Packers last year were a top 10 team in terms of getting to the quarterback, man, now how much better are they going to be with Micah Parsons?
Yeah, here's Jerry Jones explaining whatever it is he just did.
There's no question that I could have signed him in April. And so we all know that to have agreements, all parties have to agree. But this was by design. I did make Mike an offer. It wasn't acceptable, and I honor the fact that it wasn't done in the way that he wanted to do it through an agent. So he was made an offer. There's not an ounce of vindictiveness. There's no bad feelings on my part about the fact that we didn't come together on an agreement.
Yeah.
To have agreements, all parties have to agree.
That is great. Did you pull that, or is that okay? Thank you. To have agreements, all parties must agree.
I mean, I think that goes in Jerry's book.
Saying. You have to wonder, man, what's going on. He did not want to talk to Micah Parsons' agent. He did not want to talk. He wanted to talk to Jerry. It doesn't happen anymore. You just don't have this kind of face-to-face communication. I mean, I could understand if you wanted to do it once, but, you don't get to do that anymore. Just say, you know what, I'm not going to talk to your agent. Obviously, it did get personal.
Yeah.
Between Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons' agent. But having said this, too, it's one of the reasons why you never want your owner actually involved in the negotiations.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a really great point. I mean, Dallas has done a good job of finding extremely talented players over the last few years, and you look at some of those players, now one of maybe the most talented, they just lost. The reaction from his teammates over the last month or so before, like his teammates that thought he was coming back. But remember, CeeDee Lamb was like, yeah, this is just the way it is here.
Yeah.
Dak, same thing. It was like, this is the way it is here. And there's a cut, we can play it later, from Jerry saying, yeah, we're trying to win now because Dak's the highest paid player in the NFL, is what he said. You're not trying to win now if you trade away Micah Parsons. Like, inevitably, when you go on social media after a deal like this, there's always the one guy that's like, am I the only one who thinks Dallas won this trade? Yeah, you are. You actually are. Like, you're trying to be the contrarian? Yeah, you are. They got 2 first-round picks. They're going to be late first-round picks that aren't going to be as good as Micah Parsons.
Yes, and you're always going to be looking to fill Micah Parsons' shoes. Yeah. Again, this is the reason why an owner needs a general manager, Basinonians. It's the reason why a player needs an agent. because you never want it to get personal. You want those guys going at it, and you, the owner, and the player standing off going, well, they'll have at it, and we'll get it done.
That's why you have GMs and agents.
That's exactly right.
And I understand the whole, like, man, I don't like dealing with agents, but that's the world you live in if you own a professional sports team. Listen today at 11:15, which is not that far away, and 4:15 for your chance to win ASU tickets. Just listen for that sounder, and that's going to be your cue to call in to win for your chance to see ASU take on NAU tomorrow night. And you can't buy tickets anymore because they're sold out, so this is your way to get in. When we come back, what should we be expecting from the Diamondbacks this weekend as they start a series against the Dodgers? You get done with the Brewers, you get the Dodgers next. Dbacks broadcaster Jody Jackson will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Man, you need shades, you need awning at your compound. I can tell you they came over to the Wolfley compound and they advised us on what our shading needs were, and we are so happy. These shades are commercial grade, Basinonians, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Installation is all done by their in-house team. That's right. There's never any subcontractors when you use All Pro Shade Concepts. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you need to check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states. Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com.
All right, well, the Diamondbacks just split a 4-game series with the best team in baseball, and this probably isn't getting talked about enough, Wolf. Since the trade deadline, when the Diamondbacks were famously 7 games below 500, they're actually 4 games above 500 since they traded a bunch of players away. They're 15-11 since the deadline.
And they could be better than that, too,
They
if
could.
they would have won a couple of close games that they should have.
Against the Padres, or if they just didn't play Colorado. And now they get a series against the Dodgers in L.A. starting tonight. Jody Jackson is joining us right now in the Arizona Sports Line to talk about all this. Jody, what's going on?
Hey guys, yeah, I was just at my coffee shop where it's really, I could take the temperature of the fan base, and my barista there, Chris, he's like, I think they're going to make it. And I said, I wish they could, they're playing really well and they're 6.5 back. But yeah, they need some help. So the feeling is good after this. But I did want to say something before we get started. I did a little play-by-play action on some high school ball last night. And Wolf, I found myself having a Wolf moment as the running back he was driving his legs and he was dragging people. And it landed it was about 10 guys all surrounding him. And I found myself saying nasty pile. And I didn't do it in your voice. I'm not going to copy you. I'm going to try. I'm myself, and people can take it or leave it. But I found myself saying nasty pile, and I thought of you. So.
Jody, well, thank you so much for that. Never forget, there's never a nice pile. Okay, there's never been a nice pile.
Correct. Correct. But yeah.
Jody, everything we were just saying about the Diamondbacks and like you just said, I mean, they look a lot more dangerous now than they did a month ago at this time. Why is that? Because it's not like they're getting any sort of, it's not like one or two players, pitchers have been dominant or anything. There have been some guys pitching well. Geraldo Perdomo seems to hit everything, but it doesn't seem like there's one guy carrying them. So why do you think they are playing better baseball now?
Yeah, I mean, they've been incredible. This series was incredible. I mean, the other night so they got poor starting pitching from Erod and Fott, and they had to piece that together. And, the first night they came back and they fell short by 1 run, 6-5. And I'll tell you, the second night when they tied the game at 8, my jaw was literally on the floor. I couldn't believe it. And it's almost like it's a bizarro world with this team because of the struggles of the pitchers. The injuries in the pen, and then, the starters have been pretty good. The starters usually do give them length. But it's almost like the term timely hitting, it's more with this club timely pitching because they hit so consistently, which is not, the norm in Major League Baseball, I feel, for most teams. And so it's when they get the timely pitching that they can win. And, and they did the last 2 days. Yesterday was incredible. Some of these games it was so fascinating and entertaining to watch. Perdomo, what he did. And then yesterday on a day when Perdomo and Carroll don't get hits, it's the bottom of the lineup. It's Taylor Rashi closing it out. And he was on the mound, and I'm thinking, guys, as a manager, Tory Lavell, we always hear soft landing or, when you bring up a guy, you ideally wouldn't put them in that kind of a hostile environment for 3 innings. But this is a 29-year-old rookie who is getting the chance of a lifetime. And he could handle it. And he probably didn't know he was getting that when he woke up yesterday. But yeah. It was incredible to watch. And I mean, the last 4 games were really special. I know they only went 2-2, but there was some special hitting and the ability to come back. Yes. And it's been Moreno. I think it's been Moreno being back. I think it's been a continuation of Perdomo and the way that props to the hitting coaches again, Joe Mather, Damian Easley, Travis Danker, on and on. These guys do a great job every day. And the organization has done a great job of bringing up guys like Blaze have been learning the way that they come together and hit as a group and wear out the pitcher. And that's going to be tested tonight against Blake Snell. I'm sure we'll talk about that maybe if we have time, Snell and Gallen tonight. But it's been the fight that they've shown has been incredible, and a lot of credit to Tory Lavell, but a lot of credit to those players.
I was just going to say that, Jody, right there. There is one thing that we can say about the Arizona Diamondbacks since the trade deadline. They're a more competitive team. They are. They are a more competitive team. Who gets the credit for that? I don't know if it's Tory Lavell. I don't know if it's the players that are inside that clubhouse, the mix of players that are in there. I don't know. But I think this series really highlighted the fact the Arizona Diamondbacks are a more competitive team. Who gets the credit for that? I don't know. Do you have a power ranking for us?
Well, it's a loaded question, but how do I sum it up? What I saw was, you have the uncertainty that went away when the guys were traded, and so you're moving forward, you're emerging. You're emerging with the group, and it is the Blaze, it is the Alec Thomas, it's the young players, it's Perdomo and Carroll taking that role and just running with it. Gurriel, how can I leave out? Gurriel Jr. has been incredible in the 4-hole. So that position, every position these guys that have been put in with the lineup looking different, they have thrived. And that's a credit to the players, the coaches, all of it. And then I'll give credit to Mike Hazen because, look, I know some of these arms haven't been perfect, but they were literally, I watched this team trying to survive with this bullpen, and they're still in survival mode. But they had to trade for arms they could use right now. Mm-hmm. And they are doing that. Burgos, again, Backus has been here, but some of these guys that have come in, they are being used right now in the highest situations because they didn't have anyone else. And so Mike Hazen did his job of bringing in some arms and changing the landscape, and even Chris Matt, putting together this pitching staff on the fly. That goes to the front office. So a lot of credit all over.
Talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, I wanted to ask you about Tyler Locklear in particular. His average isn't great. He's still very early in his major league career. There was a stretch there about 2 weeks ago where it looked like he was kind of figuring things out at the plate, and then not so much lately, although he did hit one pretty well last night that got pulled back. But what do you see from Tyler Locklear, and what does he have to show these final 27 games for them to be comfortable going into next season with him carving out a pretty big role?
I mean, I'm just still seeing, swing and miss there. I think there's a lot of potential there. Sometimes when you see him hit a ball hard, he's hit a couple really hard and hasn't been rewarded. So I think they're still working with that. And I know Tory, the other night, I guess it was in maybe game 2, they put him in a position there as a pinch hitter, wanted him to have a big moment because I think it would build a lot of confidence. And that's coaching at the heart of it all. And it didn't work out in that moment, but I think the fact that he showed – these guys are getting the trust and getting the confidence of the coaching staff behind them. So I think we're just going to see – I think it's very important with a young player like this to see a larger sample size, so we'll continue to see that. But I think when he connects, I think that's where you see where he could be special. He just needs a little bit of runway to see if he can work out some of the kinks.
He also did hit one 404 feet yesterday. That should have been a home run.
Right. Jody.
Exactly.
What are your expectations for Zach Gallen tonight?
It's going to be interesting. The Dodgers have been a tough matchup for him the last couple of years, and I just think that he's pitching so much better in this month of August. Wolf, to your point, he's one of those guys that's benefited past the trade deadline. I think his psyche's in a pretty good place. I think he's had 4 quality starts this month. Can he keep it going? James McCann and Zach Gallen have worked together really well, and I look forward to seeing what that looks like. But we all know how tough the Dodgers can be. Mm-hmm. This is going to be quite a matchup because, boy, the Diamondbacks have been piling up hits, clutch hitting, and then they come up against Blake Snell, who's been really good. He's usually good against the Dbacks, and can they wear him down? But for Zach, it's another great test against we know about the Dodgers offense. We know about Shohei Ohtani sitting at 45 homers. So, the Dodgers have had their ups and downs this year, but they've been playing pretty well of late. So this will be a very good matchup tonight.
Yeah, Diamondbacks could do some real damage to the Dodgers, too. Their buffer over the Padres is just 2 games, and San Diego's playing a series against Minnesota. Jody, always great to talk to you, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend.
You too. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, Tyler Locklear hit a home run last night. It just got pulled back over the wall, so you can't blame him for that. But I'm fascinated more by Tyler Locklear and Jordan Lawler over the final month here of the season than almost anybody else, because in a perfect world, that's your first baseman and third baseman next year. But, they got to show that they can consistently hit major league pitching for sure. We come back. How will ASU's offensive strategy potentially change this season since they don't have Cam Scatterbo? We'll get you Kenny Dillingham's plan for that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. You can always text GREEN to 620-620 as well. What I love about Legacy Green Solutions, Basinonians, they are family-owned and operated. They've been here in the Basin for a quarter of a century, 25 years, but they're rooted in the Midwest. I love that, man. They're good blue-collar guys like me. If you don't, I love that son of a truck driver. Of course, they show up, they work hard, and they treat you and your yard like it's their own. They're hooking me up with a premium American-made artificial grass that I got to tell you, we of the Wu Fang Clan, we absolutely love it. Our kids love it as well. The dog loves it. There's no mowing, no mess, just clean, green, perfection. And by installing artificial grass with Legacy Green Solutions, you may qualify for a city water rebate program, helping you reduce your water bill and installation costs. Text GREEN to 620-620 or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/2/25.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium. Coverage begins at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We will preview ASU's Week 1 matchup against NAU and tell you what we're looking out for. It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Sorry, David Charles. Got a little Aussie flag there.
So far, Rick, I would say 3 for 3, 4 for 4 on the rejoins.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. He's batting 100%, 1,000%.
We do have to play the T-Pain cover of War Pigs. We keep saying we're going to do that.
Though.
And that was
good.
The T-Pain cover, I didn't realize when we were talking about this on the air, was a cover that Ozzy had said was the best cover of his song. So we got to hear that.
Oh, okay. Wow, interesting. All right.
Carries a little more weight
as the show unfolds.
Yeah, so far so good on the rejoin. What was your requirement for the rejoin? Something that'll just
blow your face off. Metaphorically speaking, of course, based on insult.
Metaphorically speaking, of
yes,
course.
Of course. We all know that.
ASU, in case you didn't know this, doesn't have Cam Scadaboo anymore. If you're getting ready for the season, you're like, hey, where's the guy that did everything?
Somebody just drove off the road.
Yeah.
What? They don't have Cam?
And why are they ranked in the top 15 if they don't have that guy? He's on the Giants, the New York Giants, and ASU is still in pretty good shape, but, you know, it is a different dynamic on offense right now, especially, I would say, early in the season before you see exactly what Kyson Brown and Raleek Brown and even Kanye Udo, who's, you know, coming over from Army, so a much different offense, what they can give you in real-life game situations in the backfield. Kyson Brown's played a little bit before for ASU, and even Raleek a little bit, but he was basically hurt the whole year. But it's a little bit of a shift now from last year.
Definitely is. I think we're going to see a lot more balance in ASU's offense this year. We're going to see a lot more balance. That's what I expect. I expect for Sam Levitt to increase the numbers that he actually had last year and do better than what we saw last year, because I expect the Sun Devils to throw the ball more than they did last year. I think they're going to be more balanced with Cam Scadaboo. A lot of the time they got heavy.
Yeah.
They got heavy on the run, and rightfully
Yeah,
so.
well, why make it more difficult than it needs to be?
Exactly. If I'm good at running you over,
I'll just keep running you over.
It's the easiest way in the game of football to win a game is to run you over. And they were really, really good in terms of running you over because of Cam Scadaboo and because also that offensive line played really, really well. The fact that they got 4 of the 5 coming back, this is one of the reasons why I'm excited for this offense. And we're going to see it. It's going to be a work in progress, but I think philosophically first, they're going to be a more balanced offense.
I asked Kenny Dillingham about that on the Sparky's Den show on Wednesday, just the idea that last year your identity was so built around the run, and you still want your identity to be built around the run.
Right.
But, how much do you have to shift things up a little bit because you do have one of the best quarterbacks in the country, so do you put more pressure or more responsibility, I guess I should say, on him and maybe take some off the running backs? This is what he said. Okay, now we're going to try it again where you can actually hear it.
Because if you can't establish yourself as an identity, you're not going to be good anyways. Your identity can't change. Our identity is going to be running the football from now till forever. Behind Big Skrilla at left tackle, we're going to run duo on 3rd and 1 and say move the person in front of you. That's the identity, but what's the new 20% going to be throughout the game?
Yeah, the setup to that he said was you basically, I'm paraphrasing here a little bit, but you essentially have to keep 80% of what you are. But there is, maybe 20% or so where you have to adjust for what the year is, for the fact that now, instead of having an unproven quarterback, you have one of the best in the country. Instead of having maybe the best running back in the country, I mean, it was him and Ashton Genty. That's what it was last year. You have 3 guys that are really good, but they're all collectively trying to replace him. So you don't change your identity, but you do adjust and play to your strengths for 2025 instead of trying to just assume you're going to be the same team you were in 2024.
Just think about this, Luke. Last season, the Sun Devils ran the ball 591 times. 591 times they ran the ball. Guess how much they threw at base earnings? 382.
Wow.
Over 200 more running plays than they had passing. That is... once again, I expect that to balance out a lot more. I think they're going to throw the ball more in early downs as well with Sam Levitt, of course, and the receiving core that they have. The ability to throw the ball to Jordan Tyson is going to be a big deal. But I think the balance, we're going to see a more balanced team where we're not going to see them run the ball to a point where they're 200 attempts, over 200 attempts more in terms of running the ball than throwing it.
I don't think I had seen those specific numbers laid out like that. And when you hear that they ran the ball 200 plus more times than they threw the ball last year, it's remarkable that Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson did what they did last year, to the point where, and you know how this is if you live here with any, it's not just ASU, it's the Cardinals, it's the Suns, it's the Diamondbacks. If you have a player here that is doing something great, a lot of times it takes the rest of the country some time to catch on. The rest of the country has caught on to Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson. And when you consider the relatively limited touches that those two had last year, and Tyson missed a couple games too, so you got to, it's crazy how much this program has taken off in the eyes of the country, whereas a year ago, people didn't even know for sure if they were in the Big 12.
Yes. It's going to be interesting because if there was one passing play, one route that Jordan Tyson and Sam Levitt would master, to me it'd be the hitch and go. The hitch and go base earnings. That is a quick 1, 2, 3, a little hitch like you're going to turn around and catch the ball and then go.
Yeah.
The hitch and go.
I don't know who's going to stop them on that play, at NAU at least, maybe their kicker.
Because I think what's going to happen when I talk about the quick passing game, especially on early downs, 1st and 10, to get the ball out quickly. Boom. Okay, you're going to back off of Jordan Tyson. There's going to be corners. They're going to back off him. Great. You know what? 1, 2, 3, boom. Throw the ball. Get it out. Get the ball to Jordan Tyson quickly. I think that's what we're going to see early on. We'll see how it progresses throughout the season, but I think we're going to see that early on. And then, of course, you know what's going to happen. They're going to start sucking up because, hey, they're getting 5 yards every time they throw, or 6 yards, or maybe Jordan Tyson breaks a tackle, and they're moving the chains just with these simple throws. And all of a sudden, here comes the hitch and go. And you're toast, unless you're playing a safety over the top.
Well, and I don't know how much you've seen of Jordan Tyson, but I'm not going to say he's had like a Marv-like offseason transformation where he's super, but he is noticeably bigger. And we were talking to the strength coach the other day too. And I asked that question. Everybody always has when that happens. Like, okay, the receiver gets bigger, and that's great for a lot of different areas, the 50-50 balls and getting off the line of scrimmage. But what does it do to his speed? And he was like, Tyson's faster this year. So if he is bigger, faster, and stronger this year, and he's able to stay on the field, and they're going to throw more, like, and he's got weapons. I mean, there's other guys that people aren't talking a ton about yet, like Malik McClain and Jalen Moss and Jaron Hamilton, that other teams are going to have to at least account for. They can't just put 3 guys on Jordan Tyson and expect to be able to stop the offense. All right, catch every headline. Visit the watch page on ArizonaSports.com for the latest on the Cardinals and Dbacks, or join us live and just watch along that way. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day really early because we got a guest coming up at 11:30. So wolfing down your lunch is next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
What?
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe, and Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to the game. Listen today for your chance to win. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Oh, it's time to move. Go to movingteam6.com if it is. They like to say your move is their mission. That's right. Moving Team 6, they use a military-like approach to all of their moves, Basinonians. That's right. They're going to show up and be professional. They're going to be efficient. They'll be on time. They'll be reliable. Bada bang, bada boom. Check all the boxes, a very military-like approach. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans to join their moving team. You're going to love that. And they believe building trust starts with you, Basinonians, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees for you. What you need to do is go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them: 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Sun Devil football fans, time 2. Activate the season.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
I need a caller number here from you.
There's only one number, Baves and Onions. The number of the world, number 4.
Caller number 4.
Caller number 4.
That is a famous number for ASU football, too. All right, caller number 4 right now at 602-260-9870 wins 2 tickets to see ASU take on NAU tomorrow. Again, caller number 4, 602-260-9870. Want to go see the Sun Devils play the Lumberjacks? Call in right now.
Indeed.
Caller number 4.
Big sellout.
Do it. All right.
Watch it.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Well, it is absolutely not noon, I can tell you that. But Lorenzo Alexander is going to join us for the next hour for the lowdown as we head into the 2025 NFL season. So, wolfing down your lunches right now. Rick is here. Rick, what do you got?
All right, Arizona State football begins its season tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. What will the Sun Devils' regular season record be, and will they make the college football playoff for the second straight year? Predictions.
Wow. Okay, so you want the regular season record.
My goodness.
Well, if you can go first on this.
No, you go.
Oh, fine. No, that was really
I refuse to go first on this one.
Okay. I'm going to say 11-1. I'm going to say 11-1.
Where's the one loss?
So I'm not good at this. I can just look at the schedule and give you the range. I don't know if I can give you one specific loss. I would guess it comes somewhere in that Baylor, TCU, Utah, Texas Tech run. But if they make it out of that and they either win all 4 of those games or they lose one but they bounce back quickly, it doesn't start to snowball on them, I think this team is right back in the Big 12 championship game. And I've been saying this. I think there are some good teams that people are sleeping on in the Big 12 this year.
Yeah, I'm going to say 10-2. I'm going to say 10-2, and I think they win the Big 12.
All right. I'll take it. I will.
That's a guess, Space and Onions. That's just a pure, unadulterated guess.
Just win the Big 12. That's it. That's all I need. And then beat Texas if you play them in the playoff.
All right, sticking with college football, there are some huge matchups this weekend to begin the season. Number 3, Ohio State hosts number 1 Texas tomorrow at 9 a.m. Number 4, Clemson hosts number 9 LSU tomorrow at 4:30. Number 10, Miami hosts number 6 Notre Dame on Sunday. And Bill Belichick and UNC host TCU on Monday. Which game other than ASU are y'all looking forward to the most?
Texas, Ohio State. I mean, that's it's number 1 versus number 3. I am interested to see what Arch Manning is like now that it's his team. If you want one that's
all right, it's Texas, Ohio
Are you distracted by the fact that Jamal just came in here and took the Cardinals helmets?
What are you doing, Jamal? Why did you take the Cardinal helmet? I was going to just put that on.
He was clearly
for the
trying
next
to
Cardinal
do it
segment. I was going to put it on
nobody
and button
noticing
it up.
Well, there's still time.
Okay.
Well, there's a reason why I brought it in.
All right.
Okay.
Because our next question.
I will say this: the TCU North Carolina game on Monday night with Bill Belichick and his girlfriend. I don't know if she's coaching or what. But, that game is interesting to me.
Yeah, the next question. I'm not going to put it on. I was going to put it on for the segment, and then I realized I have to hear you guys. The whole headphones thing.
You need to get the coaching thing in there.
Yeah,
so
I do. I need to get the radio. So our next question though is the Arizona Cardinals released their new rivalry uniforms yesterday. I currently have the helmet. Here it is. If anybody's hasn't seen it yet, I have it.
Right.
Okay,
Nice,
cool.
Rick. Yes,
pretty cool.
What up, YouTube?
So that takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at Arizonasports.com, and it asks, the Cardinals dropped their Nike Rivalries uniform. What's your favorite part of the new gear? The sandy jersey, the helmet, or the state flag patch?
Okay, first of all, why would you suggest anything? Why not just let your mind go wherever you want to go on?
Well, it's a poll question. It needs to have choices.
It's got, so the multiple choice.
Wolf wants an essay question. He wants
why? Why can't I go somewhere I want to go on it? Go ahead.
I haven't seen the state flag patch in person. I mean, I've seen the pictures of it. I've seen the helmet in person. The helmet looks even cooler up close. So I'm going to say the helmet because I do like the red face mask. I think that's a good look for the Cardinals. I think the sort of like the sandy look on the helmet is cool just because for so long it's just been a white helmet, right? And I mean, that's your tradition, but this doesn't go too far away from it, but it also looks a little updated. So I will say the helmet. I like the helmet more than the jersey, and the state flag patch is cool, but I haven't seen it in person yet.
Yeah, I do like the helmet a lot. The fact that it's got this dirty look to it. It's not this bright white sphere.
Yeah.
It's got this dirty, cloudy look to it. I would have to say it's got to be the helmet that I like the most.
You're just saying that because you want them to bring it back in so you can wear it.
Jamal, I'm going to ask you for your answer.
I'd probably go helmet too. The helmet is just and like it's a different feel to it also. Like it feels like a new kind of. I mean, yeah, I really like the helmet. The Arizona flag on the back is also really, really cool. On the bottom.
I will say though, the patch on the jersey does look pretty cool. I think that's one of those things that will look cooler in person.
Yeah, I like the fact that the face mask as well, it's red, and yet the Cardinal logo is covered with dirt, or what I assume is dirt.
Yeah.
Haboob! I like that.
Yeah, I am going to be boring here and also say the helmet. So we're 4 for 4 on the helmet.
We've never been unanimous on the show on anything.
So I'm gonna answer helmet here. State flag patch is actually leading 43%.
Okay.
Helmet is second, 36%, and sandy jersey is third, 21%.
I can tell you right now, when they put the hoodies out, I'm getting one of these hoodies.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the hoodie's going to look great. And
you know what also is really cool is the fact that they have the dirt specks all over the uniform,
Wolf really
like out
just
of the
likes
pants,
the dirt.
and on their jersey as well. Can you imagine if you did get caught, paste underneath? Will you get caught when you play the game of football? Do you bleed when you play the game of football? Of course you do. Just wipe it on your pants, on your jersey.
Put some dirt on it.
Do you know how cool that is going to look? Oh, yeah, man. Here we go, James Conner.
Have you guys seen hoodies yet? I know they're going to make them.
I haven't
don't think there's
seen the hoodies yet.
Okay, I don't think there's any imaging of it yet. But I would assume, it's going to have the dirt all over
I still think the black jerseys are my all-time favorites for the Cardinals. I love the black helmets. I think that's cool. This is probably second for me.
I kind of like the all-white, too. Again, and you guys know why.
Yeah, for sure. All right, last one for you guys. The Baltimore Orioles extended 21-year-old catcher Samuel Basallo last week, which has raised questions about the future of their current catcher, two-time All-Star Adley Rutschman. Jamal found a story on Bleacher Report that said the Dbacks are the 7th best trade fit for Rutschman. This is what the story said, and it's written by Zachary D. Reimer. And it said, true, Gabriel Moreno is a talented catcher who is still only 25 years old, but he's also had trouble staying healthy, and the Dbacks really can't afford to have any weak links if they want to catch back up to the competition in the NL West. But if the O's do demand pitching for Rutschman, that's where Arizona would have an issue. The Snakes only just replenished their own pitching at the deadline. So my question is, how would you guys feel if the Snakes moved on from Gabby Moreno for Adley Rutschman?
First of all, how did Jamal have time to find the story when he was busy stealing our helmet? I think that's the first question that we need to have answered.
It's an excellent.
Found it 2 days ago.
Okay. He's working ahead.
He was thinking
that's a
about
whole
the
different
helmet.
thing. Yeah.
How long?
He's like, now I have this time. You know what I'll do? I'll steal the helmet.
I was worried I was going to get my wedge busted out on the way out.
I don't want to move off Gabby. Rutschman, he was the first overall pick a few years ago.
2019, yep.
Yeah, I mean, Rick, you could speak on this better than anybody. I thought Adley Rutschman was doing great, and then all of a sudden he just fell off the edge, and so did the Orioles. I just want Gabby Moreno to play more. If Gabby Moreno is available to play more, I don't need a different catcher.
Yeah, for me, first of all, Reimer and Rutschman. What could go wrong there?
Reimer's a good musician name.
Yeah, okay. For me, I don't like the conversation. I don't like it. I love Gabby Moreno. You know that. Mm-hmm. I love this guy and think he is the Yachty of the organization going forward. I don't like the fact there's speculation as to whether or not he's going to be the Yachty going forward.
Yeah, I don't love that.
I don't. That makes me really uncomfortable, yet where there's smoke, Basinonians, many times, there's fire.
Adley Rutschman sounds like a bakery name, too. Go get Adley Rutschman's old-fashioned croissants or something, whereas Gabby Moreno's Gabrielle Moreno's your catcher.
Yes.
I think Gabby's better, especially as a defender.
He's so good defender.
And also, Rutschman's on the IL for the second time this year.
If you could... I don't want to make this a ridiculous statement. I would want a list in front of me to kind of make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. But if you could just stack every catcher in baseball and tell me they're all going to be healthy all of next year, again, never the case. There's not very many I would take over Gabby Moreno.
Agreed.
The only question I have with him is, can they just get him to stay on the field for, I don't know, what do you want out of your catcher? 135 games, realistically? 130 maybe, 135? But he hasn't been able to get close to that lately. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Take us with you wherever you go. And if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. We come back. Which Cardinals players stood out the most to Lorenzo Alexander this preseason? We're going to ask the 15-year NFL vet. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, brothers and sisters, man, if you've got some back issues, you've got to go to DISC. That's right, Desert Institute for Spine Care. You need DISC right now as a football player. I've suffered a lot of damage, basically, to the back, the spine area, of course, and the spine surgeons, Dr. Chris, of course, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation for you. If you're out there and you're battling spine or back issues, you need DISC, man. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. This is the great thing about it. People from all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of DISC for treatment. That's right, they get their treatment here. It's time for you to enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com, Basinonians. That's sciatica.com. Or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Galvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582. Bronco Sport 245938. F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. ASU football begins its season tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4, with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch is at 7:10, and you can listen to that one right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick. NFL watch parties kick off September 7th at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick with special guests, drink specials, and more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
You talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL.
Yeah, Lorenzo Alexander is here.
Let me just say that is legacy, Luke. That is legacy. Legacy is what other people say about you. Not what you say about yourself. What other people say about you.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say anything bad about Lorenzo.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about,
well,
bro.
I can,
maybe somebody lit it.
Yeah, I can find. I know one guy. I know one guy for sure in the Valley, but that's neither here nor there.
Well,
you know
I haven't
what?
talked to him yet.
Yeah, you have. But you know, I'm just happy to be back in the building with my guys, man. You know, my key card still works. You know, this time of the year, you know, I'm used to being, this is cut down day. I know they said they wanted me back. Let me see if my key card worked. So it worked. I got in the building. I'm good. I'm ready to go.
Okay, man. Are you ready to stay all the way till 2? Are you
No,
okay
I'm not
with
doing that yet. Even though I was trying to, you know, I just came off my NFL medical insurance.
Okay.
So I called Aaron. I was like, hey, so how many hours do I need to work to get, you know, benefits around there? She said too many that I didn't want to commit to. So I said, all right, I'll find another way.
Well, we're glad to have you for the hour, even though Wolf just tried to talk you into staying for 2.5 hours. But So how's it been, man? We talked to you a little bit out of camp, obviously, but in general, we haven't really got to talk to you much over the last few months.
Everything is great. Just chopping up with Wolf a little bit about high school football season starting as well. My son had his first game on Wednesday, so we were out there at Yunker, the Rough Riders, about an hour and a half. It's a ride out there now.
Wow.
So did really well, very pleased. First touch, offensive play of the game. 55-yard to the house. A lot of great blocking going on, receivers blocking. And he took it to the house, He had three carries, 2 touchdowns.
Okay, this is Mason?
This is Mason.
This
He
is
played safety.
Right
yeah. He had a big hit on the sideline, which was my favorite thing. So, don't ever want to hurt anybody, but I want them to feel you if they decide they want to run your direction. You know what I mean?
You know what's amazing about the game of football, and Zoe, I know you agree with this. You have to be okay as a football player. You have to be okay as a human being doing 2 things. You have to be okay giving damage, and you have to be okay taking damage.
Right.
Those 2 things. Because sometimes you win, and sometimes you lose.
Right.
But you're taking damage most of the time either way.
Yeah.
Where'd you say you went to for the game? Yunker?
Yunker.
Yeah.
I don't even know what direction
It's
that
like
is.
Buckeyes in the West Valley. It's like maybe it's 20 miles past Millennium. So, I mean, it's way out there. Like you almost feel like you in L.A., San Diego. You getting real close. Like, should I just keep on driving?
You can almost see the beach from there. All right, well, Zoe, with the season starting in about a week, preseason is done, camp is done. Like we got to talk to you out at State Farm Stadium during camp a little bit, but just in general, as we get ready for this season, anything stand out to you? Any players stand out to you from camp or any of these preseason games?
No, I mean, I think we know who this team is, the foundational part. I can't wait to see some of the young guys, especially the D linemen, play when we think about D-Rob. What is he going to look like in the game? Really looking forward to that, to see how he evolves with Calais in the room and some of those other guys, and how do they stop the run this year and be dominant so they don't have to be a bend but don't break type defense, but getting out, three and out is ideal, but even if it's like a 5 or 6 play series and then they're getting the offense back on the field, Kyler, and letting them really run the show. And then I would say Cody Simon, seeing what he looks like off the ball, saw him in a little bit, see if him or Papa, who's ever going to come out to be that secondary linebacker next to Mac Wilson, who's my favorite player, by the way. Yeah, he's my favorite. I mean, even from last year. I mean, I love Buddha, but Buddha's a safety. Mac is a linebacker, so I gotta rock with my guys. I saw him throwing cats out the club in preseason, so I'm really interested to see how he looks now more off the ball than playing the line of scrimmage. And I know they'll allow him to rush at times too, but really seeing who he's going to be partnered with in that off-the-ball linebacker position, down in and down out.
He really is one of the most important players on the team now. When you consider, he already was defensively last year, but when you consider that it's not necessarily, there's not like a clear-cut guy next to him in that position. They got guys kind of rotating in right now, and he's been given even kind of more responsibility, too, in the middle with no Kaiser White. So, yeah, big year, hopefully, from Mac Wilson.
Yeah, that'd be awesome right now. And plus that weak side inside opposite of him, that's going to be really important to see who actually emerges doing that. But having said that, the preseason, what does the NFLPA think about the preseason going forward, and how do you see this evolving?
Well, I don't really know what the PA per se thinks about it. Obviously, they got their own issues that we need to fix before we start worrying about the preseason. But I think overall, it's an opportunity for guys to showcase their ability, whether you're preparing and just kind of sharpening your tools as a veteran player, or a guy like myself that was undrafted and had to really get his real opportunity in the preseason, right? So undrafted, my first real opportunity to be seen like, oh, maybe he can play, happened in Tennessee Titans. I made an inside move, running back blocks me, knocks my helmet off, quarterback scrambles. And I go get the ball, and I go get the tackle on the quarterback. And I take
without the helmet.
And I do take damage. Reed Dowdy hit me in the side of my face. Boom, I had a big scar on my face for about a month, and people can still see it for a long time. You really can't see it now. But that was my coming out moment in preseason, where it shifted coaches like, man, this dude is built a little different. let's see what he can do and let's get him on this roster. And so that happened in the preseason.
Yeah, was it a dirty shot, this dude who hit you without your helmet?
It was friendly fire.
Oh, it was friendly.
He was coming. Reed was coming too. So Reed was I think Reed might have been undrafted too.
Okay.
But we out here just playing. We playing ball, Hey, we just chasing, trying to get ball.
I would have had your back.
Yeah, it wasn't. No, he didn't come and get me.
It was Cubs.
Yeah, no, it was friendly fire, but we were just trying to hunt the ball up. He didn't see me, and I didn't see him. All we saw was the quarterback with the ball running. Preseason game, hey, let's go get the ball down because we're fighting for our job. So I think it's a good opportunity for that, and I know people hate what the game looks like because you're seeing people that are not necessarily going to be on your roster, but this is their opportunity to make that roster and then become one of those guys that you're dependent on over time, right? And so I think that's the good part. And it's a lot of great mechanisms for coaching, right? They get to figure out how they're going to do game clock situations.
True.
Some of the defensive coaching staff and offensive coaching staff, if maybe you're like a linebacker coach, sometimes they let you coordinate, right? And so you get these opportunities within this that really affects the entire ecosystem in the future of the NFL that I think a lot of people don't consider when they have these preseason games. Where you take that away, it's really hard to find those moments in real live, somewhat of settings.
Listen today at 4:15 for your chance to win ASU tickets. Just listen for the sounder, and that will be your cue to call in for a chance to see ASU take on NAU tomorrow night. Again, that game's sold out, so this is a good way to get into that game. Which Cardinals playmaker is in position to make the biggest leap in 2025? We're going to ask 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. He'll stick around for more next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
When he hit the home run, that was a classic Perdomo at bat.
Listen,
becoming a power hitter.
Not only is he becoming a power hitter, the clutch gene that he has been showing recently, this kid has got now superstar written on him.
If you had Geraldo Perdomo leading the Diamondbacks in runs batted in for this season, good for you. Stay cold like a frog.
My blood is like frog. You know how the frog? Right. Cold.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf leader from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Affordability and selection are back at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. That's right. Listen, the Labor Day sales event is on. It's going on right now, brothers. $10,000 off a 2025 Bronco Sport. $10,000 off. $5,000 off Explorers right now. Leases. Maybe you're into leasing. Here it comes. Leases from $319 or 0 down, 0 APR, and 0 payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Speaking of select new Fords, how about this? Tim Hovik has over 1,300 vehicles ready for you right now, ready for you to buy. It's the Santan Ford Labor Day sales event with affordability and selection. Restrictions apply. Not everyone's going to qualify. See santanford.com for details. That's santanford.com.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, it's Vince Morada letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra of 1,500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9225.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the September 6th Dbacks game against Boston and secure your Greek Heritage giveaway jersey, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply. Arizona Sports.
I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show. It is Wolf and Luke. Lorenzo Alexander is here for the Lowdown. We get a full hour with Zoe every week during football season. Wolf has tried to extend that to 2.5 hours, but he flatly denied.
Well, I thought I'd try.
Yeah, look, I appreciate you.
Well, he was talking about benefits.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm going to say it's negotiable now. I know, Wolf, you got a little juice around here now.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
You got a little juice around here.
Man.
Or should I say Mr. Wolfley?
Stop, Zoe.
Wolf actually does have a lot of juice around here, but I don't think he's aware of how much he has.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think so. Next to Luke.
Okay, fine. You want next. I'm looking at a story on NFL.com. It's the NFL triplets rankings. So we're going to read through all 32 teams in order. No, we're not. But for the Cardinals...
List broadcasting.
No, I'm not, in fact, you know what? Because you said that, I'm not even going to tell you where they have the Cardinals.
Okay, good.
I'm just going to tell you the players that they're talking about. Kyler Murray at quarterback, James Conner at running back, and they have Trey McBride as their top pass catcher. Okay?
Oh, I see.
Now, I would say for the purposes of our conversation, we can throw Marv in there too. But the question I have for you guys, and I'm going to start with you, Zoe, is of those 4 guys, Kyler Murray, James Conner, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., who's in position to potentially make the biggest leap this year?
And I'm glad you threw Marv in there. I would have also probably put, and I know we're just sticking to those 4 guys, Trey Benson as well.
I thought about putting
Trey Benson as well, just because of the way they're looking at him as really a RB1B.
Yeah.
Right? And if you take about 60 or so snaps away from James just to keep him fresh, right? Thinking about playoff runs, and that's a 60 additional reps that he'll have to be dominant and add to what he brings to the table. I think he's a guy, but I mean, all these. And then I think Marv and Kyler are kind of tied together, right? The other 2 guys are dudes, right? I mean, people may have you may think Trey McBride from a touchdown perspective, but what he happened last year was more of an anomaly versus who he is as a player, right? Yeah. So the two of the 3, those dudes are just already dogs. Kyler for me and Marvin Harrison are tied. And I think as Marvin grows, right, they have this offseason to really work some of that chemistry, continuity out to really understand where guys are going to be at. Marv has that not this year as far as maybe seeing it the same way Kyler does as far as maybe some of the route adjustments. And then just being confident that he can get off, right? Worked hard in the offseason, bigger body, seeing him making a lot of these catches, contested catches. We only saw one, I think, in the preseason where he actually reached out over the middle and brought it back into his body, right?
Yeah.
So seeing that is great precursors of what we didn't see last year that will help him in this season. So I think Marv is going to make the biggest jump, and as a result of that, then you could say Kyler is also going to exceed because he benefits from those numbers as well.
I love the fact that you brought up Trey Benson.
Benson's
as
a good
well.
one to throw in there. Yeah,
it is going to be very interesting to see how many carries he gets in a game, how many opportunities he's going to get in a game, because James Conner is a guy that you want to give the ball so much, too. This is a guy, especially in rundown situation, man. You want to give him that ball. How much do you expect to see Trey Benson this year? Do you really think he's going to be an RB1B?
Yeah, I think he has that opportunity. I mean, especially when we think James is getting older, and not that he's declining, but as you get older, taking additional hits is hard, and you want to keep a guy like that fresh, and he does get stronger as it goes on, and he played, 16 of the 17 games last year as well, so he is durable. But I think any time you can have like this 1A, 1B, and I've played against some teams that would have them. We had Ingram and Kamara one year when playing against the Saints, right? Both very dynamic, but they was giving the ball to different guys. And then you got this fresh dude that's continuing to come at you, whether it's quarter by quarter or series by series, whatever that rotation kind of becomes, it's really hard because he's just constantly fresh. You can't wear him down. And if one guy gets nicked, you got this other guy coming. So having that two-headed monster, which I think the league has really evolved into, is beneficial for everybody. Everybody stays fresh, everybody gets touches, and they have a little bit different nuance as far as how they run. And as a defender, I have to adjust and be aware of, is it James or is it Trey Benson that's in the game? And I think that's just another layer that allows the offense to be dynamic. And who says you can't put both of those guys back there and go 20 personnel? And now I got to figure out who's the fullback, who's the lead blocker. How are we going to adjust to these things? And that allows this offense to create another layer of being dynamic.
So from a defensive perspective, what is the strength and the weight that Marvin Harrison Jr. has added? Because I think we can all look and say, oh, look, he's bigger, that's cool, but as a receiver, from a defensive perspective, how much more challenging does that make him to stop?
From a physicality standpoint, it's just harder to knock him off routes, to create, because a DB's job initially, especially if you're playing press or walking up on somebody, is just to create disruption, just to get a guy off just a little bit. And so now if you're hitting a guy that's bigger, stronger, and can still maintain his speed, it's much harder for a DB that are typically a little bit smaller to handle that. And then also, number two, the jump balls, right? When guys go up, guys are grabbing your arms and, all this type of things trying to pull you down. And so if you're just more stronger, more powerful, it just makes the matchup that much harder. And then the last part, when that X factor comes from the safety spot to hit you in your chest as you coming across the middle, you're able to absorb those hits a little bit better. You feel more confident about it because you're bigger and stronger, that I'm willing to reach out, get that ball and tuck it in, versus if you're a little bit more frail guy, you're trying to figure out how can I slide before he gets here and make it, and that can sometimes just miss a catch. So there's a lot of different factors, I think, within the course of him playing receiver where it's going to help. And then primary, blocking. Right, receivers got to block. I just told you my son had 56 yards in the first one because the receivers were blocking. Yeah. So if I can block and hold my blocks a little bit longer because I'm bigger, stronger, and have better grip strength and just a more physical presence, now maybe instead of a 15-yard run, it goes to a 30-yard run. You break a guy out. Or maybe I would have had a holding last year because I let a guy get away from me. Now that penalty doesn't even occur. So there's a lot of ways that you'll never really see, but does help that Marvin Harrison be able to be a better receiver because he's a little bit stronger this year.
So did you happen to see Tip Ryman play in the preseason?
So my favorite play was the call he got called a penalty on. I mean, rest, what are we doing, man? It was a wham. He came and whammed him. Get your head on a swivel, D-tackle. You just can't run free. Obviously he took it a little bit, maybe that's what they call was when he kind of let the dude know what I just did to you. But I love it. He's physical. He's so physical. I mean, so he's going to add another. He's versatile. He can catch too. But the way he sets the tone in the run game, in that play particular, that attitude that you have to play this game, is going to be really interesting to see how they impose their will on guys.
And I also think, Zoe, what are you going to do 1st and 10? 1st and 10, what are you going to do defensively? Are you going to bring a linebacker in because it's 12 personnel?
Right, 12.
And Trey McBride can block.
Yeah.
Are you going to bring a DB in? Well, because Trey McBride can run receiver routes.
Right. I was thinking about that same thing. I mean, even with Elijah Higgins in there, right? He's a receiver too. So they could essentially go 13. That's true. Go 13.
They could. No, now you're speaking Wolf's language.
And then show you 11 personnel. Or go 13 and then come back and show you real 13 personnel. And those guys, those tight ends that are receiver backgrounds but also can block, you can do a lot of different things to making the defense, to Wolf's point. Like, do we have anybody that can match up with these guys in the run and the pass? And that's oftentimes, that's the game within the game. How can I run my offense with my personnel and beat you with those one-on-one matchups and really create that advantage for ourselves?
Trey McBride, I mean, Wolf, obviously, you know this, certainly. I mean, it just feels like he's in that group of local athletes that just, they're not the only ones trying to get better every year, but it's so obvious. Like Devin Booker, Trey McBride, Corbin Carroll is so bent on getting better every single year. Zoe, you mentioned the touchdowns, but where else can Trey McBride, it feels weird to even ask this question after the year he just had, but where else can he still get better?
I mean, it just becomes a consistency thing, just showing up, making sure that you put the work in the offseason, and then if you're going to pick something, probably like, some blocks, reaching a guy when he's at the point of attack, so they can't always say, okay, he's the U tight end and Tip is the stud tight end, and they're going to run the ball away from him. He has to make sure that people respect his ability to block at the point of attack. And you don't have to knock guys off. I mean, I played with a lot of guys, Chris Cooley being one of them, who was a good receiver tight end back in the day, but also could get his hands in certain places and just turn you just enough to where you couldn't make a play. And so just continue to work on those things. But other than that, I think it's just being healthy, staying healthy, and helping the other guys around him.
Okay, so I got to ask you this right now because I love this
He's
stuff.
He's sticking around. He's going to be here.
No, I know that. But I'm talking about, the stud tight end. We all know what the stud tight end is, okay? That's the stud tight end base in audience. Yeah. But what about the U? What do you mean the U tight end?
The U tight end.
That's the move.
Right, that's the guy that's moving. That's the secondary tight end. The guy that's typically off the ball, maybe on the backside.
But what's the U stand for?
It's just a letter. It's just a letter. You can call it whatever you want to. It could be a U. It could be an F. I mean, it's just a letter. Yeah, that's just.
I love this.
It's just a letter. I don't know. It may be something to it, but it's just a letter in my mind. Just like the receiver, it could be a W, the right slot. So.
But you know how this is. Different teams, they have different terminology. It's a different language. Okay, cool.
Never mind. I'm actually glad we're late for that. That was a fantastic answer. All right, when we come back, how important is Darius Robinson specifically to this Cardinals defense in 2025? We're going to ask 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. Sticking around next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He won the Chuck Bednarik Award and the Thorpe Award as a college player. And he was a unanimous All-American. 5th overall pick in the 2011 NFL Draft. He's Patrick Peterson, P2, and he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Can I tell you right now, man, if you are looking to build a pool in your backyard, if you've been dreaming about it, you need to go with Presidential Pools and Spas. Listen, this is the company that Arizona trusts the most as the #1 pool builder in Arizona by volume. They earned our business. We are the Wu Fang Clan at the Wolfley compound, and I am recommending them to you as well, Basinonians. That's right. And right now, of course, Presidential Pools and Spas, they've got all sorts of deals for you. Deals that you can actually take advantage of. What you need to do, brothers, is go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Close out the summer with a Saturday night showdown. Phoenix Rising host El Paso Locomotive on Saturday, August 30th at 7:30 p.m. With great soccer and even better value. Score big with the 4-3-3 menu featuring a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials during the match. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Hot dogs, cold drinks, one fiery rivalry. Don't miss it.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4, with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, as well as the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by DNA Cards and Collectibles. DNA Cards' grand opening in Peoria is this Saturday, August 30th. Giveaways, deals, and PSA on site. Learn more at Instagram at DNA Card Shop.
Arizona Sports.
Here we go, fellas!
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown.
All right, Lorenzo Alexander is here. Wolf, I don't know about you. I mean, I know you like talking to Zoe.
Yeah.
Specifically, though, when it comes to Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
This is like one of the best guys to talk to about Darius Robinson. So that's what we're going to do right now.
Yes.
And I'm just going to go big picture first, Zoe. Just, you know, he had a lot of stuff he had to deal with last year. Right. As a rookie, to kind of be in that position to step into year 2 this year. He made it through camp, made it through preseason, everything, you know, as healthy as everybody is if they make it through preseason. What's the biggest key, do you think, for a guy that could be asked to move around that defensive line a lot this year, too? What's the biggest key for him going into year 2?
I think for him, it's just going to be consistency. And I think the other point that you kind of mentioned is having peace of mind.
Yeah.
Right? Football is a hard game to play. And when you have things outside of the game, and in his case, I mean, very important things, not things of his doing, that was impacting, right? Life is still life. And so I think having a little bit more peace of mind, having some of that stuff behind him in some ways is going to allow him now to really kind of focus in and be present, right? And hopefully it leads to him being healthier as well, right? Because your mental impact, your emotionals, your things that you have to deal with the day-to-day impacts your body, right? Your central nervous system, all that stuff, and it can lead to injuries. And so hopefully having the peace of mind and having a lot of that stuff in perspective now and dealing with it in a healthy way, he can now focus when he's in that building, go out there and do what he needs to do and stay healthy while he's doing it. I think that's going to be the biggest thing for a guy, especially young guys. You just want to be able to come to work, be able to focus, and then go out on the field and get the reps and learn from those things without additional stressors that kind of pull you away from it.
If the Cardinals are going to go with 3 defensive linemen, a 3-4 look, I think the starters are going to be Dalvin Tomlinson, of course, at nose. I think Calais Campbell is also going to be one of those guys in rundown situation. We got to get him 35 reps.
35, that's his number?
We got to get him that. That's his number right there. He's got to be less than 35. But no, I think that's going to be a work in progress. But I think Darius Robinson is going to be that third guy in that. How do you see that schematically unfolding? What do you see with that mix? If it is those 3 guys on the field and rundown, how do you see that developing?
Yeah, and I would have to know. I don't know his scheme, so obviously Calais would probably is more interior. D-Rob is probably more of a 5 technique at this point, but I'm having Calais in the middle just because he's disruptive with his length. B-gap, that's where most quarterbacks are trying to throw the ball, get a lot of breakdowns. I think D-Rob can handle playing like a 5 or even a 4-eye as well, and then the big fella will be at the nose. So I think that'll be kind of the matches, and then in a 3-4, you just have that extra end or whoever that outside backer is rushing. So who's playing has got Zaven on one side and
Zaven on one side a lot of the times,
Sweat.
and then
And
Josh Sweat is going to be the other guy.
And so Sweat will probably rush more than I would say Zaven. He'll probably be dropping more just because of his background and getting Sweat going, because you don't want to bring in a guy like that and then say, hey man, you got to drop 50% of the time, right? When that's not his superpower.
And then I think we'll see Baron Browning a little bit more.
Yeah, third down, right? When you go to a true nickel package, right? So I see those guys playing the front very well. And there's some guys that have some thump to them too. Very strong, explosive guys. Really looking for D-Rob just to be playing in the backfield, using that explosivity and be able to make plays or be disruptive in the backfield.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because I think in there you referred to Dalvin Tomlinson as the big fella, which he is. But to be talking in a conversation with Calais Campbell and call somebody else the big fella, it shows how big their
well, I play with Calais, man. You know, me and Calais. That's my guy, man. You know, Calais is good people. No, I like that. I remember, I think, did y'all have Mac Wilson on? Y'all had Mac Wilson on.
Yeah, okay.
And I think he said, Calais said something to him. I think I might have texted you. I said, man, tell Mac to tell Calais to shut up and hear the close call. Yeah. Man, I'm the mic right now. You know, Calais like to talk.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Because Mac Wilson had said Calais couldn't. He said that was the one guy that didn't hear him or something. He said, you gotta be louder in there with the green dot.
If you don't turn around.
Wait a minute. How many years was Calais in the league when he was
with me? We crossed over. I think he's 08, right? Is he 08 draft?
I'm trying to remember. 18 years.
Because we played him in Washington when he came, so I think it's somewhere in there. Like
08 is correct, yeah.
Okay, good.
So 08 through 19. Okay. I mean, we overlapped. And I played with him here a couple of years. And then obviously he was involved with the PA. So I know Calais really well. So
you're ripping him. That's why I know that.
Yeah. So my guy, man, he kind of big. He ain't that big. Don't, man, he always talking about how big he is,
See,
man.
This is locker room.
You know what I mean, man?
The only reason I
that was
brought
so
him up
locker room.
is because you've always mentioned like London Fletcher as a guy when you first kind of broke into the league that was so helpful to you. We had all these cuts of Darius Robinson earlier this week talking about Calais and just how helpful he is to him and how he's just kind of like following him around. How important could that be for Darius Robinson, even off the field?
I mean, it's significant. I mean, you teach people how to become a better man, right? And so as much as I'm going to give Calais, a hard time, he is one of the best human beings I know, right? Walter Payton Man of the Year. very involved in the community, has a beautiful family, doing things the right way. And that is as important, if not more important, than being a good football player, because all of that helps you become a better football player, right? Just who he is, his character, the type of person he is. And so when you can help young guys understand that and streamline it, because that's where most young guys, in my opinion, fall into some issues, is it's out of the locker room, right? Most guys know what football, how to watch film and do that stuff for the most part. You know, as a veteran, I'm giving you little tidbits of like, hey, maybe try like this or think about doing like this. But they have that down. It's the off the field stuff. So I think that's where Calais is most impactful at this age in this part of his life, because guys are watching him and how he goes about his business and how he handles his family and how he handles the community and how he manages it, all of it, right? Not just parts of it. And so that's where the biggest jump is. And then obviously when they play, you can talk about the little details of the game, like how do you know where guys are going to slide? You know, how do you approach your pass rush plan for that week? Those are the things that is going to be able to really help with as well as far as the football side of things.
So, Zoe, I only got 1 minute here, but I want to ask you this about Darius Robinson. Is it hard to move? I think they're going to move him all over the place. How difficult is that? Especially to a young guy that's trying to grow.
To me, it's not that hard. If you're going from outside to inside, right, things happen quicker inside. So that is different as far as a technique standpoint. I think he's smart enough, because defensive line is the easiest spot. I mean, it's not like you got to know a lot.
Yeah.
You know, you're stunting left, right. I got contained, and that's about it. It's not like I got to see pullers and see what the receivers are doing and make all these checks. It's going to be his ability to rush different guys and have different rush plans and not just rush one guy all game and be able to beat him. That's the difference.
Right.
Because every guard or tackle has like their own vulnerabilities or strengths. And as a young guy, if I got to learn too much, that can slow me down.
Yes. Okay, good.
Cardinals fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands starting Tuesday. We're going to give you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Just head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, and then click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. When we come back, this is a topic I know Zoe's going to love, too. What are the ramifications of yesterday's Micah Parsons trade? And what exactly are the Dallas Cowboys doing? We're going to ask 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. He'll stick around next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 to Yelich. Is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
The Dbacks split the series with one of the league's best. Now they head to L.A. to face another of the MLB's elite teams. Dbacks at the Dodgers. Game 1 tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? Yeah, baby! Here it is. Gather round, Macedonians. The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Betting. Ding! Everything in store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd. And another 5% off for active and retired military. Think about that, brothers, right there. Brooklyn Betting, the Labor Day sale, 30% off everything in store and online, and another 5% off for active and retired military. Man, we at the Wu Fang Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you. The Labor Day sales event at Brooklyn Betting is going on now. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $6.99 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale, up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone? But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL.
All right, welcome back. The NFL season kicks off a week from last night. Cowboys, Eagles. Cowboys are going to be playing without Micah Parsons, not because he's holding out or anything, because he isn't on the team anymore. They traded him to Green Bay yesterday after our show. So, Zoe, Lorenzo Alexander, who's in studio with us right now, look, I'm sure there's a way that you could say, look, the Cowboys, they get a couple first-round picks back. Maybe things weren't going well. Kenny Clark, too. But you just traded away a guy that none of those picks are going to ever amount to. How do you trade Micah Parsons?
Jerry being Jerry. Jerry being in his feelings. It's what it comes down to. I think he just felt like he was disrespected, whether, he was or not. He felt he was disrespected by Micah and the way Micah handled it. And he felt like he wasn't going to have anybody dictate to him terms and how about running his team and his organization, because he's a GM and the owner. And, owners care about power, control, and the dollar. And that's just what it. And Jerry is probably the epitome of how they look at players in the dynamic. And I'm talking about generally speaking, right? Because when you sit across from them and negotiate with them, right, and as far as like CBA stuff, you always feel this sense of like, why are we even talking to you guys, right? Yeah. And so I know in a one-on-one, and Jerry typically leads that kind of feeling of expression when you're going back and forth based on how he tries to talk to you. And so I know that's probably what transpired. he thought he was manipulating the situation and was doing the best he could to get a deal that was beneficial for him and the Cowboys. And Micah was like, nah, dog, we ain't doing that. Yeah. And flipped it on him. And then they got into the tit for tat. And then so he's about to say, I'm going to show you. And that's the ultimate power move, because if Micah wanted to be there, hey, man, I don't need you, right? As somebody that is in Jerry's position, that's what he's like, man, I don't even need you. I'm going to trade you away and show you. And that's what he's trying to do with that. Even it's dumb. It don't make no sense, right?
He does need
He's a generational player, right? They had a stat. I think it was on this show they talked about yesterday, right? Their defense with and without him.
Yeah.
Right?
Really good.
So there's no way he can justify it. And so that's how you know he's in his feelings, because when he's talking, it sounds dumb. Well, we got to be able to stop the run. I'm like, what? Micah is just disruptive, whatever he's doing. How can you justify it? So that's why I say he's in his feelings, and at the end of the day was trying to show him, I can do what I want to do. I don't need you. Let somebody else pay you.
To have agreements, all parties have to agree.
He's not wrong. I love that.
He's not wrong. I mean,
that's a Jerryism.
Yeah, it's just a situation, too, where I just don't think it's good policy to be the owner and the general manager. I just don't think that's good policy to be the owner and the guy negotiating a contract.
No, I would completely agree. You need separations of power and more people.
Like a player needs an agent.
Right. Because I've tried, you try to go in there, you're so emotionally attached as a player as far as what you think you bring and what you've done. And for me to sit across, I think you need to give me the world. And if you come at me a certain way, I'm going to respond as a player and get emotional into it. And then that creates, like, I don't have to pay you. We still can get you. I mean, and so it just that emotion, it creates more distraction and elongates the process. So that's why I think most players do need it. There's some guys that can negotiate their deal, but overall, you do need somebody to kind of stand in that gap for you.
I certainly was not one of those guys.
No, me either, because I'm just so passionate about it, right? And so Jerry needs that. He's needed that for a long time. But because he had incredible success extremely early, the way he got the team, right? Winning immediately pretty much.
Jimmy Johnson.
Right? And winning, what did he get, 3 Super Bowls? Right? Those things cloud your mind as far as actually how hard it is to win in the league. And his last 30 years hasn't shifted him for some crazy reason. But if you ever spend some time with him, you will understand. He just think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And everything he does is the right way, because from a monetarily standpoint, the Cowboys are probably the most valuable franchise in football for sure, and they're probably on the top 5 of all sports, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, I think I actually just saw something the other day where they are number 1 in terms of, I don't know if that accounts for like
soccer
Premier League teams,
but
I think they were up there.
Don't heed the star. I want to hear about America's team and the star.
They're not a threat to win, though. I mean, if you're a fan of the Cowboys, you don't care how much money Jerry Jones is making. You want your team to actually win. I'm looking right on the TV behind you as you were talking. They had their over-under at 7.5.
I don't know if that makes sense either, because they haven't won in a long time, and they still have all these fans.
Yes. How much are you willing to put up with if you're a Cowboys fan?
So schematically, though, when you stop and think about taking a guy like Micah Parsons and sticking him on the Green Bay Packers, what is that going to do for them?
I mean, they were already a top 5, top 7 defense last year, so it's going to make them even more dynamic. And they have what's the young man across from him now? That's
Gary, Rashawn Gary.
Yeah, he's dynamic too. So it's going to open him up, because now people, we got to block Micah. So it just gives them that much more opportunity to create turnovers, create sacks, create interceptions, to give Love and that offense more opportunities to score points. So, just adding that guy alone is going to – obviously, everybody thinks they're going to be in the NFC Championship now, right? They're going to run that division just by adding one player to an already team that was considered a contender. So he does everything.
Too, the Green Bay Packers, we were talking about this earlier, as a matter of fact. Yeah. They're top 10 in terms of getting sacks.
Right.
Top 10 in terms of getting pressure for the most part on the opposing quarterback. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to throw Micah Parsons into that mix?
Can't hurt.
Man.
So what's it like, the ramifications in that room? Because as this was playing out, before he even got traded, you already had, like, CeeDee Lamb kind of rolling his eyes, Dak kind of rolling his eyes. Yeah, this is how it is here. Like, if you want to get paid, Jerry's going to just sort of mess with you. But they all assumed it was going to happen. It was just going to happen at the last second.
Yeah.
Now he's not even there.
Yeah, no, it's, and I think, so, and I guess I'm going to very away from your question a little bit because people were trying to portray like people in the locker room were upset with Micah and the way he was going about it. I would say that was the furthest from the truth because they just saw Dak and CeeDee Lamb go through something very similar, and then they used the sideline on the thing during the preseason game. Like, man, nobody really cares about that at the end of the day. No player does. He's a dog. He's a baller. He shows up and goes to work. If whatever reason he came in late one time, cool, he's a dog, he's a baller. Most guys by this time would have said something. You'd have heard something through the grapevine some way. So guys in the locker room completely understand what Micah was going through. What is going to be an issue moving forward for Dallas is that Micah agent has other players on that team that's supposed to come up at some time and get paid too. So what does that look like when you get to that point? Like, man, I don't even want to sign here, right? I'm just gonna go into free agency, even if you guys can't match it unless Jerry can franchise them. So you may start losing some guys that where the deal is similar, or maybe even slightly less, but I don't even want to deal with that because y'all not trying to win. And so you can always shift. So it may cost them some guys in free agency moving forward in terms of how you deal with guys in a professional manner, right? Because it got personal. Releasing stuff and showing this and doing that and making it, attacking
Jerry
the
brought
guy.
other guys in, too, when he was like, I want guys that can play, and, Dak didn't miss his
that's what I'm saying.
Great move right there.
Yeah, but he's getting up there. They, maybe need to think trying to do a little mutiny over there and get him up out. He's getting old.
At least take the microphone away from him.
So you think Micah Parsons is that good, where now all of a sudden you're looking at the Green Bay Packers and you're like, that's the team to beat in the NFC.
I'm just watching his tape and his production. I mean, him and Reggie White are the only two players to ever have double-digit sacks or 12-plus sacks in the first 4 years.
Reggie White, are you kidding me?
You know what I mean?
Green Bay got him, too.
Yeah, he's in that elk. So what he does, he's going to walk out there. Now, whoever knows what week one is going to look like, but he's going to be in solid shape to go out there and rush on third downs, right, and get you some pressures, maybe not sacks, but he's going to impact the game anytime he's out there. And even if he doesn't, he's going to impact it because you think you got to block him.
Yeah.
That alone is dynamic enough for other guys.
There.
Right, yeah. So he's going to go out there and do his thing. He is a dynamic. He's a difference maker. He has that factor about him where he always finds ways to make plays.
True.
And he plays hard. I mean, he's chasing down stuff. So he's going to be fine. He's going to elevate this Green Bay Packers team to the next level.
And they play the Cowboys in week 4, too. So
that's going to be exciting.
So, always great to talk to you, man.
Thank you. Yep.
It's Lorenzo Alexander joining us right there, as he will every week this season. When we come back, what's the key for ASU on defense this season? We're going to ask former Sun Devil safety Jordan Simone. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe, and Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to the game. Listen today for your chance to win. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say two birds with one stone. We say two damages with one deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in one storm, you only pay one deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our one deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 as well as the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Previewing this week's ASU football matchup and talking about this season of Arizona State University football. This is Sun Devil Sessions with former ASU safety Jordan Simone on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Okay, so here's the thing, Wolf. Like, football's already going. College football, they have free reign this weekend. There were games. There's quite a few games last night. There's some tonight. There's obviously a ton tomorrow, Sunday, Monday. 5 straight days of college football here. But specifically here locally, ASU gets started tomorrow, and then there's just football all the time until February.
Yeah, baby.
Isn't it great? Just football and then more football and some football and then, with some football mixed in too.
Yeah,
so.
it isn't. It is an incredible feeling right now knowing we are on the precipice, man. We are on the precipice of football season once again. I know you could say technically it's already begun, and you are correct. There's already been college football games. We've seen the preseason, but we know that football isn't football unless you're playing regular season games.
There were already 4 games last night involving Big 12 teams. So, and then there was, a couple games last weekend. Kansas State, and Iowa State all played last weekend. And then UCF, Oklahoma State, and Houston all won last night. Cincinnati lost to Nebraska. So you've already got 7 of the 16 teams in the Big 12 have already played a game. And then the rest are obviously going to play tonight, tomorrow, and TCU plays against UNC on Monday. All right, Jordan Simone is joining us right now. I don't have to even introduce him, former ASU safety, of course, but he's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Jordan, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, boys? It's football season. It's the most wonderful time of the year. I was on the camera waiting for you guys to talk to me. I guess we're having some technical difficulties. I saw Wolf's head of hair, man. Look at that head of hair. Oh, my God.
Jordan, you believe it? Jordan, I got to tell you, man. No, man, this is the longest I've ever worn it, man. It's the longest I've ever worn it while trying to keep a flat top, dude.
Oh, my
I'm looking
God.
like Don
Blow
King.
down the back. You should have had that banging out of your helmet when you were playing.
Oh my goodness, man! That'd be Jordan. Where do you start? Where do you start when you think of ASU? When you think of the beginning of the season, where do you start when you think of the Sun Devils?
You know what? I think everybody's natural reaction, right, is to think about our quarterback and our receivers. But I'm gonna, as a defensive guy, I'm gonna go defense. I think I've been out to practice a couple times. And the defense really is the thing that just kind of jumped out at me. I'm like, they're fast, they're big, they're experienced, they're extremely motivated. They're another year into Kenny's system. So I'm really excited about the defense, and I think that's the thing that people aren't talking about. Is how good this defense can be in a league that there's really not a ton of great defense being played. So I think that, obviously the experience at quarterback and the receivers, and you got to replace Scat. But, man, this defense, I think, is the thing that I look to that's most exciting.
Jordan, you just said it right there with the defense. There's not a lot of great defense being played around the conference, and ASU's bringing so many guys back. That in itself is rare just across the country in college football right now. From your experience, how much does it help on defense in particular, to have guys all kind of know where the other guys are going to be and what their tendencies are?
I mean, I just think about myself from my junior to senior year. You just play the game at a different level. You're so much more confident after a full year under your belt. And all of those guys returning from last year, they expect to win now. Last year, you didn't really know what you were going to get. They knew that they were just going to do what they were coached to do. They were coached really well, obviously, but now they expect to win and they expect to be great, and everybody, knows what they're doing. And that's such a big deal going into a football season. And it can also, it can go the other way. I think, you can play overconfident and you can stop doing the little things. So that's where you're really going to have to rely on the coaching, on this team, something that I think is also, top in the country.
Yeah, that is a great point. That really is about, expecting and going forward. What do you expect out of this offense? Flip it over, look at the offense. Where are the differences going to be in 2025?
Well, we're all going to miss our boy Scatabo. I mean, there's no replacing a guy like that. It's even watching highlights from last year of him. I'm just like, it really will be tough to replace him. And everybody are like, we got this 3-headed monster, coming in. No, you don't replace a guy like Scatabo. So don't expect to have somebody like Scatabo, pop up out of nowhere, because he's a generational player and his jersey will probably get retired at ASU. That's how big of a deal he is and was to the program. But you know what? We got a Heisman hopeful quarterback who's pretty young and talented, and hopefully he takes a jump. But again, same thing is, he had a great freshman year where he had no expectation. The thing that was great about Leavitt last year is he noticeably got better and better and better every single game. And you want him to continue that and to continue to be humble. He's got all the recognition in the world now, all the preseason accolades. He has to continue to do the things that got him there, all the little things, not turn the football over. That's huge. Use his legs, be smart. And if he can do that, he will have legitimate Heisman potential. Just the receivers that they have around him, completely reloaded. The offensive line looks bigger and better and stronger and faster. So, the sky's the limit for the team. I just think, after a year of success like they had, this is where I think it'll be Kenny's biggest test, right? You had a year of zero expectation. Now you have the complete opposite, a year of everybody expects you to win the Big 12. How do you balance that?
Yeah, Jordan, I think this is where he excels, though. I think this is right in the main thing that I think of when I think of Kenny Dillingham is setting the table for his players. I think he's perfect at this, man.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kenny is exactly, it's crazy to think about where we were a couple of years ago. I think we talked about this last year, just like, going into the playoffs. It's like, can you even believe that we're in the playoff, number one? Or can you even believe that we won 8 games? Like, when we got to the 8-game win, it was just crazy. Now we have expectations of winning the Big 12, going undefeated, and it's incredible how quickly that's changed. And that's all because of Kenny and his staff and what they've done. And Kenny does such a great job of connecting with these players, being real with them, being honest, treating them, really well. And, whatever they're doing, the culture of that program is just night and day difference over the last couple of years. So they just expect to win. They are huge on doing the little things right. And if they can continue to do that, man, it'll be another special season.
All right, we're not letting Jordan Simone go without asking him about this, Wolf. This is very few people want to hear their answer to this more. Jordan, what do you think of NAU's kicker smack talking ASU before this game?
You know what? I this is my genuine, honest opinion. I do not like that the quarterback of a nationally ranked team is commenting on the NAU kickers Instagram, saying like, can't wait to play, basically. He said bet. And it's like, dude, what are you doing on this NAU kickers Instagram who's just like, this is their Super Bowl. I get it. But like, you want to run an NFL organization, you want to be the face of an NFL franchise one day. You're the face of a huge college program right now. I'm sure that he got a little note from the team, or you know what? Honestly, I could see Kenny going like, yeah, I love it. Yeah, I love it. Do whatever you want, man. As long as you do well on game day. My personal, preference would be leave that, don't be posting that publicly. Post it in the locker room before that and, get the team fired up. But I don't love it. And that NAU kickers, he's not going to have a good day.
Yeah. If you were Coach Wright, honestly, would you have made him take that down, that post?
No. I mean, once it's out there, I think making him take it down, then it looks almost worse. But it's, they're still kids. Everybody forgets that he's just a redshirt sophomore. So they're figuring it out. Everybody makes mistakes, especially at that age when you're younger. and to them, it might not be a mistake. They might, all those coaches in them, they might be like, good, we don't care. We're talk it and we'll walk it. And just my personal preference is I don't love that. And if you're an NFL franchise going to look at who you're going to draft and be the face of your franchise, they look at all that stuff. So, and whether they like it or not is another question.
Jordan, it's always great talking to you, man. Thank you so much. Football's back.
I love you, boys. I can't wait to do this every single week. It's going to be a blast. Go Devils,
buddy.
Absolutely. That's Jordan Simone joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. It is all happening here. Cardinals, Dbacks, and more. Visit the watch page on arizonasports.com or just tune in live and stay in the know with us. How much, when we come back, is Blaze Alexander impacting one of the Diamondbacks' top prospects? We'll explain that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC, these deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9225. Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
Close out the summer with a Saturday night showdown. Phoenix Rising host El Paso Locomotive on Saturday, August 30th at 7:30 p.m. With great soccer and even better value. Score big with the 4-3-3 menu featuring a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials during the match. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Hot dogs, cold drinks, one fiery rivalry. Don't miss it. Football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Enter the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes to win 2025 Cardinals season tickets. Just head to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, scan the QR code to enter, and enjoy Arizona's award-winning Kilt Lifter.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. The Diamondbacks start a series against the Dodgers tonight, and we'll check in with manager Tory Lavell at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Okay, this is not bad either if you're getting ready to play a football game. Just saying.
No, this works.
Yeah.
Rick's doing good on the music.
4 for 4.
Rick's going with some classics today.
Rick is killing the rejoin today on a football Friday. Is he not?
All right, Wolf. I would assume some variation of this conversation we're about to have is going on with the Diamondbacks somewhere. You got Blaze Alexander playing pretty good baseball.
Yeah.
You've got Jordan Lawler, who needs to get playing in the majors now. And I'm not saying that he instantly has to be some amazing, productive major league player. Like, oh, Jordan Lawler's behind. No, I'm not saying that. But it's pretty clear the plan all along was, okay, you got Geno this year, and then next year Jordan Lawler steps in. Jordan Lawler still considered one of the very top prospects in all of baseball. So the path is finally there for him to play. Third base has been vacated by Gino. Jordan Lawler is 23, by the way. So again, it's not like he just turned 23 last month, I believe. So it's not like he's behind. But now here you go. The path is finally there for him.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Blaze Alexander is playing really well.
Yes, Blaze Alexander is playing very, very well. As a matter of fact, Mason O'Neens, he is a fan favorite in the Wolf League compound. Blaze Alexander, I love him.
I think that's. I think you could just say fan favorite.
Okay, well, there you go.
Happening.
I can tell you in the Wolf League compound, we love a little Blaze Alexander. I have no idea what that was right there. Did you hear that, Mason O'Neens? Well, just ignore it.
I thought we were coming back again.
Can I also say that Jordan Lawler is going to get his opportunity? Unfortunately for Blaze Alexander, Jordan Lawler is going to get his opportunity.
Yeah, I think this is really important how they handle this, because you are talking about one of the top prospects in baseball. You're talking about your top prospect. Jordan Lawler in his career is 4 for 50 at the major league level. So, again, it's not like he's behind, but you wonder where the confidence might be as a hitter at the major league level. He's tearing up AAA, and he's now back and healthy. The reason this is a conversation, he had been hurt for a while. You know, they make the trade with Gino and everything at the deadline, but Lawler was still hurt, so they couldn't call him up. He finally started playing in Reno again about 2 weeks ago, August 14th. And he's been playing, ever since then. He's 12 for 43, so 279 in that stretch. But for the year, he's still hitting well above that. So he's too good for the minors. He's got to show he can play in the majors. And the reason I think it's really important how you handle it, Wolf, is because he wasn't up in the majors at all last year. And when he got called up earlier this year, he got the 19 at-bats, but they were so sporadic because the team was still in the middle of the playoff race, and the guys that he would feasibly be taking playing time away from are your key guys. I mean, at that point, it was Perdomo and Ketel and Gino. So you understand why they didn't want to sit those guys.
Yes.
But now Gino's gone. There's a path. I think you play him almost exclusively at third base. And I'm not saying you sit Blaze. You could play him at DH. You could move him around. Or, I guess you could play Lawler at second and give Ketel a day where he's DHing or whatever. But I think when Jordan Lawler comes up, he needs to just be playing every day.
Yeah. Once again, Blaze Alexander is a guy that I respect so much. We love him in the Wolf League compound. And as I said, yet at the same time, this is the way that it works. You've got a guy that is wildly talented. You have a guy with a pedigree in Jordan Lawler. You have a guy that you're looking at and you're saying, man, oh my goodness, this guy is one of the best players in our organization, best young players, I should say, in our organization. We've got to bring him up. We've got to get him used to the major league level, and we've got to proceed from here. Blaze Alexander is a guy that we're always going to want on our team. We're always going to want a Blaze Alexander on our team, and that's the way that I'm sure Mike Hazen is going to look at it. But, man, this Jordan Lawler guy, we got to find out what we have in Jordan Lawler. I think they're going to bring him up, and I think they are. They're going to play him exclusively at third base, and then they'll take Blaze Alexander, and they'll move him around and try to get him at-bats when they can.
I think, though, it's what you said in there. We have to see what we have in Jordan Lawler.
Have to.
Look, and I think it's too early to say this.
It's not fair, Luke. It's not fair. But that's the way it's always been when you're talking about wildly talented dudes. It's not fair.
And I think first of all, that's true. That's just been a universal truth throughout sports,
There's
right?
a lot of not fair at the professional sports level.
Blaze Alexander, and I would say it's too early to make this like as a straight comparison. But if he keeps doing a lot of what he's been doing, you could almost make a case that he's like your offensive Ryan Nelson, right? Like, okay, well, we have this guy we're bringing up. Well, Ryan Nelson's still pitching really well. Okay, well, now we have this guy. Well, yeah, but Ryan Nelson's out pitching him.
It's true.
So I do think there's still a way where you can play Blaze. Like, I'm just looking at the last couple games as a reference point, okay? So, like, yesterday the DH was Ildemaro Vargas. The day before the DH was Adrian Del Castillo. The day before that, the DH was Lourdes Gurriel Jr., but he also played some left when, McCarthy was so I think you can move things around to the point where because Blaze is still a developing player too, and this guy might just be a player for you. At a certain point, you have to, look at that possibility. Yeah. But I think the rest of this season, you have to see what Jordan Lawler can do.
Yes,
I guess I don't care where he plays each day, but I think he needs to play every day because his major league career has been so hey, you're going to play a little bit, then you're going to sit for 5 days, then you're going to get one at bat. And he's just got to play.
Yes. I just want to go back to Blaze Alexander quickly here, because I agree with you. I think we're on the same page with Jordan Lawler. He's got to play. There's no denying that. And one of the reasons why I love Blaze Alexander, is not just the plays he's making in the field, not just the at-bats that he's having. He committed an error. He booted a ball badly. And he also misplayed a soft liner to me, a soft floater, if you will, backing up and jumping. I think Blaze would have told you, I should have had that. I should have made the play. Do you know the play I'm talking about? Yes. It wasn't an easy play, but I think he would have told you himself, I should have made that play. But did he sulk, Basinonians? Did he sulk at all? Did he? Heck no. That's when he doubled down. That's when all of a sudden he tapped into the intensity tree, if you will. He came back to make a great play at first, barehanding a bunt and then throwing the runner out. He also, he started in the fifth with a bust-your-butt double. I loved seeing that.
He has no margin for error.
This is, he's what I love about Blaze Alexander. He's baseballs to the wall. Okay? He's baseballs to the wall. That's what I love about the guy. And when I say we're seeing a more competitive Diamondbacks team, Basinonians, we are. And one of the reasons why is because Blaze Alexander is baseballs to the wall.
He's kind of been one of the faces of this more competitive since the trade deadline team. That's a great point. Derek Hall was on with Bickley and Murata yesterday, and they asked him about Jordan Lawler coming up soon. And then, obviously, what does that mean for Blaze Alexander?
I think so, Vince. I'd be surprised if we don't have him up here. We talk about it a lot. It's a good time for us to take a look at him. Of course, we got a kid playing third right now, Blaze Alexander, who I think he has earned the time to play, and he continues to dazzle like he did last night. And not only with the bat, and he struggled a little bit, but he came back last night, and then, his glove has been so good. But there's enough for us to mix in these guys. I mean, Blaze can play second. He can play third. Lawler can play both positions. They can DH if need be. So I think we're going to see him up here. It is evaluation time. And
yeah, look, I mean, he said it right there at the end. It is evaluation time.
Yep.
You don't need to sit Blaze Alexander. These games, I understand you're trying to win, and I'm not saying that you wouldn't be doing that, but like the priority right now is developing Jordan Lawler and seeing what you have, but don't bury Blaze, on the bench, because you might just have stumbled into something here. And I say stumbled, like they know Blaze Alexander's a good player. They obviously they watch him much more closely than any of us do. But it's not a situation where you're looking at a guy that's grabbing the headlines like Jordan Lawler as he comes up through the system. But at a certain point, you only care what they can do at the major league level.
Do you think the Diamondbacks are a more competitive team?
Wolf is literally asking
what
me
are
questions
you talking about?
so he can eat barbecue. Would you like to go to break, Wolf? It's time to break anyway. Well, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see Wolf pick up the plate of barbecue and look at me and ask me a question.
What up, YouTube?
Should ask Wolf the most important football question right now. Let's see, Wolf. What do you think Tip Ryman could do at tight end if they moved him around just a little bit? All right,
I'm just going to ask Luke questions the rest of the way.
I can see you slowly picking up the plate as I was talking, like, go to break. When we come back, just how big could ASU football get in the Valley if they follow up last season's performance with another strong, successful year? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I was thinking about the Cardinals and whether they should have gotten involved in this. And I don't know where you stand on this. For me, the answer was a hard no and was a hard pass on Micah Parsons for this reason and this reason only. It's going to cost you multiple first-round picks to get Micah Parsons if you're the Arizona Cardinals or anybody.
$188 million.
It's not the money. It's the picks. I need those picks in case I need a quarterback. I need those picks in case it's time to hit the reset button on Kyler. And unless I'm sure that I don't need to hit the reset button on Kyler and my quarterback situation, I need to keep my inventory just in case it's time to move.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Ladies and gentlemen, moving is difficult. Ron Wolfley reporting, of course. Moving Team 6, they understand that it's difficult. But you can trust the professionals to pack your belongings safely and move your most important possessions safely and securely. You're going to be glad that you worked with Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence, Basinonians. They are the moving and storage pros here in the Basin, whether it's a local move you've got coming up. Maybe it's a long-distance move. You're going to move across the country. Maybe it's your residence. Maybe it's your business. Yeah, commercial moves as well. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and to their customers. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $6.99 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Galvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by DNA Cards and Collectibles. DNA Cards grand opening in Peoria is this Saturday, August 30th. Giveaways, deals, and PSA on site. Learn more on Instagram at DNA Cards Shop.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Have a great Labor Day weekend. When we're back on Tuesday, we'll recap a weekend full of football. Join us at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Turn this up. Wherever you may be right now, you want to play a little football. As we all know, this is tunnel time. As I just nail the post over and over and over again. Isn't that right, Marshawn?
we were talking to Martell Hughes on the ASU defense, and I asked him who his player he liked growing up was. He brought up Marshawn Lynch, and that's all I could think was the over and over and over and over again.
It is the best advice you could possibly give a young football player, to do it over and over and over again.
I actually did some research for this segment, even though there was barbecue in the studio. I did a little research. It was tough because it's barbecue. Looking at the 12, well, I guess let's do it this way. Okay, so the 10 teams ranked ahead of ASU in the AP Top 25, all right? I'm not going to read them all off, but they're all based out of either college towns or at least cities smaller than the Phoenix metro area, except Miami. You could say Miami at number 10, okay? But all these other ones, Texas, Penn State, Ohio State, Clemson, Georgia, and on down the list, all of them in smaller cities. And I have to say, probably without any sort of debate, they're the biggest thing in town. Even if they're not great, they're the biggest thing in town.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, I didn't even really kind of realize this until Kenny Dillingham brought it up at the kickoff luncheon last week. You go back and look at the national champions over like the last 20 years. And, you know, I mean, the SEC has just automatic bids into the national championship every year. So there's a lot of SEC, but it's you know, Ohio State, it's Michigan, Georgia, Alabama, LSU, Clemson, Florida State, Auburn, Florida. That's all of them in the last. You have to go all the way back to USC in 2004 to find a team that won the national championship that is in like a huge city.
Yes.
So that's just sort of the backdrop for this conversation of what could ASU do to the sports fan base around the Valley if they can follow up last year with an equal or maybe even better year.
Man, it is incredible to think about, especially when you're not used to it. It's something that, again, would you say ASU has been relevant in terms of the top 10, in terms of, you know, the college football playoffs that hasn't been around only for the last few years. Mm-hmm. But, you know, have they been a relevant program where they were competing with the best in the country? No, not until last year. And that is the foundation year. It really is for Kenny Dillingham. I know you could go back before that, the year that he laid down as well. That was all cultural. That was stuff that Kenny was doing to build the program that was here, of course. But the fact that Kenny Dillingham had last season and had the season of 2024 to put on his resume, now all of a sudden, if they can follow it up, the opportunity is there. And you and I have talked about this before. The opportunity is there. And you don't get these opportunities all the time when you're a smaller program, when you're a smaller football program in this country on a national level. You don't get the opportunity to follow up the season of 2024 with another Big 12 title.
Yeah, and you've created that opportunity. And look, if ASU goes out there and they fall flat this year or something, it doesn't erase what happened last year. Anybody that watched last year that knows anything about football, that wasn't a fluke, the way they were playing football. But it takes you back off the map nationally. It does. If you go out there and whatever that number is to
yeah.
people. If you go like 6-6, I mean, I would be stunned. But if you go 6-6, then you're back off the map nationally. If you're 7-5, probably back. There's probably a number where if you go 9-3, I think you're still hanging around in people's minds maybe a little bit. But it's getting back to the Big 12 championship. That's the key to me. Get back there. And if you
agree.
If you're, let's say you really are 11-1 and you get there and you lose that game, let's say you should still get in the playoff. I would hope at that point if you were at that point 11-2. But either way, that some of that stuff is out of your hands. It's just if you can follow up what you did last year and do it again, because history will show even over the last 20 years just nationally, there are teams that pop up, they have a really good year and then they just kind of disappear again. It's so hard to break through into the upper echelon in college football because not only do you have to be as good as these elite teams, but you have to break through that wall of perception that some people have where only the SEC teams are good or only the SEC teams in Ohio State and Michigan and Oregon are good.
This is really, it's so similar. It's
honestly, Oregon had to break through it in the Pac-12, but yeah, go ahead.
That's right. It's so cool. It really is when you think about it because it's just how a player comes to prominence as well, basically. It's not just the team. It's individually. This is how a player does. How many times you see somebody flash, bam! Man, it's called the sophomore slump for a reason. It's been around for a long, long time. It's one thing to make a splash and suddenly you're on stage. Can you stay on stage as a player? Are you going to follow it up the next year with another great season? Because if that happens, now all of a sudden you are cemented, so to speak.
Yeah.
You are locked in as one of the better players in the country because of how you've played the last 2 years. But never forget, one's a point, two's a trend. Okay? But you've got to have a trend before you can get a pattern. Never forget that. And to me, ASU is in the middle of doing that. This season is critical. You've got to have a trend before you can get to that pattern.
The other part of this I don't think we talk about quite enough because we look at it from the ASU perspective and even right there it's like look at other teams that have jumped up on the radar for a year and then slid back down and like I think of what was it, UCF that had their own national championship shirts and ASU is a bigger program than UCF, but at the same time through the eyes of the Blue Bloods that, the Paul Feinbaums that follow Alabama and Auburn and, there's other schools? I thought it was just these two.
Of course.
They just see everybody outside of their 8 or 9 schools they look at as the same anyway. And you pop up on their radar and all of a sudden they may have to deal with you. The other part of this I think that we don't talk about enough though is you're doing this right as you step into the Big 12. Like if you come in and win the Big 12 back-to-back years, which is something that doesn't happen in the Big 12 anyway, if you do it in your first 2 years, whatever the perception is nationally, you've cemented yourself as this is your conference and everything goes through Tempe.
I love that you just said that. Guess who owns the Big 12? ASU.
That'd be nice, huh?
Back to back, how beautiful would that be? And the pressure that comes with that. It starts with Sam Leavitt. It does.
Yeah.
As a player, Sam Leavitt knows the responsibility that he has. He's been given the opportunity. Go out, play well again. Do it again. Take your team to the Big 12 championship again. We'll see.
All right, this marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. That's amazing, Wolf. I'm doing the Read the Boss. Just walked by and saw you eating barbecue with the on-air light on. When we come back, where does Monty Austinfort rank among NFL general managers, and how much are his draft classes going to impact this upcoming season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe. Get your entire ASU football game day experience Saturday afternoon, beginning at 4 on ESPN 620. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. With so many ads and gimmicks on the radio today, how do you really know which AC company to pick? Well, how about trusting the #1 ranked AC company in the state for over a decade? We just don't need gimmicks. When you call my company, you're going to get a fair price and quality work done by true experts. Remember, when it comes to getting it done right, it's all about precision. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of end of summer fun at Toyota's national sales event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his line, and he's going long!
Heck of a team effort there. That Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Whoa, that 4Runner's got some serious moves on the field.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
All eyes are on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some buns from the cargo area of the Sequoia and flips. And look at that! What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota!
See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Dealer inventory may vary. Event ends September 2nd. Toyota, let's go places.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up. Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of the Devils opener against NAU and game week upon us for the Arizona Cardinals. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
I'll give you this one, bud.
I can't escape this hell.
Barely.
Oh, barely made the cut, huh? The number of rejoins we have, I don't know. I feel like, Rick, you could probably tell this. The number of songs we have in our rejoin file compared to other shows, I just feel like we just keep pouring 10, 15, 20. I've got 30 more on my phone I was going to give you, but I was I don't even know where we're going to fit these.
Yeah.
So we could, you and I could not do an intelligent show for 8 hours. I'm not even sure we can do it for 4 hours. but we could certainly come up with 8 hours worth of music to play for sure.
No doubt about it. And by the way, Rick, if you want to write this down again from Alice in Chains, again. That's it. That is actually in our audio file, I believe. Just a little tip from your Uncle Ron. If you're getting ready for a football game, basically, wherever you may be, and you're getting ready for a football game, a little again from Alice in Chains.
You put barbecue in front of Rick, so I'm not sure he's heard anything that you've said.
That's okay. Don't worry.
You may not.
I got it.
You might be getting Baja Men as a rejoin. All right, you found this, Wolf. It was in your pre-show email. And I don't know what site it's from, but it was final GM rankings before the 2025 regular season.
Yeah.
And I like it because you highlighted the 4 NFC West GMs, and they have Monty Ossenfort right in the middle. That seems to be where any Cardinals-related thing seems to come up in all these lists.
Yes.
Right in the middle, every time.
Right in the middle.
Why do you think that is?
You know what, honestly? I think it's where they need to be right now, for the most part, of course. Think about it. This is year 3 of the rebuild. Year 3. And Monty Ossenfort is right there in the middle. Number 16, they had him down. Now, again, Basinonians, does this matter? No. It doesn't. It's a ranking.
But your GM matters.
It's list broadcasting. Your GM does matter. But think about the fact that he's right there in the middle, again, after 2 years of this rebuild. And here comes year 3. We all expect year 3. Now, listen, we're always worried about injuries, but we all expect year 3 to be better for the Arizona Cardinals. Do we not, Luke?
Yeah.
Better than what they were last year. Isn't that right, Rick? Do you expect the Cardinals to be better? Yes. Jamal? Yes. It is unanimous here in command and control, and, of course, the live from Casino, Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
You're 3 days early. You're several days early.
That was so good, though.
So I don't even know.
Boy, I just totally,
you know what we should do? We should just pull that cut of you saying that because you did nail that.
I just nailed that, Luke.
Except you said it in the wrong day.
Okay, great.
But you did, so we just pull that, and then we can just play that in the future.
So what are you saying? You're saying that I pulled the curtain back?
I'm saying you're ahead of the game. I'm saying you look. This is what happened. You looked
where's
at Jamal.
Mel's walking in here at any moment, of course.
And you happen to
see scolded after the show.
Happen to see a sign, so you just read it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but you get my point, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay?
I do.
We all think they're going to be better. And because of that, imagine where Monty might be in terms of just people looking at the general managers in the National Football League. If, in fact, the Cardinals do make the playoffs next year, you're going to have Monty in the top 10 of these lists. And who cares? Because they're lists.
Well, the write-up is interesting, though. It says, on paper, the Cardinals are better than they were last year, and this team saw their win total double from 2023 into 2024. Kind of goes on and on, but it says, Monty Ossenfort has simply done a great job at finding the weak spots of this roster and then filling them with quality players, so it would not shock me if a 10-win season was on the horizon for Arizona. That's what they wrote up about it. Look, context of other great GMs in the NFL, there are some really good GMs in the NFL.
Yeah.
I don't want to overstate this, and anything you say good about a local team, you just get branded a homer. But I think Monty Ossenfort, when you consider where they were when he took over, has done as good of a job as you could possibly do up to this point. Agreed. I truly believe that. The 3 drafts, we don't know about this year's draft yet. And the first 2, I know the returns are still even relatively early on them. But it sure looks like he and this front office can draft. And they might be they could be like a top 5 or 6 front office when it comes to just drafting. And if that's the case, that's how you rebuild your team. And they rebuilt a culture that was in absolute tatters when they came in. Like it was a mess at the end of the 2022 season. Up to this point, I don't know that Monty Ossenfort could do a better job than he's done. Now, this is not the whole story. You have to build a team that gets into the playoffs and wins playoff games. I get that. But I'm just saying, up to this point, I don't know. There's not a lot I look at where I'm like, oh, he messed that up.
Yeah. When you go big picture, you think of an NFL franchise based on Indians, and you go big picture when you think about it. I've said this many, many times. I'll continue to say it over the years. The most important hire an owner is ever going to make is the general manager. It is the most important by far and away. Why is that? because we all know he's going to hire your head coach. That's very, very important. You're going to hire that head coach. You're going to bring players in. That's what you're going to do. You're going to identify players, whether it's a free agent or a college kid who might get drafted. You're going to identify those players that you're going to bring into your organization. It is by far and away, when you think big picture, when you think on the strategic level, the what you're going to do, it is by far and away the most important position an NFL owner will ever hire.
Yeah. You were saying that before they even hired him. You've been saying that.
Absolutely.
And, to be clear, I'm not saying he's done everything perfectly. I'm just saying it's kind of crazy to get 2 years into this and not really have any clear things you can point to and say, oh, okay, you messed up. Oh, I would have done that differently, even with hindsight. Now, has he drafted a star player yet? Ideally, Marv is that guy, right?
Yeah.
But, so many of the players he's drafted are playing and are good. They're not just playing because the team is winning 4 games, so they have to fill out the roster. They're playing. Now, it is a different skill set to be able to take a team from scratch and make them competitive, and then take a team from competitive and make them really good to elite, which is ultimately the goal. It's a very different skill set. I get that. But when you consider how beat up this whole operation was at the end of the 2022 season, I would say so far so good with Monty Ossenfort. And if they're really nailing all these draft picks, that's going to be the sort of thing that sticks now for a while. That's how you become a competitive team that's a playoff team, or at least a playoff contender, year in and year out.
Yeah, it starts with a thought. Once again, it does. It starts with a thought, and then you've got to enunciate that thought, and then you've got to go fill that out. You've got to do it. And that means your head coach is going to have an awful lot of say into what it is that you're doing. But, again, I think this year is critical. It really is. When you think of Monty Ossenfort and what he's done in the drafts that he's had and the players that they have brought in here, this is the year. And I fully expect it. I expect the Arizona Cardinals to be a double-digit win team, get into the postseason, and let's see what happens from there. No bets. You think about winning one postseason game. Everyone says, well, you've got to win one postseason game. Listen, for all you know, they're going to play the Super Bowl champion, the reigning Super Bowl champion, whatever it may be, the guy that will turn out to be the Super Bowl champion. They're going to play that guy. You don't have to win a game to me. You got to make the playoffs. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, and if you're a Cardinals fan, it's a whole different perspective, right? Because you're saying, you got to make the playoffs. You got to start. They've made the playoffs once since 2015, and they lost by so much to the Rams that it never even. That didn't even feel like they were in the playoffs. The Cardinals have not won a playoff game since 2015. They've won one playoff game since 2009, but none of that's on Monty Ossenfort.
Right.
And I don't think there's any way you could judge him that they didn't make the playoffs in 2023, and I don't really think you could judge it last year. This upcoming season is the first time I think you could look and say, if they miss the playoffs, all right, everybody's got to take a little bit of a hit for this. But the season hasn't happened yet.
Yes.
Ideally, they would just make the playoffs. That's kind of what this has all been building towards. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, ASU starts its season tomorrow against NAU. So why is NAU's kicker giving ASU bulletin board material? If you haven't heard the story yet, we'll discuss it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Is his style of managing better suited for a team built like the one the Diamondbacks currently have, as opposed to the one they started the season with, where they were breaking a record for payroll for a franchise?
There's a belief that he does better with a younger team.
It certainly seems like they've responded since the trade deadline, and some of that
That's what
salary
saved his
has been
job
shed.
3 years ago. Is all the young kids came up and he coached them all so well.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, what do you see? For each of us, it is different, is it not, brothers? The different goals require their own unique plans, of course, and that is where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals, Basinonians. And one of the reasons why you need to give them a call today at 480-990-3300. Choosing the right financial advisor was one of the best investments I made for my financial future. Let my friends at Trajan Wealth help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters most to you and your family. Call Trajan Wealth at 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sale event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4, with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but these guys are the real deal.
Okay.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We will preview ASU's Week 1 matchup against NAU and tell you what we're looking out for. The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Okay, you win the prize, Rick. This is, without a doubt, one of the best Tunnel Time songs in the history of Tunnel Time songs. A little breed for you, Basinonians, courtesy of Nirvana.
It is a great intro. I'm guessing Nirvana didn't write their songs with sports talk radio rejoins in mind, but there aren't. It's tough to think of any Nirvana songs that don't because they just jump right out of the gate. Every one of the songs.
Yeah,
even their slow ones kind of jump.
Can
out
I
of the
just
gate.
say too? I'm gonna that was one of my favorite tunes to listen to before I went out and played Breed. Okay,
sounds like a drum machine.
Yes. Can I also say too that "Kickstart My Heart"
wow.
was the other
Not
one?
the
man.
same song.
I'm just telling you, a totally different tune. All right, but Motley Crue with "Kickstart My Heart" too. That was a really good tune to listen to if you were getting ready to cover a kickoff,
as you were often. All right, we brought this up earlier, but I think it's worth repeating. It's obviously a story that's everywhere right now, Wolf, but everywhere around here. I don't think it's necessarily like a top story in Alabama, but NAU's kicker basically called out ASU on Instagram. I'm assuming that's what he was trying to do. I mean, for all we know, this dude was just like, I'm going to make a long kick that's never been made before against ASU. But the quote is 5 days away from NAU making history versus ASU, unquote.
Okay.
That's what he posted. Everybody has taken that to mean he is calling his shot that NAU is going to upset ASU. Even if that's not what he meant, if you post something like that, you have to know that's how everybody's going to interpret it, because that's certainly what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, Samuel Hunsaker, Basinonians, is a Basinonian himself. He's from here. And, you know, it's great, as you could imagine, being up there at NAU. And, you know, I have no problem with being confident. You should be confident going in to play anybody. But, man, I just think he wrote a check that his teammates are going to have to cash.
That's the biggest thing for me. If it was like NAU is a pretty decent quarterback, as a Ty Pennington, he's a decent quarterback. Like if he, I wouldn't advise it against an ASU team that isn't. It's not like ASU is going to need a quarter or two to figure out how to play together. These guys all played together last year. Ideally for ASU, you're just stepping right in. It's like, okay, this is the next game after that Texas game last year because so many of your players are back. I wouldn't advise it if it was NAU's quarterback, who's probably their best player, or like one of their linebackers. But that would at least be better than a kicker because a kicker's not going to be on the field very much. So it's almost like me being like, boy, anybody out there that opposes Wolf this way, this weekend, man, he is going to be unstoppable. I guarantee it. All right, see you, Wolf.
Listen, ASU has been put on notice because of this kicker. They have. The kicker says his team will make history. And we can only assume, to Luke's point, he meant that in a positive way for NAU. Any chance of surprising a groggy-eyed ASU team just went out the window. And by the way, the biggest advantage that NAU had coming into this game was that ASU would be sleepy coming into this game. And the kicker just went ahead and ruined that for you as far as I'm concerned.
I'm trying to look at what the most lopsided score was because, I mean, you're right. We're assuming he meant it positively, but if ASU goes out there and sets the record for, like, biggest margin of victory over NAU in this series, he's probably going to get a lot of those comments back of, well, NAU did. They made history. They went out and lost by 64 to ASU or something. You said it right there. Your biggest advantage that you had, I'm not saying it was a huge advantage, but you got to play every advantage you have.
Yes.
Was kind of the, hey, let's just be quiet. NAU is a good team, by the way. NAU,
it is.
They're FCS, but they're FCS ranked. They were in the FCS playoff last year. Like, NAU is not some garbage team.
Correct.
But they're down a whole league from ASU, and ASU is a potential playoff team this year. So they were last year. So it's like, just got to be quiet and go out there and play ASU if you're NAU.
You know, ASU football player, what are you going to do about it? That is what I would ask you right now. Ideally, of course, this team doesn't need any external motivation. Ideally, that's what you want to see. If you're Kenny Dillingham, you don't have to worry about it being externally motivated to do your job. Their motivation, the ASU player, needs to be internal, not external. If you are internally motivated, Basinonians, and I've talked about this over the years many times, you never need this stuff to get you going. You don't need it. But we all know there are players that need external motivation inside the locker room. Every locker room, Luke, you're going to have dogs and you're going to have cats. I've talked about it many times, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
The dogs, they don't need external motivation. They don't. Now, does it help? Yeah, it might help the dogs too, but they don't need it. They're internally motivated for the most part. But there are cats in every football locker room as well. And sometimes those cats, they need a little external motivation. Now, all of a sudden, Kenny Dillingham's job just got so much easier because of the kicker for NAU.
You know, we had Jordan Simone on earlier, and he brought up a good point. You know, this dude's, 18, 19 years old? You know, it's not like he did some horrible thing, and it's not like this is an NFL vet doing this.
Of course.
But I think of what you always say when you were a rookie in the NFL and Lawrence Taylor would walk by and all your teammates would be like, don't say anything. Don't, because he's looking for anything.
Don't.
And how difficult that must have been for you to not say anything. But that it's that sort of mentality of you don't need to make things harder on yourself if you are the severe underdog. NAU is a 28.5-point underdog. I'm looking at the season series. The last time NAU beat ASU was 1938. I mean, and they've played. It's been a while.
Yeah.
And they've played quite a few times in that stretch. And the reason I was looking was to see what the biggest margin of victory is. It looks like 63-0 ASU back in there we go.
Okay, that was, Rick. It was a while.
It was a while before we got to it. It's been a while. ASU won by 63 back in 1950. Look, is ASU going to win by 63? I don't know. I don't care. I want them to win convincingly, not because of this. But you're right. If they need extra motivation, they can just look across the field now.
You know, it's interesting because Brian Wright is the head coach, of course, of NAU. And I thought immediately he must have contacted Samuel and said, Samuel, take that down, man. I mean, it's not good. It's something that, again, for all the reasons we're saying, we don't need to get their attention.
Yeah.
Okay? Take it down. The fact that he hasn't taken it down is very interesting.
Well, he can't now.
Okay.
Now, you may have been right, like within an hour or something.
This is what I'm talking
But now it's such a big deal, you can't take it down.
Yes. The post hangs in the air. Coach did not make him take that down. And none of his teammates made him take that post down. So I would say the memory remains, and so does Samuel Hunsaker's post. It remains. I wonder what ASU might do about that.
I like a little extra, as if we needed extra juice going into this game tomorrow night at a sold-out Mountain America Stadium. Yeah. Listen today at 4:15 for your chance to win ASU tickets. Just listen for the sounder, and it'll be your cue to call in to win for your chance to get ASU against NAU tickets for tomorrow night. When we come back over to the Cardinals, how important is Jonah Williams' health? How much will it dictate the success of the Cardinals this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house!
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Save big during Labor Day at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, buy more to get up to an additional 20% off. Shop even more savings with 3 Stay Green 1 cubic foot vegetable and flower garden soil bags for $10. This Labor Day, take care of your home for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Apply now and save with no application fee through September 3rd. Visit umgc.edu to get started. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them. 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options. We've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue, just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of the Devils opener against NAU and game week upon us for the Arizona Cardinals. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
I mean, Rick, I set you off with Kickstart My Heart from Motley Crue. I set you off. And we're listening to this.
Maybe he's there's a good post coming up here, though. Maybe he's waiting for Tuesday to surprise you with that.
I was going to say, I guess I'm okay.
Wanna go for a ride?
Final segment of the show, and as it was just brought to my attention, this is a 3-day weekend coming up, which I do keep forgetting. So there's a good chance I wander in here on Monday like a fool.
I don't think so.
There's zero chance Wolf's going to wander in here on Monday. Rick, better chance Wolf accidentally comes in Monday or doesn't come in Tuesday because he just assumed it was a 4-day weekend?
I think it's a better chance that he comes in on Monday.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
wow.
That makes sense.
It's going to be funny when nobody's here.
Even
Wolf
though
and I
that
both
will
walk in.
never happen.
I got some audio for you, Wolf. Do you like listening to football audio in the final segment of the week?
I do, as a matter of fact.
Well, then here's Jonah Williams from earlier this week talking about how it feels going into another season with the Arizona Cardinals, year 2.
It feels good. It feels good for me too to be one more year established. You know, when you come in, you always it's hard to kind of create your new reputation. Like you build one with your old team, and then you come to the new one, and you kind of have to prove to everybody, like, no, I'm going to do my job. You can trust me. I'm going to work hard and all that. And I think that's what last year was about. But then this year, you know, like guys have played next to me for a while. Like we've seen each other in the huddle, and so I think there's a lot of like building trust there. And I have a ton of confidence in the guys in our huddle. I think we're going to have a great offense this year.
It's going to be really interesting to watch because I do believe the Arizona Cardinals are a better football team with Jonah Williams as their right tackle. Calvin Beachum did an incredible job filling in for him last year, of course. We all know that. And yet at the same time, Jonah Williams was a guy that was paid, signed by the Arizona Cardinals. Monty Austin for it, went out and signed him, brought him in. He's a guy that they expect to be a major contributor and a starter, of course, at right tackle. And I think he's a really smart football player. This is one of the things I love about Jonah. He's really, really smart, and he can help a lot of the guys around him as well in regard to picking up the play, the protection, whatever it may be. He's going to be an addition that is going to be positive if, in fact, he can play the entire season.
I feel like he's the starter that gets talked about the least on this team. We've basically made it through the entire offseason. The NFL season starts in 6 days. The Cardinals season starts in, 9 days? And if you go up and down the projected starting lineup, and we've talked so much about everybody on defense for obvious reasons, you talk about the skill position guys on offense. You go up and down the line. We talk about Paris Johnson Jr. We talk about Yelda Froholt. You even talk about the guard positions because it's kind of been a question this offseason of, was Isaiah Adams ready? Is Will Hernandez going to come back and take a spot? Evan Brown, whatever. Right tackle, Jonah Williams. For them to do what they need to do this year, he's got to stay on the field, and he's got to be good. You can get lost in the idea of like, well, left tackle matters so much more. Yeah, maybe, but right tackle still matters. if defenders are coming around the other side.
Oh, you got to have two good tackles in today's NFL.
Yeah, if just because Kyler can see the guy that's about to run him over, that's only going to help for a split second. More from Jonah Williams talking about how he feels physically now.
Feeling great. I felt great all camp. It's been great to be back out there, and it's no fun watching from the sidelines. So it's been a lot more fun on the field.
I talked about last season too, which was obviously marred by injury for him.
It was ups and downs. I was stoked to be here, and really loved the team, and so it felt disappointing to be out in week one. And then, I was fighting to get back and was able to come back and get 5 more games in, which, I'm proud of and I think was, hopefully a net positive for the team. So this year, obviously the goal is to do all 17 and then hit the playoffs.
Yeah, man, that would be fantastic if, in fact, Jonah Williams could stay healthy. Because, again, I do believe their offensive line is better with Jonah Williams, healthy Jonah Williams, at right tackle, especially too, Basinardians. If you're going to have Isaiah Adams line up and play right guard, and that's what I think they're going to do for now, right now. Maybe it's Will Hernandez at left guard. Maybe it's Evan Brown. I've said this before, but I think Evan Brown is actually behind the 8 ball only because he can play center as well and has played over 50 games at center. And because of that, there's real value that you have an interior offensive lineman standing on the sideline who could play center or guard if somebody went down. So I think that really actually works against him at some point in time. Isaiah Adams, I think, is going to benefit from having Jonah Williams right next to him and Yelda Froholt on the other side.
Yeah.
When you're talking about a year 2 guy, a young guy trying to make his way, having those 2 veterans on either side of him, that's huge.
Jonah Williams was also asked about Tip Ryman. I don't know, Wolf, were you at this press conference? Did you raise your hand and be like, hey, Jonah, what do you think about Tip Ryman?
No.
Oh, well, somebody did.
Tip's a dog. I love playing next to Tip. He's strong. He's smart. He's been catching balls in camp too, but he's one of the best blocking tight ends I've been around. So it's always good when I bring him on a combination block. I know I just have to set the guy up, and then he'll come clean him out. So he's been fun to play next to.
Tip's a dog. There it is.
That's all you needed, was the first 2 seconds.
He's a dog, man. And again, go back and look at the tape. How much better can he be this year? How much better, Tip? We want to see that. Bark at the moon.
I see. Command and control. I feel like Wolf just said that as if he feels like his day is done and he's about to walk out of here.
No,
still okay.
What do you mean?
It sounded like you were like it was a good sign off.
52-19.
It would have been a great. Not that you're counting or anything. Jonah Williams also asked what he's seen from Jordan Birch so far in this camp.
I have. He's really strong. He's got a big lower body. He's very powerful. He's got a good long arm. I've been impressed with him. I think he has great physical attributes, and he seems like he's really bought in and everything like that. He'll ask me afterwards about things. So I think he's got the physical attributes, and then he's going to keep learning and building on his tool set and get really, really good.
Your thoughts on that, Luke?
He's the one that of this rookie class that has become the most intriguing of the crop for me. Will Johnson, with the star Thomas, like he almost is in a position where you need him to be more experienced than a rookie already, Will Johnson. But Jordan Birch is like the upside guy now, where did you nail another third-round pick, Monty Ossenfort? Did you really do that?
Just can you imagine if Walter Nolan, when he comes back, looks like a guy who is a disruptive force, especially in that defensive line room?
That'd be cool.
How cool that would be. And then Will Johnson in the second round. Most people thought he should have been a first-round pick. You go from Will Johnson in the second round, and now all of a sudden Jordan Birch. If you hit on those first three guys alone, just hit on those first three guys,
changed your defense.
Oh my goodness!
If you hit those first three, honestly, even if you hit it on two of the first three, when you consider what you added in terms of vets in the offseason, you've really changed the direction of your defense. Now, a guy like Calais, how many more years does he want to play? Does he want to get to 20? I think you asked him when we had him on if he wants to get to 19 before he even started his 18th season. But these guys are, in theory, a guy like Jordan Birch is a guy that could be a big part of your defense for a long time now.
Yeah.
So
it's the Luke and Luke show now.
You Command and Control, you guys have anything you want to say since Wolf is he's the barbecue has hit?
ASU is going to win 70-0 tomorrow.
Yeah, we should do predictions. That would set a record. Jamal, you got a score for us tomorrow?
45-13.
Okay. Hopefully that's 2 field goals for that kicker and not a missed extra point. What do you got, Wolf?
38-12.
Yeah, I'll go 41-7. ASU.
Okay.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf and Luke, we got Burns and Kebob next in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The summer sales event is on at America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Now get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. Plus, big Sanderson discounts and Ford incentives. Get a new 2024 Escape ST line for only $26,599. New 2024 Bronco Sport Big Benz for $30,899. And new 2025 F-150 Super Crew STX trucks for $43,500. All three offers include the no-charge premium maintenance plan. Get it all with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
No charge maintenance plan available on most models. Escape stock number 246582, Bronco Sport 245938, F-150 255193. Prices include Sanderson discounts and Ford rebates. All offers expire 9/2/25.
Sanderson Ford.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, filling in for Gambo today from Arizona Sports at Night, from ArizonaSports.com, presented by Wi-Fi. Talking about Kellen Elson, of course. How you doing, Kellen?
Hey, buddy.
How you doing? Well, okay, it's all a different football jersey with you every time you fill in.
You can call it soccer. It's okay. I won't.
I didn't. I know sometimes how you soccer football fans are a little sensitive to being called the right thing. So, football, soccer, but you're a different day, a different soccer jersey.
We got Real Madrid on right now. The great Jude Bellingham, one of the best players in the entire world. That's who I got rocking right now. There are a couple people listening who understand it and appreciate it. Most of you don't, and that's okay because college football is back. The real football in our country is back, brother.
I think more than a few appreciate it. You know, one of my very good friends, a big soccer, so I'm sure he very much appreciates the fact that you got the shout out there. But yes, college football is back. We've got a lot of show today that is dedicated to the return of college football. It's dedicated to the return of ASU, given the expectations and the anticipation and all of that. We'll talk Cardinals. We'll have Tory Lavell coming up about half hour, as well as they're in LA taking on the Dodgers tonight. We have got a very, very busy show. Kellen filling in for Gambo today, who's on his way to Vegas with his kid for a big baseball tournament this weekend. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo show. Now.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Oh, okay, I see. I understand what's going on. Jesse's recording a Sports Center update. It's Lord Kenny thing. Never mind, Kenny Dillingham on the sellout for opening nights.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's what we envisioned. When I took this job, was this place sold out. This place being the talk of the town. This place being the place to be on Saturdays. And to sell it out for the first time in week one in 27 years, there's not one player on our team that was alive when that happened. And put that in context, that this is the first time in their life that this stadium will be sold out for a week one.
Okay, that doesn't make me feel old at all on a Friday. Thanks, Kenny, for pointing that out. The sellout against NAU, Kellen, this weekend for the first time since 1998, which was really kind of the first season. Wasn't officially the first season after the Rose Bowl year, but it was kind of the first season after all of the Rose Bowl players were gone, most notably Pat Tillman. I think his last season was in 97.
Subsequently, the last time they were ranked this high in the preseason poll as well. They were 8 in the country. They're 11 right now.
Yeah, so it's there are similarities to the kind of the hype and the sense of anticipation and things like that. And here we go. I mean, we've been waiting for this moment basically since early January of this year when they lost to Texas in the Peach Bowl, when they had a chance to advance. And we've been talking about expectations and anticipation. We've been talking about living up to the hype. And here is NAU in their way with the expectation at, 28.5 points, point spread on this one? With the expectation that the NAU Lumberjacks will be about a speed bump in week one for ASU. We'll talk about this small picture, and then we'll go big picture. Let's talk about small picture and what our kind of expectations are for this weekend for ASU.
Yeah, well, you'll remember in past iterations of this program, like the nervy sort of Herm Edwards games early in the non-conference schedule where it's like, are they about to lose this game? That is the sort of portion of this schedule that we're used to for Arizona State.
Yeah.
We're getting to conference play without that horrible upset loss was the kind of thing where you would play down a couple of levels. But now the expectations go even further to where you need to look like the team that you are supposed to be. That's what this is about for me. So is that about winning by 45 points as opposed to 20 points? Not necessarily, but from an execution standpoint, you want to see everything clicking into place, because what happened last year is that this team was okay to pretty good for the first half of the year, and then they absolutely took off and were one of the best teams in the country in the second half. So I wonder if that trajectory is going to be the same from last year, where they're going to kind of start off slow a little bit, things are going to slowly piece together, and then they're going to take off, or the trajectory continues from last season and they just keep going on up. And this type of game can tell us a little bit about that. It really can. It's not useless. We're going to learn something from this game.
No, it's and I don't just say this because I went to NAU or because I have my degree there or anything like that. I mean, I was one of the previews I was reading for the game today, and I think it was from Joe Healy, so I want to make sure I give him credit for basically writing the line. Like both of these teams right now are the best versions of themselves that they have been in a long, long time. Now, that doesn't mean ASU still shouldn't win by big on Saturday, because they should. But NAU is coming off of a playoff appearance. NAU is returning a whole bunch of offensive starters, including their quarterback, including both of their running backs. And I'm not saying this, again, to present this, hey, look out, NAU's going to be sneaky tough and be a sneaky challenge. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be at all when you're the 11th best team in the country. You should be able to handle them pretty easily. But to your point, you mentioned the word nervy. Okay, there's also, and we're going to talk about this in the next segment, there is also, and you know this, like this kind of nervous sort of anticipation for this season of, okay, expectations, they don't live up to them very often. And anything other than a completely dominant performance against an FCS foe in Northern Arizona will give that life, right? Will water that a little bit and go, do we have a reason to be uncomfortable about this team? And I think anything less than a dominant win will give just a little bit of oxygen to that anxiety that some ASU fans might be feeling.
I actually went through a recent example of this as well, sort of in a different way, but in the same setting, where in week 2 of last season, the Arizona Wildcats were taking on the Northern Arizona Lumberjacks with a whole lot of hype still. They were number 20 in the country, and they trailed 10-6 at the half. And I remember tweeting, Brent Brennan legacy half. Not only you need to win the game, but you need to blow the doors off of them in the second half to show me that you still deserve our trust as the fans and the graduates of the school to believe in you in the way that we believed in Jed. They went on to just win 22-10. I mean, they held them scoreless, but they didn't blow them out. And what did that do? It showed us that
planted seeds.
When they got to Kansas State, and it was immediate within 6 minutes of that game that they did not belong on the same field as a Big 12 caliber team.
Yeah.
It planted the seeds, and that's what you don't want from this game. I want to see Jeff Sims in this game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want Sam Levitt to be playing in the fourth quarter. That's what I would want if I was an ASU fan.
You should want Jeff Sims by 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Well, think about this offense,
you should want
too.
Jeff Sims at that point.
Think about this offense, too, against this caliber of opponent. They are hyper explosive. Like, yes, Cam Scadaboo is gone, and we're going to be talking about that, but it was through the passing game as well. Pretty much every game, Sam Levitt was throwing for, I think, 50-plus yards on a completion at some point. I believe the stat from last year is that he was top 5 in the amount of, 50-yard completions that he made. So big playability is absolutely a thing. Everyone tweeting from the practices saying, Jaron Hamilton just caught another 60-yard bomb. We're expecting this to be high-powered as well. So it's maybe about blowing them out as well, but it's about, they should score 40-plus points in this game.
Yeah.
They should.
Especially against the defense. And again, a hat tip to Joe Healy, who mentioned this on Twitter about an hour ago, that while all NAU's bringing back a bunch of guys on offense, defensively, they've lost a lot of guys from a year ago. So there's going to be, new players, new ideas, and it might be a little raw for them. Look, I pointed out yesterday, and I went through and I looked at the history of NAU versus not only ASU, but U of A as well, right? Because they kind of play both of these teams a lot over the last 20 years. There are 3 notable games where NAU came to play. 2 of them against your Wildcats. The one you just mentioned, the 22-10 game. There was NAU beating U of A, back in 2021, which, set on a totally different path there. And then there was an ASU game. Now, granted, it was 20 years ago, but that same kind of sense of, it was 14-14 going into the fourth quarter. And there was very much a sense of, Now, they ended up, I think 31-14 was the final score of that game. But that is the kind of game that if we're in here on Tuesday, Kellen, and we're talking about, hey, it was a 17-14 game halfway through the third quarter, it will immediately put into question every expectation we have about this program going into the season from the jump, and that's not where you want to live if you're Kenny Dillingham.
How about other themes? What if Sam Levitt only completes 14 passes and 11 of them are to Jordan Tysoner as running back? It's okay, where's that other pass catching threat at? What if they can't get the running game going? All everyone's going to be talking about is they miss Cam Scadaboo. They're not going to be able to make up for the absence of Cam Scadaboo. I just want to see execution from them. So what I don't want to see, and I think this game to me in the start of their season, because of how weak it is going to be more about their defense than their offense, because their defense was sneaky good last year. Not a lot of people talked about it. It kept them in a lot of games, and a lot of one-score games they would eventually win. And their defense is going to be in a position right now to just execute and be even better than it was last year with 10 of their 11 starters back. Shamari Simmons, that one guy, was crucial to what they did last year. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. But I want to see them give up a total of 30 points over these 3 games. I want to see this defense really step up and show that on some days when the running game isn't working, maybe when Levitt's a little bit erratic, they can carry them because they did that last year.
I see what you just did there. You also looped in Mississippi State. You looped in, right, Texas State to kind of loop those 2 teams in as well. Now, again, We're not predicting this is going to happen on Saturday night. We're not even suggesting this is going to happen Saturday night. We're just saying, what if it did, what it might mean. I think we both think, and again, you're talking to an NAU guy here, kind of. I think we both think ASU will handle this just fine and shouldn't have any problems. This is just sort of a hypothetical. Hey, what if they struggle a little bit with this game?
To loop in expectations from a different point, you remember Corbin Burns' first couple of outings, and it was like,
yeah.
Okay, like
yeah.
it's you're keeping us in the game, but like you're Corbin Burns, we pay $200 million for you. Like this isn't really
that's a really good comp. Listen, today at 4:15, your chance to win ASU tickets. Listen for that sounder, and that will be your cue to call in for your chance to win tickets to see ASU take on NAU tomorrow night. How can ASU use these sky-high expectations this season to their advantage? We'll tell you how next. Kellen's in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe. Get your entire ASU football game day experience Saturday afternoon, beginning at 4 on ESPN 620. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, more often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100 instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers could also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
Dbacks fans get the best seats at the best prices and access to exclusive events. 2026 Advantage memberships are on sale now. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time. Like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab, just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Would you rather stand in the sun or in the shade? It's a no-brainer, so why would you let your patio roast in this heat? At All Pro Shade Concepts, we can save you from burning feet, fading furniture, and being stuck inside all summer. Custom fit patio shades and awnings that cool with the touch of a button. Get free installation from our Shade Pros plus a 10-year warranty. Call or visit allproshade.com for your free estimate. That's allproshade.com.
Gotta call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade. Call All Pro Shade, Shade, Shade.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of the Devils opener against NAU and game week upon us for the Arizona Cardinals. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we closed the book a long time ago. I mean, obviously everybody else keeps the book open. We try to keep closing it. And, I like to explain to people history because I think there's a reason why history repeats itself, right? This is such a lifestyle city. There's so many things to do. There's so many distractions. So once people taste success here, it's so hard to keep your focus on what got you here, whether that's collegiate sports, professional sports. So I want them to understand that the Valley as a whole has struggled, having successful seasons back to back. And it's not just a football thing, it's an everything thing. And that's the challenge we face. And if we want to do something that's really not been done, well, you got to do something that nobody's ever done before. You have to work harder and stay more focused than any sports team has in the last 40 years.
All right, let's start off this conversation with a question for Kellen Olson.
Yo.
Last time, in your opinion, a team in this market lived up to their expectations? Who was it?
Was 17 for the Diamondbacks? Was that expectations? Was playoffs expectations for them? The Archie year? The triple year? Okay. One of the Carson Palmer years?
Okay, I had one of the Carson Palmer years.
Probably. For the Suns, you got to go back to Nash. That's...
Yeah,
and even then, people would say the expectation was championship, and they didn't get it. So
unless the only thing I was thinking with the Suns was coming off the Booker Chris Paul finals year.
Yeah, they met him for a time,
right? I mean, for a long time they
were the best team in the world for 4 months.
Yeah. And so I'm like this. I'm in my mind. I'm like, I know I'm going to ask Kellen this question to start the segment because we're going to talk about expectations and things like that. And in my mind, I'm thinking, is that a cheat? Does that count? Does that qualify? Because for most of that season, they were the best basketball team in the world. They were living up to the expectations of a team that had gone to the finals. And it was only until Game 3 against the Dallas Mavericks where it all just came apart in the second round. But up until that moment, they were living up to those expectations.
If you'll allow me to include the team down south, we always met expectations for not making the Final Four.
Does that count?
So we always did, yeah. We're great at that.
ASU opens the season tomorrow against NAU. It's going to be one of our major topics today. We're going to talk about it a lot of different ways because of what ASU did last year. We all know, we've all talked about it a million times on this radio station about expectations and the burden of expectations for teams in this market and how they just do not do well when they're burdened with expectations. ASU in particular, I would argue, is maybe the role model for not doing well when burdened with expectations. They have really, really struggled historically as a program when they're burdened with the gifts that they've been given so far and the expectations they've been given so far. But you make a good point, and you made it off the air, and you're going to make it on the air now, that if you flip it, those expectations can be a great strength for the team as well, if used correctly. How so?
There are a lot of different layers to this, and again, the majority of Arizona State fans listening are terrified of expectations and terrified that their team is expected to return to the college football playoff. This scares them because it doesn't go well. I understand. But the flip side of this is, to your point, and what you're saying is taking advantage of it. There's a lot of different ways they can take advantage of it. One is what Kenny was just talking about right there and using it as a motivational tactic, which he could motivate anything out of anything. He'll make it happen no matter what. I don't have the analogy or metaphor handy, but he'll make it happen. Don't worry about that. The other part of this is if you take advantage of these expectations and deliver with what you're supposed to deliver, the foundation and bedrock of your program for the rest of this decade is done. It's done right there. Because if you start with these 2 years back-to-back recruitment, NIL, all this stuff. Like Kenny's going on. You know, it'd be great if we had this indoor facility built. That would meet the hype. Your facility will be built, sir. If you win double-digit games and return to the college football playoff again, your facility will be built. And those are the types of backbone, bedrock kind of stuff that you can lay down. There's another element of this which comes more from the sports talk radio-y side of, I don't know if you'll agree with me here, but if they're a top 10 team in the country for the entire season, I really do think this becomes an ASU town. At least for those 6 months, I really do believe that it will.
That is a sports talk radio-y thing for sure.
It's Cardinals season. I understand the Cardinals are always king around here. We know it's not going to be Suns. We know it's not going to be Diamondbacks. There is that element of them becoming the talk of the town. Like there are a lot of markets where they have an NBA team, they have an MLB team, they have an NHL team, but their college team is the one that really drives things because of their success, and that's what they can do as well. And then my last point that I want to say is you can sort of look back on when these expectations were placed on ASU, but there was this major roadblock in the way. It was USC, or it was Oregon, or it was Washington. It was one of those teams in the Pac-10 or the 12 where it was like, okay, yeah, they're supposed to be pretty good this year, but there's no but anymore.
No, there's no
So you
but.
have to take advantage of it, and you can.
Not in this conference, there's no but. I'm going to go back to point number 2, because that's in part why I asked you about the Suns and why I'm glad you brought up the Cardinals and the Carson Palmer year, because I think this whole idea of a team owning this town, what I've come to learn over all the years that I've done this is that is a baton to be passed from organization. I don't think there's one organization that this is a Suns town, this is a Cardinals town, this is a this town, this is a that town. It can be whatever town we want it to be in that regard. When the Suns followed up the finals run with a 64-win basket, this was a Suns town. They owned it. They owned the news cycle. Everybody was talking about them all the time. When the Cardinals followed up a playoff appearance, albeit with their third-string quarterback, with a giant season behind Carson Palmer and an appearance in the NFC Championship game, this was a Cardinals town. They owned it. It was all about them. The Diamondbacks, to a certain extent, in 2023, when they go on that run, this was a Diamondbacks town. It's not. There's not one team that lifts its leg and says, "Nope, this is my town. It belongs to us." It's a baton to be passed. ASU can absolutely, if they do it again, and I was listening to Wolf and Luke earlier today. Luke said 10-2. Wolf said 11-1, I think. If that's what this is going to be, yes, ASU, it's their town until further notice.
Can I present it to you in a different way?
Sure.
You know the adage, you'll never have to buy a bar or a beer in this town again. Like, you'll be good. Cam Scadaboo does not have to buy a beer in this town for the rest of his life. Like, he has reached that status. I think Kenny's there right now. But think about, like, Kyler Murray is probably paying for his beer still.
Tory Lavell.
They're probably charging double for any member of the Suns right now.
Tory used to not pay for his beer. He's probably paying for his beer now.
Yeah, and now he's getting looks from like across the restaurant from his haters. Yeah,
we're going to charge you extra for that, right? But that's how fickle this thing can be. And your point about the Big 12, that to me. I mean, like the who owns the town, that is a very sports talky radio kind of topic, and there's nothing wrong with it, but it's kind of what we deal in here. The conference itself, oh my God, this conference is just begging to be claimed by somebody like ASU.
It's more of I kind of like Baylor this year conference, or I kind of like Texas Tech this year, as opposed to saying, no one is saying like ASU should run it again. Everyone is praising ASU and saying they could win it, but no one is going out there and saying, this is ASU's conference right now. That's the other opportunity that they can take advantage of.
It's the grasp that Texas and Oklahoma had on the Big 12 for the better part of 15 years, right? Like if you didn't pick one of those two teams to win the Big 12, you were an idiot. You didn't know what you were talking about. That's, I think, what's at stake here for ASU this
So let's
season.
be excited about it, huh?
I'm ready for it. Let's go. Very excited about it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we're going to head off to Los Angeles because joining us next, the Arizona Diamondbacks manager, Tory Lavell. He'll join us here on the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports with reportedly, Jordan Lawler is reportedly in the lineup for the Diamondbacks today. Okay, we'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I've lived here for almost 30 years. I know the best place to buy a new Ford is at Sanderson Ford. But if you're new to the Valley, let me tell you why. Size matters. They've got 65 acres of cars, 2 service departments, a giant parts warehouse, a collision and custom shop, plus the awesome Starliner Diner. I love eating there. They're America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. They'll always treat you right with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Get real Labor Day deals and save over $10,000 on new Bronco Badlands, or purchase a new Escape for only $23,995. Plus, both offers include a 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan. It's no secret the best place to buy a new Ford is at Sanderson Ford. They're proud partners of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Not only do I shop at Sanderson Ford and have for 30 years, but so does Luis Gonzalez. Right now, you can go to Sanderson Ford. They're just south of Glendale on 51st Avenue, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're not alone, and you don't have to settle for temporary fixes or frustration. At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently, with instant lasting results tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. But hurry, this offer won't last. Call Spark Men's Health now for your free consultation at 480-550-8579. That's 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta letting you know that Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa is kicking off Labor Day savings all month long. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before. Like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Sierra Denali EV, save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of low 2.9% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR financing on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. Need an SUV? Got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. Hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals can't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9225.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits: naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Born in the birthplace of tequila, Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Starting September 7th, NFL watch parties take over Sundays at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, food specials, and more.
Hey, it's Luke. What are we going to be able to take away from ASU's football opener against NAU? We'll talk about it Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. All right, as soon as we have Tory Lavell on the line, you'll hear the Open, and we'll talk to Tory Lavell for about 10 minutes about the state of the Arizona Diamondbacks after that hard-earned 4-game split against the Milwaukee Brewers over the last few days. They're in Los Angeles taking on the Dodgers, a team that, say what you will about the Dodgers, the Dbacks, dating back the last year and a half or so, have done very, very well in that building against that team. But that's not the news of the day when it comes to the Arizona Diamondbacks. The news of the day when it comes to the Diamondbacks is that Jordan Lawler is now with the team. These roster moves just came down right before the break. Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo here. Jordan Lawler recalled from AAA Reno. Left-handed pitcher Brandon Garcia recalled from AAA Reno. It sucks, but it's reality. Right-handed pitcher Taylor Rashi got demoted to AAA Reno, and infielder Pavin Smith was put on the 10-day injured list with a strained left quad. So, I mean, within that, Kel, there's a lot to talk about. I'm probably centering on Jordan Lawler the most, but just for 20 seconds, it does suck for Taylor Rashi that he comes in and he does this amazing thing, but by doing the amazing thing, probably made himself unavailable for the entire duration of the Dodgers series, and they just need an arm that they can use at some point.
Is that really just one of the toughest jobs in sports, is being the long relief guy that bounces between AAA and the majors? It seems like an impossible job to be good at.
It can't be fun. It can't be fun to get that conversation. It can't be fun to know, you're getting the condiment shower in the locker room when you're done, knowing full well, if you're even thinking about it with half a brain, yeah, I'm probably going to get sent down as soon as this is done because I exhausted myself to get
and I
this
did
save.
The best version possible of what I am supposed to be doing, and it still wasn't good enough. So what is good enough? There's like a lot of psychological games you can't play with yourself there.
And it's a big boy league, and I'm not asking anyone to feel bad for Tory when it comes to something, but I'm sure that sucks as a conversation to have just as a human being. Like, hey, really appreciate everything you did. That was awesome. That was a great moment. I'm glad you made your Major League debut. Now you get to go back. It just sucks. I'm sure that's no fun for him. But let's not bury the lead. Jordan Lawler, here we go. And have we seen the lineup for tonight, or we just? I know he got called up, but have we seen? We're gonna ask him. Tory when he comes on.
Probably a little early. It's a 7:10 first pitch today, and usually like 3-4 hours beforehand. So some point in our show we'll know where Jordan Lawler's hitting, but I don't think so that we know just yet. But 27 games to go. Here he is. Spoiler alert, we're going to talk about him at 3:30. We had planned to do a Where is Jordan Lawler? He's been in Reno for 2 weeks. Let's go. You've got a month left in the season. We want to see this extended look at him for the first time. Give him everyday baseball. Now, the injury came up after the trades, of course, but here we go. We get 27 games. He's probably going to play in at least 25 of them, and we're going to get an extended look at him, and it's really important for him to eliminate his last 2 stints. Like, we do not want to go into next year talking about it's been not good for Jordan in the majors so far. We want to say it was a rough start in the majors for Jordan, but then he showed at the last month of the year his talent, what he's capable of, one of the best prospects in baseball, and he is vital to what they're going to do next year. Absolutely vital.
Yeah, he's and we all know it, and they know it too. He's played in 10 games in AAA since he came off the injured list. He's got an .832 OPS. He wasn't put up quite the numbers he was putting up earlier in AAA Reno, but still certainly decent numbers when he was there. For the 10 games since he's been back off the IL, and we're still working on Tory. We're going to have Tory at some point today. We're just kind of working on him. I'm sure he's. We'll
take getting the news before the interview as opposed to doing the interview on time, and then the news came on right after Tory joined us. Getting to ask him about the news is a more important part.
But you said what? 27 games left, right?
Yep.
27 games, and I think at the minimum we need to see Jordan Lawler start. What was the number you put
I said
on it?
25, but like it's got to be 22, 23, 24 at least. I'm curious to ask Tory, like, is this going to be a third or second more? Because they planned him at third forever, but I wouldn't want to move Blaze Alexander right now. Cattell's been playing more DH lately, so you can put him at second. But then again, Jordan was playing shortstop, and then he was playing second base, and then he's playing third base, and then there was brief talk of him going to the outfield, and it's like you finally got this spot for him. But Blaze is been great.
And that's where the complication arises a little bit, is that I don't think anybody expected that Blaze Alexander was going to be a complication in this equation. It was going to be, hey, you traded Eugenio Suarez a month ago. Third base is clear. When Jordan Lawler is healthy, he's going to play third base every single day, and that's just how it's going to be. But Blaze Alexander, not to the same level that Jordan Lawler is, But Blaze Alexander is fighting to carve out a role for 2026, just like half this roster is. And he's done a pretty fine job of it the last 3 weeks or so. And so suddenly it is a complication. And suddenly, now do you just completely flush that and forget that if you're Tory and banish Blaze Alexander? No. Do you juggle things a little bit? But I still think no matter what Blaze Alexander has done for you in the last 2 weeks, your absolute priority is to see what you've got in Jordan Lawler. I mean, Blaze Alexander can complicate that a little. I don't think he can complicate that a lot. I think he kind of has to, organizationally speaking, kind of get out the way a little bit and let Jordan Lawler play at whatever position he's going to play at, because you've got to know, and I know that sucks for Blaze, but I think you've got to know about Jordan Lawler.
You do, and you need that sort of clarity going into next year of seeing the signs of progression that you want to see, because it has been a monster struggle for him earlier in the year. It was the breaking balls that were really plaguing him, like the strikeout numbers compared to his plate appearances were just totally defunct in a way where it was like he just needs to go back down again. Like he's not ready yet. It's time to start being done. The thing you never want to see from a top prospect is, and why I always refresh these lists when the new ones come out, is like, are the expert evaluators starting to move him down a bit? And that's what happened. Like these latest updates came out in August after the trade deadline. Instead of him being top 10 or top 15, now he's like top 25, because this is the time right now. Like he has spent enough time being at this level, being ready. The opening is there. And now it's time for him to really show it, because the thing that's happened this year that has opened the door for next year and why they can be contenders in a way it seems like they want to be is Geraldo Perdomo, and the way that he's been performing and the way that he very much looks like an all-star shortstop for a very long time. The additional star power that you get from him and potentially Lawler next year could be the thing that swings their season.
Alex Weiner, our Diamondbacks reporter for ArizonaSports.com, is reporting that Jordan Lawler is playing today. I have not, and that's coming from Lauren in the chat. I have not seen an official lineup. Is Alex with the team in Los Angeles right now? Do we know? I know sometimes for these Southern California trips he goes.
Alex be getting scoops a little bit too.
Yeah,
He'd be reporting a little bit.
He's got the chops. There's no question about it. It wouldn't surprise me whether he's there or not if he has that information. And then, of course, the other one is Brandon Garcia, who on a much smaller level, certainly not to the same magnitude as Jordan Lawler, but he too is, being the residual of one of the trades from the deadline, being a guy who comes with a set of expectations, again, not as high as Lawler's, but a set of expectations. How do they use him? How do they deploy him? What role is he auditioning for next year? You pointed out in show prep, they'd kind of been stretching him out a little bit at AAA.
Yeah, through 3 innings his last outing as well.
So curious to see, are they setting him up for a long guy? Or were they thinking with an eye towards star? We're not sure. That's what we were going to ask Tory about when we get him on.
He's a really interesting prospect, and like doing the deep dives and stuff when all these trades got done. I mean, the Cliff Notes version here is basically that he is the most heralded reliever of the 4 that they received at the trade deadline as well. But he was a guy who was a starter, wasn't really doing all that well, transferred to Texas A&M in college and then played relief for him. He did enough to earn getting drafted, and it still wasn't really meeting expectations so much. And then he got stretched out to being a starter in the minors again and completely dominated. Like single A, double A, his numbers were awesome. And then Seattle ultimately made the choice, though, because of where his command was and all those intangibles that you talk about, making that type of decision, to turn him back into a reliever again. So he's bounced between the 2 roles in his career so far, and I'm fascinated to see if this is like we need this long relief guy, and like this could be an opportunity for Garcia to see a more stretched role and how to use this last month the best for him. Because remember, briefly came up, did well in one outing, did not do well in the next outing, immediately went down, which signaled like, okay, they saw something they want to change immediately. And I guess this was it to kind of stretch him out. So could he be, we're talking about Cole Drake, Mitch Bratt, is he the next guy to talk about as well who could be a dark horse to get a rotation spot next year? Maybe.
And another one of those guys too is Bryce Jarvis, who kind of falls in the same boat of, are you a starter? Are you a reliever? Are we stretching you out? Or we saw what we did in Milwaukee the other day. We had Bryce Jarvis on the show, and I think in a similar conversation that we had with Brandon Garcia when he first got traded was, look, I still kind of think of myself as a starter. I would still like to be a starter if possible. And so that kind of weighs over everything in terms of, how they're going to make these decisions. Again, we're stalling a little bit. I know we're going to have Tory on at some point. I'm sure they're busy with the roster moves and everything and getting everything locked up. We will have Tory on at some point today, I promise. Cardinal fans, the home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands for that game starting next Tuesday. We're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. Hi, YouTubers. And hit subscribe. Click on the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page. When we come back, Micah Parsons might have been traded to the Green Bay Packers yesterday, but Jerry Jones got that spotlight moment that he wanted. We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or from the comfort of your living room, shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. Forget about the pre-Labor Day sales events. It is Labor Day weekend, 3-day weekend, one of the biggest weekends of the year for car buying, car shopping, great deals. And as always, Liberty GMC has made it very clear. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. So if you're looking for Sierras, if you're looking for Hummer EVs, if you're looking for Yukons, if you're looking for all the great trucks and SUVs GMC makes, you are looking for Liberty GMC. $12,750 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500. If you're looking for the heavy-duty Sierra, you get $7,000 off on that right now. You can lease an all-new 2026 Terrain for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 off. It is all in Peoria at Liberty GMC. Get there this weekend, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or from your house, LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. And if you're looking for luxury, be sure to check out the Elite Collection from sister brand Helix Sleep. Available at all 12 Brooklyn Bedding locations, the Helix Elite offers unmatched luxury made with 5 high-density foam layers. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it can affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all all of your financial needs. Whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan, they can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here. We are still waiting on Tory Lavell. Again, I have faith. He will be here at some point. Just don't know when. And we'll talk to him about Jordan Lawler getting called up and whether he's in the lineup tonight. In the meantime, we've got Lauren here. She's got our Twitter poll question of the day. I took a sneak peek at it, but I probably need to pull up both of their schedules before I answer in the definitive.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Is that what you're doing
and
right
I don't
now?
have to talk right now, which is sweet, so I can do stuff like that.
Well, lucky you.
But Lauren's going to talk soon, and then you can do that thing. It's okay.
All right, I'll talk right now.
For a minute.
Thanks,
Go
buddy.
For it.
All right.
Go for it.
I'm going to say, by the way, Burnsy, peak at week 3 for both of them.
Yep.
That's kind of the highlight right
Peak
there.
at week 3, okay?
Yes.
All
Week
right.
4 for ASU, week 3 for the Arizona Cardinals, yes.
Okay.
Now that we've teased the actual poll question, let's tell the listeners what it is. It's which team will stay undefeated the longest? Is it Arizona State or is it the Arizona Cardinals?
So on Saturday, September 20th, ASU is at Baylor. On Sunday, September 21st, the Cardinals are at the San Francisco 49ers.
For the U, does this come down to more who is capable of taking care of business or who is going to lose that weekend? Because the Cardinals, as everyone knows, at New Orleans, home against Carolina, do not be the first team that Spencer Rattler beats ever in his NFL career. Please, so help me everything above.
Please don't do that.
Northern Arizona at Mississippi State. SEC school may be scary. No, they're terrible. Don't worry about it. And then they're playing Texas State, who was a fun program last year. And then you know what happens to fun mid-majors in college sports now? They get transfer portal to oblivion. All of their talent got taken away. All of their coaches got taken away as well.
I love in Kellen's email today. I applauded him from my office at home for using the word portal and turning it into a verb.
Yeah,
I was like, bro, I didn't know we portaled people. That's great. I love it. They got portaled. That was fantastic.
I'm gonna get bold and say both of these teams will be undefeated going into that weekend that we have highlighted. I'll get bold there.
I think both of these teams are going to be undefeated going into that weekend. So for me, it's about that weekend. It's about which is more of a danger game in that weekend. And I think so. The question is who's undefeated the longest?
Yes.
Now, this is a very me thing to do. I'm going to take it a step further. I'm voting Cardinals, but I think both teams are going to lose that weekend.
Just because the Cardinals play on Sunday.
ASU plays on Saturday. I think Baylor is the second best team in the Big 12 behind them, and I think Baylor will get the jump on them. And I think the Niners are the Niners, but ASU plays first, so I'm going to vote Cardinals.
I was kind of going to say the same thing because it's a Saturday versus a Sunday, but yeah, I'm going to say the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals will have a 0 in the loss column longer than ASU.
Both think they're going to lose that weekend.
Yeah. ASU against Baylor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I look forward to that Monday.
What? Oh, when ASU wins by 3 touchdowns and ASU...
I mean, if they both lose, that's such a sad Monday.
Yeah.
That's kind of brutal.
It's kind of brutal. But, that's a tough one. This is a really good question. It's a tough one. What's the audience say on this one?
The audience could not disagree with you guys more. 78% going with ASU, that they will stay undefeated for longer.
I think that's fair, where trust is established right now between those two football programs, if you want to call the Cardinals that. It makes sense.
I've got all the belief in the world in ASU. I really, really do. But I do think somewhere in that stretch of at Baylor, home against TCU, at Utah, home against Texas Tech, they're losing one of those games.
Yeah, there's a core.
They're going to lose one of those
There's
games.
a core 7 teams that I believe are contenders, quote unquote, in the Big 12. There's 7 of them, and that's 4 of the possible 6 that they could play right away. And then they've got Iowa State on November 1st. Interestingly enough, the only other team that has that plays 5 of those 6 teams is Kansas State, who ASU does not play as well. So you were talking about Farmageddon stuff and things like that.
Yeah.
Iowa State winning there was actually big because now you control your own destiny in a way.
Yeah, I think going on the road and playing at bat, I think that the two, and I saw a story, I think it was on SunDevilSource.com today, that suggested the two, based off of the analytics and the Football Power Index stuff, that the two most losable games for ASU this year, at Baylor on September 20th, at Iowa State on November 1st. Those are the two where the analytics and the simulations would tell you that those are the ones that are the most likely to lose. But I just think somewhere in that stretch of four, they're losing one of those games. No matter how good they are, I think this conference is, there's still some teams you got to fear and you got to worry about. Jerry Jones yesterday, 45 minutes was the press conference talking about the Micah Parsons trade.
No, not at all. And nothing at all in terms of regret. You mentioned, you're asking if I regret. No, I don't regret that at all. I'm very, very excited about the prospects of what we've done for the Cowboys here. I wouldn't have done it. I had total control over being able to have it the other way. So I'm excited. We got what we wanted.
Lorenzo Alexander was on the Wolf and Luke show today, and when asked about the Micah Parsons trade, Kellen, he just said, look, Jerry's going to be Jerry. And you hate to melt it down to such a simple point, but Jerry is going to be Jerry when it comes to stuff like this.
And you sort of learn through time being an NFL fan what exactly that entails. Like Pablo Torre has like a fascinating tidbit about this, and just being a reporter going to cover a Dallas Cowboys story and how like interested Jerry Jones was with him and what he was going to write about. And it's the owner of the Cowboys, one of the biggest sports organizations on planet Earth, coming up to just any journalist and just kind of like picking their brain a little bit, seeing what they're talking about, offering if they need to talk to him about anything. He is absolutely infatuated with the way that not the Cowboys are talked about, but the way that he is talked about specifically. So as soon as this trade broke, I knew there was going to be a press conference that night, and I knew it was going to go long. Now, you feel bad for Cowboys fans for a lot of different reasons. One of them being if you're watching that and he says, did I talk to Michael? And his son has to correct him and be like, Micah. His name is Micah, not Michael, Dad. Having that happen for the guy.
Did I talk to Michael?
Micah.
I firmly made a commitment to Michael this spring. Micah.
That's why you're one of the best in the business, Lauren Cole. That away. So to me,
oh God,
the way that I'll say it is he cares more about being the owner of the Dallas Cowboys than being the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. Does that make sense? Like him being presented and known as the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, he cares more about that than actually owning the Cowboys and making all of these moves. Like there's a ego that is just out of this world that I can't imagine having to deal with as a sports fan, as someone in the building. It's just ludicrous. It's insane.
Yeah, no, I do know exactly what you mean. And we talked about it a little bit kind of in real time yesterday when all of this was going down, about how it's this insatiable desire for him to be the shot caller and for him to be in control and for him to be the one that everybody's talking about, and how nobody, I mean, look, there's Steven sitting next to him at the press conference, correcting him on Micah, okay, that's cute. But there's nobody in the organization who can tell him no. You know, there's nobody in the organization who has the juice. I think about this a lot. The last time I feel like the Dallas Cowboys were truly relevant in a football standpoint was that brief passage of time where he turned the power over to Bill Parcells and Bill Parcells got to run the team. Right, and for those 2 years, right, I know it was a long time ago when that happened, but for those 2 years, it was like, oh, wow, this is a functional organization. Jerry's kind of stepping out of the way. It lasted for 2 years. It was way less spotlight than he could take, and it would drive me crazy having an owner who required that much attention all the time, because it just takes your focus away from what matters the most. And you're the Cowboys.
And again, just imagine just this short time out from the season, what this does to your locker room, what it does to your coaching staff, the message that this sends. That we know, like, the situation, right, with how these things go. Like, we knew Terry McLaurin was eventually just going to sign a deal. We knew Trey Hendrickson was eventually going to sign a deal. The wild card here was Jerry Jones, and then he performed, and this is where Lauren can just like commiserate 0% at all and fully embellish the misery that Matt Eberflus is going through right now as the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. Like, looking at the position that he's in right now, his star player, the star player of your entire franchise, but the guy you build your defense around gets traded 2 weeks before the season starts. Like, what do you even do?
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, that's a little bit where my sympathy gets cut short a little bit. Just because I think if you choose to go work for the Dallas Cowboys, you have to be somewhat prepared for
Wait a minute.
this.
Are you suggesting that Matt Eberflus has poor judgment?
I'm saying that Matt Eberflus. Well, maybe I'm saying he has poor judgment. I'm just saying when you work
Lauren emphatically nodding.
When you work for the Dallas Cowboys, all bets are off. I mean, truly, like it's why they can't hire a decent coach.
Congratulations, you played yourself, right?
It's why Jason Garrett was there forever. It's why guys are there forever. I mean, it's just because you're making a deal with the devil when you go work there. You just are, and you just kind of have to deal with it when you do. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Micah Parsons, that's what we just talked about. What is more likely for the Arizona Cardinals this season? We're going to play a little game next on Arizona Sports.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Dr. J. Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I went for my LASIK procedure about 15 years ago. I'm so glad that I did. Here I am 15 years later, 58 years old. No glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. You can have that too. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including mine. And my good buddy Vince Murata had his LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call right now for a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. I highly recommend LASIK surgery. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com. And don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing.
Hey, it's Vince Murata here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another 0 out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $6.99 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks. After all applicable offers. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed. Plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm.
For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Starting September 7th, NFL watch parties take over Sundays at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, food specials, and more.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are our expectations for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025? We'll discuss Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Well, funny you should ask, Wolf, because we're kind of doing the same thing here, set to the tune of ESPN NFL music. Lauren we're going to play a little game here when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals. While we'll still be waiting for Tory Lavell, I imagine we'll hear from him at some point soon. Is that what we're calling the game, Kellen? Is it more likely? Lauren, is that what we're calling it?
This is Kellen's brainchild.
It kind of is. Is it more likely? Is that the name of the game?
Well, you guys have tried games like this in the past, and I was just trying to think of different ways for us to have the same sort of conversations, but in a very sports head talky kind of way. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to boil it down to this thing or this thing, which is more likely to happen, and it's going to create a lot of hot takes that everyone's going to agree with when they listen. Everyone's going to come away from this segment thinking we're all super smart.
Okay, so I think that's the name of the game. This thing or that thing. Can it be that?
Yeah,
this thing or that thing? Okay, this thing or that thing.
Can you play two, please? Cardinals Corner co-host? Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Even though I did craft some of these and have an opinion on it.
This thing
I did
or
that
thing?
too. Burnsy's the one in the dark, really.
All right.
Which is really not that much of a surprise. Which is really par for the course that I'm in the dark with everything. So go ahead, let's play this thing or that thing.
All right. Is it more likely, is it that the Cardinals will win 11 games or 7 games this season?
11. I think it's more likely they win 11 games than they win 7.
7. The schedule is just begging for you to say 11, but I have trust issues. 7.
Oh, I have trust issues too, but I also have expectations issues.
This has been well documented.
Well documented. And not just because I'm an optimist, because I am a little bit of an optimist or a positive thinker or anything like that. I think 7-win season would be just such a failure in year 3 that my brain just can't even compute it. So I'm just going with 11. So I'm saying 11. You were 7?
I'm going with 7 because when we went through the schedule, I picked 7 originally, so I'm sticking with it.
Okay.
The principle of it.
Yes.
The principle of it.
Marvin Harrison Jr. outgains Trey McBride this season.
Trey McBride outgains Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yes, Trey McBride outgains Marvin Harrison as well. I would love it if Marvin Harrison outgained Trey McBride. That would be a very, very good thing for this offense, but Trey McBride's the best tight end in football.
I think just the whole offense is just built around him. I think there's more of an unstoppability element to Trey McBride than there is to Marvin Harrison Jr. And I also think he is, so many quarterbacks have tight ends who are their safety blankets, and I think Trey McBride is so Kyler Murray's safety blanket. So he'll have more yards.
I agree. I think it'll be Trey McBride. I mean, when we were out at training camp, we were commenting on the fact that when Kyler Murray seemed to be under pressure, he loves Trey McBride.
He looks for Trey McBride. Absolutely.
And I think that'll continue this season. All right. The Arizona Cardinals finish with a top 10 offense or defense?
This is tough because I think the identity shift has happened. Like, I think they're more of a defense-first football team, but I think the offense still has more potential. There's more potential. I'll go defense. Lauren, where are you leaning?
I'm going offense, only because I think there are some truly elite defenses in the NFL that breaking into that top 10 is going to be a lot harder.
They were the number 11 offense a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as much as I want to think that they've changed their identity, because I buy into that a little bit, the way Kellen talks about it, I just think when you're statistically closer to already being a top 10, you just have more gain to make up, more ground to make up in the other category. Offense, put me down for offense.
I think that's a good point.
I'm workshopping this out loud.
I think that's a good point by the both of you as well, because we dealt with our inconsistency struggles, fire Petzing, yada, 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 whatever last year. Like, they were still like a fairly good offensive team last year. It felt like their rushing game really dropped off a cliff, and then you looked at the numbers, and they were still like top 5 or top 10 in pretty much every metric that was out there. So the offense has like the base to work with, but from a talent perspective, I think it's on the defense for sure.
I also have more questions about the defense in general than I do the offense. My questions about the offense are just, can Marvin Harrison Jr. become a wide receiver number 1? How much better is Trey McBride going to be than everybody else on that side of the ball? I've got some more defensive questions about the cornerback room specifically.
That's really the only place I have the question. I actually think the defense is going to be massively improved. I think the defensive line is really good. I think they're going to have plenty of pass rush. I worry about those corners. When I worry, I wonder. Worry's too strong. I wonder about the corners.
I wish they were healthy. Remember how much you guys talked about B.J. Ojulari last year, and you barely brought up his name this year? Like Walter Nolan,
persona non
Dallin
grata.
Tomlinson dealing with stuff as well. Like any injury as well. Like an injury to that corner room at all too. Like, oh
Kellen,
my goodness.
that's a perfect tease to our next one. Walter Nolan returns late this season or sits out the whole season?
Whoa.
Wait, one more time?
Walter Nolan returns late this season from injury or sits out the whole season.
This is conspiracy theory Lauren revealing herself, and sort of like there's more going on that there initially, because we don't know a ton of information about his injuries and stuff. We've only gotten the reports of like when he's on the side and working with stuff. But in terms of what is the core of going on, I think like at some point in the season he's back, but I do think it's valid that you presented like the possibility, because we don't really know much at all, because we know how Gannon will be. What's the injury? Groin. Like, it's just like we don't.
Gambo and I were talking about this earlier in the week. Like it's hard to know how to feel about Walter Nolan's injury, because they're not telling us what Walter Nolan's injury is. It's just the calf. They're very, very tight-lipped about this. I think he'll be back this season.
I lean he'll be back this season. I just think they have depth at that position, so if they didn't need to bring him up, they might not.
Okay.
All right. Will Hernandez or Isaiah Adams finishes the season as the starting left tackle?
This is a good one.
This is a great one from you. This is really good.
This is a really, really good one. I'm going to say it's Isaiah Adams who finishes the season. Is he calling right now? Lauren's got.
We have, to be clear, 16 segments here that are down. There are 2 where Lauren is doing something. It's the 4 o'clock reset, and it's at 3 o'clock. And of course, now she has to answer the phone.
He has the phone from the Diamondbacks, because it's probably Tory Lavell, which I'm hoping he'll be able to join us in the next segment, because we're pretty close to a break anyway.
I'll answer Will Hernandez, because last year when the injuries did occur and it was a Tristan Colon, Isaiah Adams dance, it didn't make me feel as confident about Adams. I know he's been the story of training camp, but I'm going to go with Hernandez here.
I'm only going with Adams because I wonder if Adams will be fine, then there's an injury, and Hernandez plays, and if Hernandez gets hurt again, then is Adams back when he's healthy? And I know I'm probably overthinking this, quite a bit, but I have faith that Isaiah Adams will finish.
How many more do you have left, by the way?
I have one more left.
Oh, okay, perfect.
What do we just? Are we good? What are we doing with? Are you hitting the open on Tory?
Well, I was gonna say if you have like 6 left, we could do it later. But if we're are we talking to Tory right now? What
No, let's take a break and then we'll talk to Tory.
Thank you, producer. Appreciate that. Well, that was fun.
That was fun. We might pick up more of that a little bit later. But when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, I can see him sitting there on hold right now. We'll talk with the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Tory Lavell. He'll join us next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The 3-2 to Yelich. Is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
The Dbacks split the series with one of the league's best. Now they head to L.A. to face another of the MLB's elite teams. Dbacks at the Dodgers. Game 1 tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when was the last time you hopped out of bed without your knees or back screaming at you, or walked down a flight of stairs without groaning step by step, and you're thinking, maybe it'll disappear, I'll just tough it out, but nothing changes? If that sounds familiar, it is time to schedule that free consultation with the medical pros at QC Kinetics, and there are thousands of patients who will tell you they wish they would have done it sooner, and that is because QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative treatments that work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these are all natural cellular therapies, no scalpels, no pills. So bring your x-rays and MRIs to QC Kinetics for a free, no-pressure evaluation. Find out if you're a good candidate. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some amazing news just in time for Labor Day. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is rolling some awesome specials all month long. And you know an Earnhardt dealership will treat you right. They're locally owned, and they will treat you like family. So now's your chance to save on a big selection of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for a sedan or SUV? We've got them 2025 K4s, 2025 Tellurides, even the 2025 Carnival MPV. Gas, hybrid, all-electric options, we've got those too, plus a smart selection of Kia-certified pre-owned vehicles. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are amazing. You've got to check them out. You can even complete your entire buying process remotely with No Bull Express at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com. So discover what drives you at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, 91st Avenue just north of Bell Road, or online at EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com.
Your exclusive home of the Dbacks.
Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks manager Tory Lavell joins Burns and Gambo to talk Dbacks baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
All right, joining us live from Chavez Ravine, and it is time for a weekly segment right now with the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Tory Lavell. He joins us here on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo today. Tory, how are we doing today, man?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you? Let me turn the TV down. I can barely hear myself. How's everything going?
We're doing very well. Thank you for calling. And we understand there's a lot going on with the team right now and roster decisions and things like that. So we got a lot to talk to you about. And let's start with obviously the roster moves that were made today. And Jordan Lawler is back. Tell me what went into this decision.
Well, we just felt like it was time. There's a lot that goes into it, right? The front office reaches out to the player development group, who ultimately reaches out to the AAA manager to find out who the recommendations are. And it came up on Jordan. He's been healthy. He's been performing. He's been doing a really good job. And for me, it has been mostly about his health, because when he was healthy the first month of the season, he was performing really well in AAA. Came up here, went back down, got hurt, and had to find his way back to the lineup. But once he did, he earned this promotion. It wasn't handed to him. We just felt like there was going to be some at-bats per week that he would be able to get where he continues to grow, learn, and how to be a really good Major League player.
Tory, do you expect Jordan to play more at third or second? I don't know if this was a question a month ago or even like 6 weeks ago, but with the way Blaze Alexander's playing and with Ketel spending more time at DH, I was curious where you plan on playing him the most.
Yeah, it'll be on the left side of the diamond. I had a discussion with Mike about that, and we felt very comfortable with him at short and third. Second base, because of Marte, Vargas, and then Blaze, we feel like we're going to migrate him around the field. We're even going to try Blaze in center field a little bit, too, from time to time, just see what that looks like. We're very, very left-handed in the outfield, and we just want as many options as possible on that given day where we're facing a tough lefty like Blake Snell. So just trying to maximize Blaze's potential to move around the diamond. We feel like that's going to be his niche. And at the end of the day, when I talked to him about that, I said, look, you are performing very well at third base. Don't lose that perspective. Don't lose how grounded you are over there and how well you're playing defensively, because that is showing up every single day. So for right now, getting back to your original question, I feel like we're going to plug in Jordan on the left side of the diamond. I think that's where his heart is. I think that's where he's best suited.
To put a bow on Blaze at third, then you just look at the other day, for example, like makes the goof, and then immediately they test him with a bunt down the line. He makes an incredible play. Just what have you seen from him from a growth perspective defensively year to year, and how you expect that to carry over at second or center or wherever he might wind up?
Yeah, we feel like he is actually believing himself that he's an everyday or a very good Major League player, that he's going to start to show up this way. And that's part of the process. A young player coming up here and telling himself he can do it, or a young player coming up here and knowing he is going to do it. Those are two different things. And Blaze is kind of in that sequence where he's going to go out there and expect to get the job done and knows that he can do it. That play third base yesterday was a little bit of a challenge. The runner, given the way the ball was hit, he should have probably put his right foot in the ground and backed off of it, fielded a clean hop. And those are little things that are still coming for him. It's hard to do that in practice. You can't simulate every play. So the more those things happen, the more that he can rebound. That's part of his development. And I think it was a really good play. He threw a strike to first base on a throw that you don't really practice unless you're a third baseman. And he's been working really hard with Sean Larkin to perfect that throw on the run coming in on the bunt. So his aptitude has been fantastic, and we feel like we get the best version of Blaze, and we want that to continue.
Tory Lavell is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Bunch of roster moves from the Arizona Diamondbacks. One more about Jordan that I want to ask you about, and just from your perspective, given the amount of emphasis on him and where he ranks across baseball and in your own farm system, how important is this final month of the season for him to get these at-bats, to not be looking over his shoulder, to be able to relax a little bit? And what do you think this month will tell you about him in terms of his Major League readiness for next year?
I think it's very important. It's very important for every young player to come in here and perform and grow and learn, accept coaching. Like we're talking about with Blaze, understand your failures, how to come back and reload that play to say, I'm going to go out there and play at full throttle without worrying about making another mistake. Mike did a great job. The day after the trade deadline, he hightailed it out to Sacramento and got in front of the team and said, this is what I did, this is why I did it, and this is what I'm telling you every player in this locker room needs to get done. And it was, you're auditioning for today, tomorrow, next week, next month, and next year. So don't tell me that I didn't give you a chance to go out there and play and perform, because the group in this room is going to go out and play and get those opportunities. So every player is in that bucket. We got 18, 19, maybe more young players making at or around Major League minimum, still cutting their teeth. We love that. We live in that space. It's up to us to figure out how to get the most out of them, and these players accept it. So it's going to be very important for him to get these reps, very important for him to get these at-bats, to figure out where he is and where his development is at right now.
All right, two-parter follow-up on this one. Is he in your lineup tonight, and do you anticipate he'll be in your lineup most days on the left side of the infield from here on out?
Yeah, he's in the lineup tonight. I'll say he's going to be on the left side of the infield against every left-handed pitcher, and then I'm going to just cherry pick the other times, depending on day games, matchups, other things. I want to, my job every single day is to put the player in the best position to have success, and then watch them go out there and know they're prepping to go out and have that success. So I'm going to try to do it the best way that I can from from my conversations with the coaches, with the moves, the lineup, the strategies. I don't do it on my own. I am talking constantly to the coaches, Danny, the hitting coaches, pitching move, it's the pitching coaches. So it's going to be one of those things where we're going to try and put everybody in the best position possible, and how it shakes out for Jordan, we're not sure at this point.
Tori, I don't need to be the one to tell you this, but your job and just baseball can be kind of funny. Sometimes you have this difficult conversation with Tyler Locklear, with Pavin Smith coming back about like supplanting his role a bit and having it be more sporadic, and then Pavin gets hurt, goes on the IL, and now you're back to maybe Tyler playing a whole lot more. What did you see from him in that initial stretch, just all over the place, from his defense to his offense as well? And what are some improvement points you want him to hit on now with more playing time all of a sudden coming out of nowhere yet again?
Yeah, right, Kellen. That's how this game is. I just had this long conversation with him about what his role is going to be. But at the very end, I always kind of cover my tracks because it's so true in this game. Things change in a hurry. So I said, don't worry about what's happening day by day, because tomorrow could be a completely different menu. So as Pavin pulls up the other day and comes out of the game, I just looked at him and I said, "You see what I'm talking about?" And he goes, "I'll be ready. I'm ready to go right now." So those things are they're needed conversations. I want to make sure these players understand where they stand when they walk into this clubhouse. They know what their roles are, and it changed. But my expectation for him is to go out there, control zones, control at bats, hitting counts, not back down, which he never does. Have productive at bats, not by getting a hit, by swinging at good pitches, and then defensively continue to get off the ball, have good first step awareness, collect baseballs, make good plays, pick up the bat throws from the infielders, all the things that we talk about for a good first baseman. He has all those natural ingredients. I can't predict what his playing time is going to be, but it changed. It went from playing against every lefty to now playing against every lefty and some righties. And once again, I'll cherry pick those times to mix and match the best way that I can.
Piggybacking off of Kellen's conversation, I don't know what it's like to sit in your chair, but I can only imagine your conversation with Taylor Rashi in the last 24 hours probably sucked. I mean, right? Like, it just, that really had to, that probably sucked, because here he delivers this unbelievable moment for him and for you and for them. And, oh, by the way, you're probably useless for us against the Dodgers and we need a fresh arm, so we're going to send you down, right? Like, that's got to really be a hard conversation.
Yeah, it sucked on steroids. Let's put it that way. It sucked times infinity. It was one that he understood. He came into the clubhouse yesterday. It was all hugs and congratulations and all that stuff. And day before yesterday, and oh, by the way, be ready, because you are going to pitch and you are going to log some innings. So make sure you're ready. And he goes out there and does his job, right? The team absolutely celebrated him. He was the talk of our post game. Everybody was talking about him. Everybody was congratulating him. And we have a couple really nice traditions, and he's right in the middle of those traditions. And the coaching staff said, well, we got to send him out in about 5 minutes. So we thought, let's let him work through all the things that he was going to enjoy. He deserved that. And have that conversation with him as late as possible before we get on the bus to get the plane to LA. So we did. He understood. I told him that his time will still come to go down there and celebrate what he did and embrace it, and know that he helped us win a very big baseball game, and go back down and keep dealing, because his time will still come with us at some point this year.
Tori, I wanted to ask you about Brandon Garcia coming back up before we let you go. You guys get a brief look at him, send him back down to Reno, and the pitch count now has been more in the 30s and the 40s. This is a guy that in college and in the minors bounced between being a starter and a reliever. So I do wonder what your plans are for him over the last month, and if you see the potential in him bouncing between those two roles when it suffices for you guys.
For right now, he's going to pitch out of the bullpen and give us a little bit of length down there. He just threw 3 innings the other day, and it's real clean. We feel like the development of a young pitcher, it's best to be a starter, because you can duplicate things. You can feel something on one pitch, go out there, make an adjustment, and it's the fastest response to improvement. We feel like the more innings you log, the more consistent innings you log, the better you become. So he's been doing that. He's been getting multiples. I'm telling you that he's going to pitch out of the bullpen, but we've been creative. We used an opener. So, you may see him start a game as an opener, but we're going to keep him in the bullpen, allow him to go out there in a controlled environment, log some innings, get some big outs for us, and continue developing.
All right, Tory, we appreciate the time. As always, best of luck against the LA Dodgers. We'll see you guys when you get back. Enjoy the weekend, all right?
All right, boys. Talk to you soon.
You got Tory Lavell, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And by the way, the lineup just got posted. during that conversation. Blaze Alexander is indeed at second base tonight. He is hitting fifth, Kellen. Jordan Lawler is the third baseman. He is batting ninth. Ketel Marte is the designated hitter and is batting leadoff tonight.
I think we're going to see a lot of that for Ketel, and deservedly so, to get Blaze as many reps as possible.
I would agree. I think we're going to see a lot of this lineup, and it will be interesting to see how often we see Blaze in center field as well.
Sure.
That was a little nugget that Tory
a lot of
dropped
nuggets
in there. A lot of little nuggets. Catch every headline. Visit the watch page at arizonasports.com for the very latest on the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks, or join us live and watch along on the YouTube feed. Does successfully replacing Cam Scatterbo have more to do with Sam Levitt and Jordan Tyson, or with the running backs who are replacing Cam Scatterbo? That's coming up here on Arizona Sports.
Dbacks manager Tory Lavell, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I've lived here for almost 30 years. I know the best place to buy a new Ford is at Sanderson Ford. But if you're new to the Valley, let me tell you why. Size matters. They've got 65 acres of cars, 2 service departments, a giant parts warehouse, a collision and custom shop, plus the awesome Starliner Diner. I love eating there. They're America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. They'll always treat you right with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Get real Labor Day deals and save over $10,000 on new Bronco Badlands, or purchase a new Escape for only $23,995. Plus, both offers include a 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan. It's no secret the best place to buy a new Ford is at Sanderson Ford. They're proud partners of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Not only do I shop at Sanderson Ford and have for 30 years, but so does Luis Gonzalez. Right now, you can go to Sanderson Ford. They're just south of Glendale on 51st Avenue, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. No application fee if you apply by September 3rd. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, more often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100 instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers can also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the Labor Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Shop cars, trucks, crossovers, and SUVs during the Valley Chevy Labor Day sales event.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of the Devils opener against NAU and game week upon us for the Arizona Cardinals. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Obviously, we get Sip back. He's bigger, stronger, faster than he was last year. He looks very good in spring ball. I was very pleased. Raleek Brown's a guy who showed up last year who had to medically redshirt because of a hamstring. He's back to full strength. He's also gained 20 pounds. He's about 200 pounds now. Showed up in our program at 175. So I'm very excited for what he can do this next year leading up. And then you got Udo, who obviously transferred in, who's transitioning to the spread offense or the pro style spread from the triple option. So there is a learning phase there, but he grew and grew and grew throughout spring. So I think they all have a different skill set that they can provide to mitigate what we're losing in Scat, because not one person can replace Scat. His play style was so unique that you have to have multiple people replace him.
That was Kenny Dillingham from the Big 12 Media Day a month and a half ago on how you replace Cam Scattaboo's 2,316 scrimmage yards and how you do it with Kyson Brown and Raleek Brown, Kanye Udo, and the Army transfer that he mentioned there. Kyson Brown was mostly the backup last year. Raleek Brown was hurt last year for most of the year, but kind of has that USC pedigree that he brings with him. Is the idea of how you replace Cam Scattaboo? We were kind of playing this or that earlier. If I were to say it's on the running backs or it's on Sam and Jordan to replace Cam Scattaboo, this or that, who is it on more to replace what Cam Scattaboo did?
I think it's on Sam and Jordan, and we've talked about an identity shift happening with the Cardinals, going to a more defensive-minded team. This was a team that was run first because they had Cam Scattaboo and a pretty good offensive line, and they're going to run the ball a lot this year, don't get me wrong, but they were top 20 in the country in rushing yards per game, nearly 200 a game. They were only at 230 passing yards per game, and we think of it as like this incredible year for Sam Leavitt, which it was. We think of it as this incredible year for Jordan Tyson, which it was, but in terms of them being like a dynamic, powerful passing offense, it was always through the run, and that's where I'm curious to see, because Leavitt was brought in, and it's funny, you got to remind yourself a year ago today, like where we were at with Sam Leavitt, and you got to imagine the training wheels were on with him to some extent, like 100%. With what they were calling, how much freedom they allowed him to have. They're going to let him go now because he's just one of the best quarterbacks in the country right now. Could be one of the 3 or 4 best in the country at that level. How much do they open it up for him? And then how much is the running game able to succeed still? Because if the passing game can't be like elite top 10 in the country, you still need the running game to be pretty good. So how much of the 4 starters returning on the offensive line factors in? But you've got this question at center, and Damon Allred was on Arizona Sports at Night with us yesterday, and he said the primary problem right now is snapping, and that's the last thing I want to hear about a center anywhere. It's like, okay, maybe he's not good in run blocking, but get the ball to the quarterback. That's the main responsibility there. So I'm very curious to see if we get a peek of this in these first 3 games, or maybe even in the opener, where they're prioritizing how often they're calling run, how often they're calling pass, and how much they're letting Levitt cook, basically. He cooked a lot last year, but he can cook a whole lot more.
How different, boy, there's so much there to unpack, because we were talking about this a couple of days ago on our show about just how much has changed for Sam Levitt in a year. It's almost remarkable to think about where we were a year ago in terms of he's this unknown commodity. Hey, is he really that good? I don't know. So many transfers. Is he going to step? All those things. I think the answer is to the question, the initial question that we asked, is very clearly Sam and Jordan Tyson. And even just beyond, and I hear what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying about stylistically kind of changing what you do a little bit and changing how you do it. I also think there's a very sports at the end of the day, it's numbers and it's stats and it's styles and it's things like that, but it's also your ability, and I'm going to sound like Ron Wolfley here for a second, to reach into your opponent's soul and steal it from them, right? Like just rip their heart out right in front of them and show it to them in a metaphorical sense, pardon to get gross there. And I just think Sam and Jordan are the ones who are going to be able to do that more than this three-headed running back. And that's what made Cam Scadaboo, like he broke the will of just about every team they played last year. And again, I'm not talking about an X's and O's thing here. I'm talking about an emotional, I am crushing your spirit right in front of you kind of thing. And nothing against these three running backs. Until I see it, I'm not going to believe they can do it. But I've seen it with Sam. And I've seen it with Jordan, and I think those two have the ability to just crush the competitive spirit of the team they're playing on any given Saturday. And I think that might be even harder to replace than the 2,300 yards that Cam Scadaboo came up with last year. He ate guys last year, right?
It's also about more guys than just Sam and Jordan. And I think from a talent perspective, like I thought Xavier Guillory and Melquan Stovall were nails for them last year when they needed them to be clear. But the amount of talent that they have at wideout compared to last year when you go into this year, Jaron Hamilton, the transfer from Alabama, every time there was an ASU practice going on, someone was tweeting about how he just caught a 60-yard touchdown. Malik McClain was a guy that they were so intrigued by and put a lot of work into last year that he appeared in that Texas game and made a big play. Like, he's incredibly talented as well. Jalen Moss is expected to be a consistent source of catches for them as well. And then you remember the turnover at tight end that they were going to have, and you were worried about that, and there was like some confidence in Shimon Mateer. I thought he got solid and he was reliable, but he has more room to grow this year and could be even more of a part of their passing offense. So it's one thing to look at it, and we could be having this conversation a certain way, which is something I'm going to be watching for, is like, okay, how reliant on Jordan Tyson are you? Because a big part of their team last year as well was how reliant they were on not only him, but Cam Scadaboo in the passing game as well. Like, you look at the receptions leaders from last year, it was 75 catches for Jordan Tyson, 45 for Cam Scadaboo, and then just 32 for Mateer in third. It's going to be a lot more balanced from second on, and that's the kind of thing where, like, who is going to be the second leading receiver on this team? Is it going to be a running back again? Is it going to be one of those wide receivers breaking out? Damon thought it was going to be Moss, but I like hearing different answers. But through these first three games, when the real competition starts, it's going to be like, okay, how reliant are you on Sam and Jordan specifically? Are you able to spread the wealth against inferior competition?
And I'm certainly not going to suggest, too, that Kenny has the opportunity to flourish as a play caller with no Cam Scadaboo. He'd obviously rather have Cam Scadaboo than not. But I think this arrangement maybe allows Kenny to have a little more fun.
It's a really good
as
point.
A play caller. You know, like it's when you have a Cam Scadaboo, I'm sure it's really, really easy. I don't even want to call it a trap, but just to fall into the habit of, okay, we got Scat, and everything's going to be fine. We'll give the ball to Scat, and we'll get the ball to Scat, and this is going to happen, and that's going to happen. And I think now Kenny is obviously a very creative, gifted play caller and offensive mind. I think this is going to give him a chance to play with more toys in the toy box a little bit. And maybe we'll see another side of him in that regard in terms of how he calls this offense and what they do offense. And I can't wait to see what that creativity looks like. Again, not saying it's going to be better. I just think it's just a little, when you got a Cam Scadaboo, you're going to use a Cam Scadaboo. And when you don't, it kind of forces you to be a little different. And I think Kenny's got the tools to be different.
I'm glad you brought that up because I hadn't really thought about it too much. But I remember going into the Texas game, we were like, Kenny's going to have like three like hidden aces. Like, he's going to have multiple hidden aces of like things he picked up on with all the film study they were able to do and all the stuff that he hadn't shown yet that he had been saving for either that title game or that playoff game that he knew that he would be able to call on and work. You think about all the big plays that they had in that game as well. But another part of this formula, and something that Luke and I talked about last night on Arizona Sports Night as well, is, okay, like you're talking about the Texas game again, and you're talking about how Cam Scadaboo played. They are not in that game if he doesn't make every single one of the ginormous plays that he made. Like, you think about all of like the big catches, runs, whatever he did. There were like 4 or 5 of them, I want to say off the top of my head, that I can remember. If one of those does not happen, they're not in that game at the very end. Like, they're not getting the check from Quinn Ewers that sends them into an unfortunate path towards the end of losing the game. That part of like the dynamic big play ability, I'm curious to see. I mentioned the Levitt stat earlier. He's shown that he can be that guy.
Yeah.
But can you get it from someone else as well? Because they were able to win a lot of very close football games because of this guy, because he just made 1 or 2 huge plays. The good news is you already saw your quarterback make a lot of those plays. And there is part of me that kind of goes like, is this just going to be a 3-headed monster at running back to the point where Sam just leads the team in rushing this year? Like, is he going to run for like 700 yards and all these other guys are going to kind of balance out the workload?
That. I wouldn't rule that out. I wouldn't say it's impossible.
It's
for
a
that
factor to
happen.
consider, and I'm saying this like everywhere I can. Please slide. Because he already lost. You already lost games last year because he didn't know how to protect himself. He got better with it as the year goes on. But something Damon mentioned last night I've been thinking about as well is, like, from Sam's perspective, even if he was a starting quarterback, he wasn't nearly as important to the team at that point last year that he is right now. Like, if he misses a game, they're going to lose that game. I don't care who they're playing. That is how integral he is, and he's got to take care of it. We get it. You're tough. You're confident. You're cocky. You have all of our respect. Please take care of yourself.
Get down.
Yeah.
One other thing on this, and I'm certainly not calling anybody out, but when Kenny says earlier in the week that they're not going to hide anything in their playbook and they're going to show it all against NAU, I don't know if I believe that. You know, like
no.
I that to me feels like a very, hey, I want to pay respect where respect is due to NAU. We are certainly going to show everything in the playbook. Where I don't know if I actually believe that they're going to put the whole playbook on display for all to see for week 1 against NAU. That just does not seem an allocation of, like, a proper allocation of resources.
Remember all the weird April regular season games that the Suns played when they were like winning 50, 60 games, and you were like, what did we just watch? What you just watched was them not wanting to show anything. So they weren't even like running their offense, let alone their defense. They weren't going to show anything on film to the teams they were about to play in the playoffs. So I think there's a little bit of that, and I'm with you that I don't believe him, but at the same time, if he's got some gems for these guys who need to get confidence, like Jared Hamilton, like Chimamate, like these running backs, he should use them now when he knows they're going to work for sure.
You can take our show with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app or at arizonasports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo podcast, and it's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. It is a stacked week 1 in college football, and that includes the highest paid player in all of college football. And he's got to go where? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe, and Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to the game. Listen today for your chance to win. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and arizonasports.com.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC and their Labor Day sales event, which is underway right now in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time without going to Peoria by going to libertygmcaz.com. Want to tell you about 2 of the most popular models that they have right now at Liberty GMC. Huge inventory, lots of opportunity for you. I want to start with the popular 2025 Yukon and the Yukon XLs. They are arriving daily this weekend. Great lease deals, $999 a month for 39 months with $8,889 down. Then I want to tell you about the Hummer EV SUV. You've been thinking about going EV. Everybody's doing it, right? You want to do it in style? You want to do it the cool way? $849 a month for a 2025 Hummer EV SUV, which is $7,788 down. That is incredible value. at Liberty GMC. What else would you expect? 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Your Arizona Diamondbacks host the Boston Red Sox for a 3-game series starting September 5th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say 2 birds with 1 stone. We say 2 damages with 1 deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in 1 storm, you only pay 1 deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our 1 deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory. Only at the Window Depot.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Bailey Leisure. Kenny Dillingham says Sam Levitt has settled in as a leader for ASU. Dbacks give top prospect Jordan Lawler another shot with a recall. And Dbacks manager Tory Lavell is fighting for 2026 amid one of the strangest seasons in Arizona history, writes Dan Bickley. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
It has been called college football's best week 1 ever. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But 3 top 10 matchups this weekend. Top-ranked Texas versus number 3 Ohio State. Texas, like the first team ever to be ranked number 1 before a game is played, and yet they're an underdog on the road, which just kind of speaks to the craziness of it.
Yeah.
Number 9 LSU at number 4 Clemson. Number 6 Notre Dame at number 10 Miami. There have been plenty of power conference opponents. We saw one last night, Boise State taking on South Florida. We saw another one last night with Nebraska versus Cincinnati. There have been plenty of Big 12 games that have happened already so far. There's another one tonight, Georgia Tech and Colorado. It's just an embarrassingly rich weekend of college football, the kind that just demands your attention. It's hard not to look at that Texas-Ohio State game and say, is this a national championship preview? But more than that, this is Arch Manning. Finally, you talk about the training wheels with Sam Levitt. Okay, the training wheels are off, Arch Manning. It's your gig, your job. You're the highest paid player in college football. go beat the Buckeyes in Columbus. Let's see how that works out for you.
Yeah, there's no Northern Texas that they're playing, right? Like North Texas, the equivalent for ASU right now, where you start the season, you let the kid get comfortable for a game or two, and then you go into it because they open with this marquee matchup against Ohio State, and the hype around him is ridiculous in ways that I totally understand, but at the same time still have to mention. ESPN released its top 100 players in college football list. We talked about where Levitt landed on that list. We talked about where Jordan Tyson list. Arch Manning was 23rd on that list. We got little peaks at him last year. That's about it, but the amount of hype that he has, and it sets him up for this really, I don't want to call it a swing moment of like his entire career or anything, but can you imagine if he throws for 4 touchdowns and he beats Ohio State, and the way the hype train will completely leave the station? It's already left the station, to be clear. It's already halfway to its destination, but the way where it'll turbocharge in a way of arriving there.
And it's funny.
And in the opposite,
I was thinking about it from the opposite.
If he throws 3 picks, looks like a scared kid playing Ohio State, which is probably what he should look like, to be honest, then we'll be like, oh, it's just because of his last name and all this kind of stuff. It's super interesting.
It's funny. I was thinking about it almost in just the opposite way, like you said a second ago, like almost where if he doesn't have the game where he throws for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns, is there any other way he can live up to his expectations? Is there any other way that he can justify, like if he just has an okay game tomorrow, and I know people will say it's his first game, it's in Columbus, et cetera, but there's just been, I mean, he's making what, $6 million this year, $7 million this year in NIL money, which is, he's already got his famous grandfather who's come out and said, hey, don't worry, he's going to be at Texas for a while. And then he's had to come out and say, hey, my grandfather doesn't really speak for me. We'll see. Like all of this before he's ever really played a game as the starting quarterback for Texas. It's just been a crazy journey that just, I hope he hasn't been set up to fail with this. You know what I mean? Like, I hope he hasn't set himself up to fail with this. I'm not rooting for that to happen, but it just seems like an awful lot of noise. And it's such a tough way to start a career like that.
Our brains as sports fans are going to have to reprogram, too, because we know the style of quarterback we're used to seeing with a Manning. Like, that's not the style that he's going to have with the athleticism that he has and how Texas used him. Now, as much as you can, like, put on the name or, like, the sunglasses and the haircut and the sleeves and the mannerisms like Dylan Raiola does at Nebraska and his Halloween everyday cosplaying thing that he's doing with Patrick Mahomes is just bordering on weird and borderline inappropriate at this point.
It's true.
I get it. Like, maybe you can have the same hair. Maybe you both like the number 15. That's fine. But you're taking like his pregame sell, like all this stuff, and it's cool in some ways, but it's weird. Anyway,
yeah,
I've said enough on that.
There are so many games this weekend, though, and I mean, Texas Ohio State. Okay, that's tomorrow morning. Number 9 LSU, number 4 Clemson is tomorrow afternoon. Sunday's clash between Notre Dame and Miami. For some, there are 2 games. One's tonight, one's on Monday, and maybe I'm just looking at it from a Big 12 lens.
I'm with you here. No, I'm with you here.
My eyes keep going to Auburn at Baylor. My eyes are going to that one tonight. I think that game starts in about an hour from right now.
Baylor only favored by 1.5 in that game, by the way. So a very like 50-50. Okay, if you guys are going to be threats for the Big 12, let's see it.
That's very much like last weekend's Farmageddon game in Dublin was. That to me is very much a let's scout the opposition. Let's see what Baylor's all about. Let's see what they've got. And in a similar vein, TCU at North Carolina on Monday, because I think TCU has a chance to be sneaky competitive in this conference. And that is just such a fascinating. I heard Pat Forty on with Bickley and Murata the other day, and he said, look, as long as Bill Belichick is motivated to be great, and he's not just doing this for a paycheck, they've got a chance to be very good in North Carolina. Maybe not great, but given the conference that they're in, they have a chance to be very good. So to me, that's another self-scouting kind of moment in the Big 12 to see how they do on the road in what is going to be a very unique environment against that coach. And I want to see how they respond to that because I think TCU might be a sneaky tough game for ASU.
Can I add one more? And
Please
I think
do.
the swing player of the conference that does not play for ASU, it's Utah and Devin Dampier at quarterback. They are playing against UCLA in a nightcap, an 8 o'clock start on Saturday. That's on Fox. If you're not familiar with Devin Dampier, transfer from New Mexico. Last year, 2,500 yards through the air, 1,000 on the ground. The 4 other collegiate quarterbacks to do that. I don't know if you've heard of them before. Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, and Jaden Daniels. By the way, Utah has the best offensive line in college football. He is going to be a force this year if he can just take care of the ball. And Utah is one of those, like, when I hear the experts talk about the Big 12, they just keep kind of getting pulled back to the consistency of Kyle Whittingham and the potential that Dampier and this offensive line is going to have.
Well, because the built-in excuse for them was they were just also hurt last year, and everybody expects Utah
never
to
knew
be
who their
better
quarterback
this year.
was.
Right, yeah, everyone expects Utah to be better this year because they just never got their feet on solid ground last year at any point. That one's got to, and maybe it's just because they're former Pac-12 opponents, and now one's in the Big 12 and now one's in the Big 12. But given the start time, that's kind of got that Pac-12 after dark feel to it where, okay, how's that? That's one of those, okay, my wife's in bed, she's asleep, it's a Saturday night, and I'm sitting on the couch with a gin and tonic going, yeah, okay, I'll watch that game until 10:30 at night, 11 o'clock at night on a Saturday and see what's up. I love those college football games.
I just thought, I have to change 2 channels right now because we got that game coming up at 5, and then Georgia Tech, Colorado. That's another one where Georgia Tech's slightly favored, and Colorado's expected to have a down year. But if they pull off the upset, like we were looking at Cincinnati maybe doing against Nebraska yesterday, do we take them more seriously? As you can tell, I'm really fascinated by the Big 12 as a whole. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, me too. It's fun, and there are some big Big 12 games right out of the chute this weekend. Listen today at 4:15, your chance to win ASU tickets. Listen for that sounder, and that will be your cue to call in for your chance to win tickets to see ASU and NAU tomorrow night. But before we do that, the reset with Lauren, as long as Mike Hazen doesn't call or anything like that, is next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It is one of my favorite benefits that comes with banking with Global Credit Union. There are many benefits that come with banking with Global Credit Union, but one of my favorite, it happens every single Friday, direct deposit payday, right? Maybe today was payday for you, and you have direct deposit set up with your employer, and you woke up this morning and there was a paycheck in your account. That's great. But there might also be a circumstance where you needed to access that money yesterday, or you needed to get your hands on that money the day before. One of the major benefits that comes with banking with Global Credit Union is access to direct deposit funds, not 1, not 2, 3 days in advance, up to 3 days in advance. Now, that's one benefit. There's also the low to no fees on the accounts. There's also the better interest rates that you can get at a bank. As a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million. You need to explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy John Nissen, the GM at Earnhardt Ford, and his team are keeping the deals rolling now through Labor Day. First, what do you think it'll cost you to roll out in a brand new Ford? How about zero? Yeah, zero. And not just now, 90 days down the road. That's right. With approved credit, you get 0% APR financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And all this is available on Ford's most popular models, 2024 and 25 Mustangs, Escapes, F-150s, even 2025 Lightnings, and 2024 Expedition and Bronco models. The list goes on. Plus, buy now and get a Ford Protect 2-year, 25,000-mile premium maintenance plan at no charge. That's another zero out of pocket. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. They've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for, or shop online 24/7 at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 9/30/25.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Close out the summer with a Saturday night showdown. Phoenix Rising host El Paso Locomotive on Saturday, August 30th at 7:30 p.m. With great soccer and even better value. Score big with the 4-3-3 menu featuring a $4 all-beef hot dog and $3 drink specials during the match. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Hot dogs, cold drinks, one fiery rivalry. Don't miss it.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by DNA Cards and Collectibles. DNA Cards grand opening in Peoria is this Saturday, August 30th. Giveaways, deals, and PSA online. Learn more on Instagram at DNA Card Shop.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
And in steps Lauren. The Mike Hazen joke was because the last time Lauren was on the air earlier in the show, Tory Lavell was trying to call in and she had to excuse herself to answer the phone. So
I didn't do a very good job. I just turned off my mic and turned to the phone.
You know what? You did the best job you could with live radio.
The radio gods were looking down on you, though, because you asked the question, and then it was right when that happened when the phone rang.
The timing was good. The timing was
great.
very good.
And it was a great question, too. It was a great segment.
I don't think we'll have any interruptions, but you never know. You never know who's going to call on that line.
Just like Monty Austin Ford prank calling the show right now.
That would be funny. If phone rings and it's Monty Austin Ford just to talk a little football with us, unexpected.
Derek Hall just goofing.
Lauren, assuming none of that happens, you've got the 4 o'clock reset. Take it away. What's up?
All right, well, let's start with what Tory called in late about. By the way, noting that he thought time change was a thing.
Is that why he was late?
Yeah. He thought time change was the thing.
He thought it was an hour earlier because he was in LA and it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. Now he made a joke about it, and he was like, "How many times have you heard that?" But sorry.
Oh.
I was like, "No worries."
I didn't realize.
Isn't he a California guy though too?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. But I get it. It's confusing sometimes.
We do things weird out here. We've all had this conversation.
We do things right out here.
Correct. Thank you very much.
By not changing.
All of us living here long enough have had that conversation, explaining it to our friend from Massachusetts or whatever, and they're like, "You do what?"
They're like, wait a minute. So during the football season, the games start at 10, 1, and 5:30, and then in the second half of the season, they start at 11, 2, and 6:30. I'm like, yep, that's pretty much what we do.
I know your answer. I think I know both your answers. Are you a 10-1-5 person, or are you a 11-2-6 person?
I'm a 10-1-5.
I'm a 10-1-5.
I'm a 10-1-5.
I'm an 11-2-6. I like 11-2-6.
I'm a 10-1-5.
The extra squeeze at the end of the night, I like that.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's dive into then what Tory Lavell came on to talk about us with, which is the Dbacks. They made some moves today. Brandon Garcia and Jordan Lawler. They're called up. Jordan Lawler in the starting lineup tonight. Taylor Rashi's headed down to AAA, and Pavin Smith heads to the 10-day IL with a strained left quad.
Play him as often as you possibly can. Give him as many at-bats as you can. Expect failure and play him anyway, and don't respond to failure by taking him out. He needs at-bats. He needs looks. We need to know whether this top prospect in baseball is in a position to handle a lot more next year. And not that this month is going to tell us everything we need to know, Kellen, but they need to play him a lot over the last month of the season.
Always appreciate Tory's transparency when we ask about situational stuff, but when he did bring up like matchup-specific things with Lawler, I grimaced in my head a little bit. I was like, just play him. Just play him.
I agree, but I do like that they've already made accommodations for Blaze. Blaze needs to get some at-bats, too. He's going to be at second tonight. They talked about putting him at center field. I think we could see a lot of Cattell at designated hitter.
I think that's going to be the plan. What does that mean for Adrian Del Castillo? Are we going to see more of him behind the plate? James McCann trickles down. It's a good problem for them to have, and what would rather be like a pretty irrelevant last month. It's not going to be irrelevant at all. There's a ton to talk about and watch still with this baseball team.
Absolutely.
And if you want to watch the Dbacks tonight, they start a 3-game series against the Dodgers. It is Zach Gallen versus Blake Snell tonight.
They get Schnell, Glasnow, and Yamamoto.
Is that
weekend.
good?
Look, Snell's hardly pitched.
Mm-hmm.
Glasnow's hardly pitched. Yamamoto's. I mean, like it's hard to know whether it's good or bad. Snell, I think, has thrown 32 innings this year. I mean, like he's been the whole season is hurt, so I don't know whether it's good or bad. I don't know.
Don't know.
But Kellen's the Dodgers. He brought this up in his email earlier. We'll talk about it later. The Dodgers, maybe not that scary right now. Not with the way they've played.
They always do this, and then they're the Dodgers later on. Perhaps, I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on. Like Mookie Betts has just been bad this year. Like there's a lot of weird stuff going on over there.
Yeah.
And let's dive into another weird situation, and that would be Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, because we really haven't played my favorite soundbite from the 45-minute presser yet.
Good producer, producer.
I had no idea.
So here it is.
We felt it fit for us to have more players, more excellent players, if we do a good job of acquiring those players, plus have a team this year that would give us a better chance, dare I say that? But absolutely, it's not a zero that we're dealing with as far as how much better that we are trying to be, even not having Micah.
We could be better without Micah Parsons this year.
I think the analytics were like because of his snap count or something that when he's on the field, they're a top 5 defense in football, and when he's off it, they're one of the worst, which is already proof in the pudding.
I don't need statistics to tell me that. I can watch the game.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't need that. Another answer gave me Nico Harrison talking about defense wins championships, where he's like, you have to stop the run. And it's like you don't have to worry about stopping the run as much when you've got a generational pass rusher, you imbecile.
Yeah, I felt bad. I felt bad in some ways for Mavericks fan when they traded Luka. I just can't muster up any sympathy for Cowboys fan. I just can't do it. There's not an organization in professional sports outside of the Lakers or the Dodgers that it would make me happier to see run with this level of dysfunction the Dallas Cowboys are. It brings joy to my heart to watch them be this bad.
When I was growing up, they were our biggest rival because the old divisions, right? Like they were.
Yeah, I
way
mean,
back in the day. That's how I remember growing up. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, you bet.
That they were the worst.
Imbecile.
I know. Great use of imbecile
I
on air.
Moron, clown.
I called him a clown yesterday, but imbecile's better. I like imbecile a lot. I don't use that word
Doofus.
as much.
That was a Monty Williams favorite.
I think that's because if you'd
Doofus is
said
good.
imbecile on air and your regular co-host was sitting over there, we'd have to have another definitions
like what's an
moment
imbecile?
on air. Yeah.
Maybe.
And ASU football, they kick off this weekend. They take on NAU at 7 p.m. on ESPN Plus tomorrow. But if you're already looking ahead to next season, there was an announcement today that Arizona State will open next season against Morgan State, who's replacing Bowling Green on ASU's schedule after that program backed out last year.
We're going to talk about this a little later on the show. It is interesting, and I need to look ahead at the schedules a little bit. At some point and some point soon, the non-conference toughness for ASU kicks in. Like, they've scheduled out some very, very tough early season games. This year, obviously, is not that year, and I don't know exactly when it kicks in, but I know it does kick in at some point where they're playing like a marquee non-conference game, it feels like, every single year for 10 straight.
I really hope we do get there. Again, I'm the U of A guy saying this, but it would be sweet if, like, when we're talking about, like, the week one, best week one ever, when you're listing LSU, Clemson, Ohio State, Miami, Notre Dame, like, you're listing Arizona State versus whoever. Like, they're in that type of thinking eventually. That's a trajectory they're on, at least.
Yeah.
That's what you hope to see. And the Phoenix Mercury, they beat the Chicago Sky last night, 83-79 at PHX Arena. Clea Copper scored 28 points on her 31st birthday, and Natasha Mack had her first career double-double, 10 points, 12 rebounds.
Potential playoff team.
Potential title-winning team.
Title-winning team.
They are in that
saying it, yeah.
gear where, like, I know the Lynx, and, like, Collier is just an unbelievable basketball player. Like, she's gonna win MVP, unfortunately, but every time you watch Alyssa Thomas, I'm sure, like, the WNBA voters and the media watch Alyssa Thomas and myself, like, are we sure she's not MVP with the way that she's been performing at a way that they've never seen in the league before ever? Like, the stat that I had the other day is, like, she has 7 triple doubles this year. The rest of the WNBA has 6.
Crazy.
Like, she's playing her own different brand of basketball right now. Like, I didn't even mention Satu Sabali yet. Like, no one is going to want to match up with them. Can't wait to see playoff games back in that building. Can't wait.
And finally, we'll wrap up this reset with a tennis update.
Yeah,
There
let's
it
go.
is. There it
This
is.
is actually real enthusiasm from me. I need more tennis.
All right.
Well, no, you weren't filling in when she was doing the Wimbledon updates. Tim Ring was like, oh, God, are we talking tennis
I'm the
again?
complete opposite. I'm ready to
Kellen
go.
is the exact
If you want me to
opposite.
rant about Francis Tiafoe's decline over the last year, I'll do it on the air, but I know where we're at. Lauren, go ahead.
Gambo was going, he doesn't know anybody except that there's a really good Italian. I was like,
what a
Sinner.
shock.
He's like, I guess
What
that's
a
his
shock.
name.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, your tennis update today is it has been a bad day to be an American because Francis Tiafoe lost in 3 straight sets. Ben Shelton, up in his match, had to retire due to an apparent shoulder injury. And Taylor Fritz, his match starts at 5:30 tonight, so some hope for the American men there. But today, Jess Pegula won her match, and she will advance in the U.S. Open.
Bernsey, the thing I'm really looking forward to, do you remember when Naomi Osaka faced Coco Gauff when she was like 15 or whatever? I want to say it was 6 years ago.
Yeah.
If both of them win in round 3, they'll face each other in round 4. Now the tide has turned. Naomi is kind of just trying to, like, just get back to being competitive in these types of tournaments, and Coco's one of the best players
What was
in
Coco
the
so
world.
upset about yesterday, by the way? I didn't see.
She got her serve broken 3 times in one game, and so she felt like she was losing it, so she headed over to the bench, and that's when they zoomed in on her, like, shaking, holding her face.
Okay, I saw the headline and I saw a video, and I'm like, what? I don't understand what happened.
She just got her serve broken 3 times.
I know that golf is focused on as, like, the most mental sport, but I really do think it's tennis. Like, the psychological, like, strength that you have to get through and we see it break people time after and Coco had that moment and then went on to win, by the way. Like Ben Shelton's moment earlier today as well, when he was breaking down in tears because he had to retire because of his shoulder.
Yeah.
It is like, I respect tennis players immensely for what they go through.
We have like a running tennis joke on this show all the time, and I'm not as into it as clearly Lauren and Kellen are. You guys are really into it. I do enjoy watching it. I do believe that when factoring in everything, the finest athletes in the world are those who play tennis. I like at that level. I just think between the speed, the stamina, the strength, the hand-eye, that you're all alone out there, that these matches can last 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. Like I don't know if there's anybody more attuned to be a better athlete than a tennis player at their very peak.
I mean, to that point, American Tommy Paul's match finished just before 2 a.m. New York time.
That's
it was
nuts.
nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, it's nuts.
And he's got to play in another 36 hours probably, and this is the first half of the tournament, so if he makes like a deeper run, it's crazy. I don't
respect.
know.
Crazy
I don't know
respect
how
for
they do
tennis
it.
players, yeah.
And with that, that's a 4 o'clock reset.
All right, thanks, Lauren. We appreciate that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, is it a fluke? Is it a trend? And is there any in-between at all for ASU in 2025? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in.
The ASU Sun Devil football season opens this Saturday versus NAU in Tempe. Get your entire ASU football game day experience Saturday afternoon, beginning at 4 on ESPN 620. It's a new era of Sun Devil football, and we're here for it. With expanded ASU football coverage on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it can affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all of your financial needs. Whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan, they can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gotta love the words before and after, right? And that's why we are loving what California Pools and Landscape did at Casa Calvisi. Yep, hey, if your backyard needs a serious refresh like ours did, work with a team we trusted, California Pools and Landscape. Especially right now, summer savings starting at $2,000 off on all decking, tile, pool interiors, everything you need to transform your backyard into your own personal paradise. Hey, see our backyard transformation and get started on your own at calpool.com/Paul.
Summer plays on with Toyota's national sales event with best-selling cars, trucks, and SUVs like the popular Camry and RAV4 or the rugged and dependable Tacoma or Tundra. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Sun Devil football fans, time to act Activate the season.
Touchdown, Sun Devils!
Seriously, it makes me feel like being a kid again when I hear this. We were season ticket holders forever when we were kids. Oh my God, this is like I'm right back there at Mount America Stadium, a.k.a. Sun Devil Stadium. Time to activate the season, Sun Devil fans. Caller number... Kellen, give me caller number, please.
3. I like to make the job easy in there.
Caller...
Whenever he says like 17, I'm like, do you realize?
No, see, I never let anybody say 17. It's always 2 through 9. You're not allowed to go any higher than that. Caller number 3, 602-260-9870. You're going to get 2 tickets to see ASU and NAU tomorrow. Caller number 3, 602-260-9870 is your opportunity to win tickets to go see ASU and NAU tomorrow. 7 o'clock.
It's a good ticket contest to win when the game's sold out.
It is. A first-time sellout for an opener since 1998, which is crazy to think about. That was the Ryan Keeley post-Jake Plummer, post-Pat Tillman years, and then which is also the last time, as you adroitly pointed out, this is the last time they were ranked that high to start a season. They were 8th going into that year, and obviously it was a big letdown. I was reading story from our colleague Chris Cartman over at SunDevilSource.com, and it was about Sam Levitt. And there was a line in there, and I'm not going to quote it word for word. I'm going to paraphrase it. But I thought, okay, that's a segment. Let's talk about that. That's inspiration for a conversation. And basically, the idea that 2025 is either going to show it was a fluke or it was a trend. And that there's no in between those two extremes for ASU. Do you buy that?
I do, because of who their quarterback is. And I am extremely high on Sam Levitt. Let me be clear, and you can probably see where I'm going with this. I'm extremely high on Sam Levitt. I think that he is one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I think that his name is going to be in the Heisman conversation. I don't know if he's going to be a finalist. We all thought Cam Scatterby. We know the story there.
Yeah.
Like East Coast bias, whatever. The whole deal here, and where I get scared.
A bunch of ideas on,
yeah, whatever. Maybe this is like literally inspired by me going on Keaton Slovis's wiki randomly and like looking at his career stats or whatever. But we see this in college football sometimes, where whether it was Jaden Daniels, whether it was Keaton Slovis, a guy sets the world on fire as a freshman, and then he hits a wall and just isn't the same guy since. That's the only way this will happen. That's why I wanted to bring it up. The only way this is just a trend or a fluke, and not a trend, is if Sam Levitt isn't the quarterback that we think that he is. And we do have that trend from time to time in college football where, again, Keaton Slovis had an incredible freshman year at USC, and they thought they had their guy for the next 2 years, and then he just wasn't the same. And we know the story with Jaden Daniels as well, and how his career sort of happened and then went back up after it went down after his freshman year.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only thing that comes to mind for me when looking at this. It's not like everyone mentions like the Cam Scatterby thing. It's really not that for me. It's Levitt, and I guess like we could mention the defense a little bit, but like they should be really good again. So
yeah,
I think that's the only point of fluctuation.
And in case
injuries, I guess
perhaps, and in case Chris is listening, I don't even think that was the point of his article, and I might have taken his words and twisted them into an idea that I wanted to talk about on the show. So if I'm not trying to twist his words or anything. I there was a line in there, and that's kind of how I took it. I kept trying, Kellen, as hard as I could to think of an outcome to the 2025 season where it's something other than a fluke or a trend. And what I mean by that is okay, they're not as good as they were a year ago, and people will invariably say last year was a fluke. It was a one-year thing. It's what ASU always does. They have that one good year, and they can't follow it up with another one. Or they'll do exactly what they did a year ago. They'll have double-digit wins. They'll win the Big 12. They'll go back to the college football playoffs, and then it's a trend. Is there any outcome, where it's not one of those two extremes? And I can't. If they go 8-4, if they go 9-3, if they get to the Big 12 title game but lose to Iowa State instead of beating Iowa State, or they get to the Big 12 title game and they lose to Baylor, can we say they successfully split the uprights between fluke on one side and trend on the? I guess maybe there's a scenario where it doesn't have to be either or, but it just feels like we have all set ourselves up to believe that this is going to be the year ASU announces its presence with authority, and anything less than that is going to give rise to the idea that last year was a fluke. And I would like to avoid that, but I don't know if it's avoidable or not.
I know some people that cover football when it comes to these types of questions will look this type of stat up and they'll bring it up as a concern. I'm curious if you care about it at all. 6-1 in one-score games. Do you think there's variance there that could come back to bite them a little bit, or do you care about that?
I'd be lying to you if I said I don't look at that as an indicator for flukiness sometimes. Gambo and I did a story about the NFL and about some of the teams. I think Barnwell wrote it about some of the teams in the NFL who might be primed to regress, and it was largely based off of the idea.
7-1, excuse me.
Okay,
yeah,
it was largely based off the idea of how they did in one-score games last year. How there's just a regression, and you know what? I'd be lying to you if I didn't buy some of that. If I didn't believe that sometimes you just get a little lucky or fortunate, you can play your way into that. But sometimes that works against you.
Kansas game really stands out as the one, right? Where like they had no right to really win that game at all. Texas State game was a lot closer than people remembered, and then the mid-third quarter they started to figure some things out.
Do you buy that number? Do you believe in that number as a potential warning sign of
I don't,
flukiness?
just because I feel like the scores can sometimes be misrepresentative. The Kansas State game was not a 24-14 football game. Like they dominated them so early in the game, was pretty much over from that point on, and then they let their foot off the gas a little bit. I think that the number that gives me confidence with that is just in the back half of the year, especially how they took care of business against Arizona, how much they thrashed Iowa State.
You read my mind. I think any flukiness of ASU a year ago, any one-score flukiness of ASU a year ago, was probably largely confined to the first half of the season, right?
But they should have lost one or two. One of the Kansas or BYU games they should have lost. Like the BYU game especially is one where their hands were completely off the wheel, and it was up to the football gods if they were going to win or lose at that point with the spiral they were going down.
Yeah.
My story with that game, I was actually in Tucson covering the Arizona Duke game to see Cooper Flagg, and I was like, do I want to drive back at the end of the game or halftime? And of course I left at halftime because the game looked over, and then I'm listening to Healy and them. There's people on the field, and it was just
they're on the field.
insane.
They're off the field. They're waiting to get back on the field, and Kenny's losing his mind.
You're lucky to win one of those types of games. They won both. So there's a little bit of hesitancy from me, but the continuity really helps.
Earlier, we played this or that or whatever it was that we called our game. And if you're going to tell me, what did we call the game? Was that what this or that? Okay. Are we sure that's not taken? Does some other show have that? I don't know.
Now is the time. Snatch it. It is yours.
It is ours. This or that.
I just want like 20% equity in this company. I did my Shark Tank thing there.
If you're going to tell me ASU's going to have a fluke or a trend, I'll pick trend. Okay, I'll say they're going to be trendsetters rather than revealing that last year was a fluke. I think that's the way more likely outcome for a lot of the reasons that you just said with Sam Leavitt and his skill set. Man, the margin for error on this one, anything other than successfully defending your Big 12 title is going to invariably open up to people to say it was a fluke that happened last year. I don't know if that's fair because there's other outcomes where it wouldn't be. But man, anything less than a Big 12 title and a spot in the playoffs, and you might have people saying, see, it was kind of a fluke. They didn't live up to it all.
And we've really spotlighted how balanced and difficult this conference is. Like I mentioned, like the tough games in there. Like, what if Houston is like the scrappy team that all of a sudden like puts some things together, which we saw happen for a lot of teams last year. They could go 8-4 in a really tough, balanced, competitive conference, and it could still be a disappointment.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, you can find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Josh Sweat. Is he the X factor for the Arizona Cardinals? And if not him, then whom? Next on Burns and Gambo.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kill Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Celebrate kickoff the right way by entering the Kilt Lifter Kickoff Sweepstakes for your chance to win 2025 Arizona Cardinals season tickets and take your fandom to the next level. Grab your crew and head down to Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe. Look for the QR code and get entered to win. Four Peaks Pub is the home of Kilt Lifter, Arizona's favorite award-winning Scottish-style amber ale. Bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're not alone, and you don't have to settle for temporary fixes or frustration. At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently, with instant lasting results tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. But hurry, this offer won't last. Call Spark Men's Health now for your free consultation at 480-550-8579. That's 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579.
The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Attention all collectors, DNA Cards and Collectibles is expanding, and you're invited to our grand opening of our second location, right next to the spring training fields at the Peoria Sports Complex. Join us this Saturday, August 30th for an unforgettable day filled with giveaways, exclusive grand opening deals, and the first 100 customers get a free swag bag with a grand prize golden ticket worth $1,000. PSA will be on site accepting submissions for all your grading needs. Keep up with all the action by following us on Instagram at DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Starting September 7th, NFL watch parties take over Sundays at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort with special guests, food specials, and more.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Full recap of the Devils opener against NAU and game week upon us for the Arizona Cardinals. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, so the rules of the game, as I've come to understand them, on this ESPN.com story from earlier in the week. You're not allowed to pick quarterbacks. You're not allowed to pick rookies.
Okay.
And you're not allowed to pick coaches. Okay?
Shout out to Ben Solak. He does incredible work.
Ben
Him and Nina are the MVPs over there.
He's very good at what he does. No quarterbacks, no rookies, no coaches. Pick an X factor for every team. Pick an X factor on the roster for every team.
And here comes Marvin Harrison Jr., right?
And here comes edge rusher Josh Sweat.
Okay.
Cardinals defense is as well coached as any, and it has talented depth chart filled with useful role players. I'm not going to read all of it. To elevate to a playoff team, Arizona needs stars, guys who can win the late downs and the fourth quarter plays that put the finishing touches on victories. Buddha got a mention. We're looking for more. It can't be Walter Nolan, can't be Will Johnson because they're rookies. Second-year man Darius Robinson, maybe, or perhaps Sweat. Then he goes into a write-up about Sweat and how his best years were with Jonathan Gannon coaching the Eagles. Josh Sweat is the X factor for the Arizona Cardinals, not Marvin Harrison Jr. Were you expecting Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Just want to point out a tidbit there. Disagree with the opening. I think that the defense is not well run. Nick Rawls does a pretty terrible job all the way around. He's on the hot seat. If anyone listening is looking to hire a head coach next year, don't think about him at all. He sucks.
Right now, Nick is driving around and he's listening to his favorite radio
My hope
show,
is that this
Burns
bit
and
does
Gambo.
reach him at some point.
Yeah, and he's like,
I've been doing this for months. I did it last year.
Why is Kellen Olson bad-mouthing me on the radio, whether it's filling in on Burns and Gambo or in his own show, Arizona Sports at Night? What have I ever done to Kellen? It's all a ploy. It's all a
love.
ruse.
It's because I love him that much and think he's that good at his job.
You're just trying to talk everybody away from not hiring Nick Rawls because I don't want to see that dude leave either, man. I like that guy a lot. But okay.
I think it's really interesting to pick Sweat here because his point is one that I've agreed with for a while, which is that this defense, even after all of the changes that have occurred, it's missing true game changers still. Like, you don't want this defense to just be solid. It's got Buda Baker, but who's the next guy we mention as like the game wrecker, game changer, or whatever? Or just like, you know, like there's the adage of like blue chip players on your team. Like, how many blue chip guys are on this defense? You would count Sweat in there. You would count Buda Baker in there. I hope we're counting Darius Robinson in there by the end of the year. I hope we're counting Walter Nolan in there by the end of the year. Are we counting Dalvin Tomlinson or Calais Campbell? Does Baron Browning emerge? Does Jordan Birch emerge? Like, they need more of that like high level talent here. Or does like Max Meltner, one of the corners? Like, Garrett Williams is one of those blue chippers as well. So I don't think it's as much about Sweat just because he's the guy that makes the most sense, but they need that second, like, it's so lazy, but like quote unquote star of the defense. Like, this defense needs more than one Pro Bowler, and there are a lot of candidates to pick from.
No, it's not lazy. It's glaring. It's right there. It's obvious. I mean, it's not, it doesn't make it lazy to point out the obvious. It's the obvious thing, which is why, you know, the infatuation level Cardinal fans had with Trey Hendrickson and his potential availability, Myles Garrett and his potential availability, Micah Parsons and his very brief potential availability, where Jeremy Fowler went on ESPN yesterday and at the tail end of a bit he was doing on ESPN mentioned the Cardinals as a potentially great. Oh, the fan base went a tizzy about it. Just the idea of going, they're missing that guy, and can Josh Sweat be that guy? I don't think it's a bad pick at all. Obviously, Marvin Harrison Jr. would be a very easy, low-hanging fruit kind of guy to pick for this too. I mean, we all know what kind of a leap he needs to make, what kind of a step. So I'm not going to disagree with Sweat either, because I think the defense, I really think if the Cardinals are going to go where they need to go, even though I think we did this or that earlier, and we both had, or at least I had, the Cardinals offense as more likely to be a top 10 unit than the defense. You did go defense. Yeah. That's right. I still think,
because Nick Rawls sucks.
I still think the identity of this team needs to become more defensive, and Josh Sweat is probably at the corner of that. I'll say this. I was thinking about this knowing we were talking about this segment. Max Melton would be very high on my list. As an X Factor guy, like very, very high on it. Because I feel like between the defensive line rotation and the edge rusher rotation, I feel like they got dudes. I feel like they got a lot of dudes, and they got a lot of options and a lot of looks and a lot of different things. I don't know if they got a lot of dudes in the cornerback room. You know, like I know, I can't pick Will Johnson. He's a rookie. I need Max Melton to make that big leap this year. and be the yin to the Garrett Williams yang and provide that, I think he's a huge X factor for their success this year.
So there's two different realities for what the defense will be and what this like game changer star conversation will factor into what the defense is. Allow me to explain, please. Let's say that the defense is good, even really good. It cannot be great. It cannot be elite without that level of contribution. But the flip side, and the one that I'm really worried about with this defense is, let's say it like Cody Simon's starting in week 3 or something, and then Owen Papo's starting in week 7 at inside linebacker, and it's just we're circling guys, or it's just a rotation committee at that point. We can't find a guy. No one's really working there. Let's say there's a 4-week injury for Garrett Williams or Max Milton, or it's not even injuries and those young guys just aren't ready to hold down corner. The way that you make your defense still salvageable and still pretty solid is having clear core strengths in other areas. Like there was the positional rankings ESPN story that came out. They had interior defensive line as the second best in football. It's like to that kind of degree, if you're going to have major weaknesses, which those are 2 problem areas for them right now, can you have, like, remember how we talked about it before Jalen Thompson's kind of decline about how safety was one of those for this defense? Can you find those clear-cut strengths elsewhere to make up for the fact that you're probably going to have some weaknesses? Because I don't think anyone's going to describe this defense as, like, well-rounded, right? Because it's missing, from a talent perspective, it's there, but it's not well-rounded enough to not have to worry about this kind of thing.
No, it isn't, but I'm glad to hear, and I wasn't aware of that ESPN story, I'm glad to hear they gave the interior defensive line that love, because I do think that has the chance to be the definitive unit of this defense. I also, and I did say this a couple of days ago, and I really do believe this, not that this was ever going to happen, but at the beginning of the summer, I did wonder if Jalen Thompson was going to be a cap casualty, and I'm kind of glad that he's not, because I think the safety room probably has the second best chance to be the definitive unit of this team defensively. The edge rushers, I got to see. It depends on Sweat. It depends on Baron Browning, who I'm very, very high on, thinking that he might be able to pick up what he did the last 4 or 5 games last year and kind of continue that into this year. I'm very curious about Jordan Birch, and at the time, a pick that just felt like almost a luxury pick. Like, you've got so many edge rushers, you're going to take another one, and now these leaps that he's taken. But there's no doubt in my mind the defense is defined by the defensive line and the depth they have there. And then the second best position is the safety position, and the way they can, a bunch of versatile guys. Jalen Thompson can cover guys in the slot if he needs to. Rabbit Taylor Demerson can cover guys in the slot if he needs to, and not just be a pure safety out there. That's the versatility I like there.
Can I do a Burns and Gambo tradition here?
Yeah.
Josh Sweat or the field for Cardinal sack leader this year?
Ooh, that is a Burns and Gambo tradition. I
go field.
You know what? I'm going to say field.
Lauren?
Lauren? Josh Sweat or field?
Field.
You got to come with, like, okay, had they made a trade for Micah Parsons yesterday? And you said Micah Parsons or the field? Okay, I'll say Micah Parsons. You've got to be, nothing against Josh Sweat. Elite for me to say you over the field.
I think a similar comp on the offensive side of the ball is what we were talking about yesterday on the show, which is like total yards or the most receptions on the offense. And I would take Trey McBride over the field for this team.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to think about it for sure.
Yards from scrimmage.
Yeah.
Okay, just scrimmage yards.
I'd take
Trey McBride or the field.
Yeah, I would take Trey, 100%.
Just hold on. I'm just before I jump.
Going to be a lot of Trey Benson this year. I know you're going James Conner in your head, and he catches the ball too, but it's going to be a lot of Trey Benson.
Yeah, I'd go Trey McBride.
There you go.
I go Trey McBride.
By the way to come over here to the side of logic and reason. I was scared. I could see you drifting away, and I offered out the rope.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I was.
But yeah, and there's also like talent, right, Lauren? Like Baron Browning could have a big year. Like Zaven is just kind of there at this point, and I don't mean that as like a disservice or like to take a dig at him, but it's just like we know what he's going to bring at this point. But there's Birch. I mean, I know Darius Robinson is more of an interior guy, but like maybe he could find a way to be a productive guy. Getting to the quarterback as well. There's a lot of options.
Just like boiling that point down so simply is like there's so many other people that could be a sack leader for this team.
Yeah.
That picking one just feels mathematically incorrect.
Yeah. Oh, good conversation. I enjoyed that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here in Arizona Sports, is there a local owner? Oh boy, I should have pre-read this.
Take a deep breath. Give me one in and out real quick. Here you go.
Yeah, I should have pre-read this. Is there a local owner who is cut from the same cloth as Jerry Jones? It's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 to Yelich. Is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
The Dbacks split the series with one of the league's best. Now they head to L.A. to face another of the MLB's elite teams. Dbacks at the Dodgers. Game 1 tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on September 15th for a 3-game series to take on the Dbacks. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford. Are we going to turn my wife's text about what's for dinner tonight into a poll question?
That would be an electric last hour of the show. Just put up a poll and the public decides what Dave Burns and his family are going to have for dinner tonight.
Text for my wife. I am just getting ready to leave work. Anything sound good to you for tonight? Hawaiian barbecue, Chinese, pita jungle, or pizza?
And all 3 of us had different answers, right?
Yeah, you said pizza.
Yeah.
Lauren said Chinese or pita jungle. I said Chinese. We kind of had the same answer. So, yeah.
I will mention your wife mentioned Hawaiian barbecue first, and often there's a Freudian level type of thing where it's
she
like,
plays those games. Yeah, like she might have wanted
I didn't
Hawaiian
say
barbecue.
you're playing games, Miss Burns.
Yeah,
that was your husband.
She might have been playing the game a little bit, or she might have buried the choice that she wanted like one notch below, and she might have wanted Chinese.
I've met her once. I wouldn't put it past her. Very smart woman.
She's very smart. Like psychologically where to position the choices to get the one.
We're so inferior, it's crazy.
It's nuts. It's just that.
If they decided to eliminate us from existence immediately, I would totally understand why.
Especially to send you that text at 4:45.
Well, she wants to. I mean, like she wants to know. She wants a decision. What we're going to do for. She does not want by 6 o'clock. She wants it to be ordered. I'm going to go get it. It's done. There's no more debate. We know exactly what we're doing. So there's no room for uncertainty or vagueness when it comes to this.
What's leading in the clubhouse?
Chinese, I believe.
Okay.
I believe it's going to be Chinese.
There's just reliability there.
There really is. There really is. Chinese food.
Pizza, same kind of thing where it's like
good reliability.
Bad pizza is
there.
fine pizza.
Yeah, bad Chinese food, still good Chinese food. But the choices were all very good. It was difficult.
The variety was fun.
That's not the poll question. What is the poll question?
No, we've talked about it enough. You'd think it's the poll question.
You would think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's Dave having for dinner tonight? Yeah.
The real poll question.
What cocktail is Dave pouring as soon as he gets home tonight? Now that's
Now you're
the poll
asking
question.
the question.
Now that's the question.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All we're missing is some like movie conversation last hour. We'll make that happen in the hour four to hit our Burns and Gambo, Kellen filling in bingo.
It'll be red wine, a hazy IPA, tequila on the rocks, or gin and tonic.
Well, it depends what you're eating.
Well, apparently we're having Chinese. So what pairs well with Chinese?
I don't drink, so I don't know this. I don't know
of those.
this
What
answer.
pairs well?
I'd go gin and tonic.
Ooh, the response there. You kind of like
It's
the sound
his,
of it.
It's his go-to.
It is my go-to.
Yeah.
It is my go-to. Yes, it is. Okay. We're good with okay. We've
So
talked-
now you completely know that Dave Burns will be watching Baylor against Auburn with Chinese food and a gin and tonic in front of him. If you're wondering what his dinner plans are, his
That's
plans
it.
after the show, it's literally that.
My night has been mapped out.
Yeah.
There it is. There it is.
It's a beautiful thing to
The
have.
football is negotiable. I mean, that's one of those. I really have to. I have to come with a strong argument to convince the decision maker into watching sports on a Friday night.
Yes.
Like it's got to be strong. What is our actual poll question tonight?
The actual poll question today is, which team will stay undefeated the longest? Is it ASU or is it the Cardinals?
We have all agreed the weekend to circle is the one where ASU is at Baylor, and then the next day the Cardinals are at San Francisco. It feels like one of those two teams is ripe for a loss on one of those 2 days.
I think I was filling in the week that they played Carolina, and like one of our segments was like, what is the juju going on here with the Cardinals and the Panthers? And like that scares the crap out of me in week 2. It really does. Like I think they should handle the Panthers pretty easily, but all the juju there makes me kind of nervous saying Cardinals, but I'll go Cardinals.
Yeah, because that game's here, I feel a little bit better about it. But I think the answer to the question is Cardinals. They'll stay undefeated longer.
All right, well, you guys are still in the wrong, according to our listeners, because 79% are going with ASU.
Okay, well, there's more there's more
Excitement.
expectation and excitement, I think, for you. There's a little more uncertainty for the Cardinals. There's definitely more anticipation for ASU's football season, given what they did a year ago.
How is he dealing with an injury again, Lauren? By the way, like this happens like every time he
talking about
plays.
Joker here?
However. Yeah, he's. Oh no, he's.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's doing well. He's kind of gimping around.
Novak Djokovic in the US Open. Sorry, tennis talk one more time.
Yeah,
Twice in an hour.
stuck it in
is
there.
Like kind of
So yesterday, when we were talking about the Micah Parsons thing in real time, I made it very, very clear that, Jerry Jones is exactly the kind of owner you don't want to own your sports team, because if he's acting as general manager and if he gets it wrong, there's no changing his mind. He's the general manager. He's in charge. Nobody's going to walk into his office and say, hey, old man, you're nuts. It's a terrible idea. Don't trade Micah Parsons for 2 firsts. You can't fire the owner in a situation like you can fire a general manager who makes a bad trade like that, but you can't fire an owner who's making decisions. And it was, I'll admit it, a thinly veiled concern about Matt Ishbia and the level of power that he, we think he might have when it comes to deciding how the roster of the Phoenix Suns is going to go. And my concern that internal memo that you reported upon, all that,
That's the differentiator here. Because before we were like, is it Sarver doing this? Is it like now we know?
Yeah, that internal memo made it pretty clear. Hey, I'm going to be way more involved in the basketball stuff than I was before. Now, am I going to do this little minutia or that little minutia? No. But am I going to do in the big picture thing? Now, the Jerry Jones comp was like the DEFCON 1 worst case scenario. This is what you don't want your owner to become. Are any worries or any comps about Jerry and Matt Ishbia justified? Is it reasonable? Is it fair to worry about that a little bit if you're a Suns fan?
I think not to Jerry specifically because he's in another galaxy. Like he's just completely on himself there in terms of the stuff that he did. But yeah, when you hear about how involved an owner is, and again, like the word meddling gets brought up all the time, but just this level of involvement, it increases worry in that type of way as well. And like you look at the headlines that are created recently about the Suns, like they've got these allegations and lawsuits that like continue to come in. There was another one that happened this week. And then you look at also just where they were at the end of the year. And then for this memo letter to sort of come out and the way in which everything happened and like what was reported at the time and how involved he was then. But now we're choosing to have a way of looking at it as saying like, oh, he wasn't directly involved 2 years ago when it felt like he was pretty involved, maybe not as involved as he plans to be now, but it still feels like he was involved. And like that type of like gaslighting is a very aggressive word here, but there have been a couple of times where he said stuff and it feels like, well, no, that's not exactly like the case here necessarily. Like the 49 games press conference was the one where I had fans tweeting me and saying like, why is he gaslighting me right now? Like I watched this season, I saw what it was exactly. And that type of like public perception, public image, however you want to phrase it, is where the concern sort of starts. Like they got to get their ducks in a row right now, and they're not in a row in a million different ways right now as an organization.
And I want to make sure I'm real clear about this. I don't want to be ambiguous about this at all. I am not saying that the Jerry Jones, Matt Ishbia comparison is real and alive and present today. It's one of many different paths that this can go on now going forward. And it's what concerns me. It's the thing that concerns me about an owner taking such a committed approach to personnel and roster building and decisions and things like that, because one of the dozen possible outcomes with that is that it turns into a Jerry Jones kind of situation, that it's a destination at the end of that road. They're not there now. It's not like that now. It's the fear that it could be like that one of these days that is the thing that just makes me uncomfortable when it comes to owners taking that level of a role and power when it comes to the roster.
Well, how much of it too is like how involved they are like publicly, right? Like he comes out and has the tweets in the middle of the season about like Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and that kind of stuff. And I thought it was fine at the time, but like the tweet about like experts and whatever from like a week ago, it's like it's starting to trickle up, and like you have a worried look on your face with that kind of thing. Does that factor into your thinking
just
too?
Because part of the Jerry Jones thing, as we talked about earlier, is the attention, right? Like it's just the sheer. It's just
Kevin Clark had the line where he thinks if the football gods came to Jerry Jones and said, "You can have 3 Super Bowls for the Cowboys, but you're no longer the owner," or "You're the owner and you have 0 Super Bowls," he would rather remain the owner and remain the guy that gets the attention.
Yeah, and that's why I'm getting that cringy look on my face, because when Matt Ishbia starts tweeting about hey, the experts were wrong about us 2 years ago, who's to say they're not wrong about us now?
The most important people to be wrong about that were also wrong.
Yeah, right.
Who cares what we think?
Exactly. You guys are wrong, and
we understand. We have people who listen to us and like factor our opinions into their like perception of like what the team is ultimately. But like we're just like the people talking into the microphone. You are the people where it's actually the success of your business on whether you are right or wrong.
Yeah, it's just that level of it's just a little. It can be a little uncomfortable sometimes because you don't want to see it go down. The Dallas Cowboys are the absolute worst case scenario for how these things can go out, and the Phoenix Suns are nowhere near there. You just anything that starts to trend that way, and I get that kind of look on my face. Sam Levitt, is he the most important player for ASU football ever, or at least this season? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Moronic Mornings.
I hope we get to see the best of Darius Robinson, because if we see the best of him, he can be a difference maker on that defensive line.
If D-Rob makes that jump, you begin to get very, very excited about how this team might handle the trenches. A player like Darius Robinson, busts out in year 2. It's almost going to feel like a gift, because there's some disappointment to year 1 that is only born from injury, but it's disappointment nevertheless.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage. If you're renting right now, this is a great time to buy. So many homes on the market. That means that buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying another home. What does that mean for you? Home prices are dropping. That's a good thing. You don't want to play the waiting game. You may miss out. Once it turns, there's a lot more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions, and don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better interest rate. But right now, a lot of houses on the market. That means it's a good time for you to make an offer and get your choice of house at the right price. Remember, this is a home, not a stock. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99. And we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale. Now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. Find huge savings at Earnhardt Peoria Kia, like on the 3-row 2025 Kia Carnival. Shop local at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Have a great Labor Day weekend. When we're back on Tuesday, we'll recap a weekend full of football. Join us at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Kellen Olson is filling in from Arizona Sports at night. He's filling in with me today. Gambo's taking the day off going into the 3-day weekend. And Kellen, as always, it's great to have you here.
Great to be here. 2 college football games just getting underway. This is that beautiful time of year where, once Friday afternoon hits, there's just football on for 3 straight days.
It's fantastic, awesome. Isn't it? It's just fantastic. We've been talking about ASU football a lot today. They'll have the spotlight tomorrow in a game that you will hear on ESPN 620 as they take on NAU to open up their season, one of the most anticipated seasons in the history of ASU football for a variety of reasons, and certainly one of the biggest is that of Sam Leavitt. A lot of times I'll, peruse through the internet and find a story here, find a story there, something that inspires conversation, kind of a line of thinking. And one of the guys that I got a little inspiration from today, I was reading a story on SunDevilSource.com from Chris Cartman, who actually provided inspiration for a couple of conversations. And it was an article about Sam Leavitt and his ambition to be the best. And he wrote of Sam Leavitt, he said, a year ago, I called him, quote, the most important player Dillingham would ever coach. Now he's one of the most important players to ever suit up for the Sun Devils. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Maybe we have different reasons why we would agree that he is one of the most important players ever to suit up for the ASU Sun Devils. For you, you're nodding your head in agreement.
Yeah.
Why do you believe he's one of the most important players to ever suit up for ASU?
Well, I think especially at the collegiate level, whether it's basketball or football, you will win games because you have one of the best players in the sport, on that time, right? There are times where it's the classic shtick of he will not let them lose today. And it's there's going to be at least 2 or 3 games Sam Leavitt plays out of his mind. You guys come in here and be he just wasn't going to let them lose on that night. And you think back, the history here is really interesting to me because we haven't really seen this before. They've only had 2 conference player of the years in football at the end of the year. ASU or U of A, I should say. It was Kadeem Carey in 2013 for Arizona, and I bring that up just because I watched that team. And again, they would be playing in this 10-7 slog, and then he would have 140 yards in 2 quarters, and then they were in control of the game, and it was just ridiculous what he was doing. And then it was Jake Plummer in 96, of course, and I don't have to explain to ASU fans what he meant and the star levels that he rode there. Cam Scadaboo should have been the third, Shador, East Coast vibes, there's that kind of thing. But you remember just the few games that they played, including against Texas, where it was I still was in that Texas game, every play that he made, the puke and rally that he had, and it's I just don't think this guy's going to let him lose. I hate it to be again, the shtick and just the classic adage, but it really was as simple as he is just too great with the greatness that he is putting on display, where he's the best football player on this field, and he is going to do it to that level and just make sure that they win this game. That is the level of potential that Leavitt has, and it's going to be interesting to see how often he can channel that guy, because from an explosive dynamic ability, we've already seen that in a year's time, and we know what he is capable of there. So again, it's going to this Baylor game, everything's smooth sailing, and then you're down 14-10 at half. That's the second half where Sam Leavitt needs to be a superstar.
Yeah, and he's got the ability to. It's funny. you're looking at it, and you're not wrong to do so, but we're looking at this in some ways, very differently. I think you're looking at it in terms of what it means for them and this year and his ability to be that guy. And I read it and I thought about it and I thought, yes, he's one of the most important players to ever wear an ASU jersey because of what he could potentially unlock for Kenny in the future. And I'm not dismissing the importance of this year or what he could do this year, because that all matters very much. It can't happen 3 years from now if it doesn't happen now. But if there's a world where Sam Levitt is a potential Heisman Trophy winner, where he's even one of the candidates, one of the 4 who gets to go to the Downtown Athletic Club, if he's a first-round pick, it basically gives Kenny an invitation, a golden ticket into every top quarterback's house for the next 5 years.
Can Sam Levitt be their James Harden, basically?
Exactly. Yeah. And I look at it like that way. Can Sam Levitt, can he go
into a living room on Monday morning and be like, did you see what Sam did yesterday?
Yeah. Hey, and did you see what? Hey, by the way, did you see what Bo Nix did for the Denver Broncos this past week too? You know what I mean? Like this, to me, and then that is you. And I thought we were on the same page in a way, because when you started talking about the quarterback being the most important position, because obviously he is. If Sam Levitt can be the guy that allows Kenny Dillingham to recruit the very best at that position for the next 5 to 10 years, then this thing will start to feed itself, right? Like this thing will start to fuel itself for a sustainability that ASU's never really been able to. That's why I think he's one of the most important players in the history.
Because when you're in those recruiting battles with the high-end guys, sometimes it's just one little factor that'll change their mind. Sometimes that's like the depth chart. Sometimes it's like the location and how close they are to their family. For a lot of these guys at that level, they want to get to the league, and they want to star in the league as well. So for him to go in there and be like, again, I watched Arizona under Sean Miller and Lute Olson and now Tommy Lloyd do this time after time. Like, they don't even have to say anything in these meetings. So, like, Koa Pete, like, with all due respect to Arizona State, like, I knew he was going to Arizona immediately.
Yeah.
Because all you have to do is say, Google Arizona NBA players for me, please, and let me know when you're done scrolling.
And look at the list.
That's where I will get you. That's where, do you see what Benedict Mathurin did? Do you see how I got Christian Coloco there? Dalen Terry was a first-round pick when no one even had him on their NBA radar. Like, that is the type of thing that Kenny can do with quarterbacks, where he can be like, oh, who are 2 of the best young quarterbacks in the NFL right now? It's Sam Levitt and Bo Nix. I can tell you exactly why it worked for them, and I can help you make that work as well. It's a really good point by you.
And it's like ASU has, and Gambo and I talked about this a few days ago, they had a stretch back in the early 2000s where they had plenty of first-round picks. All right, Todd Heap was a first-round pick. Terrell Suggs was a first-round pick. Flowers was a first-round pick. They had guys they put in the NFL. A quarterback is different.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like if you're sending a quarterback into the league as a first-round pick, no disrespect to the Todd Heaps and the Terrell Suggs of the world. To me, that's just a different level of the message that you're sending to other quarterbacks. Now, again, is this a lot for Sam Levitt to live up to? Yes, this is a lot for Sam Levitt to live up to. And yes, we're putting a lot on the kid's shoulders. And in some ways, it's amazing that we're having this conversation about him just a year removed from, this time a year ago. We didn't know who he was. We didn't know what he was about. We didn't know anything about him in terms of his ability. It's a heavy burden, but he seems like the kind of kid who welcomes that kind of burden based off of everything we know about him.
I'll do the Luke Lipinski special here and ask you a loaded question as we're about to go to break. If they win the Big 12 again, is he the best player in program history?
If they win the Big 12 again,
back-to-back years,
is he the best player in program?
And then he goes on to be a top 5 pick. That this would be it for him, basically.
Man, the only other player that's coming to mind is Tillman. They named the Conference Defensive Player of the Year award after him for the season he had. He's the only other player that comes to mind. Agree? Disagree?
Yeah, I think Plummer deserves. So you mentioned like Derek Hagan was like absolutely unbelievable for a couple of seasons there at wideout. Those are really the only guys. Terrell Suggs obviously was at a really great level, but to the amount of like team success that comes with it, I think he would be one of one there.
Yeah. Cardinal fans, home opener is almost here. We want you in the stands. Starting next Tuesday, we're giving you a chance every day to win tickets to the Cardinals home opener. Head to the Arizona Sports YouTube page, hit subscribe, click the contest link for your shot at Cardinals home opener tickets. Again, head to Arizona Sports YouTube page and click on subscribe, and then the contest link will be there, and you can register to win tickets. ASU and the Cardinals, their schedules mirror each other in this very important way, and we'll explain how next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 3-2 to Yelich is grounded right side. Marte's got it. He goes to first, and that is your ball game. The Diamondbacks hang on and win it by a final score of 6-4.
The Dbacks split the series with one of the league's best. Now they head to L.A. to face another of the MLB's elite teams. Dbacks at the Dodgers. Game 1 tonight at 6:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Labor Day sale is on at Brooklyn Bedding. Everything in-store and online is 30% off now through September 3rd, and another 5% for active and retired military. There's the best-selling Aurora Cloud Pillow Top, comfort and value with advanced cooling technology, and the budget-friendly Signature Hybrid Cloud Pillow Top, superior comfort at a factory-direct price. Tell them Wolf sent you for the Labor Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding, and remember, for the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the September 6th Dbacks game against Boston and secure your Greek Heritage giveaway jersey, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket. Tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More. More money. More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction, you're not alone, and you don't have to settle for temporary fixes or frustration. At Spark Men's Health, we treat ED differently, with instant lasting results tailored to you. 87% of our patients see results on their first visit, or it's free. That's the Spark Guarantee. Reignite your confidence, your performance, your life. But hurry, this offer won't last. Call Spark Men's Health now for your free consultation at 480-550-8579. That's 480-550-8579. Again, 480-550-8579. The Labor Day event is going on now at your 13 Valley Chevy dealers. Get exciting offers on a head-turning Chevy Silverado. From off-road adventures to workday tasks, this truck has the strength to take on what's next. Or check out the Chevy Equinox. With excellent efficiency and bold design, this SUV lets you take on the world in style. And then there's the Traverse or Trax, both ready for your next big road trip. Don't miss out. The Labor Day Valley Chevy sales event is going on now at all 13 Valley Chevy dealers.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Wolf. What are our expectations for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025? We'll discuss Tuesday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
So consider this next conversation a marriage of two ideas, and Lauren served as the officiant of the wedding of the two ideas. Kellen came with an idea to
Don't
talk
say
about.
wedding to her. She's been in like 5. Like,
Oh,
this
sorry, I
year.
didn't mean
She's
to
got
trigger
like
you.
PTSD there.
I'm actually going to be the officiant at a wedding in a couple of months.
The Halloween one?
No, not the Halloween, but like a week later, my nephew's wedding. They asked me to officiate it.
And I'm complaining about being in too many weddings. You're the star of the wedding.
Well, no. The bride and the groom are the star. I'm just there when the wheel goes round. But yeah, I'm gonna be that one, and then I'm doing another one in the.
I was on a delay,
spring.
but now I'm in the circuit for sure. The lovely Taylor Kinderup getting married in Kentucky in mid-October. Our former friend from
there you
KTR
go.
as well. And then I'm in my buddy's wedding in November.
Weddings galore. Everybody
go.
getting married. Anyway, so Kellen came with an idea of this kind of mushy non-conference that ASU has. They kind of need to blow all these teams out. It's not great. They're not going to be challenged. Would we want them to be challenged? Would it be better for them to be challenged? And then I came with this story that it was a preview for the Cardinals, and it basically said, look, the only thing that matters is how they end the season. You know, last year they lost 5 of their last 7 games, and they averaged 11 points per game against the Seahawks and the Rams. Be better at the end, and everything will be fine. And Lauren kind of married the two, and what we came up with was, how important is it for both of these football teams to get off to a great start? And for whom is it more important for these two football teams to get off to a great start, given how things are going to get more difficult for them later? And so let's start there. Who is under the most pressure to be good early in the season, the Cardinals or ASU?
I think the easy answer here is the Cardinals, but here's what I'll say. Which team is damaged more by a loss? Those opening 2 games for the Cardinals and the opening 3 games for Arizona State, which team is damaged more by a loss? It's Arizona State.
Oh, without
they
question.
cannot afford to lose any of those 3 games and just take a 2-3 touchdown favorite game and lose it. Now, the Cardinals are the answer you want to say, right, because of who they're starting with, the caliber of opposition, that kind of stuff.
But you can recover.
Yep.
In the NFL, if the Cardinals were to, I'm not trying to speak this into existence, but you expressed a little bit of discomfort over Carolina because there's just something about
someone
Carolina.
with a voodoo doll is doing stuff.
Seriously,
Yeah.
it's just there's something about Carolina. Cam Newton and a voodoo doll right now is hurting the Arizona Cardinals. Okay, the Cardinals can recover if they lose to Carolina in week 2. All right, now let's think about week 2 for ASU. Yeah, it's Mississippi State, and yeah, they're no good, but that's an SEC team on a Saturday night on the road. In my opinion, you got to be a little careful on that one because that one will undo everything. All right, it's not a conference game, and you can still win the conference, and you can still go to the conference championship game, and by winning the conference, you can still get into the postseason. So I guess it doesn't undo everything, but losing to Mississippi State, by example, any dream you would have of being a at-large playoff team, it's gone. It's gone. You can't recover from a loss like that to a team that bad that early on the season, even if it is on the road. The only way you can is if Mississippi State shocks everybody and turns out to be some elite college football team. Then you can say, well, we lost to them on the road, and they turned out to be pretty good, you know?
Well, let's say they go 3-0. Let's say ASU goes 3-0, but we're kind of like there were some signs of at Baylor, home against TCU, at Utah, home against Texas Tech.
They're losing one of those 4 games.
No
matter how they play in the first 3 games, I think they're losing one of those.
I think it's realistic to say, even with how lighter the schedule gets, like Houston's on here, West Virginia, Colorado, Arizona at the end, I think they can't afford to go 2-2 in those 4, right? They got to win 3 out of 4.
I think if they're going to compete for the Big 12 title, yes, I think they have to go.
They got to win 3 out of 4, and I was raving about Utah earlier. I think Baylor is going to be super legit this year as well. Texas Tech bought every single person on the portal they possibly could, and then TCU is one of those it's TCU. Yeah, they had that one run. Then you pull up their team records, and you kind of realize they were along with Baylor were the under discussed good story of the conference last year. So again, if they narrowly beat Mississippi State or Texas State, we're going to go into that Baylor game being okay, preseason's over, kids.
Yeah.
You got to get it together right now.
I think there is and then I guess this is where there's a difference. There's a lot of differences between college football and the NFL. I feel like in the NFL, there's just a lot less on style points, right? In the NFL, it's just, hey, just win. Just win. Don't worry about how you did it. Don't worry about how it looked. Just win. Just win the game and figure out the rest next Sunday. Okay, I think when you're ASU and you're starting at home against NAU, on the road against Mississippi State, at home against Texas State, style points matter. How dominant you look matters. It's a validation for the belief in you, right? It's the validation for the expectations in you. And if you struggle with any of those, even if you get a win, just the mere fact that you struggled to put away the Lumberjacks on Saturday or Texas State on 3 weeks from now, just the mere fact that you struggled with those teams is going to be like you were talking about with U of A earlier in the show, right? When they barely beat NAU a few years ago, and that to you was your warning sign of, oh, okay.
It was my emotional investment leaving. I was I'm not going to allow this team to damage me yet again.
Yeah, this season is not going to be what I thought it was going to be. And any slip up over these next 3 weeks where they even allow one of these teams to kind of make it interesting and make it close, I think is going to do the same thing for ASU fans,
Well, the Cardinals as well, if they go 3-4, even 4-3, I would argue, over these first 7 games, all you guys are going to be talking about during that bye week in late October is, okay, can they fix their second half demons? Can they exercise? And what would be of huge value would be if they're 5-2, if they're 6-1. Now we've seen a version of this play out. It just did last year where it was pretty much the same thing with when they were 6-4 going into the bye, but with the dynamics of the schedule right now, I think, is it safe to say they're going to be favored in 5 of these 7 games? New Orleans, Carolina, yes. Tennessee, Indianapolis, yes. Seattle at home?
Probably.
And then you've got Niners on the road. You're not favored there, and you're not favored hosting the Green Bay Packers, even though Jordan Love sucks. I stand by that. They have Micah Parsons, whatever. They're not winning a Super Bowl with Jordan Love. It is what it is. They probably need to be at least 5-2.
I think they need to be 5-2. I think they need to be 5-2 or 6-1 to give themselves a chance. But then
7-0. Excuse me.
Or that. Yeah. But then it's almost like we're dismissing. And I'm glad we brought this up this way because it's almost like we're dismissing how important it is for the Cardinals to get off to a good start to then set us up to have that important second half of the season, right? It only matters that they corrected their second half problems from a year ago if they have the first half that justifies that. Otherwise, what's the point? If you don't go 5-2 in your first 7, if you don't go 6-1 or 7-0 in your first 7 games, it doesn't matter whether you've corrected your second half problems or not. You need to kind of set yourself up for that to be. I don't know. It's a complicated question, but those 4 games ASU's playing, that is as tough a gauntlet as you're going to get in this conference. And I can't wait to see how they navigate it.
Love the amount of intrigue we have in football season for both these teams. Love it.
It is kind of fun. This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Could be your child, could be a student you know. They all could be next. Text character to 620-620. Nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It is Character Counts. Jordan Lawler is up for the Arizona Diamondbacks. He is starting at third base tonight. You'll hear what Tory Lavell had to say about the move and how often we'll see Jordan Lawler in the starting lineup from moving forward. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
He won the Chuck Bednarik Award and the Thorpe Award as a college player. And he was a unanimous All-American. 5th overall pick in the 2011 NFL Draft. He's Patrick Peterson, P2, and he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Homeowners, listen up. If you need a new roof, I want you to know about JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing company. Not a big business, but the second largest roofer in Arizona, third-generation roofers from grandfather to father to son. Right now, JLC Roofing is offering our listeners a $1,500 full replacement discount. If you need a new roof, now's the time to get one from JLC Roofing and save $1,500. Now, they do it all. Tile, shingles, foam, rolled roofing. They'll help you pick out the perfect underlayment, and they even offer free estimates. For some of you out there, you may just need a repair, not a new roof. That's why the free estimates come in handy. Maybe you'll only spend hundreds instead of thousands by having them identify what could be wrong with your roof. Give them a call at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go online for more information at jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the Luxe Staples Insider Swear By, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
All right, Basinonians, Presidential Pools and Spas and the Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win. It's the Summer Pool Giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will win a stunning new pool with Pantera equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash and win a new pool from our partners, Presidential Pools and Spas, voted Arizona's #1 pool builder.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
It was the Ford Labor Day sales event last year. We bought a brand new Ford Explorer, and it is one of the best times of year at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here. Speaking of the best, the Ford F-150, America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. Get the capability, the durability to break free from the grind, and right now also get 0% limited-term APR financing plus 0 down payment plus no payments for up to 90 days and get a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan on a 2025 Ford F-150. Hey, we can also sign and ride, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months. Excludes tax, title, and license. Just sign and ride. And remember, approximately 80% of Ford vehicles sold in America are built in America. Perfect for the Labor Day sales event, but it all ends September 2nd at buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona State football season begins tomorrow at Mountain America Stadium against NAU. Pre-game coverage for the sold-out matchup starts at 4 with kickoff at 7 over on ESPN 620 AM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch for that one is at 7:10, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by DNA Cards and Collectibles. DNA Cards grand opening in Peoria is this Saturday, August 30th. Giveaways, deals, and PSA online. Learn more on Instagram at DNA Card Shop.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? That's a loaded question. The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Obviously, Diamondbacks baseball is on tonight. They're taking on the LA Dodgers, and we're going to preview that matchup coming up in about 15 minutes. That game starts at 7:10. There is also just a motherload of college football on tonight, and a lot of it that has to do with the Big 12 and with not ASU. They're not until tomorrow, but there's plenty of Big 12 action tonight going on right now, as a matter of fact. Baylor is beating Auburn 3-0 with about 6 minutes to go in the first quarter of that game. Kansas is beating Wagner 22-0, 8.5 minutes to go in the second quarter of that game. Colorado is already up on Georgia Tech 7-0 with about 5 minutes to go in the first quarter of that game. So 3 Big 12 games on tonight. There were already 4 Big 12 teams that played last night. Plenty of Big 12 football on tonight and this weekend and the first weekend of college football.
Didn't really bring up Kansas today, but like Jalen Daniels, like 2 years ago, was like just one of the best quarterbacks in the country, and he's sort of had a weird up and down sort of state. But Kansas is another team where like they could emerge. So keeping an eye on them early in the year is good. Baylor just had either turnover on downs or a fumble or something at the goal line. So now Auburn's taking over deep in their own zone. 2 games to look forward to. Colorado up early, like you said. It kind of feels like it might just be like last year, where a team we don't expect is going to be at least in the mix at the top.
This game is in Baylor. The Colorado game is in Boulder. It's in Colorado. So both of the Big 12 games are home. Teams tonight, anyway, are at home for the games, as is Kansas taking on Wagner. So that's what's on tonight. The games that we're going to watch this evening: Diamondbacks baseball and Jordan Lawler. We get to see him tonight. Tory Lavell was on with us earlier. Jordan Lawler was called up today as Pavin Smith was put on the injured list with a strained quad. Tory Lavell on why now for Jordan.
Well, we just felt like it was time. There's a lot that goes into it, right? The front office reaches out to the player development group, who ultimately reaches out to the AAA manager to find out who the recommendations are. And it came up on Jordan. He's been healthy. He's been performing. He's been doing a really good job. And for me, it has been mostly about his health, because when he was healthy the first month of the season, he was performing really well in AAA. Came up here, went back down, got hurt, and had to find his way back to the lineup. And once he did, he earned this promotion. It wasn't handed to him. We just felt like there was going to be some at-bats per week that he would be able to get, where he continues to grow, learn, and how to be a really good Major League player.
It's funny, Kellen, I didn't catch it the first time you said it, but the extra emphasis on the word health by Tory Lavell. I mean, almost nobody wants to speak bad things into existence, but the health for Jordan Lawler and his lack of availability has been a major defining factor of him since he's become one of the top prospects in the Diamondback system. And it's obvious from an organizational standpoint, they haven't strayed too far from the idea that his health is a big X factor in all of this.
Yeah, and we would have seen him a couple weeks prior if it wasn't a factor, right? We would have seen him pretty early, maybe immediately after the deadline in that sort of scenario. I think it was one of the main talking points, not one of the main talking points, but you guys made sure to bring up on your show through all of the trades, like Jordan Lawler's hurt right now, so we won't really see him. And that's been a story for him, unfortunately, for the last couple of years. So that's step one for him for sure. There's much more there from Tory to unpack on Lawler specifically, because you and I, our team, play him every day, play him in 22, 24, 25 games out of these last 27. Sounds like it'll be more like maybe half, a little more than half, based on what he was saying about matchups specifically. Like, I don't know if that's going to benefit him the most. They know better than me, of course, but I don't know. I have hesitations about it.
Here's what Tory said about him being in the lineup tonight and how much he's going to play.
Yeah, he's in the lineup tonight. I'll say he's going to be on the left side of the infield against every left-handed pitcher, and then I'm going to just cherry pick the other times, depending on day games, matchups, other things. I want to, my job every single day is to put the player in the best position to have success, and then watch them go out there and know they're prepping to go out and have that success. So I'm going to try to do it the best way that I can from from my conversations with the coaches, with the moves, the lineup, the strategies, I don't do it on my own. I am talking constantly to the coaches, Danny, the hitting coaches, pitching move, it's the pitching coaches. So it's going to be one of those things where we're going to try and put everybody in the best position possible, and how it shakes out for Jordan, we're not sure at this point.
And you alluded to it. I don't know if I love that answer. I don't know. I don't know if that scratches the itch. I think Jordan Lawler needs to play a lot. Now, maybe he ends up playing a lot more than Tory's suggesting in that soundbite, but that to me suggested that we won't see him as much as maybe we should. And I think we need to see him a ton.
The Blaze in center thing, too, is really interesting because you just assume that Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy is going to be the starting center fielder for the Diamondbacks next year, or they bring someone else in. I'm not saying that Blaze is thrusting himself into that conversation, but he's not going to be getting reps in right because they know Corbin Carroll is going to be their guy. But the fact that they're going to mix and match a little bit with him over there to find him playing time for sure, I understand. But also, what's going on there?
Yeah, here's Tory on Blaze.
Yeah, we feel like he is actually believing himself that he's an everyday or a very good major league player, that he's going to start to show up this way. And that's part of the process. A young player coming up here and telling himself he can do it, or a young player coming up here and knowing he is going to do it. Those are two different things. And Blaze is kind of in that sequence where he's going to go out there and expect to get the job done and knows that he can do it. That play third base yesterday was a little bit of a challenge. The runner, given the way the ball was hit, he should have probably put his right foot in the ground and backed off of it, fielded a clean hop. And those are little things that are still coming for him. It's hard to do that in practice. You can't simulate every play. So the more those things happen, the more that he can rebound. That's part of his development. And I think it was a really good play. He threw a strike to first base on a throw that you don't really practice unless you're a third baseman. And he's been working really hard with Sean Larkin to perfect that throw on the run coming in on the bunt. So his aptitude has been fantastic, and we feel like we got the best version of Blaze, and we want that to continue.
All right, that wasn't the cut I was looking for, but he did also say in our conversation, to allude to your point, that he's at second base tonight. He might play a little bit of center field. I mean, anything to get him as many at-bats as possible, because they don't want to stymie his development either. But clearly, Jordan Lawler has come in and I think muscled Blaze Alexander out of left side of the infield at-bats in moments. And it sucks, but that's probably what needs to happen right now moving forward at this point. But, yeah, it will be – I'll be curious to see, kind of like the Tim Tawa experiment earlier in the season.
Mm-hmm.
How many looks Blaze gets out there and at whose expense, and how does he perform when he's out there? Because that might give them an option moving forward.
Also think this is a really interesting month for Tyler Locklear as well, because I think that you and I and a lot of people listening had the expectation from him that he was going to come in here, play just about every day, and over a 2-month period, okay, is this our first baseman of the future in 2026, or are we going to platoon him with Pavin, or are we going to platoon him with someone else? Right now, he's hitting 178. His OPS is 529. He has 29 strikeouts and 73 at-bats right now, to the point in which he didn't really snatch and take advantage of the opportunity. So when Pavin came back, Tory was going to do the platoon thing again. And as he laughed about, Pavin gets hurt. So now Locklear is right back into that nearly everyday situation, or so we think. He did mention it might still kind of be a platoon thing for him, and it's going to be, again, he's one of the swing guys with Lawler to watch over this last month. All the names in the bullpen where projecting what the team is going to be next year plays a factor.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. Locklear has been has left me wanting a lot more. Has left me thinking, and I remember you were filling in for Gambo quite a bit during the whole Christian Walker leaving for the Houston Astros. Oh, crap, what are they going to do?
Having a really good last 2 months, by the way, Christian Walker. Still a good baseball player.
You know what? Christian Walker, it's funny. I looked at his numbers this morning, as a matter of fact. They're not that far off. His OPS is down from what it was a year ago, and he's certainly not having the best year. But he has rebounded very, very well since basically July 1st.
For an elite baseball
some very
team.
Good numbers. Yes, for an elite baseball team. But I think the hope was that they had figured out what they were going to do at first base with this trade. And the reality is that they have not figured out what they're going to do at first base. And that Tyler Locklear has done very little to establish himself as the answer to the first base question for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, like the chase rates and like all those advanced numbers with like what he's doing at the plate too do not speak well, and like the quality of contact, things like that. So like a big month from him would go a long way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. When we come back, Zach Gallen, can he stay looking like vintage Zach Gallen tonight against the LA Dodgers? We'll preview the opener of this 3-game series next. Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What do you mean U tight end?
The U tight end.
That's the move.
Right, that's the guy that's moving. That's the secondary tight end. The guy that's typically off the ball, maybe on the backside.
Well, what's the U stand for?
It's just a letter. It's just a letter. You can call it whatever you want to. It could be a U. It could be an F. I mean, it's just a letter. Yeah, that's just.
I love this.
It's just a letter. I don't know. It may be something to it, but it's just a letter in my mind. Just like the receiver could be a W, the right slot. So.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage. If you're renting right now, this is a great time to buy. So many homes on the market. That means that buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying another home. What does that mean for you? Home prices are dropping. That's a good thing. You don't want to play the waiting game. You may miss out. Once it turns, there's a lot more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions, and don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better interest rate. But right now, a lot of houses on the market. That means it's a good time for you to make an offer and get your choice of house at the right price. Remember, this is a home, not a stock. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
At Sonic, we've unleashed the pickle with our Big Dill Meal, a Sonic smasher with Grillo's pickles and Dilly Ranch. Nice, you'd think, but there's more. It comes with pickle seasoned tots. You think, oh, we're pickling now. Thirsty? Good. Try the Pickle Rita Slush. you realize we've hit the edge of pickledom. But that Pickle-Rita slush is filled with pickle-flavored bubbles. Welcome to the deep pickleverse, friend. The Sonic and Grillo's Big Deal Meal. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, tell us about your no-pressure sales and service experience.
What's up, Dave? Your time is valuable. We make buying and service simple and fast. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road by the next morning. Plus, for the month of August, you will receive a free set of wiper blades with any premium oil change.
And for pre-Labor Day savings all month long, lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for $299 a month for 36 months. Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on Deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
All right, D-backs on deck. Coming up at 7:10 tonight, it's Diamondbacks baseball, the opener of a 3-game series against the L.A. Dodgers. But before you get all worried about how imposing the Dodgers can be, and they can be, the L.A. Dodgers haven't quite been themselves lately, and it's also worth pointing out that including, and I got this from Diamondback Stats and Info, Kellen, including the 2023 National League Divisional Series, when the Diamondbacks swept the Dodgers out of the playoffs, the Diamondbacks have actually won 7 of their last 11 games at Chavez Ravine. They've had a measure of success there.
And this would be a situation for Zach Gallen where he would like to pick up his first career victory at Dodger Stadium. He's 0-4 in his career there with a 4.54 ERA. His numbers against the Dodgers in general are fairly mediocre. But yeah, they're not this huge clobbering giant right now. I think it's like 18-19 or 19-18 that they are since the All-Star break. So they've kind of hit this lull, which they sort of hit every year, but you're looking for signs of it like being the same or being different. Like Will Smith has just been one of the best players in baseball right now. So like, yeah, Mookie Betts is rocking an OPS right now of 695, but Will Smith is touching 900 as a catcher. So like they're going to do just fine. Freddie Freeman's been really great for them. Of course, like the breakout year that Pa has had for them. There's that Shohei Ohtani guy who just has a bunch of bold on his baseball reference page, which means league leading. It's just like every single number for him, the guy that's pitching as well. So even if they're going through all this like turnaround and turmoil, if you want to go that far with their pitching, their offense is still just like so good. Again, like Mookie Betts, one of the best players in baseball, has been not good this year. He has been below average, and it hasn't really mattered for them.
Pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store, visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. We mentioned Zach Gallen. He gets to start 9-13 on the season, a 5.13 ERA. He has certainly been better in his last 5 or 6 starts, putting up good numbers in almost all of them. Blake Snell, who's only got 32 innings pitched on the season, he gets the start for the Dodgers tonight. The lefty is 3-2 with a 1.97 ERA, and it should be pointed out in his career against the Arizona Diamondbacks, Blake Snell is 5-2 with a 1.99 ERA and a 0.94 whip in 10 starts against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I knew with Snell that like injuries and just availability were problems for him, but his stats page is just like the turn of like what pitching has turned into in this generation in terms of like 200 innings was like the barometer, right? A long time ago. Yep. After his rookie year, his innings pitched 129, not good, 180, okay, there you go, 107, the COVID year comes up, 128, 128, 180, 104, and then just those 32 this year. It was bold of the Dodgers of all teams to go sign. I understand it. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball when he's healthy, but I need those last 3 words at the end of the sentence every single time when I talk about him.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. A slew of roster moves for the Diamondbacks today, including the one we were talking about in the previous segment. Jordan Lawler has been recalled from AAA Reno. He's the starting third baseman tonight. He's batting 9th. Blaze Alexander has moved over to second base. Ketel Marte will be the designated hitter tonight. Blaze is hitting 5th for what it's worth. Lawler was called up. Brandon Garcia was called up. Right-handed pitcher Taylor Rashi, it's a shame, but it was, we knew it was coming. He was optioned to AAA Reno after yesterday's game against the Brewers. Just all those innings, all those pitches, they needed a fresh arm, which is why they called up Garcia. And Pavin Smith was put on the 10-day injured list with a strained left quad.
Yeah, so a lot of trickle-down effects from the 2025 group and the end of this year into 2026 with the guys coming up. Of course, Lawler is the headliner there, but then you go to Locklear and him going into what you would assume everyday playing time again. Then Garcia is a guy who could be one of their most important relievers or starters next year. He's going to get either those opener reps or the long relief stuff that they've really struggled with all year.
The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. The Dodgers, they are in first place in the National League West with a 77-57 record. They've got a 2-game lead over the San Diego Padres. The Arizona Diamondbacks in the wild card standings, 6.5 games back of the New York Mets for the last wild card spot with 27 games left to play for the Diamondbacks this season. A long, long way to go. We'll see how this series goes for the Diamondbacks. Got a key for tonight's game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's'.
You know, Kellen, you referenced it a second ago, and it's in the Dodgers notes because it's so prominent. So I'm going to say the key to the game tonight is Zach Gallen to continue the success that he's had as of late. Maybe it hasn't been overwhelming success, but they even point out in the Dodger notes that the number 1 is the number of times Zach Gallen has beaten the Dodgers in 14 career starts. He's 1-5 with a 4.20 ERA against LA. It'd be nice to see that number get changed.
Keep it rolling, Zach.
That's going to do it for us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Kellen, as always, fantastic work.
Had a blast.
We'll see you Tuesday, straight up 2 o'clock here on Burns and Gambo.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.
Go.
You've been listening to Dbacks on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Snack time was already a thing. Sonic just made it official with Dollar Snacky Hour. And to make it really official, I'll read off this fancy scroll. Anyone who visits Sonic's Snacky Hour will get $1 corn dogs, $1 mozzarella sticks, and $1 soft pretzel twists. And now to make it really, really